Chapter 1 Golden Rain. Dark clouds pressed down, scarlet lightning split the heavy clouds, and a storm was coming. Mian suddenly opened her eyes, gasping violently, looking at the dim room. On the table was a small desk lamp, its orange-yellow light illuminating a torn quarter of a calendar. March 21st, 1912, spring equinox, suitable for travel, avoid marriage. Her jet-black pupils contracted sharply. 9012? Had she been reborn 3 months before the apocalypse? Mian stared blankly at the familiar yet strange university dormitory. On June 22, 1912, the summer solstice, while universities nationwide were taking the CET-6 English exam, the apocalypse arrived without warning. Mian still remembered that day when she handed in her exam early and walked out of the exam hall. The sun had turned into a burning fireball, countless flames raining down from the sky, turning the entire city into a hellish furnace. With the continuous rise in temperature, the Earth's temperature reached 1,000 degrees Celsius during the day. Plants and animals died. One after another, city infrastructure collapsed, water, electricity, and food supplies were cut off, turning it into a massive hunger arena. In less than a month, the global population was reduced by half and they had returned to the primitive era. In her previous life, Mian followed her classmates and teachers into a shelter. At that time, she naively thought it was just a natural disaster, and once it passed, she would return home to pick up her grandmother. Later, the world became a living hell, and she was captured by psychics and given to that paranoid and sick man. That man was perversely powerful, with a strange temperament, unpredictable moods, and a pathological possessiveness over his belongings, unable to communicate. Mian was imprisoned for 2 years, and it wasn't until the 3rd year of the apocalypse that she managed to escape with great effort. Later, due to poor physical condition, she died in the harsh climate. Thinking of what was about to happen, Mian's fingers clenched involuntarily, her dark pupils cold. Since heaven had given her a second chance at life, this time she would not repeat the same mistakes. The following is a campus announcement. A level 10 typhoon Kiana will make landfall at 8 p.m. All evening self-study sessions and campus activities are cancelled. Please do not stay on campus, return to your dormitories, close and lock all doors and windows, and take protective measures, the campus broadcast announced. A Category 10 Typhoon Kiana? Mian suddenly thought of something from the future, her heart jolted, and she quickly got up, grabbed a thick coat from the bed, and hurried out of the dormitory, only to bump into her roommate Baishi who was returning. Mian, are you trying to kill me? Baishi, knocked by her, dropped her bag on the ground, spilling makeup all over the floor, and immediately shouted in frustration. Baishi was the typical rich and beautiful girl in the class, with a spoiled and arrogant personality, beautiful looks, and a very wealthy family. She was originally the undisputed campus queen, but Mian, with her pure and gentle beauty, outshone everyone. Coupled with the halo of being the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam, Mian was voted the most beautiful campus queen in Huaxia University's century-long history. From then on, the two became sworn enemies. Baishi was a local and rarely stayed in the dormitory. Mian was momentarily stunned when she saw her. After the apocalypse, the entire world order underwent a drastic change, starting a new round of reshuffling. In this world where might makes right, money and power became insignificant, and those with special abilities rose to the top of the pyramid. Later, because of her beauty, Baishi was given by her family to a special ability user. That user had more than a dozen women and treated Baishi poorly, often abusing her. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, Baishi went through great hardships to visit her twice. Thinking of the rare warmth in the apocalypse, Mian grabbed her and ran out of the dormitory. Mian, you're crazy, there's a typhoon outside. Baishi was so angry her face turned green. If it weren't for the typhoon and not having enough time to go home, she wouldn't have returned to the dormitory. Mian said nothing as she dragged Baishi downstairs and rushed out of the dormitory building. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, dark clouds howled overhead, and a torrential downpour was pouring down. Run quickly, it's raining heavily. This rain is so cold it chills me to the bone. This rain seems to have a color, it's golden. You must be seeing things, hurry back to the dorm. Soon, there were only a few people left running on the tree-lined path in front of the dormitory building. Mian tilted her face up, and during the biting cold, watching the golden rain fluttering down from the sky restraining the excitement in her heart. Golden rain. It's really true. In later generations, the typhoon rain on the day of the spring equinox was defined as the beginning of the merciless elimination of humanity by the apocalypse. The golden rain before the typhoon rain would activate the supernatural abilities within the human body, providing some resistance to the impending apocalypse. In her previous life, Mian, like the vast majority of people, stayed inside the house and did not get drenched by this golden rain, thus missing the activation of her supernatural abilities. After the apocalypse arrived, she became part of the most vulnerable lower class. Why does this rain have color? She was momentarily stunned when she saw the golden rain falling on Su Mian's face. The originally rolling and roaring dark clouds came to a halt, and a crescent moon emerged faintly from the clouds, appearing to be golden. The golden rain seemed to be formed from countless condensed moonbeams sprinkling down on every corner of the earth. Su Mian lifted her head, restraining the storm raging within her heart. At the same time, across various regions of Huaxia, countless people seemed to have an epiphany as they looked up at the cold moon overhead in the drizzling golden rain, watching this strange celestial phenomenon. The golden rain soon stopped. "Go back, take a hot shower and get a good night's sleep," Su Mian said in a slightly hoarse voice. The girl's small face, no bigger than a palm, was pale as snow, and her jet-black pupils emitted a chilling light. Seeing this, she shivered and held back her anger. Su Mian seemed to have changed. Was this still the Su Mian known for her best temper and nicknamed Little Lamb? Strangely terrifying. Back in the dormitory, Su Mian didn't pay any attention to Baishi. Whether it was a side effect of being drenched in golden rain or not, her consciousness was hazy and she seemed to have a slight fever. She hugged her pajamas and went to the bathroom. When she was undressing, a crimson jade pendant fell from her body. The pendant looked somewhat familiar, but the high fever and discomfort made it hard for Su Mian to think clearly. She hastily picked up the pendant, took a hot shower and then went to sleep. Night after night, nightmares plagued her. Sometimes she was crammed with her classmates in a shelter, sometimes she was imprisoned in a base, with a man leaning over her, his face grim and eyes sharp as knives, scrutinizing her inch by inch. Finally, there was the scene of her escaping only to die in the wilderness. Su Mian was drenched in cold sweat, feeling both cold and hot. Just when she thought she was going to die in the dream, someone called her awake. "Su Mian, you've been asleep for a whole day and night. Are you okay?" Su Mian struggled to open her heavy eyelids and saw her roommate Yuanjun's concerned face. She clenched the bedsheet tightly, her pupils contracting. Yuanjun? In her past life, she regarded Yuanjun as her best friend and protected her everywhere during the apocalypse, even angering that man several times for Yuanjun's sake. But in the end, all she got was betrayal. Su Mian quietly shifted her body on the bed, got up, dressed, and then heard a clatter. A crimson jade pendant fell from her body. The crimson jade gourd immediately shattered into two halves, revealing a tiny miniature gourd inside. Su Mian, when did you get such a precious jade pendant? And it's like a Russian nesting doll with the smaller one inside the bigger one. Yuanjuan's eyes lit up when she saw the jade, translucent and moist like a blazing flame, and she was about to bend down to pick it up. Su Mian quickly snatched up the jade gourd, clenched it in her palm, and said coldly and distantly, "This was left to me by my parents." The shattered crimson jade gourd cut through her palm, bringing a slight sting. Su Mian tensed all over, not realizing it at all. She remembered very clearly that this jade gourd was not hers. It was given to her by the man from her previous life, who ordered her to wear it at all times. She didn't know how, but after her rebirth, the jade gourd was still on her. But in the end, it was broken. Su Mian didn't feel any regret. Having died once, she had to let go of everything that needed to be discarded. "You said you grew up relying on your grandmother and never saw your parents?" Yuanjun looked a bit envious as she glanced at the jade gourd. It must be a fine piece of jade. Even someone like her, who didn't understand jade, couldn't look away. Su Mian's claim of a poor family background must be a lie. However, after Su Mian woke up, her attitude toward her suddenly turned cold, and Yuanjun had to suppress her thoughts. Su Mian nodded, unwilling to pretend with her, and went straight into the bathroom, closing the door and exhaling softly. Since she could remember, she had lived with her grandmother in the mountains, never having seen her parents, not even a photo. Her grandmother never mentioned her parents, only saying they had gone to a faraway place. Su Mian had long accepted that her parents were probably deceased. Turning on the tap, Su Mian then noticed that the broken jade gourd had cut her palm. The blood-stained jade gourd looked even more vibrant, the crimson jade seeming alive, emitting a strange glow. She threw the broken jade directly into the trash bin and was about to discard the tiny crimson jade gourd, no bigger than a fingernail, when her palm suddenly burned. The small crimson jade gourd vanished into thin air, leaving only a crimson mark in the shape of a gourd. Su Mian stared in shock at the mark in her palm, reached out to touch it, and then was sucked into an independent space. The sky was misty and gray with no sun, moon, or stars in sight. Everywhere she looked was red soil. In this 100-square-meter space, there was a spring bubbling up water continuously, which over time had formed a small pond. Near the pond, a few sparse plants were growing. Is this a space? Su Mian felt ecstatic inside. After the apocalypse arrived, the world turned into a high-temperature furnace, and superpowered individuals emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. The most popular were ice-type superpowered individuals. A powerful ice type could create cold ice barriers to resist the heat and attacks from elemental beasts. Next were the fire-type superpowered individuals with extremely strong combat abilities. Others awaken different powers, such as wood-type, wind-type, and functional space-type abilities. Space ability users are like mobile warehouses. Although their combat power is weak, they are standard members of teams when it comes to teaming up and searching for supplies and are welcomed by major bases. However, space ability users can only store lifeless things, and the size of the space is related to the user's level. Generally, it's about the size of a warehouse. Someone like Mian, whose space contains a spring and land, is extremely rare. Mian calmed her mind and walked to the pool. She saw jagged jade stones at the bottom, crystal clear to the bottom. A clear spring bubbled up from the center of the pool, nourishing the land and plants. Is this ginseng? Mian took a closer look at the few plants and was instantly shocked. If it weren't for the village elders all planting medicinal herbs and the whole village relying on selling herbs to make a living, she wouldn't have recognized them. Mian carefully dug up a small plant. It was tiny but had already grown into a human shape, with long ginseng roots trailing behind, possessing a natural beauty. It was unclear how many years it had grown, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Mian was so excited that her hands trembled slightly. She currently had only a little over 50,000 in savings, which was all the scholarship and part-time job money she had saved since childhood. Her family was poor and her grandmother didn't have much savings either. With less than 3 months until the apocalypse, whether stockpiling supplies or building a shelter in the mountains, a large amount of funds was needed. Now with this top-quality ginseng, she had the startup capital for the apocalypse. Mian looked at the small ginseng in her hand, took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and a bright light flashed in her eyes. With this space, she finally had a survival trump card in the apocalypse. Chapter 2 Jade Gourd. After coming out of the scarlet jade gourd space, the mark on Mian's palm gradually faded, but she clearly knew that she had established a subtle connection with the gourd space. Whenever she wanted, she could enter the gourd space at any time. Mian, it's Saturday today. Are you going to the library to study? Yuanjun called kindly from outside the door. Mian remained silent until she heard Yuanjun close the door and leave. Then she opened the bathroom door and carefully placed the excellently preserved little ginseng on her desk. Such a well-preserved ginseng must be a king ginseng hundreds of years old. Ordinary people generally can't swallow something like this. Mian thought for a moment and gave Baishi a call. Mian? Why are you calling me? Baishi was so startled upon receiving the call that she almost dropped her phone. Baishi, I need your help with something. I want to deal with a valuable item. Do you have any connections? Mian asked in a low voice. Baishi was big-chested but not very bright, loyal to a fault, and came from a good family. She had no scheming mind and was a typical naive sweet girl, the only person Mian could currently trust. Valuable? How valuable? If it's under 1 million, don't come to me. My connections start at tens of millions. Baishi couldn't help but smirk. Mian finally needed her help. Tens of millions starting point, huh? Do you have connections to an auction house? Auction and auction? Baishi was shocked. Mian actually had valuables starting at 1 million? 1 million is a lot for ordinary people, but Baishi still didn't take it seriously. She just really didn't have any connections to auctions. I do. Give me 3 days and I'll get it done for you, Baishi said through gritted teeth. She couldn't let Mian look down on her. All right, thank you. I'll repay you for this favor in the future. Mian smiled. Who said you have to repay me? It's a small matter. I helped you because I felt sorry for you, Baishi said with a bit of pride. Mian smiled faintly. Having seen too much of the coldness and cruelty of human nature in the apocalypse, she found the expression she had when saying those words somehow a bit endearing. All right, we'll talk when we meet. Mian quickly hung up the phone, then swiftly took out paper and pen to make a list. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people didn't die from the heat but from famine. Food was of utmost importance. She directly rented a self-service mini storage unit on the platform, then began her first batch of online shopping according to the list. Rice, milk powder, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, sugar, honey, and strong liquor. These are all foods with a very long shelf life. If stored under strict conditions, they can last for 10 years without spoiling. As for the strong liquor, it has no expiration date. These seemingly ordinary ingredients are extremely scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. 1,000 gin of rice, 100 cans of milk powder, 100 gin of seasonings, 100 bottles of vodka and other strong liquors, plus storage containers, altogether cost 35,000 yuan. Mian filled in the address as the mini warehouse address. Seeing her savings instantly drop by more than half didn't bother her at all. Once the ginseng was sold, she would continue to buy more. In the post-apocalypse, money was worthless paper. Supplies were the real deal. After purchasing the first batch of supplies, Mian, feeling her stomach growling, went to the noodle shop behind the school to eat. "Boss, 1 bowl of braised beef noodles with a marinated egg." "All right." Mian found a spot in the corner to sit down. "Have you all checked the forum? Strange things have been happening lately. A typhoon hit the east with golden rain falling, red snow in the north, continuous thunder and lightning all night in the south, forest fires in the west. Natural disasters everywhere. Look, so many people are saying it's a natural phenomenon, there must be something big about to happen. A lot of people are saying the apocalypse is coming. Shoot, don't talk nonsense, maybe it's an alien invasion. The noodle shop was full of Huaxia University students, all gathered together discussing and speculating. Mian opened the most popular domestic forum and indeed found many posts about the apocalypse theory. In Huaxia, a land of hidden talents, many people had a premonition about the impending crisis. In fact, after the apocalypse arrived, various secretive families emerged one after another, and the government quickly took control of the disaster, establishing major safety bases. Compared to the devastation in Western countries, Huaxia's situation was the best. Thinking of this, Mian became even more cautious. After she completed the withdrawal procedures on Monday and sold the ginseng, she would immediately slip back to her hometown. Hand-pulled noodles, boiling beef broth, tender chunks of beef, with red chili oil topped with bright green scallions. Mian took a big bite, closing her eyes in happiness. She hadn't eaten beef noodles in 3 years. Wait until I get back to my hometown to stock up on some flour and beef. After finishing the ramen, Mian didn't delay. She glanced at the college students leisurely spending their weekend and hurriedly took the subway to the nearest wholesale agricultural market. The agricultural market was bustling with noise. Mian cleared out the seeds from 2 small shops, then bought seeds for watermelon, grapes, and strawberry seedlings. The shop owner even gave her a set of planting tools. Mian returned fully loaded with a large backpack of seeds. In the apocalypse, if food is a necessity, then fruit is a luxury. Whether or not it could be grown, she has to try. It was already 4 in the afternoon when she returned to the dormitory. Yuanjun hadn't come back, so Mian went straight into the bathroom, locked the door, and then entered the scarlet jade gourd space. A space of over 100 square meters is rare in the apocalypse. Even ordinary space ability users only have spaces of 30 to 40 square meters in the later stages, let alone a gourd space that can be used for planting. Mian wasn't sure whether this was a power triggered by the golden rain or if the scarlet jade gourd itself was a treasure. The red soil in the gourd space had unknown components. The soil near the spring was a bit more moist and a deeper color. Since she needed to transplant the strawberry seedlings first, Mian chose the lower left position of the 9 grid and began digging to transplant. After turning over a small patch of soil, she directly transplanted the strawberry seedlings along with the nutrient soil into the ground, planting them in rows, 2 rows in total, then took some spring water to spray and irrigate. Because there was no sunlight in the space and no obvious seasons, Mian wasn't sure if these strawberries could bloom and bear fruit, but since the ginseng grew so well, she figured it was worth a try. After transplanting 10 strawberry seedlings, Mian planted a batch of watermelon seeds and grape seeds. By the time she finished all this, 3 hours had already passed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked at the first piece of land she had planted, and showed a relieved smile. Now she just waited for them to grow quickly. After putting away the seeds and tools, Mian took a cup of spring water, drank a cup. The spring water was clear and sweet, even better than the mountain spring water she had drunk before, though drinking it gave a slight intoxicating sensation. When Mian came out of the gourd space, it was already dark. She hastily took a shower, didn't have time to eat, and was so tired she collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. She slept very deeply, as if in her dream she had returned to her mother's embrace, warm and comfortable, until noon the next day when Yuanjun woke her up noisily. "Mian, where have you been? You smell so bad, I can't even stay in the dorm." Yuanjun frowned, speaking with a look of disgust. Mian sniffed the sour smell on herself and paused for a moment. Her pajamas were filthy, and the hand she stretched out was dirty too. She had only taken a nap, so what had happened? "I'm going to take a shower," Mian said coldly, quickly getting up, grabbing clean clothes and toiletries and heading straight to the bathroom. She took off the filthy pajamas and threw them away immediately. Mian then realized that not only were her clothes dirty, but her whole body was grimy, as if 20 years' worth of impurities had been expelled from her pores. She turned on the shower, squeezed out some body wash, and thoroughly cleaned herself. After finishing, she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but her mind felt clear, her body much lighter, and even her skin seemed almost transparently white. Could it be because of the spring water in the space? Mian's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed that the spring water was something good. She also wondered how the strawberry seedlings she planted yesterday were growing. Since Yuanjun was outside, Mian cautiously avoided entering the space. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, she received a call from Bai Shi. Mian, there's an auction at 6 tonight. I'll send you the address. Bring your items over now, we need to go through an appraisal process, Bai Shi said. Okay, I'll head out right away. Mian was slightly surprised, changed into a set of sportswear, put on a hat and left quietly. The two arranged to meet at a coffee shop near the auction house. Mian. Bai Shi spotted her quickly and waved. Seeing that she actually came dressed in sportswear and wearing a big baseball cap, she immediately teased, "Why did you come dressed like this? We're going to a high-end club, we'll get kicked out." Mian smiled and said, "Then just say I'm your personal bodyguard." Bai Shi's lips curled up, feeling somewhat pleased. Seeing her take off her hat, revealing a delicate little face, she immediately felt a surge of jealousy. Was this a level 10 beauty filter? How did she get even more beautiful after just 2 days? Her skin was actually even whiter than hers, glowing white. Bai Shi had specially dressed up today, yet she was still completely overshadowed by Mian's natural look. "Let's go, I'll take you to experience a high-end auction." Bai Shi picked up her bag and like a proud little princess, led Mian outside. This club is membership only, with extremely strict entry requirements, so strict that even having money won't get you in. They hold a small auction every weekend. Luckily, my cousin is part of the management at Nanfeng Group, so I have a bit of pull. You're really lucky. Mian was about to thank her, but her smile suddenly froze. Nanfeng Group's fondue? Yeah. It's normal that you haven't heard of him. Even most wealthy families don't have access to people at this level, Bai Shi said abruptly, her voice trailing off as she stared at Mian in disbelief. You know Feng Xiao? How could that be? The Southern Group is low-key and mysterious. If her cousin hadn't secretly revealed a glimpse of the iceberg crocodile to her, she wouldn't have known that above the wealthy families, there is an elite circle of top-tier families. Before today, she had never heard the name Feng Duji. How did Mian know about him? Mian's expression instantly grew serious. The Southern Group is the predecessor of the Nanfeng Base, one of the 4 major bases in the post-apocalyptic world, and the ruler of Nanfeng Base is Feng Duji. Feng Duji is a powerful wind element user, rumored that as long as there is wind, there is no one he cannot kill. He is a very terrifying figure. In her previous life, she almost died at Feng Duji's hands. Will Feng Duji appear at this kind of auction? How could he? Do you think young Master Feng is someone you can see just because you want to? Bai Shi looked at Mian as if she were an idiot. She herself had never even met young Master Feng. Mian took a deep breath, her fingers clenched tightly, and a trace of coldness flickered in her dark pupils. Fortune favors the bold, she was taking a gamble. Chapter 3: The Forsaken. The Nanfeng Society was located in the most expensive and quietest area of Huadu, a standalone 5-story building with a history of over 100 years. Mian glanced at the vintage European-style building before her, feeling a secret regret. In 3 months, such an artistic mansion would become ruins. The two entered the club and Bai Shi gave her cousin's name. The club's lobby manager with sharp eyes immediately recognized Bai Shi as a wealthy heiress. Looking at Mian, who wore the most ordinary sportswear, with skin as white as ivory, nearly perfect facial features, and jet black eyes like ink jade, sparkling with the full aura of spirit, he was instantly stunned. Yet her temperament was rather cold, like a rare camellia blooming in March still covered with a layer of spring frost, possessing a strange kind of beauty. The manager did not dare to be negligent at all. After confirming their identities, he personally escorted them upstairs. Is the auction being held in the first-floor lobby? Bai Shi was also entering such a high-end club for the first time. Seeing the Nanfeng Club's luxurious and magnificent interior, with its ultra-high vaulted European-style architecture and exquisite murals on the ceiling, she was secretly shocked by the sheer opulence. Yes. The manager smiled as he led the two into the appraisal room. Assistant, I should have informed you that our internal staff can consign items for sale at the club, but they must first undergo an internal valuation. Our auction items start at 5 million. May I ask what you two wish to auction? I can arrange for the relevant appraisal experts. 5 million? Bai Shi's heart skipped a beat. Damn, her brother hadn't mentioned this. It's ginseng. Mian looked up and said calmly. All right, please wait a moment, both of you. The manager hurried off to arrange for the relevant appraiser. Ginseng. As soon as Bai Shi heard it was ginseng, she immediately looked unwell. Mian, has your ginseng become some kind of spirit? Worth 5 million? It can't be something you just dug up from the mountains, right? You're going to ruin me. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Mian showed 2 sweet little dimples and was about to speak when the manager came out with an appraiser in his 50s. Miss Su, this is Master Jian, a well-known appraiser in the circle. Master Jian was very old-fashioned and serious. Seeing that Su Mian and Bai Shi were two pure and beautiful young girls, he unusually showed a bit more patience and said, "Are you two here to appraise wild ginseng?" In recent years, there has been a trend of collecting wild ginseng in the circle, but unfortunately, old wild ginseng is extremely rare, and century-old wild ginseng is even more uncommon. So valuable? Bai Shi widened her eyes. Only her grandfather's generation would collect wild ginseng. Is it that diamonds aren't luxurious enough or antiques not flashy enough? Collecting medicinal herbs is really quite cautious. Of course, there was once a 135-year-old wild ginseng that sold for tens of millions at auction. Wild ginseng is also called earth spirit or divine herb. This kind of naturally grown medicinal material is rare and hard to come by, Master Jian explained. Su Mian had been exposed to medicinal herbs since childhood, so she naturally knew the price of wild ginseng. She lowered her eyes, took out the ginseng from her backpack, placed it on the red velvet cloth on the table, and smiled faintly, saying, "Master Jian, please do an internal appraisal." Master Jian glanced carelessly, then his breath caught, his eyes flashing with fanatic light as he exclaimed, This is impossible. The form is delicate, the main roots like leather strips, clear and long, the root strands flexible and curved like a dancing dragon, dotted with pearls like starlight, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This is definitely a ginseng over 100 years old. No, not just that, far more than that. Master Jian was so excited his hands trembled slightly, and he hurried to fetch the instruments for testing. Seeing Master Jian's frenzied appearance, everyone was shocked, especially the manager of the Nanfeng Club, whose gaze toward Su Mian grew thoughtful. He was a collateral relative of the Feng family, responsible for the club's auctions, tasked with sourcing rare treasures for the family. Ordinary wealthy merchants and aristocrats chase after antiques and calligraphy to show refinement, but to them these things are like lifeless objects. In families with centuries of heritage, even a simple ceramic rice jar is an antique. What they seek are items imbued with all kinds of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, such as rare medicinal herbs naturally grown and exotic stones containing elemental power. If this wild ginseng is over 100 years old, he can directly purchase it and offer it to the family. The world is unstable nowadays, with continuous natural disasters. Not only has the Feng family been active, but other secluded families have also shown signs of movement. Especially the typhoon and golden rain from a couple of days ago, which even alarmed the young master, prompting him to make a special trip to Huaxia. 300 years, a 300-year-old ginseng, this lively form, this rich ginseng aroma, top quality indeed. Master Jian was already so excited after receiving the appraisal data that he was babbling incoherently. 300 years? Bai Shi and the club manager exclaimed in unison. Bai Shi was almost going crazy. A ginseng worth tens of millions? Had Su Shemian been hit on the head by the god of wealth while walking? Su Mian was both surprised and delighted, her palms covered in cold sweat. What kind of treasure was that scarlet jade gourd? The ginseng inside had grown for 300 years without dying. Fortunately, it wasn't a 1,000-year-old one, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten a single cent today, and she probably wouldn't be alive. The club manager's gaze toward Su Mian had already taken on a hint of strangeness. With a beaming smile he said, "Dear guests, please follow me to complete the necessary procedures." A 300-year-old wild ginseng, a highly nourishing elixir, could become one of the top 3 auction items tonight. No one knew where this young girl had gotten such a rare medicinal herb. Su Mian went to fill out the relevant forms, leaving her phone number and name, but did not fill in the address. She was very cautious in her actions now, especially after learning that this was Feng Du's territory. The only consolation was that when she was in elementary school, her grandmother had used her lifetime savings to buy a 40-square-meter school district apartment in a small county town for her school registration. The family address she had used since childhood was always that small rented apartment in the county town, but in reality she and her grandmother had always lived in the countryside. Even if someone investigated later, they could only find the county town address. In such a chaotic and famine-stricken era, it would be difficult to trace back to her hometown. "I've arranged for someone to take you both upstairs for dining. We have a private Michelin chef with all 8 major Chinese cuisines and Western delicacies available." After the formalities were completed, the manager said warmly with a smile, "No need, we have plans tonight. If this ginseng is auctioned off, just transfer the funds directly to my account," Su Mian said calmly, pulling the excited Bai Shi along with a faint smile. The manager of Nanfeng Club's smile faltered slightly, then he said, "All right, we will notify you as soon as possible." Su Mian pulled Bai Shi all the way out of Nanfeng Club. "Su Mian, have you lost your mind? A Michelin chef and an auction full of wealthy businessmen, and you actually dragged me away, just left." Bai Shi exclaimed in disbelief, almost wanting to smash her head with a hammer. In the late spring of March, the sky darkened very early. At this moment, the streetlights had just been lit. Mian pulled her to a secluded spot. Seeing that no one followed them inside, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "I'll treat you to a Michelin meal, so don't be angry. Nanfeng Group isn't an ordinary wealthy business. You should stay as far away from them as possible in the future. And your brother, if he can quit, he should resign as soon as possible." "What nonsense are you talking about? We just helped you, and you actually want my brother to quit?" Bai Shi shouted angrily. Seeing Mian's pupils darken deep, her snow-white skin glowing translucently under the streetlight, and her serious expression that didn't look like a joke, she was stunned for a moment. "Are you serious?" "Yes." Mian nodded. After the apocalypse, transportation was paralyzed, and the high temperatures and ferocious elemental beasts constantly threatened human safety. China established 4 large bases, and Nanfeng Base was the second largest at that time. In her previous life, she had moved to Dongyao Base and became the man's kept canary, while Bai Shi had gone south with her family to Nanfeng Base, beginning her own tragic life. When Mian saw her, Bai Shi was covered in wounds, not a single piece of skin intact, and the first thing she said was to ask for help in killing someone. In the apocalypse, women, especially those without special abilities, are as fragile as grass and can only become tools for satisfying lust. To change Bai Shi's fate, it was necessary to sever her ties with the Nanfeng Group. Moreover, Feng Du was ambitious, ruthless, and cruel. None of the Feng family were good people. "Young Master Feng, you have arrived." A line of black modified off-road vehicles silently stopped in front of the South Wind Club. The club manager who had earlier received Mian hurried forward with a group of people excitedly opening the door. The man got out of the car, tall and slender, dressed in a suit, glanced toward Mian, revealing a handsome yet cold face. Mian's pupils contracted, as if being stared at by a venomous snake. Her whole body shivered. She grabbed Bai Shi, lowered her head and said, "Don't make a sound, come with me." "What's wrong?" Bai Shi was confused, looked back, and saw a row of modified off-road vehicles parked in front of the club. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh my god, Mian, look, the third modified off-road vehicle, those lines, that body, so cool and domineering. I'd bet all my wealth that it's $1 million luxury car, absolutely." Mian's face turned pale. She grabbed her and ran wildly. "Stupid sister, you might lose your life." Feng Duji, the most terrifying assassination ability user in the apocalypse, that man kills without reason. "I never expected Feng Du to actually appear in Huadu. I really can't stay here any longer." The two of them ran wildly and disappeared into the night, without attracting anyone's attention. In front of the South Wind Club, Feng Du got out of the car and walked to the third SUV, knocking on the black car window and casually smiling. "Young Master Luo, isn't Huadu livelier than the deep mountains and forests? After so long of secluded cultivation, it's time to come out and stretch a bit, or else this prosperous era won't even know who we are." "Young Master Luo?" Upon hearing this, the club manager Feng Qi trembled all over, fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned as pale as paper. "Is it Luo Han from the Luo family, the heaven-scorned with the fated star of misfortune, known for his unpredictable temperament?" Chapter 4 Old Ginseng. The door of the black SUV opened, and the first to get out was a boy of about 18 or 19. The boy wore a fluffy rabbit fur coat, with red lips and white teeth, his phoenix eyes thin and upturned, showing a hint of cleverness and liveliness. "Wow, young Master Feng, is this your property in Huadu? So impressive." Luo Qi gushed, shamelessly flattering. "Not worth mentioning, can't compare to your young Master Luo." Feng Duji smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Among the 4 men around Luo Han, the youngest, Luo Qi, seemed innocent and carefree, but was actually the most cunning and even more difficult to deal with in Luo Han. Among the few major families still holding on to their legacy, the Luo family was in decline. Luo Han was a pariah, long since betrayed and rejected by his own clan. The Qin siblings were reckless fools and the Mu family had no ambition. In a few years, the Feng family would dominate alone. Naturally. By the way, our young master doesn't like crowds. With so many of you standing here in a dark mass, the air feels polluted. Luo Qi said disdainfully, waving his hand. Yet, his handsome appearance and lively, cute expression made it impossible to dislike him. "Feng Qi, have everyone withdraw." Feng Qi's voice trembled as he said yes. Feng Qi retreated with his men again and again, his calves trembling. It was said that those close to Luo Han never met a good end. How did this bad omen come out from the deep mountains and forests? It seemed like a natural anomaly. Indeed, the world was not peaceful. Feng Qi led his men backward, and only then did the man in the carriage come out. In March's Huadu, when the weather was just starting to warm but still cold, the moment the man appeared, Feng Qi and the others felt the temperature around them drop sharply, chilling them to the bone. The man was tall and slender, seemingly very sensitive to the cold, wearing a gray checkered cashmere sweater. His face was perfectly sculpted, pale and beautiful, like a sickly noble young master. However, his powerful aura still pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe, as if sitting on pins and needles. Not to mention Feng Qi and the others, even Feng Du's pupils contracted as he looked at Luo Hanqing's natural heterochromia, secretly shocked. Natural heterochromia. One eye pure like deep-sea crystal, the other burning like regional fire. When Luo Hanqing was born, it was predicted that he had the fate of a heavenly calamity lone star, destined to bring misfortune to all those close to him, and even doom the national fortune of Huaxia. Once this was known, the few great families who had been living in seclusion all reacted as if facing a great enemy. For thousands of years, Huaxia witnessed the most brilliant era of civilization, which gradually declined into an age of lawlessness. Once glorious families faded away one after another, leaving only a few that clung to life by relying on the nation's fortune. These few families are the Luo, Feng, Mu, and Qin clans. The four great families agreed to live in seclusion, each generation selecting only one member to enter the world. From birth, this member would be sent out, maintaining a faint connection with the outside world. This not only protected the national fortune of Huaxia but also preserved the last spark for themselves. Passed down through generations, the innate supernatural abilities in their bloodlines were greatly diminished, and they only possessed slightly more powers than ordinary people. Until Luo Hanqing was born. The Luo family had long held high positions in Huaxia. They calculated that the newborn child would doom the nation's fate. In a panic, they abandoned the young Luo Hanqing deep in the mountains, assuming he would be devoured by wolves or wild beasts. Unexpectedly, 20 years later, the grown Luo Hanqing single-handedly stormed into the Luo family's secluded refuge, seized power through bloody means, severely damaging the Luo family's vitality, and became the ruler of the Luo family. Just as the three great families were on high alert, they discovered that Luo Hanqing was naturally cold and moody. After taking revenge on the Luo family, he returned to the deep mountains and rarely appeared. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, turning a blind eye and coexisting peacefully. The end times no longer tolerated their existence. As long as the fighting didn't reach their doorstep, it was better to just survive quietly for now. Young Master Luo, the banquet has already been set up inside. Let's go in, Feng Duji said with a smile, withdrawing his thoughts. The pale, sickly, and reclusive noble son nodded coldly, glanced at the empty street, and sensed that faint, elusive scent in the air, a light, enticing sweetness that, amidst the murky atmosphere of rampant material desires, was like a clear spring. The man's crystal-clear pupils narrowed slightly, feeling something unusual. Just as everyone was about to enter the club, a flashy red sports car roared over and came to a sudden stop in front of the club's entrance. A wild man with a head of unruly long hair jumped out of the car, laughing loudly. The traffic in Huadu is damn terrible. If I had known it would be this bad, I would have flown here by plane. Qin Shirtsui, the eldest son of the Qin family, saw Luo Hanqing and his eyes lit up. Finally caught up, he didn't expect the typhoon and rain in the east to have stirred Luo Hanqing. That wolf cub from the Feng family is too sinister. Nobody knows when he got involved with Luo Hanqing, but he actually managed to invite him to his own clubhouse. Everyone knows Luo Hanqing likes to keep to himself and hates family scions like them the most. When did young Master Luo arrive in Huadu? Why didn't anyone notify me? I could have hosted a welcome party for the brothers. Qin Shirtsui shouted enthusiastically. Luo Hanqing glanced at him but said nothing, his expression very indifferent. Young Master Qin, our young master is afraid of the cold and it's freezing here in Huadu. Let's go inside and talk. Luo Qi quickly and cleverly smoothed things over. Smiling on the outside but inwardly thinking MMP, are the Qin siblings out of their minds? Everyone else avoids their young master like the plague. Yet Qin Shirtsui and Qin Shirua stick to him like glue all day long. Fortunately that Miss Qin wasn't here, otherwise, the young master might have turned his face away and left on the spot. It is indeed a bit cold, let's go inside and talk, Feng Duji said with a smile. The group entered the Namfeng Club and went straight up to the VIP lounge on the top floor. After dismissing the idle onlookers, Feng Duji did not avoid Qin Shirtsui. He took out a special white jade porcelain bottle and said, 3 days ago, when the typhoon passed through, there was a brief golden rain in the east. The Feng family was fortunate enough to collect some of the rainwater. Please take a look. Feng Duji opened the bottle, and the room, which had the heating on, suddenly felt several degrees cooler. Qin Shirtsui's constitution was fire-based, and he immediately felt this faint aura clashing with his nature. He exclaimed, "Water elemental power? How is this possible?" In the age of the end of the law, everyone knows how turbid the breath of heaven and earth has become, especially in recent years with global warming, vegetation destruction, and various pollutions damaging natural life. The elemental power we draw from heaven and earth is pitifully little, but this rain contains abundant water elements, Feng Du said. Not only that, the wood element uprising in the west caused forest fires, and the fire element rampage in the north led to red snow falling across the land. You two surely know about this. Qin Shirtsue chuckled softly. The Qin family's main base is in the north, so naturally, he knew about the fire element rampage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received the news and rushed straight to Huadu. In my opinion, the element uprisings are a good thing. The more elemental power there is, the stronger our abilities become. Using supernatural powers, we no longer have to fear backlash, Qin Shirtsue said with a carefree laugh. After the arrival of the age of the end of the law, the elemental power of heaven and earth almost vanished. The four great families barely surviving were forced into seclusion. The Qin family lived for years in volcanic regions absorbing fire elements, the Mu family hid deep in the ancient forests of southern Yunnan, and the Feng family moved to the southeastern coastal areas, living in seclusion for hundreds of years. Each generation was worse than the last. It was incredibly frustrating. Young Master Luo, what do you think? Feng Duzi looked at Luo Han. When he was a child, he was abandoned in the deep mountains and forests. No one knew how Luo Han survived, but there was no doubt that among the countless generations of their fallen noble family, he was the one with the best innate talent and abilities. After all, the Luo family cultivates water elements, and Earth has 70% water resources. No matter how murky the atmosphere between heaven and earth is, the power of the water element is still countless times stronger than that of other elements. The man lowered his eyes, looking at the white jade porcelain bottle, and stretched out his long, fair, and distinctly jointed fingers. The evaporated water vapor instantly solidified into ice-blue shards of ice, falling to the ground. Transforming water into ice, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Watching the shattered ice melt into droplets, the man stood up, his pale and beautiful face cold as a trace of temperature, speaking indifferently. The age of lawlessness is coming to an end. These natural disasters are a warning. Everyone felt a chill throughout their bodies. The end of the age of lawlessness meant a surge in elemental power. Ordinary people could also evolve into supernaturals. According to the law of conservation of energy in heaven and earth, could the terrifying apocalypse really be coming? Xiaoqi, let's go back. Luo Han had come this time specifically to see the golden rain in the east. Now, seeing the water element power contained in the rain, his suspicions were confirmed, so he was too lazy to stay any longer. Okay, young master. The 17 or 18-year-old boy picked up the snack he had been craving on the table, tucked it into his arms, and happily went to open the door. Outside the door, Feng Qi and his men carried a pile of items to be auctioned tonight. Seeing that the gathering inside had dispersed so quickly, they hurriedly retreated to the side with their attendants. The man caught a faint, enticingly sweet scent in the air. He stopped in his tracks and looked at the carved wooden box in the attendant's hand. The scent here was even stronger, stirring his blood and igniting a fire within his heart. A wild voice inside him was saying, "Obtain it." Such a strong medicinal fragrance, and it seems to carry elemental power as well? Qin Shirtsue, who had followed behind, saw Luo Han stop and quickly stepped forward to open the box. The box was opened, revealing a gracefully shaped ginseng lying on red velvet cloth, with a strong aura of water and wood elemental power spreading out, making one feel completely refreshed. This is a 300-year-old wild ginseng. A guest left it here for consignment at the club, Feng Qi quickly explained, not daring to breathe heavily. Since young Master Luo likes it, this ginseng is a gift for young Master Luo, Feng Duzi said with a smile as he stepped forward to take a glance, feeling slightly disdainful. It was just a 300-year-old ginseng after all. Its elemental power was weak and not even wind element, so it was of no use to him. The Luo family really has fallen, huh? They can't even move past a 300-year-old ginseng? Luo Qi's black eyes darted around, and seeing that his young master unusually took a liking to an item, he excitedly said, "Thank you, young Master Feng, but our young master may not have much else, just a lot of money. Whatever the starting price for this ginseng is, we'll pay 3 times that." "The starting price is 30 million, Feng Qi said, a thin sweat breaking out on his forehead. 90 million? Can we transfer the money?" Luo Qi asked happily, pulling out his phone like he was presenting a treasure. Although he had lived in the deep mountains for years, he was a kid who kept up with the times and knew how to do face recognition transfers and all that. After the transfer was successful, Luo Qi carried the sky-high price ginseng and returned fully loaded. The black modified off-road vehicle quickly disappeared into the night. The man sat in the back seat, looking at the ginseng inside the carved wooden box. The enclosed space in the car made the sweet and enticing aroma even stronger, stirring the deepest desires within him. Smelling this scent, Luo Han felt that the headaches caused by his long-term psychic backlash had eased considerably. Find out who the host of this ginseng is. The pale and handsome nobleman lowered his eyes and gave the order in a low, hoarse voice. Chapter 5 Cold Pool Village. Mian and Bai Shi ran wildly away from the Nanfeng Club, then the two found a nearby restaurant to eat. Mian treated. What did you mean by what you said earlier? Bai Shi looked at her suspiciously. Be honest, did something happen to you? Is that ginseng really yours? It's no wonder Bai Shi was overthinking. Mian's family was poor, and now she suddenly pulled out such a precious ginseng, and even knew that the behind-the-scenes boss of Nanfeng Club was Feng Du, someone even more impressive than her. Could it be that Mian was being kept by a super-rich tycoon? It's mine, Mian said with a smile when she saw her doubtful expression. You should know my hometown is in the Western Mountains. The village can't grow rice. Everyone there digs for medicinal herbs and keeps bees to make a living. This ginseng was dug up by my grandmother in the mountains. Mian half-truthfully explained the origin of the ginseng. As for making your brother resign, it's because the apocalypse is coming, Mian said seriously. Bai Shi was stunned for a moment, then covered her waist and giggled. You're so funny, Mian. I never realized you were this funny before, especially silly, especially Chinibu, you know. Mian smiled. She knew that the more serious she was, the more others would think she was joking. Just think of it as a survival experience game. It's always good to learn more about apocalypse survival skills, Mian said with a helpless smile. There have been disasters all over the country lately. I plan to take a long leave to go home and see my grandmother. Request a long leave? It's only been a month since school started. Bai Shi was dumbfounded. I won't fail even if I self-study. Bai Shi immediately shut down. During the meal, Mian took every opportunity to instill some basic knowledge about surviving the apocalypse into Bai Shi. Bai Shi was impressionable. Although she didn't fully believe it, she still took it to heart. After eating, Bai Shi asked the driver to take Mian to school while she herself went home to stay. Back in the dormitory, Mian received a call from Feng Qi. Miss Su, hello, your ginseng has been auctioned off. The final price was 90 million. After deducting a 5% fee, the total is 85,500,000. 90 million? Mian could hardly believe her ears. A single ginseng sold for such an astronomical price? The amount is quite large. Would you prefer to issue a check or make a transfer? Feng Qi asked. Transfer, Mian said decisively. Although it was a huge sum considering the Feng family's background, perhaps the bank itself was controlled by them, so transferring tens of millions definitely wouldn't have a limit. Feng Qi's voice carried a hint of disappointment. All right, Miss Su, if you come across such rare medicinal materials again, remember to come to our Nanfeng Club. After some polite exchanges, Mian's account was credited with over 80 million. She looked at the message, counted the 8 digits in her bank account, and felt a surge of excitement. With these 80 million, she could make a lot of preparations. Seeing that Yuan Jun had not returned yet, Mian quickly entered her gourd space. Although there were no sun, moon, or stars in the space, it was still in a state of eternal brightness. A day and a night passed, and the watermelon seeds Mian had planted earlier had not sprouted yet, but the strawberry seedlings were growing lush and green. She took out a cup of spring water from the gourd space, but this time Mian did not drink it, fearing she would oversleep again like the first time after drinking the spring water. After booking the train ticket back to the county town for tomorrow night, Mian packed her clothes and daily necessities into her suitcase, stuffed it into the gourd space, and then fell asleep from exhaustion. Early the next morning, Mian went to the department head to sign for a 1-month leave. After getting the leave approved, she went straight to the mini warehouse to pick up goods, loading all the previously purchased supplies, including 1,000 jin of rice, into the gourd space, then headed to catch the train. After boarding the 7 p.m. train, Mian sent Bai Shi a message. I'm going home. Once I'm settled, come visit me at my place. Bai Shi quickly replied. Sure, I haven't been to the mountains to play yet. Mian smiled faintly, then her smile faded. There were less than 3 months until the apocalypse truly arrived. During these 3 months, natural disasters across the world would continuously escalate, and she had to rush back to prepare. After the world became a furnace, daytime temperatures under the scorching sun reached as high as 1,000 degrees Celsius. Only at night would the temperature drop to around 100 degrees Celsius. People who evolved into superpowered beings had enhanced physical abilities and some resistance to the heat, allowing them to be active at night. However, as soon as dawn broke, even the strongest superpowered beings could not walk in the 1,000-degree heat and had to hide in their bases. Besides the terrifying heat, there were also omnipresent elemental beasts. Humans evolved into superpowered beings under the high temperatures, while the various elements raging across the world gathered and evolved into ferocious elemental beasts. The most common are fire element beasts. Killing fire element beasts can yield fire element pearls. Killing water element beasts can obtain water element pearls, and killing wood element beasts can obtain wood element pearls. These pearls contain the purest elemental power and are key for the advancement of those with special abilities. Mian has not yet awakened any combat abilities, so she has no intention of becoming a mercenary in the apocalypse to kill element beasts in exchange for element pearls and settle down in a large base. Mian's eyes are sharp. She plans to build a small refuge herself, taking care of the village's elderly and lonely for 2 years. Her hometown, Han village, has the means to do this because there is a 1,000-year-old cold pond on the mountain behind their village. When she was little, Mian often went up the mountain with her grandmother to pick wild jujubes, wild persimmons, and wild chestnuts. Whenever they passed by the 1,000-year-old cold pool, they would wash their little feet there. The pool's water was icy cold all year round with no vegetation growing in it, and its depth was bottomless. Because Cold Pool Village was surrounded by mountains on all sides, with rugged mountain paths and extremely inconvenient transportation, it was the poorest village in the county. The 1,000-year-old cold pool had therefore always been neglected. In times of peace and prosperity, a cold pool in a poor mountain would not even have the chance to become a tourist attraction, but in the high-temperature furnace apocalypse, this 1,000-year-old cold pool was a paradise. Mian hugged her bag and fell asleep to the clattering sound of the train. When she returned to her hometown, the first thing she did was to find the village chief to contract the entire mountain, claiming the 1,000-year-old cold pond under her name. The train traveled for more than 20 hours and arrived in Anyang County the next afternoon. Mian left the train station and didn't take a tricycle home. Instead, she first bought her grandmother's favorite jujube cake and plums, then bought some fruit to take to her cousin's house. Mian's cousin Li Hongqi was not a blood relative but a sworn relative from the same village, established during their grandfather's generation. Li Hongqi was among the first batch of people to move out of Han village. In earlier years he sold breakfast in the county town and did some small businesses. Later he switched to selling tiles, and in recent years his life has been quite prosperous. The villagers were simple and honest. 15 years ago, when Mian's grandmother emptied the family savings to buy a school district house for Mian in the small county town, Li Hongqi helped a lot. Later, when Mian was in elementary school, she also lived at Li Hongqi's house and only started boarding school after entering middle school. To repay the favor, the Su family small house was always used as a warehouse by Li Hongqi. For the first 10 years it was free of charge, and in recent years, they only symbolically charged a few hundred yuan per month. Since it was Monday, Uncle Biao's little chubby kid hadn't finished school yet. Mian placed the fruit in the tile shop and called out crisply, "Uncle, I came to see you. How have you and Auntie been lately?" Mian, why are you back? Don't you have classes at school?" There was no one in Li Hongqi's shop. Seeing her come in carrying a bunch of fruit, he immediately broke into a broad smile and said honestly, "Wait a bit. I'll have your aunt kill an old hen. We'll have dinner at our place tonight. Last time your grandma even had the village chief bring us 50 local eggs." Since the village couldn't grow grain, Mian's grandmother raised a pig and 10 chickens at home. By the end of the year, when the pig was fattened, they would take it to the county town to sell. Not only would they have meat to eat, but they could also save some money. As for the eggs laid by the hens, most were saved for Mian to eat or given as gifts. "No, I just came to see you and Auntie. I'm about to take a tricycle back home," Mian smiled. "Uncle, this time I'm back to work on a school project. I might need to find a construction team. Do you know any reliable people around here?" Yes, there are plenty of construction teams, very reliable. If you need anything, just talk to Uncle, don't be polite," Li Hongqi said with a smile. Mian was the first college student from Han village, and she was also the top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam. When the results came out, the county's no. One high school specially invited a lion dance team, paraded through the county town with banners, and finally ended up at Li Hongqi's tile shop. It was a huge sensation at the time. Li Hongqi was so excited he could hardly speak. He hadn't even finished elementary school, yet his adopted niece became the top scorer in the college entrance exam, bringing honor to their ancestors as well. Yes, honor indeed. So the Li family always treated Mian like a precious golden nugget. Whatever Mian said, they never questioned it, it was always right. Mian smiled broadly. She no longer had to worry about the construction team. "All right then, Uncle, I'll go back to see my grandmother first, and I'll come to visit you and Aunt in a couple of days." "Okay, I'll have someone send you back." Because Han village was poor and had a small population, there wasn't even a bus, only tricycles were cheap enough and willing to run. Li Hongqi paid 10 yuan for the tricycle fare, and had someone send Mian to the entrance of Han village. Su Mian sat on the tricycle, breathing in the fresh countryside air, looking at the place where she was born and raised, her heart burning like a blazing fire. In her previous life, Handan village turned to ashes under the scorching heat. Anyang County became a stronghold for elemental beasts, and her grandmother, the village chief, the elders, children, and her cousin's family all perished. This time she returned early, carrying over 80 million in her arms, determined not to let the tragedy repeat. Chapter 6. The Body of Water and Fire. Handan village is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only a winding mountain path leading into the village. Aside from its remoteness and poverty, the village boasts a beautiful environment, with warm spring-like weather all year round, making it an ideal place for recuperation. The mountains were rich in resources. In earlier years, wild fruit trees and medicinal herbs could be dug up at will, and wild animals roamed everywhere. Su Mian's childhood was spent in the mountains, picking wild fruits in autumn, catching frozen little animals in winter, harvesting spring bamboo shoots, and wild vegetables in spring, and in summer, escaping the heat by the cold pond in the mountains, doing homework, catching cicadas and bullfrogs. After experiencing the bloody and treacherous apocalypse, Handan village became the pure land that Su Mian wanted to protect deep in her heart. When Su Mian arrived at the village entrance, she saw village chief Li Dali driving 3 sheep down from the mountain. From a distance, he called out, "Xiao Mian, why are you back home?" "Hello, Grandpa village chief." Su Mian waved her hand and looked at the 3 tile-roofed houses at the foot of the mountain. Her eyes instantly grew a little moist. She had been homeless for 3 years. "Go home quickly to see your grandmother," the village chief said with a chuckle. "All right," Han Tan replied. The houses in Handan village were all single-story tile-roof buildings with high beams, very airy and comfortable to live in. Every household had a fence around their yard to raise poultry. The village chief's family raised 3 sheep, Su Mian's grandmother raised a pig, and the other families kept chickens and ducks. When Su Mian arrived at the doorstep, she saw some wild vegetables dug up from the mountain drying in the yard. Her grandmother was sitting under the jujube tree in the yard, wearing reading glasses and mending shoe soles. Next to her was an old-fashioned radio playing opera. "Grandma, I'm back." Su Mian pushed open the courtyard gate, her eyes already moist, and hugged Grandma Su tightly, burying her head in her arms. Grandma Su was both surprised and delighted. She didn't bother with her shoe soles, took off her reading glasses, patted Su Mian's head and smiled kindly. "Aren't you supposed to return to school on the 15th of the lunar month? Why are you back so soon?" "I missed you." Su Mian choked up, then quickly wiped her eyes, took out several cans of plums and a big bag of jujube cakes from her backpack, and turned her tears into a smile. "Grandma, I bought you jujube cakes and sour plums." "Oh good. You eat them yourself. Haven't you eaten yet? Grandma will make you dinner." Grandma Su smiled so broadly that her eyes narrowed into slits. "Grandma, Xiao Mian, is Xiao Mian back?" Old Lu next door pushed open the courtyard gate and said with a smile, "I picked a pumpkin, I'll cook it for Xiao Mian tonight." "Grandma Su, this is a rabbit our Hua caught in the mountains before, and some rabbit meat. You can cook it for Su Mian." Aunt Lu at the end of the village also brought something. "Little sister, I still have 2 sausages at home. Boil them for Xiao Mian tonight. Kids need good food to grow." Village chief Li Dali also brought over 2 sausages. The village was small, with only 7 households in total. As soon as Su Mian returned, the whole village knew immediately, and everyone came by carrying something. Grandma Su smiled with a face full of wrinkles and quickly asked Su Mian to divide the jujube cakes she bought, giving everyone 2 pieces each. Then she went back inside to get some of the New Year's nuts and dried fruits that she hadn't dared to eat. "Xiao Mian, why did you suddenly come back this time? Isn't school in session?" Village chief Li Dali asked with a smile, puffing on his tobacco pipe. "I'm back to do a research project, Grandpa village chief. I happen to have something to ask for your help," Su Mian said with a smile. "I want to contract the hill in our village, including the pond behind the mountain. The funding will come from the school to conduct research on the species in the mountains." "Is there such a good opportunity?" Li Dali laughed. "No problem, I'll go to the county tomorrow to help you inquire about the paperwork." The villagers were simple and hadn't read much. They had a blind trust in the only child from the village who had passed the exams to leave, so Su Mian didn't even need to explain. Everyone gathered around Su Mian chatting until it was almost dark, then they dispersed to go home and cook. Su Mian's grandmother had already cooked the rice, was steaming sausages and pumpkin, and had washed a bunch of fresh wild vegetables from the mountains, preparing to cook them together with the cured meat. Watching her grandmother busy at the stove, Su Mian felt warmth in her heart. This was the life she had been longing for. Peaceful, warm, with family by her side. In the apocalypse, Su Mian's life wasn't actually too bad. Apart from Luo Han being domineering and possessive, restricting her freedom, and making her suffer a bit in bed, in almost every other aspect she was practically pampered. Luo Han ate meat, so Su Mian could eat meat too. In fact, many times when Su Mian was vegetarian, that man would even force her to eat meat. But after all, he was a stranger. She was not a senseless tool. This kind of inherently unequal, sick relationship, like that of a master and a female slave, was something she couldn't adapt to. Fortunately, now she had a new choice. Su Mian lowered her eyes, exhaling softly, clearing away all the chaotic memories of her past life from her mind. After a meal of home-cooked dishes, Su Mian ate until she was full. When she finished, she went to wash the dishes, boiled a large pot of hot water, and soaked her feet with her grandmother to dispel the cold. What exactly happened this time you came back? Don't try to fool me with that story you used on Grandpolly, Grandma Su said thoughtfully, holding her hand. No university lets second-year students in their first month of classes go home to do research projects at their own expense. Su Mian knew her grandmother was different from the villagers of Handan village. Grandma was educated and literate with considerable insight. She taught Su Mian to recite and read when she was young and taught her the principles of being a person. More precisely, the two of them had wandered to Handan village. Neither she nor her grandmother were native to the village. Su Mian knew she couldn't hide it, bit her lip, and said softly, "I told you, don't be too surprised. I had a dream that 3 months later the apocalypse would come. The whole world would turn into a high-temperature furnace, and people walking under the sun would spontaneously combust into ashes. No animals or plants would be spared, and the world would fall into disaster." Grandma Su was shocked, hugged her little granddaughter, and patted her back to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, it's just a dream. Grandma is here." "It's a prophetic dream, Grandma." Su Mian looked up at her steadily and said seriously, "I dreamed of the fate of everyone around me, clearly as if I had experienced it in a past life. The apocalypse will definitely come. I came back this time to save myself. Grandma, in a while there will be landslides in the mountains. The 2 mountains in front of our house will collapse. Then you'll understand what I'm saying is true." Su Mian remembered that when the landslides happened in the mountains, there wasn't even any news coverage. She only found out after calling home because at that time, natural disasters were happening all over Huaxia, and all the news was suppressed. Grandma Su showed a hint of terror, closed her eyes, tightly held the Buddha pendant around her neck, and whispered lowly, "Ba, please protect Xiao Mian and keep her safe." At night, the grandmother and granddaughter squeezed into one quilt to sleep, not mentioning a word about the apocalyptic prophetic dream, only talking about trivial daily matters. Su Mian knew that Grandma believed at least half of it, and the other half would have to be proven by time. Huadu. The night was deep and thick. A small waning crescent moon climbed up the tall building, quietly hanging on the horizon. The man suddenly woke up from his dream. His muscles tense all over, breathing heavily. His light-colored, glassy pupils blended with the night, while the other heterochromatic eye faintly flickered with flames. The man turned on the light, his hands weakly propping himself up at the edge of the bed, a sharp pain stabbing his temples. Luo Han pressed his lips together, his face pale as snow, his gaze burning hotly at the small box of ginseng placed on the bedside table, reaching out to grab it. Luo Qi, who was sleeping in the outer room, opened his eyes. Like a carp flipping over, he quickly rushed into the room. Seeing Luo Han's lips turning pale and the room feeling like an ice cave, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly took out the homemade strong liquor he always carried and urgently said, "Young master, have a sip of this strong liquor." Luo Han shook his head. Even if the cold inside his body would freeze him into an ice sculpture, he still picked up the box of ginseng on the bedside table, inhaling the faint scent that was almost gone. The 4 great families only knew that his supernatural talent was the best in 100 years, but apart from Luo Qi and the other 3, no one knew how severe. His backlash was so severe that he couldn't sleep at night, and when the backlash hit, it felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, unbearably painful. Back then, in his eagerness to succeed quickly, his body absorbed a chaotic mix of elemental powers. Only the dual elements of water and fire could be refined by him. The other elemental powers lay dormant inside his body, occasionally erupting all at once. If the body is like a vessel, then his body was a porcelain bottle full of cracks. "Young master, eating ginseng won't help. Drink wine to dispel the cold." Luo Qi's eyes were red with urgency. This wine was extremely potent and contained a large amount of fire elemental power, which could quickly dissolve the cold inside Luo Han's body. Fortunately, the young master's body was attuned to both water and fire elements, cultivating both simultaneously, otherwise he would have long since become an ice sculpture. Luo Han took the ginseng, inhaled the gentle medicinal fragrance and the power of the water element. His expression gradually softened, and he said hoarsely, "It's nothing." Luo Qi saw that his complexion was indeed slowly improving, his eyes returning to normal, and was instantly dumbfounded, exclaiming in surprise, "Young master, is this ginseng even more effective than strong liquor?" Luo Han pondered upon hearing this. Although the ginseng was not particularly aged, it contained a peculiar power, mild and gentle, calming the mind and nourishing the body. He had actually been able to sleep these past 2 days and even dream. Thinking of the dream he just had, the man's expression grew even more solemn. His long jade-like fingers clenched as he dreamed of a woman whose face he could not see. Whenever he got close to her, a wild thought screamed inside him, as if she was born to belong to him, exclusively his alone. He was abandoned by heaven and earth from birth, rejected by his family, a cursed person. If that curse belonged solely to him, he would stop at nothing to obtain it. Chapter 7: Stockpiling Supplies. The next day, Mian got up early, carrying a bamboo basket on her back, taking her hunting bow and arrows, going up the mountain to pick spring bamboo shoots, gather wild vegetables, and then survey the surroundings of the cold pond. Living off the mountain and water, every household in the village had bows and arrows. In earlier years, the mountain roads were not built, and the village was isolated from the outside world. The villagers relied on hunting to get meat to eat. Influenced by what she saw and heard, Mian also learned to shoot arrows. In winter, she would go up the mountain to pick up some frozen small animals, hitting each one with a single arrow. The cold pond was on the back mountain, about 4 kilometers from the village. Mian walked through a large wild bamboo forest, breaking off sprouting bamboo shoots and tossing them into a bamboo basket as she went. After about half an hour, when the basket was full of bamboo shoots, she saw the cold pond at the edge of the forest ahead. The cold pond was backed by a big mountain. Because it was on the shady side, it never received sunlight all year round. The pond water appeared even deeper and colder. In the March weather, the lake surface was covered with thick ice. A few wild pheasants with colorful tails were foraging by the cold pond. She held her breath, set down the bamboo basket on her back, carefully drew her bow and arrow, and aimed at the most beautiful and plump wild pheasant among them. Perhaps due to her intense concentration, Mian found her vision surprisingly sharp, able to clearly see the feather patterns of the wild pheasant, as if equipped with an 8 times magnifying scope. She steadily released the first arrow, hitting the bullseye. Mian's eyes lit up as she grabbed the bamboo basket and stepped forward, picking up the shot wild pheasant and tossing it into the basket. Then she crossed the frozen 1,000-year-old cold pond and began to scout around. The cold pond covers an area of 10 acres, roughly the size of a football field, and only thaws during the summer months. Mian took out her phone and snapped several photos. She looked at the spot near the mountain by the cold pond, where there was a naturally inward curving cave. It just needed to be dug a little deeper and polished up to build a stone house. Stone houses don't spontaneously combust, stay warm in winter and cool in summer, and with the thick mountain body, they can effectively insulate. In front of the house, there was the millennium-old cold pond that lowered the temperature, making it an ideal place in the apocalypse. After surveying the terrain, Mian walked around the mountain. By the time she returned to Cold Pond Village, she was carrying a full bamboo basket of spring bamboo shoots, wild vegetables, 3 wild pheasants, and a plump wild rabbit. Grandma Su was just finishing breakfast, having made tengyuan, steamed a pot of sweet potatoes, and stir-fried some fresh wild vegetables from the mountain as a side dish, paired with their homemade pickled crisp radish, a truly abundant meal. "Mian, why did you go up the mountain to hunt? The village chief said that recently the animals in the mountain have been running out, so we should go up the mountain less. It's easy to encounter jackals and tigers." Grandma Su, seeing the 3 wild pheasants and wild rabbits, hurriedly warned with concern. "Okay, I just wandered around the back mountain, didn't dare to go into the deep forest behind." Mian put down the bamboo basket, showing a mouthful of white teeth, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled. "I'm taking a wild pheasant to Grandpa Village Chief, and later I have to go to the county with him." "Go ahead." Grandma Su smiled. Mian carried the largest wild pheasant to the village chief Li Dali's house. The tile-roofed house was drafty everywhere and cold and quiet. Grandpa Village Chief was not at home, so she hung the wild pheasant under a tree in the yard and went home to have breakfast. Village Chief Li Dali is a native of Handan Village, just over 50 years old. His wife passed away early, leaving him with only one son, Li Changsheng, whom he raised alone, acting as both father and mother. Li Changsheng turned out to be quite successful. After finishing junior high school, he got into a vocational school, then moved to a coastal city. After graduation, he started his own business, which grew bigger and bigger. He married a city woman and lived a fulfilling life. However, Li Changxing's wife looked down on her father-in-law for being from a rural background, and their relationship was strained. Li Dali also had a hot temper. After staying at his son's house for 3 months, he packed up his things and quickly returned to Handan Village, saying he wanted to die there. Li Changxing wholeheartedly listened to his wife, sending a little money to his old father every year, but he hadn't returned to Handan village for several years, and the father-son relationship was quite strained. After Su Mian finished breakfast, she saw the village chief Li Dali carrying that wild pheasant back again. From a distance he laughed heartily. "Xiao Mian, after you finish eating, I'll take you to the county. You must have caught this wild pheasant yourself, right? I still have some meat at home, so you can save this for your grandmother to eat." "There's still some at home." Grandma Su quickly got up. "Xiao Mian went up the mountain early this morning to hunt it." Su Mian listened with a smile as they argued over a wild pheasant, then went inside to grab her backpack and said with a smile, "Grandma, I'm going to the county with Grandpa, the village chief." In the end, Li Dali happily took the wild pheasant back, and with Su Mian, drove the family's tricycle to the county. The contract for the mountain was handled very smoothly. Handan village was originally a poor and remote place, relying on financial subsidies from the county every year. Now that someone was coming to provide money, the county welcomed it eagerly. Su Mian contracted the mountain where the 1,000-year-old Handan was located for 100,000 yuan per year. To avoid drawing too much attention by paying too much, she only contracted it for 1 year. After finishing, Su Mian went straight to her cousin Li Hongqi's house, gave her the photos taken of the back mountain, and asked her to help find a construction team to dig a cave and build a stone house. "Why build a stone house out of the blue? Doing research or something?" Li Hongqi said, puzzled. "Breaking ground like this costs quite a bit." "It's fine, uncle, I have sponsorship," Su Mian smiled. "Even so, you have to spend carefully. I'll help keep an eye on it for you." "All right, thanks." The construction team entered the mountain 2 days later, and the project was carried out in full swing. With Li Hongqi overseeing the construction, Su Mian was free to handle other matters. First, the watermelon seeds in the gourd space sprouted, and a small watermelon patch burst into green, instantly bringing vitality to the entire space. Even the air became sweet, and the spring water grew clearer. Next, the strawberry seedlings began to bloom. Su Mian was overjoyed at the sight. She dug up 2 more plots of land and planted sweet potatoes, chili peppers, cucumbers, green beans, and other vegetables. She also built a small warehouse in the gourd space, bought extra-large shelves, neatly organized the previously purchased rice and other food items, and then began the second round of stockpiling. The second batch stocked up on daily necessities and clothes. From toothpaste and toothbrushes, shampoo, tissues to silk quilts, silk pillows, and clothes for all seasons, Su Mian chose high-quality items and stocked them by the box. She had over 80 million in huge funds, which she had to spend all within 3 months, or else it would all become worthless. In the apocalypse, everyone bartered goods. The currency in circulation was energy beads from elemental beasts. Forget money, even gold and jewels were worthless. The third batch consisted of large appliances, starting with solar power storage panels. In the post-apocalyptic world, solar energy was the main power source. Su Mian bought 4 sets of storage panels as well as freezers, water purifiers, electric fans, air conditioners, and a full set of kitchen appliances, 4 of each. The logistics were sent directly to her cousin's warehouse in the county town. The fourth batch was stocked with medicine. In the post-apocalyptic world, the physical indices of those with supernatural abilities had evolved, but diseases still could not be eradicated. The most horrifying news she had heard in her previous life was about a small base in the south where a plague broke out due to high temperatures, killing over 1,000 people with no survivors. Most of the medicines Su Mian stocked were Western antibiotics. After all 4 batches of supplies arrived, Su Mian quietly stored them in her gourd space, instantly occupying half of the 100-plus square meter space. The days flew by quickly, and soon it was the May Day Labor Day holiday. The whole country entered an early heat wave, with temperatures exceeding 40 degrees in many places. The temperatures in several furnace cities had already reached 50 degrees, and people nationwide were relying on air conditioning to survive. Every day the news reported people dying from heat stroke, as well as air conditioning repair workers who died from being exposed to the scorching sun. In addition, a severe drought appeared in the north, with no rain falling for more than 3 consecutive months. Su Mian followed the forum daily, where apocalyptic discussions were increasing. Many people had already started survival training, and were stockpiling food and medical supplies, with various live streams showing people hoarding resources. Su Mian's 1-month leave had ended, and she had not returned past the deadline. "Su Mian, when exactly are you coming back? The counselor can't find you and has asked me several times." She sent a video call, blinking her innocent big eyes, and said, "Also, seniors and juniors from various departments, I get at least 10 messages a day asking about your whereabouts. Strange, why is everyone asking me?" Su Mian smiled gently because she had changed her phone number when she left Huadu, and currently only she knew her whereabouts. "Not coming back for now. Su Mian carried a basket of freshly picked wild fruits down the mountain. By the way, the strawberries I planted are ripe. I sent you a box to the school. Remember to pick it up at the gatehouse. Just yesterday the strawberries planted by Su Mian ripened, with each plant bearing no less than 20 strawberries. Each one was bright red and translucent, juicy and crystal clear, about the size of an egg. As for the taste, it was indescribable, sweet, juicy, and incredibly delicious. Su Mian sent a small basket to each household, and there were still quite a few left, so she sent a box to Baishi. Aya, this damn weather in Huadu is really like a hot dog. Everything you send over just rots, Baishi complained. It's only May now. How are we supposed to get through the summer vacation? Summer vacation? Su Mian lowered her eyes. After June, the whole world would turn into a furnace. By the way, Su Mian, the buyer who bought your ginseng before came to ask me about your whereabouts. Baishi blinked her big eyes and asked excitedly, a very, very handsome guy. He said he wants to keep buying your ginseng. I gave him your WeChat. Did he add you? Su Mian's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, her smile faded, and she asked softly, no, he didn't add me. What's his name? What does he look like? Baishi was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, I forgot. I only remember he was very handsome, so strange. Su Mian felt a chill in her chest. It wouldn't be surprising if the buyer went to ask Baishi, but the key was that Baishi couldn't remember the other party's appearance. That could only mean one thing. The other party might possess special abilities and deliberately blurred their own features. She had been targeted. Chapter 8: The mountain collapsed. After the May Day Labor Day holiday, a nationwide heat warning was issued. Coupled with a severe drought in the north, the scorching sun baked the earth, causing temperatures to rise even further. Several major furnace cities successively broke their historical highest temperature record of 51 degrees, and even the Cold Pond village, known for its mild winters and cool summers, was unbearably hot, with temperatures soaring directly to 30 degrees. In the village, 7 households had no air conditioning, only electric fans, which blew out hot air. It was so hot at night that no one could sleep. Everyone moved their stools and fans to sit by the well in Su Mian's courtyard to chat. This damn weather, it's unbearably hot. Exactly, now one air conditioner costs 5,000 yuan and there's none in stock. So many nearby villages, everyone is lining up to buy air conditioners. Even if we buy air conditioners now, we can't find anyone to install them. The installers are getting heat stroke and ending up in the hospital every day, village chief Li Dali said, shaking his worn-out palm fan and swatting mosquitoes on his legs. Can you all install them? Everyone shook their heads. Su Mian placed 2 coils of mosquito repellent in the yard, washed a large basin of strawberries from the fridge, and moved a fan outside. She smiled and said, Village chief, you're right. Not only in our county, but air conditioners are sold out all over the country. Factory orders are already booked until the month after next. Now even air conditioner repairs require a 3-day advance appointment. Aunt Lu was flustered and at a loss. If we can't buy air conditioners, won't we die from the heat? Our Hua is only 7 years old. We can't keep living at my sister's place forever. I'm not leaving, and even if I did, there's nowhere to go, Grandpa Lu said with a worried frown. Su Mian's eyes gleamed sharply. We don't necessarily have to install air conditioning. The pond in the back mountain is very cool and it hasn't thawed yet. We can build a stone house there and move in. Even without air conditioning, we can get through the summer. Stone houses can also protect against wild beasts in the mountains, so it's very safe. Hey, you're right, that really works. I can bring my sheep over too. If we wait any longer, our sheep will all die from the heat, village chief Li Dali said, slapping his thigh in approval. Xiao Mian, how much does it cost to build a stone house? Grandma Zhao at the end of the village asked anxiously. Last year I raised chickens and sold eggs with your grandma and saved 3,000 yuan. Is that enough? Grandma Zhao lived alone in Handan village. Her husband died from overwork while working away, her only son was in a car accident, and her daughter-in-law ran off with their granddaughter and all the family's money. The elderly woman survived each month on government welfare. Last year, she raised chickens and sold eggs together with Su Mian's grandmother, finally saving some money. Grandma Zhao, you can just live with our Hua when the time comes, no need to build a new place, Aunt Lu said straightforwardly. That's right, we're not comfortable with you living alone. We'll all squeeze in together then, the village chief said in a rambling tone. You're really something, not even willing to eat your own eggs, but selling them instead. Those left in Handan village were mostly lonely elderly, women and children. Having lived deep in the mountains for a long time, isolated from the world, everyone was simple and honest, helping each other in daily life. This was the main reason Su Mian was determined to come back and help everyone. Everyone can live together in a few households, sharing a living room and kitchen. It not only saves expenses but also makes things lively. The construction team is ready, you just discuss which families will live together, and I'll have the team build the houses for you, Mian said with a smile. I won't charge you. With the current drought, there's no water to drink in the north, and with the high temperatures, the crops in the fields are not doing well. I estimate that soon the prices of firewood, rice, oil, and salt will all rise. You should stockpile some grain now and later you can use the grain to pay. In fact, 3 large caves have already been dug out near the cold pond at the back mountain. Each cave is about 70 to 80 square meters, designed to the specifications of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The project is nearing completion. Huaxia, who is in the tile business, even had the best tiles brought in. Now they are just waiting to install the tiles. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and decided that every 3 households would live together, including Mian's family that made exactly 3 stone houses. The group chatted until late into the night before dispersing. Did you deliberately make everyone move up to the mountain to live? Grandma Su whispered to Mian after everyone had left. You child, do you really believe in a dream? Mian held her grandmother's arm and smiled coquettishly. Anyway, no one lost anything. We'll move back when the weather cools down. All right, I can't argue with you, Grandma Su said with a loving smile. The 2 of them tidied up a bit and went back inside to sleep. After Mian lay down, she vaguely felt that she had forgotten something very important. She didn't know how long she had slept until a thunderous roar came from the mountains, waking her up with a start. She recalled that in her past life, the landslide happened on a night in mid-May. The 2 big mountains in front of Han village collapsed overnight. When the villagers woke up in the morning and saw the suddenly clear view, they were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. The mountain collapsed? Asterisk. Not only did the 2 large mountains in front of Han village collapse, but several other mountains in the area also caved in, plunging Amping County into unprecedented chaos. Fortunately, the garrison of the Southwest Military Region was not far from here, and troops entered the mountains that very afternoon. Han village and several other villages were trapped. By the 7th day, the troops of the Southwest Military Region finally cleared a mountain path and reached Han village. First, conduct a population registration, casualty registration, and damage assessment. Leading the group was a handsome young man in his early 30s, his skin tanned dark by the sun. His sharp eyes carefully surveyed this small village in the basin. There were only a few scattered households in total, with houses that were old tile-roof buildings from decades ago, very dilapidated. These were mostly solitary elderly people unwilling to move, along with women and children left behind. Strangely enough, despite such a huge disturbance, this village remained completely unscathed. Really lucky. Comrade, hello. I am village chief Lidali. Lidali came out carrying 2 thermos flasks, nervously stepping forward and saying, "Let me pour some water for you comrades, this weather is too hot." Everyone looked at the thermos flasks with shining eyes, licking their dry lips. Rest here. The man gave the order and the group quickly sat down to rest. Comrade, these are cucumbers grown in our family, to help beat the heat. These are freshly boiled eggs. These are roasted sweet potatoes. The villagers enthusiastically brought out food from their homes one after another. Muling and his men worked tirelessly for 7 days to provide rescue. The landslide in this mountain area was severe. In other villages, men in their 30s and 40s were so frightened they were half dead. Seeing the villagers of Han village all smiling calmly, they were somewhat puzzled. How could they not be worried or scared at all in the face of such a natural disaster? Thank you all. Don't worry, the mountain roads outside are being cleared and traffic will be restored soon, the man said in a somewhat hoarse voice. We're not worried. We can be self-sufficient. We're not afraid even without air conditioning. Exactly, Mian said it's 10 to 20 degrees hotter outside than in the mountains. If you go out, you'll practically be roasted. Recently, the animals in the mountains have been moving outward. Mian took us hunting quite a few times. Comrades, why don't you stay for lunch later? Everyone was chatting back and forth, almost everyone mentioning the name, Mian. Village chief, is Mian here? Mian went hunting in the back mountain. A girl? Going hunting alone. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. After the landslide, wild beasts roamed freely and some even entered the village and bit people. Are the girls in this mountain really that brave? Village chief, take us to the back mountain to have a look. Muling stood up and quickly gave orders. Team 1, follow me to the back mountain. Team 2, stay here and be on standby, report the village situation. Li Dali quickly led Muling and the others up the mountain, while the other villagers went home to bring out the meat and vegetables to Grandma Su's house to prepare lunch. Along the way, Muling had basically learned about the situation in Han village. 7 households, a total of 11 people. The village chief was Li Dali, but the decision-maker was a young girl just 20 years old, who was last year's top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam, and a top student at Huaxia University. May was the time when universities were in session, and this young girl had been home for over a month. Muling followed the village chief to the back mountains Handan. Seeing that despite the hot weather, the lake surface was still frozen, the cold was piercing, and he was instantly shocked. Nowadays, high temperatures are occurring all over the country, with deadly heat incidents happening every day. Not to mention faraway places, the temperature in the southwest region has already approached 50 degrees, yet there is such a natural summer resort in this isolated mountain village. In these mountains, forget about the heat, it's so cold you need to wear a jacket. Village chief, are you guys doing construction here? Muling's subordinate saw 3 square-shaped caves dug out, each about 3 meters high, spacious and bright, with a pebble path from the cave entrance to the cold pond. It's too hot, we can't buy air conditioners and the electrical circuits often malfunction. Mian hired a construction team to build stone houses and we plan to all move here to escape the heat, Village Chief Li Dali said with a broad smile. If this had happened a month ago, such behavior would have been simply unimaginable, but after experiencing nationwide high temperatures and with the heat continuing to rise, digging caves to build houses is literally a matter of survival. Grandpa Village Chief, why have you all gone up the mountain? Mian went hunting early in the morning. After the mountain collapsed, animals fled in large numbers, causing a surge in their population. These weak animals are completely unable to withstand the impending apocalypse and will be burned to ashes in the blazing flames. During the week the mountain was closed off, Mian went hunting every day, trying to store as much cured meat as possible. She also caught some wild chickens and rabbits to keep in the yard. Muling and the others were all taken aback when they saw her. The young girl, only 20 years old, wore a floral-patterned button jacket, calf-length pants tucked into boots, carrying a bamboo basket and a bow and arrow. She looked heroic and spirited, yet she was extremely beautiful, her skin whiter than ivory, and her black pupils like a clear pool of water, bright and transparent. No one would have expected that the girl who went hunting alone in the mountains every day would look like this. Mian, this is a comrade who came to help. I heard you go hunting alone in the mountains, so I came to take a look, Ludali said with a smile. Mian nodded, put down the bamboo basket full of game, wiped her sweat, and said, I'm fine. Today I hunted a musk deer, weighing about 30 to 40 jin. Village chief, I'll cook it braised later for everyone to try. Everyone looked closely and indeed saw a hornless musk deer, several wild chickens, and wild rabbits in the bamboo basket. They exchanged glances immediately, hunting so much game with just a bow and arrow? A master indeed. These big men were worrying for nothing. Pronghorns are a nationally protected species, Muling frowned and said. With all the natural disasters and man-made calamities nowadays, people are at the bottom of the food chain. Who still cares about pronghorns? Mian said coldly. Mian's words left Muling speechless. The first squad behind him, seeing their captain at a loss, held back their laughter and said, Captain, just consider this pronghorn as having been crushed by a landslide. We've eaten plenty during our field marches. Come on girl, let me carry your bamboo basket, it must be heavy. Everyone spoke enthusiastically. After finding Mian, the group went down the mountain back to the village. Lunch was homemade farmhouse dishes and braised roe deer meat. Muling and the others adhered to the principle of not taking even a single needle or thread from the villagers. As a result, they didn't eat, and the villagers didn't eat either. In the end, they had to take out a few hundred yuan to pay for this lunch. The wild game from the mountains was absolutely delicious, and combined with Grandma Sue's cooking skills, everyone had the best meal since the rescue, the best meal they had ever had in their lives. Muling saw that under the eaves of the Su family's house hung dried wild chicken and wild rabbit meat, as well as wild sheep meat and pork leg meat. He nodded to himself, no wonder the villagers all trusted this young girl. She was skilled and smart, worth 10 capable people. Now that the mountain has collapsed, this place isn't safe. Do you want to move to live with relatives? Muling, seeing the villagers' simplicity, couldn't help but remind them. Muling held a high position in the military and knew many hidden secrets. Nowadays, with natural disasters and man-made calamities, everywhere was unsafe. One day it was a landslide, the next could be an earthquake or forest fire. In the past month alone, there had been over 100 major disasters nationwide, all of which were suppressed and not announced to avoid causing public panic. As for abroad, there were even more. We're not going anywhere. Aunt Lu shook her head. This is our home. Grandma Zhao said. Comrade, we're all people with one foot in the grave. We don't want to cause trouble in front of our sons and daughters-in-law, so we'll stay in the mountains. Handan village is doing well. The village chief proudly said. Mian looked thoughtfully at Muling, certain she hadn't met him in her past life. Thinking about how, after the apocalypse, the soldiers were the ones who charged ahead and suffered heavy casualties, she felt a measure of respect. She said, Captain Mu, I've seen on the forums that disasters are happening all over the country now. Outside might not be any safer than the mountains. If you have a break, you should go back and see your family. Maybe there won't be another chance later. Mu Ling looked at the young girl sitting among a group of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people. With stunning beauty and extraordinary skills, she was a top student who should have been studying at Huaxia University. Yet at this moment she was digging caves, building houses, hunting, and farming deep in the mountains. This girl named Mian carried an air of inscrutability in every word and action. And then there was the frozen cold pool on the mountain. Mu Ling felt as if he had grasped something very important. He trusted his intuition. This inherited trait in his blood had saved his life many times before. After lunch, everyone dozed off to rest. The man walked to the big tree at the village entrance, shielding himself from the blazing sun as he dialed the mysterious number etched deep in his bones. Mu clan's 11th generation collateral descendant Mu Ling, requesting a call. This was the number his grandfather told him before he died. His original surname was Mu. He was the 11th generation collateral descendant of the Mu family, a branch sent out into the world by the clan. If one day he sensed danger and found himself trapped with no way out, he could apply to return and receive the clan's protection. Mu Ling didn't believe it at first, until after his grandfather was cremated, and the ashes were not buried in the family tomb but taken away by two young men. Though their appearances seemed ordinary, they carried an indescribable affinity that made it impossible to resist. Mu clan descendants are all buried in the family tomb. Mu Ling, if one day you encounter something you cannot resolve, you can come to us. The two of them returned through the night as if they had never appeared at all. Now Mu Ling sensed a similar aura on Mian as that of the Mu family descendants. This was a perception that came from his bloodline. There was a busy signal on the phone as if no one ever answered until 5 seconds later the call was connected. Identity confirmation, do you wish to return to the family? The woman's voice on the phone was full of vitality and warmth. No. The man looked at the secluded, peaceful, and beautiful small mountain village before him and said in a low voice, I exchange lifelong protection rights for the right to be informed. I request to speak with the family head. He is a soldier, and because he is a member of the Mu family, he can receive the family's protection. But what about his brothers? What about the countless ordinary people? He wants to know what exactly is going on in this world. Please hold on, I am transferring your call. After less than a minute, the call was successfully transferred. You are the first person in hundreds of years to exchange the right of asylum for an informant. The man's gentle voice sounded, Mu Ling, I am Mu Gue, the 11th head of the Mu family. What do you want to know? I am on a mission. This month alone, there have been over 100 major disaster incidents nationwide. I want to know what exactly is happening. Mu Gue was silent for a moment, then said gently, knowing the truth won't help you, Mu Ling. I can reject your request. If the disaster situation continues to worsen next month, I will send someone to bring you back to the family. I am a soldier, Mu Ling refused. I don't know why the family wants to retreat from the world, but I like this real and passionate world. As long as I live, I will protect it. Running away is not what a soldier does. This time, Mu Gue was silent for even longer. The world you see is not the entire world. An ant can never see the sky above its head. But no matter how small an ant is, it still knows how to protect those it wants to protect. Mu Ling thought of this lonely village of only 11 people, where a young girl of just 20 years old could single-handedly take care of the entire village. What was there for him to fear? He wanted to know where the truly safe place was. He wanted to help them. Tell me what exactly happened? Mu Gue sighed softly. We speculate that with the global heat wave approaching, temperatures may soon reach several hundred degrees Celsius. Flames will descend, the apocalypse is near, and in this vast world, there will be no safe place. Retreating to the mountains and forests might be the only chance for survival. This is the conclusion jointly deduced by the 4 great families. The elemental forces of heaven and earth are in turmoil, disasters are continuous, and the apocalypse may truly be coming. Mu's family has always been content and secluded in the deep mountains and forests. Over the years, the family disciples sent out were left to their own devices, with no real assets, far less than the Luo family, and even less than the Feng family, essentially penniless. Now that the crisis has arrived, he plans to recall all the disciples sent out, relying on the ancestral reputation to attach themselves to the Luo family and jointly resist the apocalypse. Mu Ling's body trembled, a chill running through him, and he exclaimed, how is this possible? The apocalypse is coming? Global high temperatures? Mu Ling looked at this isolated little mountain village in front of him, thought of the icy cold pool in the scorching heat of the back mountain, and suddenly felt as if struck by lightning. If the Mu family's prophecy was true, then this place would be a 1 in 1,000 safe haven. Mu Ling asked blankly, head of the family, can a cold pool that remains frozen in the scorching heat withstand the high temperatures of the apocalypse? On the phone, Mu Gue's voice trembled slightly. How big? About the size of a soccer field. Mu Ling, report your location. You saved the Mu clan. No, you saved even more people. Mu Gue took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, his hands trembling with excitement. Mu Ling remained silent. It wasn't him who saved them, it was Su Mian. This Handan village was his blessed land, the Mu clan's blessed land. Su Mian had no idea that the officer who came to the rescue was a distant relative of the Mu clan, nor that this young officer had been moved by compassion and wanted to help an entire village of elderly and children, which ended up involving the Mu family. She also didn't know that Mu Gue, head of the Mu clan, was currently on his way to Handan village. Chapter 9 New Neighbor. After Mu Ling and his subordinates left Handan village, the village returned to its usual tranquility. Su Mian knew that the secret of the cold pool in the back mountain could not be kept hidden, but she had already taken the initiative. With the contract in hand, she was the owner of the cold pool until the apocalypse arrived. As for after the apocalypse, Su Mian was not worried. The West was Mu family's territory, and the Mu family members awakened Wood-type abilities, skilled in planting, and were the most peace-loving. Mu Gue was a gentle and refined gentleman, so even if the Mu family found out, she would not suffer any loss. This time, she simply did not want to encounter any ability users. She just wanted to quietly survive the apocalypse with the villagers. For 2 consecutive days, the weather was calm. After the road from Amping County to Handan village was cleared, Li Hongqi led the construction team back into the mountains to continue the work. Seeing that the entire village of Handan was moving to the back mountain, Li Hongqi suddenly felt tempted to come for the summer heat relief. The temperature in Amping County was currently 40 degrees Celsius. Because it was so hot, the power supply was heavily burdened. The electrical circuits in their neighborhood broke down 3 times a month. When the power went out, it was like a furnace plus a steamer, and people felt like they were being roasted. Now the county had started implementing power outages in different zones to ease the pressure on the power supply. Thinking about the upcoming days of power outages, Li Hongqi felt a headache. It would be better to close the shop and have the whole family go to the mountains to escape the heat. Li Hongqi thought about it and immediately went to discuss it with Su Mian. Xiao Mian, do you think I can bring your aunt and Xiaopeng to the mountains to escape the summer heat? It's really unbearable in the county. The power will be cut off for several hours every day. Sure, uncle, I was just about to bring this up with you. It's not the peak of summer yet, but when the vacation comes with insufficient power supply, having air conditioning is like having none at all. The mountains are cooler, Su Mian smiled. Exactly, that's the point, Li Hongqi said, patting his thigh. I'll go talk to the village chief about this. Good, there's one more thing. I've contracted the entire back mountain area, and I need lumber workers to cut down the bamboo groves and trees in the mountain. See how many people you can find for me, the faster the better. Su Mian calculated the time. There were only 35 days left until the apocalypse. Once June arrived, the forest might spontaneously combust due to the high temperatures, which was a huge risk. Cut them all down? Li Hongqi said in surprise. Xiao Mian, why are you cutting bamboo? That will cost quite a bit. The weather is too hot, and I'm afraid the forest might catch fire, which is unsafe. After cutting down the bamboo and trees, when autumn comes, I'll plant medicinal herbs all over the back mountain. Su Mian casually made up an excuse. As for the money, don't worry. My classmate's family is a famous wealthy merchant in Huadu. Her parents give her over 10 million yuan in pocket money every year. She wants to partner with me to start a business. She'll come back to our village for an inspection in a few days. Su Mian was naturally talking about Baishi. When June came, she planned to return to Huadu and find a way to bring Baishi with her to Handan village. Apart from the villagers of Handan village and the Li Hongqi family, the only person Su Mian wanted to help was Baishi. As for the others, whether they called her selfish or cold, she didn't want to get involved. In the apocalypse, the strong rule and the weak are like grass and chaff. She couldn't even control her own fate, so there was no way she could manage others. Xiao Mian, can it really spontaneously combust? Li Hongqi looked at the bamboo forest outside that blocked out the sky, hesitating. If it really does spontaneously combust, it would be a huge disaster. Su Mian didn't speak. It definitely would spontaneously combust. The fierce flames would burn everything. In the apocalypse, only places inhabited by water element beasts and wood element beasts would remain unchanged. Then I'll help you find someone, Li Hongqi agreed immediately. The two had just finished talking when Li Dali came up the mountain in high spirits, shouting from afar, Xiao Mian, that officer from a few days ago is here again, saying he has something to discuss with you. Mu Ling? Su Mian frowned, slinging the bamboo basket onto her back and said, I'm coming right away. Captain Mu came alone? Did he say what it was about? Su Mian asked calmly. They didn't say, but they came by car very grand and brought quite a few gifts, all piled up in your yard. Su Mian's expression changed slightly. She had no relationship with Mu Ling. The saying no good deed goes unpunished applied, either they had ulterior motives or were thieves. Su Mian remained silent all the way down the mountain. From afar, she saw a black SUV parked in the village with a military district license plate, probably Mu Ling's unit's vehicle. Many villagers had gathered around Su Mian's home to watch the excitement. When they saw her arrive, they all smiled and said, "Xiao Mian, they're here for you. The young man is really handsome." Okay. She smiled slightly, entered the courtyard, and before she could put down the bamboo basket, she saw the tall, dark-skinned Mu Ling in military uniform standing in the yard. A young, handsome man was talking to her grandmother. Seeing her return, he turned his head and smiled, his face like a jade crown, elegant and graceful. Su Mian clearly saw his face, her expression slightly changed. Mu Gue, head of the Mu family? In her previous life, Su Mian had only met Mu Gue a few times and had no close relationship with him. However, Mu Gue was a rare, meticulous, and considerate person, gentle and courteous to everyone. The Xiling base he was in charge of was also the most reputable survival site. The Dongao base was brutal and bloody, the Nanfeng base was cunning and exclusive, and the Beichen base was overbearing. Many superpowered individuals and ordinary people struggling on the edge of life and death longed to go to the peaceful Xiling base. In her previous life, the Xiling base was near the largest reservoir in the west, a survival site built relying on the reservoir, several hundred kilometers from Handan village. How did Mu Gue come here? Su Mian's sharp gaze turned to Mu Ling. Mu and Mu are homophones, so she should have realized that Mu Ling was a member of the Mu family. "Hello, Su Mian, I am Mu Ling's cousin, Mu Gue said with a smile, secretly surprised. He hadn't seen such a transparent woman in many years. The human body is like a vessel. When a baby is born, it is the purest, but as it grows, it accumulates more and more impurities. Yet Su Mian gave him a feeling of being transparent and clean from the inside out. Could she also be a superpower user? And a superpower user who cultivates the body? Mu Gue looked at Su Mian, nodded with a smile and said, "Mu Ling is on vacation and I happen to be nearby on a road trip. I heard the scenery here is beautiful, so I wanted to come and have some wild game from the mountains. I hope I'm not disturbing you and Grandma." Mu Gue smiled at Grandma Su, radiating the unique warmth of the Mu family. Grandma Su saw that he was humble, gentle, and polite, and also quite handsome, so she smiled and said, "There's plenty of wild game in the mountains, so it's no disturbance. But we can't accept this gift. This is meant for the villagers. Last time Mu Ling had a meal here, you didn't charge us either. If we don't accept the gift, we'd feel embarrassed," Mu Gue said with a smile. Then he looked back at the silent Su Mian and said, "Su Mian, can I have a word with you?" "Okay." Su Mian nodded, put down the bamboo basket, pointed to the big banyan tree at the village entrance and said, "Let's talk at the village entrance." The two walked to the banyan tree with Mu Ling standing to one side. "Mr. Mu, please speak if you have something to say." "Miss Su, I'd like to stay in Handan village for a while. Could you possibly make it convenient for me? As for the price, you name it, how about that?" Mu Gue showed his signature smile, not daring to take this delicate-faced girl lightly at all. Just now he had already learned quite a bit about Handan village from the villagers. He hadn't expected that this village was actually led by a 20-year-old young woman, and he suspected that Su Mian knew something about the apocalypse. Su Mian lowered her eyes, her long curled eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Mu Gue didn't know her, but she was fully aware of Mu Gue's background. The talk about a short stay for recuperation was nonsense. He probably had his eyes on the cold pool in the back mountain and intended to bring the Mu clan to establish a survival base there. The thought of the Xiling base from the apocalypse being built in Handan village immediately made Su Mian's expression extremely unpleasant. "Our village has been isolated from the world for years, with inconvenient transportation and living conditions, not suitable for recuperation. Jincheng has clear mountains and clean waters, a beautiful environment, and the largest reservoir in the southwest. Mr. Mu, why not go there to recuperate?" Su Mian refused outright. The Jincheng reservoir was the site of the Xiling base in the previous life. The construction of the four major bases all relied on mountains and water. Water resources were incredibly important in the apocalypse furnace. Mu Gue's smile slightly faded, secretly surprised. What a formidable little girl. Jincheng was the place he had carefully chosen 2 days ago. If he hadn't known about Handan village, he would indeed have gone to Jincheng. Now the Luo family, Feng family, and Qin family have all chosen their survival locations, and he is also in the process of transferring supplies. Although Jincheng has the southwest reservoir, I prefer Handan village. I heard there is a cold pond on the back mountain, which is best for summer retreat. Handan is too small and not as comfortable as the reservoir. Daily necessities and living are inconvenient. The cold pond can be dug deeper and bigger, and I can handle food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Miss Su is still a sophomore, right? It's not easy to support the entire village alone. Why not just lie down and collect money? Mu Gue smiled. Su Mian. She had so much money in her account that she couldn't spend it all. She bought mountains of supplies and hired a construction team to go into the mountains, but so far she had spent less than 10 million. She still had 70 million left with nowhere to spend it. I have money. Mian smiled. Mian, I hope you can help us. We had no choice but to come to Handan village. If you have any difficulties, feel free to bring them up and we will definitely help you solve them, Ling said anxiously. Cousin, why not tell Mian the truth? Gue was silent for a moment then said, Miss Su may be wealthy, but you are a young girl, plus there are a dozen or so elderly and children living alone. If you encounter someone with ill intentions, you might suffer losses. Ling is a major in the Southwest military region, with a clean family background and solid character. He is absolutely trustworthy. As for my family, we are a family of gentlemen. Miss Su, why not cooperate with me? You rent the land and I will protect the safety of your entire village. How about that? Gue took a document from his bag, handed it to her, and smiled. By the way, I have bought all the hills within a 20-mile radius of Handan village. I can now be considered a resident of Handan village. Mian looked at the document stamped with the official seal, her expression suddenly changing. In her previous life, the shieling base was clearly in Jincheng. Could it be that in this life she returned to her hometown early, met Ling, and was discovered by him at the Millennium Cold Pool, thus triggering a butterfly effect? The Mu family was still reasonable. If it had been any other family, they would have been forcibly expelled from Handan village using their power. Mian gritted her teeth and looked up at him, her dark pupils clear to the bottom. Cooperation is fine, but I have conditions. You guarantee the safety of all the villagers, and I will waive your rent for a year. Also, half of the ownership of the back mountain Handan belongs to me with no time limit. We sign a gentleman's agreement, or you can come back after a year. Gue and Ling both glanced sideways. This young girl was truly both beautiful and fierce, even negotiations were this ruthless. Gue smiled with the corners of his lips, a smile like spring breeze, and nodded. Miss Su, happy cooperation. From now on we are neighbors. Chapter 10 Past and Present Lives. On the same day, Mian and Gue signed a gentleman's agreement in black and white, stamped with the Mu family crest. Gue was responsible for protecting the safety of the villagers in Handan village, while Mian decided to lease the rights to use the back mountain to the Mu family. After signing, both of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mian understood the saying possessing a jade invites trouble. Now she could only rely on a big tree for shade, riding the tailwind of the shieling base, and join forces with Gue to survive the apocalypse. Besides, the Mu family had spent a fortune buying the surrounding mountains, so in the end, she was the one who got the better deal. As long as she is a little more cautious and avoids the people from the Luo and Feng families, she won't repeat the same mistakes. Mian was satisfied and Gue was even more overjoyed. He didn't even have time to eat and took Ling and 2 young Mu family members to the back mountain. Seeing this, Mian acted as their guide into the mountain. The group walked through the bamboo forest to the back mountain and saw the icy cold pool halfway up the mountain. The water was a deep greenish blue. Because the forest canopy blocked the sunlight year-round, the frozen surface of the lake only emitted a faint blue glow, and the cold was piercing. Brother, this pool is really beautiful, it's blue ice, the 2 young members of the Mu family exclaimed in admiration. Gue was shocked. It really was blue ice. To think that such a strange cold pool existed deep in the mountains and forests, and no one had known about it all these years. It was unclear whether Mian, born in Cold Pool Village, was lucky or if it was the Mu family's luck. This cold pool was estimated to be about 10 acres in size. If the apocalypse furnace really arrived, this place would be a natural refuge. Mian, do you know how deep this pool is? Gue looked at Mian and asked politely. Very deep, extremely deep. The ice only melts during the scorching summer and the melting period lasts about 20 days. The water in the pool is icy cold to the bone. Mian led them toward the construction team's direction and said lightly, every year when the ice melts, the foolish deer and wild chickens in the mountains come to drink by the pool. If one falls in, not a single bubble rises, they just sink straight down. Are there any water sources nearby? Underground rivers or something like that? Mian shrugged and said, the terrain here is complicated and there's no human habitation all year round. There are no large rivers, but there must be underground rivers or the like, though they're impossible to find. For tens of thousands of miles ahead of this mountain, it's all deep forest. If you sleep here at night, you can even hear the howls of wolves, tigers, and leopards from the neighboring mountains. Gue saw her eyes shining black and bright, with a teasing tone that was both scary and cute, and immediately smiled. The little girl was quite mischievous. The Mu family has been living in seclusion in the deep mountains for years, so dealing with wolves and tigers is no problem for them. Mian, you run to the back mountain every day, aren't you afraid? Mu Feng stammered. Su Mian, if wolves or tigers come, we'll catch them and cook them for you to drink with, Mu Yu said, patting his chest and blushing. With us here you won't suffer any harm. The two were about the same age as Su Mian and had lived in the mountains since childhood. Seeing such a beautiful and delicate girl for the first time, they didn't dare look directly at her and immediately included her in their protection. Su Mian smiled slightly, her favor towards the Mu family members increasing by a bit. As expected of wood element ability users, they are naturally gentle and like to protect the weak. Up ahead is the stone house I built, Su Mian said as she led the four forward. On the cliff face of the mountain closest to the cold pool, 4 caves had already been carved out. Each cave was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters high, slightly wider than a standard door. Su Mian's house was in the center, also the closest to the cold pool, only 5 meters away in a straight line, making it a luxury lakeview house. Upon entering the cave, everyone's view suddenly opened up. Inside was a hidden world. A cave about 70 to 80 square meters in size, dug high and deep, estimated to be 3 meters tall and over 10 meters deep. The walls and floor were covered with wood grain tiles, cool to the touch and visually pleasing. The walls were a fresh green wood grain and the floor was white. The color combination made the stone house look less dull. Currently, there is no furniture in the house, but it can be seen that it has 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, with the rooms separated by cloth curtains. The 4 members of the Mu family were dumbfounded. This house was built even better than the tile houses in the village. Su Mian, how much did you spend on this? I haven't calculated it. Mugue. Brother Mu, how about we dig caves and build stone houses like Su Mian? This house looks nice, Mu Feng said excitedly. But the spots closest to the cold pool have already been dug into caves. If we build stone houses again, the location will be a bit off, Mu Yu said. Building a row of stone houses by the cold pool would also be good. Build them all, Mugue said through gritted teeth, making a decision. That must cost quite a bit of money. Mu Feng and Mu Yu exchanged a glance, frowning. They had spent more than half of their money buying land. You're short on money? Su Mian was dumbfounded. The Mu family was this poor? Mugue cleared his throat awkwardly and smiled. I'll find a way to handle the money issue. Su Mian calculated the balance in her account, over 70 million left unspent. In another month, all of it would be worthless. Her big black eyes twinkled as she said coquettishly, I can sponsor you. I'll provide the money, you provide the labor. I want to build a sturdy heat insulation cover over the cold pool, and I also want to burn all the wood and bamboo on this mountain into charcoal. Deal? The Mu family, after all, is a secluded clan with a heritage spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Having them take charge, provide manpower, and use their connections to handle these tasks would be much more efficient than me. Mugue, Mu Ling, Mu Feng, and Mu Yu all looked at Su Mian in unison. Deal. The 4 of them had shining eyes. Damn, what kind of divine lady is this? Asterisk. That night, Mugue and Mu Ling stayed in Handan village, while Mu Feng and Mu Yu returned to the Mu family land to prepare for the entire clan's migration. Mugue and Mu Ling stayed at the village chief Li Dali's house. At night, the village was silent except for the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas. After the villagers had gone to sleep, Mugue turned on the headlights of the off-road vehicle and sat under the banyan tree at the village entrance. Pressing down his excitement, he started a video call. In the video, the man seemed to have just finished bathing. His face was pale, his handsome features showing a hint of illness. Wearing pajamas, he let out a weary single sound. This is a sign of a bad mood. Mugue's little heart trembled. Luo Han looks like he's about to die all year round, but when he fights, he's more ruthless and bloody than anyone else. This person is a typical example of playing dumb to fool others. Otherwise, if it weren't for Grandpa's last words, he wouldn't have wanted to find this guy. He's stubborn and cold, with a scheming mind that can see through people's thoughts at a glance. Headache. You haven't contacted me for half a year. Can't die. The man said lazily. How's the Luo family doing? Have they found a suitable place to survive? Mugue's smile deepened. After all, he had found a feng shui treasure spot for the Mu family. I don't know, didn't ask. Luo Hanqing's amber eyes narrowed and he sneered coldly. Borrow money from me? Mugue almost choked on his own saliva, raising his voice a bit. How is that possible? I have money. Luo Hanqing sneered. The Mu family having money was probably the biggest joke he had heard this year. The other 3 families had sent their descendants out to fight for power and influence, thriving in the outside world, but the Mu family's stubborn fools stayed in the mountains all day planting flowers and herbs. They wouldn't even sell those precious flowers and herbs, clinging to a pile of rare treasures while starving. Where are you? The man squinted, seeing the darkness behind him and thinking it didn't look like the clan territory. Hantan village. Mugue's voice rose a few tones, speaking excitedly. There is a 1,000-year-old cold pond here. I bought the mountains within 20 miles around Hantan village, planning to settle down and build a survival base here. Since you don't care about the Luo family matters, why not come to the mountains to escape the summer heat and help me build the survival base? Seeing the man's face darken a bit, Mugue quickly corrected himself and smiled. Just kidding, just kidding. I'll save you a house, you can come stay whenever you want. If you need money, find Xiaoqi. Luo Hanqing's gaze fell on the redwood carved box on the bedside, his expression cold as he said, Mugue, do you believe in past lives and reincarnation? What? Mugue was stunned for a long time, unable to react when he saw him casually leaning on the sofa, his face pale and sinister. The open bathrobe revealing a sexy, firm chest, and his pupils tinged with a red glow, like a fierce beast radiating killing intent. Luo Han, who doesn't believe in heaven and earth, life and death, or ghosts and gods, actually believes in past and present lives? Are you hallucinating from the severe backlash of your powers causing a headache? Mugue frowned and said. He had already told him that the elemental power of heaven and earth was so turbid nowadays that it was completely unsuitable for cultivating supernatural abilities, but he just wouldn't listen. Hallucinations? The man lowered his eyes. These days, he kept dreaming of scattered fragments, dreams filled with human hells, walking through hell, then turning the world upside down searching for a woman. It's not a hallucination. Luo Hanqing looked up, speaking coldly. I dreamed that the apocalypse had arrived, with flames everywhere and powerful elemental beasts. The weak have no right to live. Chapter 11. The Villainous Personality. Luo Hanqing's dream was bizarre and fragmented, with only some disjointed scenes, yet the man still felt the terror of the apocalypse. Mugue was shocked by the words, dumbfounded and unable to say a single word. Flames burning the earth? Elemental beasts? Could the world really be changing? Luo Hanqing, should we warn the world? Luo Hanqing glanced at him. Mugue, what is the law of the jungle? Survival of the fittest, the strong survive. Mugue said, his face turning paler. No one could escape this global disaster. The weak simply wouldn't survive. Luo Hanqing looked out into the pitch-black night, his pale and radiant face curling into a bloody smile. I guess the day it comes will be very interesting. Mugue sighed softly. Since the great-grandfather passed away, no one in the world has been able to control Luo Hanqing. The Forsaken One is born with a villainous personality destined to destroy heaven and earth. Less than a month after the great-grandfather's death, Luo Hanqing single-handedly stirred up chaos in the Luo family, terrifying the Feng and Qin families. Now with the chaotic times approaching, no one knows what kind of trouble he will cause next. Let's just hope no one is blind enough to provoke him. After ending the call, Luo Qi peeked out from outside, revealing a delicate little face and smiled. Young master, the apocalypse is coming. Should we still look for the girl selling ginseng? Over the past month or so, everyone has been busy building the survival area. Lao San and Lao Wu have been working like crazy and still haven't been able to spare anyone to investigate that sophomore named Su Mian. Find her. The man's slender, fair fingers tightened around the carved wooden box, his eyes flashing with a faint glow. The apocalypse is coming. Hopefully this young girl has a strong life and won't die in the flames. Asterisk. The day after Mugue moved into Handan village, he found a construction team and brought large machines into the mountains. Digging mountains, building roads, constructing houses, cutting bamboo forests, the village was filled all day with the sounds of heavy machinery, bustling with activity. After the collapse of the two large mountains in front of Handan village, the terrain flattened, and a smooth road directly leading to the village surprisingly formed from the landslide. By early June, the 4 cave houses built by Su Mian were completed, all finished. The rubble from the construction was used to fill the roads, and the mountainside bamboo groves and trees were cut down, clearing large areas of land. The charcoal was all transported by Su Mian to the village cellar. Meanwhile, Mugue also dug 5 or 6 large cave houses following Su Mian's design. Over the past 10 days, Mugue had gradually become familiar with Su Mian. He found that this young girl, though small in age, was the most reliable person in the village, tough and quiet. Every day she was either supervising the construction or hunting in the mountains. The Mu family courtyard was already hung with game from the mountains, making them the wealthiest family in the village with the most stored food. The villagers of Handan village were also warm and kind, very simple and honest, somewhat similar in character to the Mu family. Su Mian, our family is quite large. My great-grandfather and great-grandmother have passed away, so on the family tree, it's just my grandfather and grandmother. Mugue explained the Mu family members one by one, and Su Mian instantly felt overwhelmed. Is a dozen or so people considered many? Not many. Mugue looked confused. Well, compared to the other 3 families, the Mu family really had the fewest descendants, probably because they were poor. Each branch only raised 1 child, afraid they couldn't afford more. After a small bus jolted the Mu family all the way to Handan village, Mian smiled calmly as she watched the elderly grandpas and grandmas with white hair get off the bus carrying flowers and plants. Sorry, she might have been mistaken. How did the Mu family become the fourth largest base in the apocalypse? Be careful, this pot of Su Guanhiding is a rare treasure extinct. Aya, this pot is ghost orchid, don't touch it. I'll carry it. Xiaogui, come help carry the flowers and plants. After sitting in the car for so long, don't let the flowers get suffocated. Su Mian stared blankly as the flower-obsessed Mu family members walked past with smiling faces. Mu Gui smiled helplessly. In our family, among the younger generation, there's only me, Mu Feng, Mu Yu, and Mu Shui Mu Shuang. The youngest, Mu Shui, is 16 this year. The youngest girl in the grade waved cheerfully at Su Mian, while another, Mu Shuang, was a bit aloof. She glanced at Su Mian once before turning her head away. The group began moving their luggage. The Mu family moved all the flowers and plants near the cold pond. They built a glass corridor along the more than 10 meters from the cave to the cold pond to block the intense heat. They even constructed a large glass house over the cold pond, equipped with insulation, and everyone was overjoyed. This place is great, really great. My flowers and plants won't die from the heat. Xiaogui, this glass house must have cost a lot. Do we still have money left? It was Su Mian who paid. Mu Gui directly ignored the village chiefly Dali. The real decision-maker in Handan village was the beautiful and wealthy Su Mian. Luckily there was Su Mian, otherwise he would have had to borrow money from Luo Han again. The little girl is really kind, the old master of the Mu family said with a chuckle, holding the ghost orchid in his arms. The little girl is really pretty. Grandma Mu nodded, looking Su Mian over with bright eyes. Xiaogui, you actually spent the girl's money. We Mu family people must be responsible. This favor has to be repaid. Xiaomian, do you have a boyfriend now? Su Mian stood by the cold pond, her smile gradually stiffening. In the evening, the villagers of Handan and the Mu family had a wild roasted whole lamb together. The lamb was provided by Su Mian, serving as a welcome feast for the Mu family. The villagers of Handan and the Mu family officially became neighbors. The small village of 11 people instantly became a village of 29. Asterisk. Day 10 of the apocalypse countdown, the temperature in Handan village began to rise. Su Mian packed up the dried cured meats and carried them to the cave in the back mountain, starting to move. Day 9 of the apocalypse countdown, the temperature in Huadu broke 60 degrees. Do you know how hot it is in Huadu right now? 60 degrees? If you leave an egg outside, it'll cook in a few minutes, Baishi complained repeatedly in the video, wearing a cool little camisole. Su Mian, how hot is it in your mountain village? Is it cooler? The temperature in our village hasn't reached 40 degrees, and it's even cooler in the mountains. If you think Huadu is too hot, come here to escape the heat, Su Mian deliberately suggested. If Baishi didn't bring it up, she would find a way to get Baishi to come to Handan village. As long as she arrived before the apocalypse, Baishi might avoid the fate of her previous life. As for Baishi's family, Su Mian didn't have much goodwill toward them. If they came along, fine, if not, it was their fate. Sure, I haven't wanted to go to class for a long time. You know what? Ever since you took leave and left school, Yuan Jun has been living it up, almost stealing your title as the campus beauty, Baishi said, wrinkling her nose and snorting coldly. I've always thought that woman is fake and petty. Yet you still get along with her so well. Su Mian pressed her forehead and sighed. How foolish she had been in her past life. Baishi, this rich young lady, really had a sharp eye for people. Send me your address, I'll pack up and drive over, Baishi said happily. It's so hot these days and you still want your sister to go to class? Dream on. Su Mian sent her the address and reminded her, leave in the next couple of days. Let me know before you go, it's getting even hotter later. Okay, I know. Baishi impatiently ended the call, then thought for a moment and posted a beautiful selfie on her moments, boasting, heading to the mountains to escape the heat, taking you all to see the most beautiful campus belle of Huara, the little landlord who owns hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers. Soon a flood of comments appeared below. Are you going to see Su Mian? What exactly happened to Su Mian? Why hasn't she come to school? Insider news, hurry and get the school beauty back. If she doesn't come back soon, the school will force her to drop out. Miss Bai, can you take us along? We'll provide the convoy and cover all expenses. It's so hot, people don't want to live. Baishi's WeChat immediately buzzed nonstop, all from wealthy second-generation students at Huada Circle asking to join her. Some wanted to pursue the most beautiful school beauty while others were after Baishi herself. These two were the school celebrities, and with the chance to go to the mountains to escape the heat, it couldn't get any better. Baishi thought for a moment, feeling bored driving alone, so with a little tap of her paw she said, at most 2 convoys, no more than 12 people, get an organizer, all luxury cars, head into the mountain. Chapter 12 Secret Garden. After chatting with Bai Shi, Mian threw her phone aside and entered the gourd space, completely unaware that Bai Shi had organized 2 convoys to Han Tan village. Over the past 3 months, the gourd space had changed dramatically. Every day when Mian went hunting in the mountains, she would spend an hour inside the gourd space working hard. Now near the spring source inside the space, she had built a simple garden pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a sofa hammock, and outside it were climbing plants and flowers blooming in a riot of colors, beautifully vibrant. This was her own secret. The garden. As for the land in the gourd space, Mian planted a batch of fruits. The watermelons had already borne fruit. After the strawberries ripened, she didn't plant any more. This kind of fruit has a very short shelf life and she didn't really like strawberries anyway. Mian planted mango trees, grapevines, cherry trees and the like without paying attention to the seasons or climate. She just planted them randomly and unexpectedly it grew into an orchard. Besides the watermelons that were about to ripen, the grapevines also bore fruit. As for the other fruits, they were still in the growing stage. In the early days of the apocalypse, apart from some stocked frozen fruits were rare varieties and simply unavailable to eat. As for vegetables and the like, since their freshness period was too short, Mian only planted a very small amount. Once the apocalypse arrived, before the wood-type psychics could grow fresh vegetables, there would be no vegetables to eat. She had to be very careful when eating them, so she simply planted just a little. After consuming half of the stored food, it would still be in time for her to plant more. After watering the vegetables, fruit trees and watermelons with spring water, Mian went to check on the few remaining ginseng plants by the spring. The small ginseng was still wilting in the soil, very inconspicuous. She watered the small ginseng with spring water, and seeing the ginseng leaves perk up a bit, she planned to come water them every day from then on. This gourd space was very strange. No matter how much spring water she used from the spring, it never decreased, and the vegetables, plants, and medicinal herbs growing here ignored the usual rules of plants. As long as they were watered, they would grow very vigorously. Mian thought that the most precious thing in this space should be this spring. She had been drinking the spring water for more than 2 months and felt as light as a swallow, as if all the impurities accumulated in her body over the years were being expelled through her pores. Seeing that the spring water had no side effects, she quietly poured some of it into her family's well so her grandmother could drink it too. In the past half-month, her grandmother's complexion and spirit had improved a lot compared to before. Mian wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt her grandmother seemed a bit younger. After tending to her orchard, Mian also took care of the small garden before finally coming out of the gourd space. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the temperature in the mountains suddenly rose, and Mian led the entire village to move into the Han Tan cave on the back mountain. The back mountain of Han Tan village is a rocky mountain with the entire mountain composed of rock formations. The dugout caves are warm in winter and cool in summer, and being close to the freezing Han Tan, they still need to cover themselves with blankets at night. The villagers were all beaming with joy. Such a great place, no matter how hot it got, they were not afraid. Not only were the villagers of Han Tan satisfied, but the Mu family was even more overjoyed, so happy they could hardly close their mouths. The cave was filled with flowers and plants, and when there was no more space inside, they placed them on the glass walkway outside Han Tan to beautify the area. It turned a bare Han Tan into something resembling a park. Mu Gui took several sets of beautiful photos by the cold pond and sent them directly to Luo Han. Is my new home beautiful? Mu Gui smiled with a hint of pride in his tone. Green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by flowers, and most importantly, cool and comfortable. As soon as the temperature rises, it burns everything to ashes, the man replied lazily. Our cold pond has an insulation layer made of super thick new glass, safe even if knives fall from the sky. Luo Han responded perfunctorily, looking at the photo sent by Mu Gui. His sharp brows furrowed. The place really looked quite nice. The blue ice on the cold pond had not yet melted, beautifully intoxicating. The glass house built there had good sunlight, and the glass walkways around were filled with flowers and plants. Indeed, hundreds of years ago, the Mu family was the most popular family. Only wood-type abilities had the power to transform decay into something miraculous. However, with the impending fiery apocalypse, water was absolutely indispensable, and their Luo family's most basic ability was water-type, capable of producing water resources. Why don't you borrow 2 people from the Mu family to Taihu? I'll lend you Shaoqi, how about that? Luo Han said. The Luo family lacked wood-type ability users, while the Mu family lacked water-type ability users. 2 for 1. Mu Gui smiled. Feng Duji and Qin Shi both came to borrow people. 3 for 1, and you want to trade me 2 Mu family members for 1 water element ability user. Young Master Mu, I'm not happy with what you just said. I am the most outstanding talent by the young master side. Am I, Luo Qi, not worth 2 Mu family members? Luo Qi poked out her delicate, rosy face from the side, pouting angrily. Worth. Mu Gue quickly forced a smile. This little ancestor was the most scheming and cunning person by Luo Hanqing's side, the kind who wouldn't leave a bone after tricking someone. Better not get hated by this kid. I sent Mu Feng and Mu Shuang to Taihu. As for the Feng and Qin families, I refused them. I told their people to come to Handan village. It always feels like being watched. Mu Gue said, shivering. The Mu family's thoughts were simple, they couldn't outplay the Feng and Qin families, so it was better to decline politely. As for Luo Hanqing, he was abandoned by the Luo family back then. His great-grandfather searched in the mountains for 7 days before finding him among a pack of wolves and quietly brought him back to raise. Because of this connection, Luo Hanqing would never lay a hand on the Mu family. And Taihu is the Luo family's secret survival base. Luo Hanqing has no reservations with him and even told him about the survival base. Alright, let Luo Qiming set off tomorrow. If that place is really as good as you say, I'll come over and stay for a while too. Young Master Luo, you will definitely love this place to death. Mu Gue looked at the little girl going out hunting with a bamboo basket on her back, a beautiful place with clear mountains and waters, a land of outstanding people. Asterisk. Day 6 of the Apocalypse Countdown, Baishi sent Su Mian a WeChat message saying she was leaving Huadu to come to Handan village. The distance from Huadu to Handan village is over 2,000 kilometers, 2 days is enough time, and even if they stopped to play along the way, 6 days would be more than sufficient. Don't linger on the road, there are many fun places in the mountains. Come early, I'll roast a whole lamb for you to eat, Su Mian reminded. Got it, Baishi said, mouth-watering. If she had known the mountains were this fun, she would have come much earlier. Day 5 of the Apocalypse Countdown, Su Mian felt like she had a fever. She measured her temperature with a thermometer and found it was normal, but her whole body felt as if it were being roasted by fierce flames, her bones burning with pain. She suddenly remembered hearing Luo Hanqing say in her previous life that although those with supernatural abilities seemed to have unlimited glory, in reality, they were fighting against fate. Awakening their powers was a process of evolution for their bones, blood, and body. People would fall into unconsciousness, and if the awakening failed, their bodies would be weaker than ordinary people, often plagued by illness and dying young. But if the awakening succeeded, it was like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, gaining a completely different sky from then on. Hundreds of years ago, gifted supernatural beings could fly and move through the earth with ease, capable of anything. Later, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth disappeared, they were like fish out of water, barely surviving. Until the apocalypse arrived, the world was once again filled with violent spiritual energy. This energy was contained within various elemental forces, absorbing it could make one stronger, but it also came with the backlash of violent spiritual energy, like drinking poison to quench thirst. This backlash caused internal injuries hidden in the bones and blood, detectable only when the supernatural ability reached an intermediate or advanced level. Once it erupted, death was inevitable without a burial place. In her previous life, Luo Hanqing's supernatural backlash was very severe, so severe that he had to kill to vent it, which earned him his notorious reputation. Su Mian didn't know whether she was awakening a supernatural ability or falling ill. She clearly had a gourd space now, although this space was somewhat different from the so-called spatial ability users. In her previous life, she had no supernatural powers at all. She only heard Luo Hanqing mention it a few times but didn't take it seriously, so she had always ignored the matter. Seeing her grandmother leave to go back to the village, Su Mian forced herself to leave a message for her. I need to sleep for a few days, no need to go to the hospital. On the 22nd, absolutely do not go out. Have cousin's family move to the mountains within 3 days. My classmate Baishi will come these days, please ask Mu next door to pick her up. As Su Mian wrote further, her vision blurred. There were still many things she hadn't managed to explain, and then she suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. Chapter 13 Awakening of Supernatural Ability. Su Mian felt as if she were being roasted on a stove, her blood drying up, her bones melting, every movement causing unbearable pain. Memories buried deep in her heart and her past life surged out like a tide. Young Master Wu, a new batch of goods has arrived, all fresh. Supplies. Women, all of them are pretty girls. This batch are female college students from the shelter, still young. No women. Young Master, after a while there won't be any fresh goods. Won't you leave a few for young Master Luo? Keep these few. The young man said expressionlessly, 10 cans. All right. Fifth brother, why did you buy so many women? And give them 10 cans each? Be careful not to get beaten by the boss. The young master's bloodthirsty syndrome is acting up. Better to have dead women than dead brothers. These are ordinary women without any special abilities, completely worthless. This one is about to die. Send her to the young master's room. In the dim, lightless room, she was thrown onto the cold floor. The room was comfortably cool, a world apart from the scorching heat outside. The room was incredibly quiet. Her whole body tensed, keenly aware that she was being watched by a beast. A terrifying aura assaulted her skin, a pain sharp as a knife. Ugh! Her wrist was bitten, blood gushing out. The pain brought her some clarity, and she finally struggled to open her eyes, seeing a pair of red pupils burning like flames. Luo Han suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the phone incessantly ringing under the bed. His handsome, pale face was unsettled. Just now he seemed to have dreamed of some scenes again, still a woman. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he tasted the flavor of her blood, so sweet it made his whole body tremble. The man propped up his long, strong arm, scooped up the phone, and spoke coldly. If it weren't for this annoying phone, he might have been able to see the woman's face clearly. He only sensed her slender figure in the darkness, her waist soft and delicate like a fragile little animal, one bite enough to snap its neck. Disturbing your sleep? Mu Gui looked at the bright sunny day outside, anxious and restless, but didn't dare to show it. Luo Hanqing's routine was very irregular. Years of psychic backlash had caused insomnia, so he mostly slept during the day. The girl living next door suddenly fell unconscious and hasn't woken up for 2 days. Her symptoms are exactly the same as when we awakened our abilities. Mu Gui walked to a secluded spot on the back mountain and lowered his voice. Her grandmother is beside herself with worry, almost took her to the hospital. Besides our 4 great families, are there other psychics scattered outside? The man said confidently, it's just that the number is small. Another possibility is that in the apocalypse, ordinary people might also awaken supernatural abilities. Is the apocalypse really coming? Mu Gui didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The arrival of the apocalypse meant the end of the age of Dharma decline, and those with abilities could live openly again, but such a global disaster was no cause for joy. What's meant to come will come. Why are you so nervous about the girl next door? Do you like her? Mu Gui's ears turned red, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his gentle, jade-like face. He almost choked on his own saliva and hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't you know my grandparents have been pressuring me to get married lately?" Luo Han sneered coldly, "If you like her, then go after her. Don't always treat me like your trash can. Don't call me so often for no reason." Mu Gui helplessly reached out to rub his forehead. "A cold-blooded person like you probably will never fall in love with a woman in this lifetime. I apologize to great-grandpa." Luo Han slapped his phone down, walked barefoot to the window, pulled back the curtains, letting the sunlight illuminate his pale and handsome face. Whether the apocalypse came or not had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to find that woman and bite her neck. Only then could he calm the restlessness in his blood. Mian was unconscious. Grandma Su called the barefoot doctor to check, but no illness was found. Plus, Mu Gui next door guaranteed she would wake up within 7 days. Grandma Su, thinking of the strange events that had happened to her granddaughter recently, could only follow Mian's instructions. First have Li Hongqi's family move to the back mountain, then send someone to pick up her granddaughter's classmates. At the beginning, Bai Shi was happy when setting off, but once the group of young masters and young ladies started their self-driving tour, they argued all the way due to various small issues. The reason was that Yuan Jun, who had a suitor known as a notorious second-generation rich kid in their circle, found out that these wealthy second-generation kids were going on a summer retreat and decided to come along, saying she wanted to see Mian. Bai Shi had a carefree and straightforward personality, very tough, while Yuan Jun was the typical white lotus, delicate and weak, crying at the slightest scolding, very skilled at dealing with men. Bai Shi endured a lot of frustration along the way, feeling extremely annoyed, but for the sake of their classmates' dignity, she couldn't just kick her out of the group. After many stops and delays, they finally reached Ningqing, where Handan village is located, on the 5th day. Because they arrived too late and the night roads were difficult, especially the mountain roads, everyone stayed at a 5-star hotel in Ningqing. And it was already the early morning of June 22nd. Mian's consciousness was still hazy, feeling as if her body had been burning in an unnamed great fire for an unknown length of time, her blood slowly being burned dry. Until the first drop of blood formed in her bones, like a drop of spring rain falling on a parched earth, followed by countless drops of spring rain, reviving the earth. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the square cave ceiling, moved her fingers, and then saw her grandmother sitting by her bed, wearing reading glasses and knitting a sweater. "Mian, you're awake?" Grandma Su quickly put down the sweater in her hands and said joyfully, "Are you hungry? Grandma will make you something to eat." "Grandma, I'm not hungry." Mian stood up, feeling her body filled with strength and a strange power flowing through her as she walked. Especially her spiritual energy was abundant. She moved her hands and feet, finding nothing abnormal. The only anomaly was that the gourd space was very excited. She could clearly feel the plants inside growing wildly, and the watermelons were all ripe. She looked at her palm, where the original crimson gourd mark appeared, and a patch of emerald green leaf imprint had grown on the gourd. Was this a wood-type ability? Low-level wood-type abilities can grow food. In the apocalypse, all vegetarian food was grown by wood-type ability users. Intermediate wood-type abilities already have healing properties, while advanced wood-type users possess combat abilities. In her past life, Mugue was an advanced wood-type ability user, but no one had ever seen him take action, nor knew how powerful he really was. Mian felt a bit disappointed. If her ability was wood-type, she would have to kill elemental beasts like crazy and level up to an advanced ability before she could fight. However, wood-type abilities at the intermediate level come with healing powers, which are essential for team survival in the apocalypse. No matter what, she is much stronger now than in her previous life. Grandma Su, has Mian woken up? Mugue's gentle voice came from outside. The man politely knocked on the iron door and smiled. I brought some vegetables from my own garden. Grandma Su hurried to open the door, took the vegetables Mugue brought, and smiled. Mian just woke up. I'll go cook, you two chat. Mian and Mugue exchanged a glance. Thank you. How long have I been asleep? 6 days. Your grandmother was nearly worried sick, Mugue smiled, looking at her. He felt that the young girl exuded a strong affinity with the wood element. Like a jade bok choy, fresh and adorable, simply comforting to look at. Yet, it was somewhat different from the wood elemental power he possessed. Where exactly it differed, Mugue couldn't say. He just felt incredibly peaceful and comfortable being near Mian, his spirit so at ease it made him want to sigh. 6 days? Mian suddenly widened her eyes. Today is the 22nd? What about my classmate Baishi? She quickly went to find her phone and happened to see countless complaints about Yuanjun that Baishi had sent her in the past few days. Your classmate messaged me saying they just arrived in Ning City yesterday. I'll drive to pick them up later, so you don't need to worry, Mugue said with a smile. Mian glanced at the time, her face suddenly changed. It was already 2 p.m. too late. In her previous life, she had handed in her exam paper half an hour early and left the exam room around 4:30 p.m. When the apocalypse suddenly struck. Now there were only 2.5 hours left. Mian grabbed the backpack on the ground and rushed out. Grandma, I'm going to pick up my classmate. I'll eat when I get back. Please tell the village chief and the others not to go out before dark today, no matter what. Mian, be careful. Grandma Su had long heard from Mian about the apocalypse, and instantly understood that this day had finally arrived. She anxiously looked at Mugue. Mu, you should go with our Mian. Grandma, don't worry. Mugue nodded and followed them out. Only the Mu family in the village had an off-road vehicle. Mugue drove the car and set the navigation towards Ning City. Seeing Mian constantly sending messages, he said in a low voice, You're texting your classmates, right? Set the navigation to Omping County. We'll pick them up there. It's still early before dark, so don't worry. Okay. Mian was anxious and distressed, unable to express her pain. It was still early before dark, but the apocalypse was approaching by the minute. How did Yuanjun end up following them? 6 days, a journey that should have taken 2 days, yet they had been bickering and arguing the entire 6 days. It originally took only 40 minutes to get from Handan village to Omping County, but the landslide in the mountains ahead seemed to have a military presence. There were vehicles and large excavators everywhere, along with several tanks, causing a traffic jam all the way. What are they doing? Mian hadn't left Handan village for a long time, and after awakening her powers, she had been unconscious for 5 days, completely unaware of the upheaval outside. They're from the Southwest Military District, here to build a base. They've been constructing it for almost half a month. You wouldn't know since you haven't left Handan village. Mugue glanced at the military camp outside and smiled. Wasn't there a landslide recently? A subterranean river was exposed at the mountain's crack. Very spectacular. It's said the source is deep in the remote forest behind the mountains. This mountain is truly a treasure land. Mugue didn't say anything, but the reason the Southwest Military Region could come here to build a base was partly because a deep and wide underground river was discovered here, and partly because of Muling. How could Muling not consider the interests of his own military region after learning such earth-shattering news? So the Southwest Military Region took precautions and built a military base around the underground river near Handan village. Mian nodded without speaking. It was good that the army was stationed here. With the underground river, maybe more people could survive. The traffic jam lasted all the way to Omping County, and it was already 3:50 in the afternoon, while Baishi's side was even slower. I'm really going to be driven crazy by Yuanjun. We agreed to leave immediately, but she insisted on going to the supermarket to buy fruit and supplements, saying she was buying things for the villagers. I seriously wanted to curse. I told her my trunk was already full of local specialties I brought, and she pretended to cry. Then I got scolded by that brainless second-generation rich kid. She was so angry she was spitting blood. Mian, we're almost there, don't worry. There's an air raid shelter built during the anti-Japanese war in Amping County. I'll send you the location. Don't waste a moment, we'll meet there. Mian marked the location for her. Even if Shi arrived on time, they still couldn't get back to Handan village. The most dangerous time when the apocalypse struck was the first 15 minutes of the blazing fireballs. Countless flames fell from the sky, capable of destroying all flammable things. Forests, houses, vehicles, and so on. After 15 minutes, there would be a calm period, and then the temperature would start to rise continuously. They could use this time to drive back to Handan village. But she was determined not to bring Yuanjun back to Handan village. The caves in the back mountain of Handan were limited. As for the classmates who came with Shi, they could be sent to the Southwest Military District's base. In the apocalypse, only the fittest survive. When Mian and Mugui arrived at the air raid shelter in Amping County, the fiery clouds on the horizon looked like they were stained with blood, and the blazing red sun resembled a burning fireball, scorching the earth as the temperature began to rise eerily. Mian, do you feel hot? Mugui looked at the blood-red sun, a sense of foreboding flashing through his heart. Mian nodded, staring at the blood sun without speaking. The apocalypse was about to descend. Chapter 14: The Apocalypse Arrives. 4:30 p.m. on June 22nd. Mian glanced at her phone. This was the moment she had left the exam room in her previous life. She looked into the distance at the end of the road and finally saw 6 flashy supercars, the one in front being the red Maserati that Shi usually drove. Mian waved her hand quickly. The red sports car had just come to a stop when Shi jumped out. Smiling brightly, Mian, I'm here. Mian relaxed her tense nerves upon seeing her safe and sound, but then countless blazing fireballs fell from the sky, smashing into houses and streets, instantly engulfing the entire county in a sea of flames. Into the air raid shelter. Mian reacted quickly, grabbing the stunned Shi with one hand and Mugui with the other, rushing toward the shelter. Mugui and Shi both turned pale. Strange things happen every year, but this year especially so. A few months ago there was red snow and golden rain, and today, blazing fireballs fall from the sky? You two go inside and hide. Mugui looked at the falling fireballs and shouted to the pedestrians screaming and dodging everywhere, go into the air raid shelter. After speaking, Mugui looked at the trees on both sides of the road that hadn't caught fire yet. His gaze sharpened, and he released his Wa-type ability. Instantly, the branches of the trees on both sides of the road grew wildly, intertwining in an instant, blocking out the sky and sun. Amidst the falling fireballs, they formed a solid wooden barrier, creating a safe sky for the pedestrians on the road. Shi and Mian were dumbfounded. So amazing! Shi, pale from fear of the fireballs, covered her mouth and exclaimed in disbelief, oh my god, it's an ability. Mian was also greatly surprised. What type abilities could be used like this? She secretly released the wood element within her body and indeed sensed all the plants within 10 meters around her, able to control them. So this is what it feels like to possess supernatural abilities? The feeling was really good. Mian's eyes glowed as she quietly joined Mugui's actions, using the wildly growing tree branches to drive away the escaping fireballs. However, since she had just awakened her abilities, she soon felt overwhelmed, and the power of the wood element within her body was completely drained. At this moment, Yuanjun and the others finally realized what was happening and fled in panic to the air raid shelter. Mugui's plant barrier held for 5 minutes before finally collapsing, and countless flames fell, creating shallow pits along the road. But within 5 minutes, Mugui had already saved most of the residents on the street. The air raid shelter was packed with people seeking refuge. After narrowly escaping death, everyone looked at the gentle and refined Mugui with eyes full of gratitude and awe. Mian, you calm everyone down. I'll contact the outside world to find out what exactly happened. Mugui glanced around and instructed Mian, fully aware that she had just used her wood element abilities to assist him. Okay. Mian nodded and looked at the county residents who were still shaken. Before she could speak, someone called out. That's the Su family girl, last year's top scorer in the provincial college entrance exam. She's Li Hongqi's niece. What exactly happened? The county was small and Mian had a 1 in 1,000 appearance. She had scored first in the province last year. The counties know. One high school had been celebrating with lion dances and banners all year, and her photo was posted on the school's bulletin board. Most parents recognized Mian and asked one after another. Everyone, don't panic. We are contacting the outside world. For a disaster like this, the government will definitely send rescue teams. Now everyone, calm your emotions and trust our country, Mian said loudly. Yes, we must trust the country. Even the young girl isn't scared. Dr. House said, those who are injured should line up on the left. He will examine wounds for free. Those uninjured, please stand on the right. Soon, the residents of the county town calmed down and lined up in an orderly manner. The air raid shelter was poorly lit, so those with phones turned on their flashlights to provide light for the doctor. 15 minutes later, the blazing fireballs finally stopped. The entire county was left in ruins, with raging fires spreading and thick smoke billowing, an incredibly tragic scene. Some communications briefly returned to normal. The street broadcasts and radio stations all issued a global disaster alert. The following is a nationwide announcement. It is with deep sorrow that we inform everyone that 15 minutes ago, the world experienced an unprecedented blaze attack. We anticipate that high temperatures will persist globally. Please stay indoors as much as possible, avoid going outside, and wait for rescue. Rescue teams from various regions will evacuate everyone to shelters and safe bases as soon as possible. Repeating the announcement. It's the apocalypse, everything said on the forum is true. A girl whispered, starting to cry. Could there be a virus, zombies? My parents are still in Huadu, I want to go home. Stop crying, I already said the rescue team will set out soon. Will crying solve anything? Baishi snapped impatiently. Everyone stop arguing. Those listening to the broadcast return home, bring enough food, and wait for rescue, Mugiyi spoke, and the crowd quieted down, whispering among themselves. Then a few middle-aged men bravely went out and returned safely to their charred homes. Seeing no danger, the others hurried home to salvage their belongings. A small number whose homes were destroyed could only sit in the air raid shelters, crying and comforting each other. We need to head back to the mountains immediately, Mian said softly, looking at Mugiyi. The rescue team should arrive in about half an hour. Mugue nodded, not knowing how things were going over at Handan village. Thinking of what Mian said to Grandma Su before they set off, Mugue's eyes flickered with a strange expression. Could it be that Mian had foreseen all of this? She always seemed excessively calm, unlike a girl her age. Baishi, let's go. Mian tugged at Baishi. She wasn't familiar with the group of rich young masters and wealthy daughters who had come out with Baishi, so naturally she had no intention of taking them along. What about them? And what about Yuanjun? Baishi quietly pointed to Yuanjun, who was crying with tears streaming down her face. They'll have rescue teams to take them to safe places. After that, survival is up to their own abilities, Mian said coldly. As for Yuanjun, she was very capable, so there was no need to worry about her. In fact, they needed to be wary of her. Baishi nodded and, pointing to a young man in the crowd who looked refined and reserved, lowered his voice and said, Can I bring along another childhood friend, Fengji? He followed me out of concern for my safety, unlike those trust fund brats. Fengji? Mian was momentarily stunned. In her previous life, there was a powerful thunder-type ability user named Fengji at the Beichen base. She wondered if it was the same person. Is he from Kyoto? How do you know? He's my childhood friend. After middle school, his father Gao Qian moved to Kyoto, and the whole family relocated there. Mian nodded. Baishi was overjoyed and quickly went over to pull Fengji along. Mian, Baishi, where are you going? Let's go together. Yuanjun, who had been crying, keenly noticed Baishi's movement and called out sharply. This caught everyone's attention. Going home. I don't even know if my house has been burned down. Mian said coldly. My home is in the mountains with no village in front or shops behind. You'd better wait for the rescue team. Wanjun, how about we wait for the rescue team? Once the traffic is restored, we can go straight back to Huadu. It's too dangerous, better not go into the mountains. Yuanjun looked suspiciously at Mian and Baishi, wanting to wait for the rescue team but unwilling to let Mian and the others leave. If you're not afraid of dying, then come along. Baishi sneered coldly and dragged Mian away. Yuanjun wanted to follow, but none of these rich second-generation heirs were willing to take risks, and since she couldn't drive, she could only sulk and watch Mian and the others leave helplessly. Asterisk. After getting into the car, Mugue turned on the radio, tuning into the military channel, which was filled with rescue information from various places and distress signals. Fengji sat in the passenger seat with a pale face, looking at the calm, gentle and refined man and hoarsely asked, You have supernatural abilities? Mugue smiled and nodded. Very powerful. A trace of envy and a longing for strength flashed in Fengji's eyes. Thank you and Mian for coming to pick us up. You're welcome. Mian, can we still go back to Huadu? Baishi asked with red-rimmed eyes. The broadcast said that the world will continue to experience high temperatures, with all transportation and signals cut off. If nothing unexpected happens, humanity will soon face famine. Going back is a death sentence, Mian said softly. Shaoxi, going back is just returning to a ruined city. Baishi bit her lip, saying nothing. There is a safe base near Huadu located at Taihu Lake. The rescue team will escort ordinary civilians to the base. There are large survival bases in both the capital and the south. You don't need to worry. Once the situation stabilizes, you can slowly get in touch with your families. Mugue glanced at Su Mian and said calmly, Su Mian is right. The most important thing right now is to learn how to survive. Even if you don't want to admit it, the apocalypse has come. Baishi and Fengji both shuddered. The word apocalypse almost represented death and all the unknowns. How can we survive in the apocalypse? Fengji asked Mugue seriously. Awaken your powers, Mugue said with a smile, his gaze deep and gentle. If you can't awaken them, then just be a strong ordinary person. Su Mian, you're a power user too, right? Fengji suddenly spoke up. I saw you step in to help Mr. Mu. The three of them looked at Su Mian in unison. Su Mian hadn't expected Fengji to be so perceptive and nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, I'm a power user too. You all have a chance to awaken your powers as well. Fengji and Bai Shi's eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope arising. They must become superpowered individuals and then survive. On the way back, they encountered countless vehicles setting out for rescue. Mugue automatically gave way to the vehicles. By the time they returned to Handan village, it was almost dark. Unexpectedly, because Handan village is located in a mountain basin terrain and the village is small, surrounded by two large mountains, the village suffered very little damage. Only 2 abandoned tile-roofed houses were burned down. On the back mountain, since all the bamboo forests and trees had been cut down, no fires broke out there. Only in the deep forest behind did thick smoke rise, with a vast mountain fire spreading endlessly. Su Mian and the others drove up the back mountain and saw the Mu family and the villagers of Handan all gathered by the edge of Handan. Seeing them return, they joyfully shouted, You're back, Grandma Su. Xiao Mian and the others are back. The flowers, grass, and trees by the cold pond were all rescued into the cave. On the glass roof above the cold pond, there was a barrier made of intertwined plant vines. Su Mian knew it was the Mu family who had taken action, minimizing the damage. Grandma, I'm back. These are my classmates Bai Shi and Fengji. Good to have you back, good to have you back. Grandma Su's voice trembled as she wiped her tears and said, You must be starving. I've cooked food in the pot. Mian, take your 2 classmates to eat. Su Mian held her grandma's trembling hand, her eyes slightly red, and smiled okay. In her past life, what she cherished most was this kind of warmth. No matter how far she went or how dangerous the things she did were, her grandmother would always have a meal ready at home, waiting for her to come back and eat. This life, she has returned back to Handan village. Chapter 15 Elemental Crystal Core. There were no casualties in Handan village. The villagers were all frightened by the blazing fireball from an hour ago. Upon learning that Amping County was burned beyond recognition, Li Hongqi's family broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Grandma Su having the village chief help them move 3 days ago, their whole family might be crying and wailing right now. The cave by the cold pond on the back mountain was untouched by the fire, and thanks to the cold pond, it stayed warm in winter and cool in summer. On the cold pond, which was as large as a football field, a sturdy glass house was built. Inside the glass house, a batch of towering trees planted by the newly moved-in neighbors grew, shading the entire area. Along the base of the glass walls, thick trees and vines intertwined, forming a dense plant network that turned the cold pond into a botanical space impermeable to wind. No heat from outside could enter at all, and the temperature visibly rose, but inside the plant glass house, the ice on the surface of the cold pond had not yet melted, and everything was lush and green. At the moment the apocalyptic flames descended, after witnessing the tactics of the smiling elders of the Mu family, Li Hongqi and the villagers of Handan instantly understood why Su family's little cotton agreed to let strangers move in. Grandma Su's little granddaughter saved all their lives and even found incredibly powerful neighbors. The villagers were moved to tears with gratitude and promised to take good care of the Su family's grandfather and grandson from then on. Su Mian was naturally unaware of the villagers' thoughts. She took Bai Shi, Fengji, and Mugue straight home to eat. Grandma Su prepared a sumptuous dinner. Knowing Su Mian liked meat, she made braised rabbit, braised lion's head meatballs, vinegar cucumber, steamed pumpkin, corn cakes, and chili pancakes, all of Su Mian's favorites. Grandma Su cut a large plate of watermelon and brought it out, smiling as she said, Kids, come eat, you must be starving. Mugue looked at the sumptuous dinner, his face beaming with a smile. Su Mian was indeed the richest small landowner in the village. Just by looking at the wild game hanging all over the stone beam, one could tell how wealthy she was. The Mu family, besides being good at planting trees and flowers, lived a very tight life. They usually ate vegetarian, but meat is truly a good friend to humans. He wanted to eat meat. Grandma, don't bother yourself, I'll serve the rice. Mugue, acting familiar, went to serve the rice, while Bai Shi and Fengji had been stunned by everything they saw since the moment they entered Handan village. Plant glass cold pool? Cave house? The interior was spacious and comfortable, neat and clean. Although there wasn't much furniture, the layout was reasonable, with a kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, and living room all present. Outside, the temperature was 70 or 80 degrees, but inside, the floor was covered with soft, home-woven mats, warm and cozy. They seemed to have just walked from hell into heaven. What kind of divine place was this? Bai Shi and Feng Ji, one a second-generation rich kid and the other a second-generation revolutionary, had seen all kinds of luxurious places, but this less than 100-square-meter cave house had become the most beautiful home in their minds in this apocalypse. Mian moved the small dining table over, and seeing the two still dazed, she smiled and said, "Sit down and eat. My grandma's cooking is especially delicious." Bai Shi and Feng Ji sat down and started eating ravenously with their chopsticks. "Grandma, I brought you lots of specialties, but the car was destroyed, everything's gone." Bai Shi was eating when tears suddenly fell. That broken car was hit by a fireball and burned to ashes. "Don't cry, what's gone is gone. Grandma has everything here." Xiao Mian bought a lot of stored food for the family. Grandma Su smiled kindly, patted Bai Shi's hand and said, "You all just settle down here. You and Xiao Mian can share a room and Xiao Ji can stay at Xiao Mian's cousin's house." "Can I build my own house?" Feng Ji hesitated. This place was too beautiful. He wanted to contact his family and bring them over. Although it would be difficult, he had to try. "Okay, find a place yourself." Mian squinted and smiled, happily taking a bite of the chili pancake, tears welling up from the spiciness. "Thank you." Feng Ji clenched his fist and said gratefully, "Then I'll build it with you." Bai Shi wiped her tears away and said, "Ugh, so spicy." Mu Gue saw Mian continuously eating the chili pancake, couldn't resist trying a bite himself, and was instantly burned by the spiciness, the breath he exhaled carrying the taste of chili, ruining his previously gentle and perfect image in an instant. "Ha ha ha." The crowd was stunned, then burst out laughing together, and instantly all the unpleasantness dissipated in the laughter. No matter how hard it is, you have to keep trying to live. Night quickly fell. Mian took out bedding and pillows from the rattan storage cabinet and laid the bed on the ground. Bai Shi was quite frightened today and soon fell asleep from exhaustion. Mian tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and was about to enter the gourd space to pick some watermelons when she suddenly sensed a fierce aura approaching. An elemental beast? Her expression changed sharply. She got up, grabbed her bow and arrows, and left the cave. The iron gate of the Mu family was also opened, and Mu Gue, Mu Shui, and Mu Yu came out. Behind them, the wildfire in the deep mountain forest had not yet been extinguished. The firelight dyed the sky red, and countless green and red light clusters followed the scent from the wildfire on the back mountain, rushing toward the cold pool. "Be careful, these should be elemental beasts," Mu Gue whispered a warning. A flicker of excitement flashed in Mian's eyes. The green light clusters were wood elemental beasts and the red light clusters were fire elemental beasts. The deep mountain forest stretching hundreds of miles behind had the most trees, followed by fierce flames. She hadn't expected a first-level elemental beast to be born on the very first day. If she killed the elemental beasts, she could obtain elemental crystal cores and upgrade her own wood elemental abilities. Aren't they the beasts from the mountains?" Mu Shui exclaimed in surprise, as one by one the mountain beasts approached with low growls, some with green glowing eyes, others with red glowing eyes. "Look at their eyes, they have been corrupted by the brutal elements and turned into elemental beasts." Mu Gui's palm sprouted a long green vine, which pinned a red wild goat that was lunging forward in place. The vine, sharp as a dagger, pierced straight through the goat's skull, killing it instantly. "Sister Mian, stand behind me, I will protect you." Mu Shui, the youngest in the Mu family, said in a delicate voice. As she spoke, a pink rose bloomed from her palm and flew directly toward the smallest wild rabbit. Seeing that one flower didn't kill the rabbit, she sent out another. As for Mu Yu's life plant, it was emerald bamboo. Sharp bamboo leaves flew toward the level 1 elemental beasts. In front of Mian, there were wisteria vines, bamboo strips, and rose flowers, all breathtakingly beautiful. She was stunned for a moment. Could the battle of a wood element user really be this beautiful? Wasn't it said that low-level wood element users had no combat power? Activate the plant of your life mark in your palm, infuse it with elemental power, and use the elemental power to attack the elemental beast, Mu Gue instructed from the side. Mian looked at her palm, where on the crimson jade gourd there was only a single green leaf. Could a leaf kill an elemental beast? Mian drew the bow and arrow from her back, shooting arrow after arrow, consecutively hitting headshots. The three from the Mu family were stunned for a moment. "Big brother, the level 1 elemental beasts don't seem very strong?" Mu Shui whispered as the pink roses in her palm kept flying out, killing one elemental beast after another. "Continue the ranged attack," Mu Gue nodded. The first-level elemental beasts rely on the instincts of wild animals in the mountains to fight. They have no intelligence at all and are indeed not very strong, but there are too many of them. After Mian used up all her arrows, she had no choice but to team up with Mu Shui, activating the green leaves in her palm. The green leaves and the roses worked perfectly together to kill the elemental beasts. Sister Su Mian, your leaves are so cute and smell so good. Such a fresh scent, I want to eat them, Mu Shui said coquettishly with a smile. Mu Shui, are you a cow? Only cows eat leaves, Mu Yu sneered. That's still better than you. You can't even produce a whole bamboo stalk. Only bamboo slices. Mu Shui stuck out her tongue. Mu Gui slightly squinted upon seeing this. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that the green leaves Su Mian produced were somewhat unusual because they smelled incredibly good. And all the elemental beasts attacked by the green leaves moved more sluggishly than ordinary elemental beasts. It seemed he needed to go back and check the clan records in ancient books to see if there was a special green leaf type of wood elemental ability. Soon, the first batch of low-level elemental beasts was killed by the four working together. The area in front of the cold pool was littered with the corpses of wild beasts from the mountains, the smallest being bamboo rats and the largest being mountain goats. Su Mian took out a dagger and dug out a piece of green elemental crystal core from inside. Wow, what element? Mu Shui's eyes lit up when she saw Su Mian dig out the green crystal core. Girls all like these sparkling crystals. I'll go dig too. Big brother, can we eat the meat of these animals? Mu Yu looked at the piles of mutton and rabbit meat on the ground, almost drooling. No, you can't. Mu Gui shook his head. Their bodies are filled with violent elemental power. Eating the meat can easily drive ordinary people mad, and for those with special abilities it causes backlash. Burn it all. If we remove the violent elemental power inside the goat and rabbit, can't we just eat them? Su Mian asked. She remembered that in her previous life, she had eaten meat. The three of them all looked at Su Mian in unison. Mu Shui giggled and said, Sis, do you know how difficult it is to remove violent elemental power? You have to continuously refine the violent elemental power using elemental power. I dare say only advanced psychics can do it, and it consumes a huge amount of elemental power. Advanced psychics' elemental power is very precious, only a fool would do that. Su Mian's face turned slightly pale. In her previous life, she ate meat almost every week, and it was forced upon her. She hung her head and silently went to dig for elemental crystal cores. Not all level 1 elemental beasts have crystal cores. In the end, the four of them dug up a total of 55 wood element crystal cores and 49 fire element crystal cores. Miu piled all the fierce beasts to one side and burned them, then the four sat by the cold pool and evenly divided the spoils. Su Mian received 11 green wood element crystal cores and 12 fire element crystal cores. Fire element abilities can be stored away and later traded with fire element ability users. The wood element crystal cores should be taken home and absorbed in the palm to cultivate and improve ability levels. Levels 1 to 3 are beginner abilities, 4 to 6 are intermediate, and above 6 are advanced abilities. Everyone should work hard to improve their ability levels. Mu Gui squinted as he looked toward the deep forest burning in the great fire. Not a single wolf, tiger, or leopard appeared in the mountains. Perhaps the powerful elemental beasts are still ahead. The four remained silent. The very first night of the apocalypse had already torn open a corner of its terrifying visage. Chapter 16 Apocalypse Squad. Su Mian's current ability level is 1. She can fly out a single green leaf at a time and fight for half an hour. After her ability is exhausted, she either absorbs a wood-type crystal core to restore her power or waits 12 hours for natural recovery. Mu Yu and Mu Shui are level 2 psychics, Mu Gui is level 3 psychic, and so far no one has reached intermediate psychic level. Back at the cold pool cave, Su Mian looked at the crystal core scattered on the ground emitting green and red eerie glows, took a deep breath, and her eyes flashed with bright light. This was the first time she had killed an elemental beast using her own power. Grasping the crystal core emitting green eerie light in her palm, Su Mian sat cross-legged and began to regulate her breath, absorbing the wood element inside the crystal core. A continuous stream of wood element poured into the green leaf in her palm, nourishing the small leaf. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the crystal core in Su Mian's hand turned into dust and disappeared. After repeatedly absorbing, once all 11 wood element crystal cores were absorbed, the green leaf in Su Mian's palm became even more crystal clear, growing fine leaf veins. Seeing that night had fallen deep, Su Mian quickly went to sleep. Early the next morning, Li Hongqi came to knock on the door. Has Xiao Mian gotten up? Her classmate has been unconscious all this time, what should we do? Su Mian was groggily awakened by the noise. When she got up to look, she was still not awake, her little face flushed with fever, her brows tightly furrowed, as if enduring immense pain. No matter how much she called, she couldn't wake up. Is this a power awakening? Su Mian was slightly surprised. In this life, is she also going to awaken her abilities? As for Fengji, she could roughly guess that it was probably about to awaken Thunder-type powers. Baishi's childhood friend was very likely the Thunder-type expert Fengji from the previous life. Uncle Hongqi, don't worry, I'll go with you to take a look. Su Mian followed Li Hongqi over, and sure enough, Feng Ji was undergoing the same supernatural awakening as Bai Shi. They'll be unconscious for a few more days. During this time, just feed them some saline, Su Mian said. That's a relief, Li Hongqi sighed with relief, sending his son Xiaobing off to eat breakfast. He said with a worried look, Xiaomian, I just went back to the village. All the vegetables in the garden have withered, and the chickens raised by Aunt Lu in the village died from the heat. Only the village chief brought over 3 sheep that didn't die from the heat. When I walked, my shoes got 2 big holes burned through. What are we going to do from now on? The villagers of Handan village all have the habit of stockpiling grain. Because they live in the mountains with inconvenient transportation, a single trip to the county can buy enough grain for several months. The vegetables and fruits they grow are also habitually stored in cellars. Before the apocalypse, Su Mian kept reminding everyone about the soaring prices and urged them to stockpile food. Every household, to save money, had stored nearly a year's worth of grain and even luxuriously bought some meat to cure. Only Li Hongqi's family had moved from the county and hadn't stockpiled much grain. Uncle Hongqi, how long will your family's food last? About 1 summer vacation. We originally planned to stay for 2 months and then take little Fatty back to school in September. Li Hongqi was a businessman, sharper than the villagers. He knew about the current global disaster and this rare heatwave people couldn't survive, let alone crops. They were soon facing famine. Uncle, don't worry yet. The apocalypse has its own survival methods. We'll definitely find a way within 2 months. Su Mian left Li Hongqi's house and went to find Mu Gui. The front of the Mu family's house was lined with plants growing along the wall, and the vines, accelerated by supernatural power, had formed a natural barrier. Su Mian thought about planting a few plants by the stone wall when she returned, since the temperature was rising and even the iron gate might melt. Su Mian, I was just about to look for you, Mu Gui said with a smile when he saw her. Come have breakfast at my place. Yes, Xiao Mian, come eat with us, Grandma Mu said with a smile. The Mu family, more than a dozen people, were having breakfast together. Breakfast consisted of vegetable porridge, a large plate of fried peanuts, and a plate of pickled vegetables, all ingredients previously sent by the village chief and others. This big family lived a very frugal life, Su Mian thought with a sigh. It also showed their noble character. Otherwise, with the Mu family's wood element abilities, they could easily get rich by selling a few pots of rare flowers. The ghost orchids the Mu family raised were each worth tens of millions on the market. No, my grandmother is waiting for me to eat at home, Su Mian smiled. Mu Gui, let's talk after you finish eating. All right, I'll come find you later. Before long, Mu Gui, Mu Yu, and Mu Shui arrived. Where are Mu Feng and Mu Shuang? Su Mian asked casually while setting out breakfast. The breakfast consisted of steamed meat buns, soy milk, porridge, and several plates of pickled vegetables. The pickled vegetables were all homemade by Grandma Su. Spicy cabbage, sour long beans, refreshing radish, and homemade beef sauce. Mu Shui and Mu Yu looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the small table, and the tempting aroma made them swallow hard. They had just eaten, but now they felt even hungrier. Truly, without comparison, there is no hurt. Mu Gui cleared his throat lightly and smiled. They've gone out on a mission. Xiao Mian, bring a few more pairs of bowls and chopsticks. Xiao Shui, you all sit down and eat too. You're still growing, Grandma Su said kindly with a loving smile. All right, Grandma, you're so kind. Boo-hoo. Mu Shui happily sat down, and so the 3 members of the Mu family began their second breakfast. After eating, Mu Shui volunteered to help wash the dishes. Su Mian held a small meeting with Mu Gui and Mu Yu. There's a signal transmission tower built by the neighboring military district. The 4 large bases to the east, south, west, and north can all connect. If your home has an old-fashioned radio, you can receive the channel and learn about the latest external situation. Mu Gui whispered about the post-apocalyptic situation. 4 large bases? Su Mian was momentarily stunned. Which 4? The Dongyao Base in Taihu, the Nanfeng Base in the South China Sea, the Xiling Base in Jincheng, and the Beichen Base in Daiha. Our Amping County, because it hosts the Southwest Military District, is considered a medium-sized base. There are many small and medium bases like ours, but they cannot be fully accounted for yet. Su Mian was silent for a moment. So Jincheng still established the Xiling Base. Everything was still following the trajectory of her previous life, only some subtle changes occurred because of her rebirth. For example, all the villagers in Handan village survived, and the Mu family did not go to Jincheng but came to Handan village instead. The outside temperature has now reached 100 degrees. Going out during the day causes spontaneous combustion. All the land is parched, crops are dying, and animals are either dying from the heat or transforming into elemental beasts. Famine is imminent. Mu Gui's expression grew more serious. Su Mian, do you have any ideas? Su Mian squinted, her thick eyelashes fluttering gently like small fans. If I'm not mistaken, soon a large number of ordinary people will awaken their abilities, each performing their roles. Wood element users will grow food, water element users will create water, ice element users will cool the environment. The global environment has undergone drastic changes. Spending too long in high temperatures will continuously strengthen the human body's endurance. As long as we avoid going out during the day, the heat won't be a problem. The elemental beasts are the real threat. The most terrifying threat comes from the elemental beasts, which are like tireless devourers, consuming all living things around them. Intermediate elemental beasts can develop various abilities, while advanced elemental beasts possess earth-shattering powers. In my previous life, every time the elemental beasts rampaged, countless small and medium-sized bases were destroyed. The evolution speed of the elemental beasts far exceeds our imagination. Our strength is too weak. Later I will go into the deep mountains and forests at the back to hunt elemental beasts and obtain elemental crystal cores. Mugue, I hope you can contact the major bases and have them send ordinary people to build high walls and send teams of psychics to go out and kill elemental beasts and level up their abilities. Only then can we survive, Su Mian said calmly. In the previous life, the Huaxia nation only realized this problem after paying the price of blood. Mugue frowned, thought for a moment, and said, Su Mian, the situation in the deep mountains and forests is too dangerous. The strength of wood-type psychics is not combat. I suggest we first go to the Omping base and assemble fire-type and ice-type psychics to go. Do you have connections at the Omping base? Su Mian asked. Yes. Mugue showed a slight smile. The Luo family's emissaries have been involved in politics for generations. A pure and loyal lineage. This time Luo Han sent Luo Qi over to take charge of the Omping base. With the Luo family here, the Omping base built by the Southwest Military Region would bear the Luo name. By the time calculation, Luo Qi should be arriving soon. What Mugue didn't expect was that this time more than just Luo Qi came. Chapter 17. Dual Elements of Ice and Fire. After the four finished their small meeting, Su Mian called a large meeting with the villagers. Li Hongqi was put in charge of leading everyone to dig trenches in the mountain clearing and build a defensive high wall along the 10-meter perimeter outside the cold pool. Grandma Zhao, Grandma Su, and other elders were responsible for cooking, while the Mu family used their wood element abilities to reinforce the cold pool's defenses, each performing their duties. Because the apocalypse came suddenly, many villagers had left their belongings in the village. Taking advantage of the mountain's temperature not yet reaching unbearable levels, everyone hurried back to the village to retrieve their things. Quilts and cotton, clothes for all seasons, food stored in the cellar, chickens and ducks raised indoors, and so on. Although some chickens and ducks died from the heat, most were still alive and were brought to the cold pool's edge, where they quickly regained vitality. Especially the 3 mountain sheep raised by village chief Li Dali, which stubbornly refused to move from the cold pool's edge and specifically ate the flowers and plants raised by the Mu family. The old Mu patriarch was heartbroken and kept shouting to quickly build chicken coops and sheep pens, warning that if they continued free-ranging, all the flowers and plants would be destroyed. Su Mian handed over all the trivial matters in the village to Li Hongqi and the village chief Li Dali and drove with Mu Gue, Mu Yu, and Mu Shui to the neighboring military base. It was only a 5-minute drive from Omping base to Handan village. When the four arrived at the base, they saw that a trench had already been dug outside Omping base, and construction of a high wall had begun. Vehicles were not allowed to enter the base. Su Mian and the others got out of the car and lined up for inspection to enter the base. Newcomers entering the base can register and receive a free loaf of bread and water. The construction team is recruiting workers. Those with construction experience can work half a day and receive food. Su Mian and the others exchanged glances. The Omping base was even more adapted to the apocalypse than they had imagined. Do you know what happened last night? It was terrifying. I know, I saw it with my own eyes, almost lost my life. Countless wild beasts from the mountains attacked the base, and bullets couldn't kill them. Then a psychic appeared, and he just raised his hand like this. The group gathered together, holding their breath and asking, hurry up and tell us what happened next. Later, a wall of fire ignited on the barbed wire, a fire wall about 2 meters high, burning all those beasts alive. I also saw a lot of sparkling things, all taken away by that psychic. They must be treasures. Su Mian heard this, looked at Mu Gue, and asked gravely, is there such a powerful fire-type psychic? It was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse and such a strong fire-type psychic had already appeared? Yesterday, the 4 of them struggled greatly to deal with over 100 beasts, and this person's strength was above all of theirs. Fire-type ability users are inherently very powerful in combat. It's quite possible they are from the Qin family, Mu Gue said. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most people's abilities had just awakened or hadn't awakened yet. Those with such strong abilities could be from the Qin family, but it could also be Luo Han. He was one of the few who knew that Luo Han had dual ice and fire abilities. But Luo Han was such a prodigy, maybe he had more than just dual abilities. Brother Mu, what are you all doing here? Mu Ling came out of the base and quickly approached when he saw Mu Gue and his group. We came to check on how Omping County is doing. The casualties are severe, more than half of the people died in the fire. The remaining people have all been temporarily settled in the base, Mu Ling said, pointing to a house on the outskirts of the base. The temperature keeps rising and last night we were attacked again by elemental beasts. The base is a mess. While the temperature is still bearable, we are rushing to build high walls. Did any psychics come to the base yesterday? Mu Gue asked. Mu Ling nodded, recalling the thrilling battle from last night. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes as he said softly, yes, there were 2 psychics, but they kept to themselves and were invited over by the old captain. Mu Gue nodded, smiling as he walked to the central square of the base. He saw many people bartering all kinds of goods, some selling, some buying, and others looking for people. He then sat down on the ground and wrote a recruitment notice. Recruiting psychics to team up and enter the mountains to kill elemental beasts, sharing the crystal cores equally. As soon as the recruitment notice was posted, the square erupted in a commotion. Recruit psychics? Crystal cores? Asterisk. Young Master Luo. Currently there are 12 awakened supernaturals in the military district, 3 of whom are combat types, while the rest are water, wood, and strength types. As for ordinary people awakening superpowers, there has been no statistics yet. The old regiment commander, over 50 years old, spoke cautiously, his gaze toward Luo Han filled with a mix of reverence and unease. Last night, the young man who looked pale and delicate, sickly and on the verge of collapse, raised his hand and ignited flames that filled the sky, wiping out the elemental beasts. Such overwhelming supernatural power shattered the old regiment commander's entire worldview. The world has changed. The Luo family has always been one of the most prestigious surnames in Huaxia, ruling the military district for generations, but the person before him, born into the Luo family yet never appearing in any system, was actually the true ruler of the Luo clan. Upon learning all this, the old regiment commander's mindset collapsed. What exactly did he find out, such a huge secret? No matter, these days more people will gradually awaken their abilities. The man stood by the window, speaking coldly, looking down at the square below, his gaze falling on the slender figure behind Mu Gue. The woman kept her head down, her face unseen, only her jet black hair visible. In such hot weather she was dressed in long pants and long sleeves wrapped up tightly, standing there as if completely out of place with the whole world. At just one glance he was firmly captivated. Is this the neighbor girl Mu Gue mentioned? There is a certain dangerous charm, even without seeing the face, just looking at the figure gives a delicate, willow-like beauty. Even when tightly wrapped it cannot conceal the slender waist. My identity must not be exposed. Let those 3 combat-type psychics team up and enter the mountain, Luo Han said calmly. Thick eyelashes fell on his pale, sculpted face, like an emotionless statue, then he turned and walked outside. Luo Han never made a losing deal. Since he had come, he naturally intended to take over the largest military base here. All right, young Master Luo, where are you going? The old regiment commander asked anxiously. He still had many difficult problems to solve. Luo Qi quickly glanced out the window, his delicate face harmlessly smiling. Our young master has run into an acquaintance. Old commander, let's talk about the rules of the post-apocalyptic base. In the early days of the apocalypse it was the time to expand power, snatch people and resources. All the major families were frantically capturing supernaturals and killing elemental beasts to obtain crystal cores. The Luo family could not fall behind. Seeing that the Mu family had no ambition, Feng Du secretly sent people to establish a base in Jincheng. Since the Feng family's reach is so long, they shouldn't blame the Luo family for taking over the military base in Omping County. Chapter 18 Meeting Gift. Mu Gue sat in the base's plaza for 10 minutes. The unique affinity of wood-type psychics combined with his handsome looks and gentle smile, along with the handsome men and beautiful women behind him, formed a sharp contrast to the grimy crowd in Omping base, quickly attracting most of the attention. As everyone whispered among themselves, the base broadcast sounded, now playing an important announcement. 1. All psychics please register at the military district. With your psychic ability you can receive 1 month's worth of living supplies, accommodation, and a psychic badge. 2. Psychics who join the base guard team will receive 500 crystal cores per month as a basic salary, and mission earnings will be split 50-50 with the base. 3. Exceptional ability users with outstanding battle achievements can enter the base management team and enjoy numerous benefits. 4. The post-apocalypse protection period lasts 7 days. After 7 days, each person must pay 50 crystal cores per month as base operating funds. 5. All rights of interpretation belong to the original 75th Corps of the Southwest Military Region. As soon as the broadcast came out, the square instantly erupted in excitement. Psychics can actually receive this mini crystal cores every month, and they can keep 50% of the task rewards themselves. This benefit is just too good. I want to join the base guard team. They have supplies, salary, housing, and you can even participate in base management. That's great. How can one become a psychic? I want to go kill elemental beasts to get crystal cores. Everyone in the square was attracted by the generous benefits of the base. Originally, Omping Base was a military base with very high prestige. This time, all the psychics hidden among the ordinary people couldn't hold back and rushed to register at the military district. Brother, wait for me, okay? I'll come join the team as soon as I finish registering. A chubby little guy with small pigtails said hurriedly to Muguehua, then ran off at full speed to register. I can create fire, I want to join a team. A tall, thin middle-aged man looked at Mian with shining eyes. This girl was even more beautiful than a celebrity. Her temperament and appearance were absolutely stunning. Pfft, what kind of fire ability is that? You can only light cigarettes, right? Mushue burst out laughing. Don't come crying to us for protection later. The tall, thin middle-aged man looked embarrassedly at the small flame flickering on his finger and said unwillingly, do you guys have fire-type ability users as well? Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, the onlookers felt the temperature in the air suddenly drop. The man walked up to the recruitment sign, threw down a heavy bag from a high position, and looked at Mian, a welcome gift. The loosely tied bag opening revealed a bag of wood-type crystal cores glowing with a greenish light. Mugue. Mushue stared in terror wide-eyed. Lo, the demon of the Luo family? Onlookers, so many crystal cores? Mian's face was so frightened that it lost all color. She blankly looked up at the man a head taller than herself. His features were still pale and strikingly beautiful, with heterochromia hidden behind specially made contact lenses that showed a natural glazed color. Yet, whether it was the faintly smiling curve of his lips or the indifference in his eyes, a deeply hidden murderous aura emanated from him. Luo Han Xing? Luo Han Xing saw the frightened little girl and smiled faintly, such a small courage, Her jet-black eyes were like grapes, her skin ivory white, like a little startled fawn, her small mouth slightly open, adorable. So adorable that he wanted to touch her little head, maybe he could find the hidden little horns. This little girl seemed to be made exactly to his liking. For the first time, Luo Hanxing felt that women as a species were not annoying at all. Old Luo. Mugue's eyes widened as he jumped up, picking up a large bag of eye-catching crystal cores and stuffing it to Luo Hanxing, happily saying, when did you arrive? Just arrived yesterday. Luo Hanxing glanced at him and said, let's go. Aren't we supposed to enter the mountain to kill elemental beasts? All right. Mugue was overjoyed. Having a Luo Hanxing was equivalent to having a superpowered soldier from a military base, capable of going into dragons' lairs and tigers' dens. Wait for me, I'm coming too, I want to team up. The chubby kid with little pigtails, sweating profusely, ran over just now, smiling foolishly, let's go. Miyu and Mushue looked at the little chubby guy as if they had seen a ghost and the silly one who was eager to team up with Luo Hanxing. This chubby guy is awesome. The six of them temporarily formed a small squad and rode in Mugue's off-road vehicle, bumping along towards the deep mountains and forests in the back. The 7-seater off-road vehicle had Mugue driving, Luo Hanxing in the front passenger seat, and Mian and the others sitting in the back. My name is Wang Fu, I'm from Ning City with metal abilities. Nice to meet you all, the little chubby guy excitedly broke the silence. I've had my abilities awaken for several days now. At first I thought I had a terminal illness. Muyu would element ability. Mushue would element ability. The Mu family cousins forced out an awkward yet polite smile. Mian curled up in the back of the car, lowering her eyes and remaining silent, pretending not to have heard, outwardly calm as still water, but actually sweating all over. The countless nights she deliberately tried to forget surfaced like ghosts, bloody, enchanting, furious, with a trace of fear rising in her heart. The last time she saw Luo Hanxing was in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Luo Hanxing suffered a backlash from his powers and she personally stabbed his heart vein and escaped from the base. Mian clenched the leather seat tightly, shivering. She had once seriously injured Luo Hanxing. And Luo Hanxing believed that betrayers must pay blood for blood. Brother, what kind of ability do you have? The little chubby Wang Fu excitedly poked his head out, and amidst the terrified gazes of the Mu siblings, reached out to pat Luo Hanxing on the shoulder. The man's glazed-colored pupils were like an icy deep pool, coldly glancing at him, and the temperature inside the car suddenly dropped. The little chubby's smile froze, his hand stopped midair, and he forced himself not to pat. The man withdrew his gaze, lazily slumped in the passenger seat and said weakly, I can't use the wood-type crystal core, you all take it. I wanted to give it to that little girl but she was frightened. Mugue gave him a suspicious glance, all for us? Lao Luo, you're being so good to me, I'm a bit startled. Luo Han snorted coldly and said, it's the rent. Rent? The Mu family members exclaimed in unison. Mian in the corner turned even paler and said in a trembling voice, no, outsiders can't live in the village. In the co-pilot seat, Luo Han saw that the little girl finally spoke to him. Although it was a refusal, he still smiled faintly and asked in a low voice, outsiders. Mian, this is my brother who I've grown up with. His name is Luo Han, Mugue said with a gentle smile. Old Luo looks pretty scary, but his heart isn't bad. He won't be staying here for long, he'll be leaving soon. Mu family's cousins stared in horror. Bro, you're clearly talking nonsense. Luo Han called, not bad-hearted? Then there would be no bad people in the world. No, Mian swallowed hard and boldly refused for the second time. Fortunately, only she had memories of her past life. Since that was the case, she might as well completely offend Luo Han and let him despise her. What kind of woman did Luo Han hate? Mian racked her brains thinking. In her past life, Luo Han seemed to hate all women. As soon as Mian finished speaking, the temperature inside the car dropped to freezing. This time, not only the Mu family cousins but even Mugue broke out in a cold sweat. No one had ever dared to refuse Luo Han to his face, causing him to lose face. The last person who refused Luo Han has been dead for so long that the grass on their grave is half a person tall. Chapter 19. Entering the deep forest. The atmosphere inside the car was gloomy. Luo Han was naturally moody and unpredictable. Even Mugue, who had grown up with him since childhood, could never tell when he would suddenly turn hostile. Mugue still remembered the year Luo Han took charge of the Luo family. The main branch of the Luo family had sent people multiple times to assassinate him, but Luo Han remained indifferent and unbothered. That was until they sent a grandfather and grandson duo. The grandfather had gray hair, and the grandson was only 10 years old. That time, Luo Han truly became furious and personally went to the Luo family, nullifying the special abilities of all the talented young members of the Luo family. The entire Luo clan wailed in despair. He didn't kill a single person, yet he destroyed all hope for the entire Luo family, leaving the old, the weak, the disabled, with ruthless methods that were horrifying to hear about. He was so cruel even to his own clan, let alone outsiders. After this incident, Luo Hanqing's reputation for brutality spread far and wide, and no one dared to provoke him. Mugue glanced at Mian, who knew nothing about this, broke the deadlock, and smiled as he changed the subject. Old Luo, why did you suddenly come to the southwest? Luo Hanqing's handsome and striking face showed no emotion. He said indifferently, bored, just wandering around. Bro, so you're here for tourism? Me too, said the chubby guy Wang Fu happily upon hearing this. I think the Omping base is great. I just went to claim a 40 square meter studio apartment today, plus a month's worth of supply vouchers. The benefits are amazing. I didn't even have my own place before the apocalypse, hee. Didn't you say you had nowhere to live? Go claim a studio at the base. The base's benefits are that good? Mugu, should we also go claim a studio? Mu Shui said timidly. Getting a month's supply vouchers isn't bad either. It would be best if everyone went to claim one so the big boss of the Luo family doesn't come to Handan Village. Handan Village is such a nice place. What if Luo Hanqing sets his sights on it and kicks everyone out? Mugue rubbed his forehead. Silly little sister, the current owner of the Southwest Military District base is Luo Hanqing. Taking advantage of the owner right in front of him? Receiving benefits from the base means you have to serve the base. Mian reminded gloomily. All the earnings from missions have to be split 50-50 with the base, which is too unfair. Unless you join the base management, but I don't think any of you have that kind of ambition. Seems a bit unfair, Miu nodded. Why don't we work on our own? We're not short of places to stay anyway. The road ahead is blocked. Let's get out of the car. Mugue stopped the car in the mountains, feeling the intense heat outside. On the second day of the apocalypse, the temperature was already scorching. He hoped the car could hold out a little longer. Lao Luo, the temperature is too high. At this rate, all the cities around the world will melt. Mugue said worriedly, even with the water and ice abilities in the base supporting us, it won't be enough. Luo Hanqing strode out of the car with his long legs, leisurely and confidently, feeling the heat and smiling lazily. So don't you think the days ahead will be very interesting? Mugue. Luo Hanqing, this perverted dual ice and fire ability user, can create ice and fire at any time, so naturally he is not afraid of harsh natural environments. Sister Mian, can the cold pool in our village withstand the future high temperatures? Mu Shui tugged at Mian's clothes and asked softly. She really liked the new home now, the dug-out cave house facing the clear pool with spring blossoms. It can withstand it. Mian nodded and said, as long as the cold pool can survive through the mid-stage of the apocalypse, it would be fine. When 7th level ice elemental beasts appear, even temperatures of 1,000 degrees can be resisted. because advanced elemental beasts have undergone a qualitative change. The advanced crystal cores in their bodies have already formed domains. The crystal core of a 7th-level ice elemental beast is like a miniature ice core, continuously emitting cold air that can cover an area of several thousand meters. But the power of the advanced elemental beasts was truly terrifying, far stronger than the advanced human psychics. In the previous life, only the 4 major bases had the strength to kill level 7 elemental beasts, and the probability of an advanced elemental core producing a domain was 10%. It would take almost killing 10 advanced elemental beasts to possibly obtain an advanced core with a domain. Every battle with advanced elemental beasts in the previous life was extremely brutal. Mian was silent. The current apocalypse was still quite peaceful, but the real cruelty was yet to come. This life, she must become strong and obtain advanced ice and fire cores with domains. After entering the deep mountains and forests, everywhere was filled with charred black trees, exposed rocks, scorched animal skeletons, and ashes scattered on the ground, with deep footprints pressed into the soil. Elemental beast, the little chubby boy stammered, pointing at a red-eyed rabbit that suddenly darted out ahead. Luo Han walked in front, his eyes fixed on the small elemental beast. The red-eyed rabbit instantly self-ignited into ashes, dropping a round, red little crystal core. Wow, this elemental beast self-ignited. The little chubby boy's face changed in a second, and he cheerfully stepped forward to pick up the red crystal core. Mian and the Mu family. This blockhead, among them only Luo Han is a fire-type ability user. Self-ignition my foot, they really have never seen a fire element beast spontaneously combust. Wang Fu, you're in charge of collecting the crystal cores. Mian pulled the reckless little chubby back from the edge of danger. Have you never killed an elemental beast before? Yeah. This is my first time going out to kill elemental beasts. The little chubby patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll protect you. Later, you and Xiao Shui just stay behind me. 5 minutes later. The little chubby kid, chased everywhere by elemental beasts, wailed loudly as he hid behind Mian and Mu Shui, frantically unleashing his metal powers and conjuring a bunch of embroidery needles. Chubby, don't throw your embroidery needles around. If you poke my face, you're dead, Mu Shui shouted angrily. Fatso, you're poking my butt with needles? Mu Yu's bamboo slips flew straight at the little chubby kid. Yes, sorry I didn't get the direction right. The little chubby guy flusteredly controlled his embroidery needle. Mu Gui and Mu Yu walked at the front, clearing the elemental beasts along the way with countless green vines and bamboo strips. Mian and Mu Shui were responsible for the straggling elemental beasts, while Luo Han leisurely walked at the back, too lazy to even lift his hand. Brother, why aren't you helping at all? The little chubby guy was out of breath and gasping. Seeing Luo Han freeloading and not killing the elemental beasts, he immediately shouted, look, he's the most useless one. Luo Han's deep pupils looked at the little chubby guy. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the little chubby boy as if he were a dead object. The little chubby boy shivered inexplicably. Sniff, he was telling the truth. Mu Gui too slow. The man spoke calmly, his gaze falling on a depression ahead, which had previously been a pond but was now a deep pit dozens of meters wide, scorched black by a fireball that had fallen from the sky. You all wait here. After saying this, Luo Han quickly entered the depths of the dense mountain forest. Chapter 20 Elemental Beast Hide. Hey brother, I was joking, don't go off to the deep mountains to get yourself killed. The little chubby guy shouted anxiously when he saw Luo Han going in alone. Why didn't you stop him? The little chubby guy stomped his feet in frustration. We can't stop him, Mu Gui said with a gentle smile. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Everyone continued to clear out the elemental beasts. Mian dealt with the last elemental beast alone, silently digging out the crystal core. Mian, what's wrong? Mu Gui noticed Mian's unusual behavior and asked. Mian looked up and asked, are you very familiar with Luo Han? We grew up together, Mu Gui said. Is there something wrong with that? Mian took a deep breath. Growing up together? She didn't even know that. Was it because the Mu family was here that Luo Han appeared at the Omping base 2,000 miles away? These days she often dreamed at night about her past life, dreaming of being locked in that dark room in the base. Luo Han often went out to kill elemental beasts, returning covered in blood. When he was in a bad mood, he would torment her fiercely. When he was in a good mood, he liked tormenting her even more. Back then she was stubborn and suffered a lot. In the first year, the two hardly communicated. Later, feeling too lonely, she gradually learned to soften, speaking to him half truthfully, half falsely. But their values never aligned, and they often quarreled and gave each other the cold shoulder. Looking back now, she realized she knew very little about Luo Han. He only kept her as a plaything, never putting any thought into her, nor ever sharing a single sincere word. In her previous life, the stab she made was somewhat shallow. What's going on between you and Lao Luo? Mu Gui asked thoughtfully, noticing her cold expression. Something was off between the two of them. Mian appeared to keep to herself, but she often took care of those around her and was a kind-hearted girl. This was the first time Mugue had seen Mian show such a cold expression. As for Luo Han, he was even stranger, cold on the outside and colder at heart, never showing any kindness. His greatest wish was probably chaos in the world and its destruction. Lao Luo always despised women and kept to himself, so why would he immediately want to give Mian a crystal core upon meeting her, and even join them in the mountains to hunt elemental beasts? Mugue squinted. Could it be that he had taken a liking to the young lady from the Su family? Impossible. Great-grandfather had already calculated Lao Luo's fate, one of severed emotions and detachment. Even if he had feelings, it would not end well. If Luo Han liked women, that would truly be the end of the world. Maybe they're naturally incompatible, their destinies just don't match, Mian said perfunctorily. Mugu, did you hear anything? Me listen closely. Everyone listened carefully. At first, they only heard a faint sound, but after a few seconds it felt as if the entire mountain was about to shake. Elemental beast tide? Mugue's face changed drastically. Such a huge commotion could only mean a beast tide was coming. The three of them all turned pale at once. Killing over 100 elemental beasts was not difficult, but if a beast tide came, it would crush them like meat. Run, run. The little chubby guy's legs trembled with fear. Countless colorful light orbs were rushing over from afar, and at the very front was none other than Luo Han from before. The man's figure was like a ghost, always keeping a certain distance from the dust rising behind him, and before long he had run to the front of Mian and the others. Mugue. The man spoke coldly, raising his hand around the edge of the deep pit to form a thick wall of ice. The green vine in Mugue's hand flew out, rooting into the ground to reinforce the ice wall. Then countless elemental beasts came charging wildly, all rushing into the deep pit. As soon as the ones in front fell in, more came rushing in behind, stepping on the corpses of the elemental beasts to continue forward, crashing into the ice wall. Batch after batch stepped on each other, and soon the dozens of meters wide deep pit was filled up tightly. Little chubby Wang Fu opened his mouth wider than an egg, rubbed his eyes, and called out, "Mom." Luo Han saw that the elemental beast tide he had drawn in had almost all rushed into the deep pit, trampling to death more than half of them. The color of his heterochromatic eyes suddenly deepened, and a flicker of flame seemed to flash in his eyes. Instantly, towering flames ignited in the deep pit. In less than 10 minutes, the elemental beasts in the deep pit were burned to ashes, leaving behind piles of colorful crystal cores, sparkling under the daylight. Little Chubby pinched his own thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Mian clenched her fist, a flicker of caution flashing in her eyes. The dual ice and fire abilities were surprisingly powerful, completely overpowering the wood element ability. Luo Hanqing's ability level might have reached level 4. Mugue was also somewhat shocked. This prodigy was just too abnormal, advancing his cultivation too quickly. As for Mu Yu and Mu Shui, they were so stunned they couldn't speak. Now that they were reawakening their abilities, was it still possible to switch to combat abilities? Finished collecting the crystal cores, time to wrap up. Luo Hanqing brushed the dust off his clothes, looked up at the sky, and said leisurely, "All right." The little chubby boy excitedly rushed in first, only to fall headfirst into the half-human high ashes, kicking up a cloud of dust. When he got up, he was blackened except for a mouthful of white teeth. Seeing his silly look, Mian's lips curled up. She glanced up and saw Luo Han standing not far away, staring at her intently. Her heart skipped a beat, and her expression grew cold. Without a word, she went down into the deep pit to pick up the crystal cores. This time, the harvest exceeded everyone's expectations. Fight for 1 minute, pick up crystal cores for half an hour. Besides a large number of wood element crystal cores and fire element crystal cores, there were also many gold and metal element crystal cores, cyan thunder element crystal cores, blue water element crystal cores, and white non-elemental crystal cores. Since most of the elemental beasts were killed by Luo Han, the crystal cores naturally couldn't be divided evenly. The man was always impatient with trivial matters like this, so he threw all the green wood element crystal cores to Mugue, then tossed dozens of metal element crystal cores to the chubby guy, who was so happy he almost knelt down and called him dad. All the remaining crystal cores were thrown into Luo Hanqing's backpack. It was unclear what kind of backpack it was, like a bottomless pit. After stuffing in nearly half a mountain's worth of crystal cores, there was no change in its appearance. "Luo, young Master Luo, are all these wood-type crystal cores for us?" Muxiue looked at the pile of green crystal cores stacked like a small mountain and called out excitedly. "There must be at least a few thousand of them." "Yeah, I don't need them," Luo Hanqing said casually, glancing subtly at Mian. Su Xiaomian could use them. Her ability was actually little green leaves, which was kind of cute. "Dad's so generous. Even if you don't need these crystal cores, you can trade them." The little chubby guy flattered shamelessly, patting his own small backpack, grinning with a toothy smile. Ah, Dad, take me flying next time. Dad? Luo Han squinted his eyes and sneered, if my son were this ugly, I would have strangled him at birth. The little chubby boy squatted on the ground, feeling wrong, sniffling, being ugly means even flattering is wrong. Old Luo, want to come to my place for dinner tonight? Mu Guixin happily divided the wood element crystal cores evenly. The 3 members of the Mu family and Su Mian each received 500 level 1 wood element crystal cores and 15 level 2 crystal cores. Level 2 crystal cores have purer elemental power than level 1 cores. Simply put, level 1 cores have a hint of green, and with each level up, the green in the core intensifies and the shape changes. At the advanced level, almost the entire core is green, stunningly beautiful beyond words. Is there any meat? I don't eat vegetables, Luo Han said indifferently. The Mu family is so poor, they probably can't even afford meat. There must be. The Su family has quite a bit of wild game. Su Mian, can we exchange some crystal cores with you for wild chicken and wild sheep meat? Mu Gui smiled. Okay. Su Mian nodded instinctively, then widened her eyes. No way. Going to Mu Gui's house for a meal is basically going to eat next door to her own home? That's great, old Luo, you pay with crystal cores, Mu Gui said with a smile. You know our family has elders above and kids below, a whole bunch of people to support, so we have to be frugal with the crystal cores. Mu Yu Mu Shui nodded desperately, whimpering. Brother Mu finally knows how to take advantage, that's great. Luo Han casually tossed a small pouch from his backpack to Su Mian, his heterochromatic eyes shining, and said in a low voice, if it's not enough, come ask me for more. Chapter 21. Su Mian looked at the heavy bag of crystal cores in her hand, at least 100 or 80 of them. Refuse? Just this many crystal cores could buy a lot of supplies outside. Thinking of the more than 500 crystal cores she had just received, which were almost all gifts from Luo Han, Su Mian bit her lip. Forget it, it's just a meal. With the crystal cores, she could improve her strength faster, so there was no need to be picky. Dads, are you going on a mission tomorrow? I don't want crystal cores, I want to assist you do some dirty and hard work, the chubby boy said with a big smile. Sigh, these guys are amazing, just a little crystal core slipping through their fingers can make him rich. He must hold on tight to these big shots. We'll talk about it tomorrow, Mu Gui smiled. Okay, thanks, big shots, for carrying me along. I'll wait for you tomorrow. The chubby boy was overjoyed. After descending the mountain, everyone went their separate ways. Since Handan village and Amping base were not far apart, less than 20 minutes on foot, the chubby boy walked back to the base by himself, while Su Mian and the others returned to Handan village. When everyone returned, it was already evening. As soon as they entered the back mountain, a wave of coolness greeted them. The glass house by the cold pond was covered with greenery, lush and vibrant. Although Luo Han had seen photos, he had never seen the full view. The entire back mountain was not very high, with a wide road built straight through. The cold pond and stone houses halfway up the mountain dotted the landscape. The villagers were enthusiastically digging ditches and building high walls. The elders sat by the cold pond chatting and picking vegetables. The old master of the Mu family was still practicing the 5 animal frolics, and a 6 or 7-year-old village child played with the mountain goats. If a bit of cooking smoke were added, it would be a picture of rustic mountain leisure. This place seemed like another world, a world where time did not flow. Luo Han lowered his eyes. No wonder Mu Gui would give up Jincheng to come here. Xiao Mian, Mr. Mu, you're back? The villagers working in the distance looked towards Su Mian and the others, calling out with cheerful smiles. Xiao Mian, we've finished laying the foundation. The progress looks pretty good, right? Xiao Mian, your classmate has woken up. You should go back and check on them. As soon as Su Mian heard that Baishi had woken up, she immediately forgot about the others and happily ran back home. How is it? This place? Mu Gui sent Mu Yu and Mu Shui back and took Luo Han for a tour himself. It's okay, there's some rustic charm, Luo Han replied lazily. Why don't you bribe Su Mian again? As long as she agrees you can move in, Mu Gui said, his eyes shining as he hooked his arm around Luo Han's shoulder. If Luo Han came, it would be like having a god of wealth among them, plus an incredibly strong bodyguard. Luo Han chuckled lightly. The little girl almost cried just because he came over for a meal. If he moved in, she'd probably be restless day and night. He also knew his fate was ominous, so it was better to stay away from this small village. I'll be staying at the Amping base for now. Just now, when I entered the mountain, I sensed that the elemental power inside was extremely violent. If I'm not mistaken, a level 4 elemental beast has already been born there, Luo Han said calmly. Level 4? Mu Gui was shocked. Before the apocalypse, level 3 abilities were their limit. For thousands of years, only Luo Han had broken through to intermediate abilities. Now, with the apocalypse just starting, and it's only the second day, a level 4 elemental beast has already appeared in the mountains. This speed is terrifying. Elemental beasts are stronger in combat than ability users of the same level. Once a level 4 elemental beast leaves the deep mountains, this area will become their territory. What attribute is it? Can you sense it? In the primeval forest, it's naturally wood type, and there's also a fire type elemental beast. 2. Mu Gui was completely stunned. Luo Han squinted and said heavily, tomorrow we enter the mountain to kill a level 4 elemental beast. Asterisk. Su Mian returned to the cave house and saw Baishi sitting inside, accompanying Grandma while picking vegetables, talking about something Su Mian did at school, making Grandma laugh heartily. Grandma, I'm back. Baishi. How are you feeling? Su Mian entered the house, put down her heavy backpack, and finally revealed the innocent smile unique to a 20-year-old girl. Su Mian, you're back. Baishi jumped up happily. I have a superpower now. What superpower? A spatial storage power with a space of 10 square meters. Baishi excitedly picked up a potato from the table and it instantly disappeared. Isn't it amazing? It was actually a spatial power. Su Mian smiled. Although spatial powers are functional and have no combat ability, they are very important for team searches in the apocalypse and are the core of the entire team's protection, essentially serving as a mobile warehouse. Baishi could be protected without having to fight, which was the best kind of useless superpower. Pretty good, Su Mian smiled. From now on when we team up, you could be my little storage. Baishi nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. What's your superpower? Su Mian opened her palm, showing the green leaf on the crimson jade gourd in her hand, then conjured a leaf and said, wood-type superpower. Wow, this is so much fun. Baishi played with the green leaf she had conjured, sticking it on her forehead. She felt her mind instantly clear up a lot. Then she stuck it on the scrape on her arm and laughed. I'll just treat this as a band-aid. Didn't people in ancient times crush green leaves into juice to use as herbal medicine? That's because it actually is herbal medicine. Su Mian laughed, and before she finished speaking, the green leaf disappeared, and the wound on Baishi's arm was instantly smoothed over, completely intact. The two stared at each other blankly, then glanced at Grandma Su. Grandma Su was even more astonished, looking at the two little girls, unable to say a word. Su Mian, conjure another leaf. Baishi called out excitedly. Su Mian produced another green leaf, and this time Baishi had a scrape that was instantly healed again. Can this green leaf heal wounds? Grandma Su said in surprise. Su Xiaomian, you fool, what kind of wood element ability is this? This is clearly a healing ability, it's amazing, Baishi exclaimed excitedly. You're practically a walking miracle herb. Su Mian said blankly, I don't know, I thought green leaves were just a wood element ability. Thinking about all the green leaves wasted on killing elemental beasts, Su Mian instantly felt deep regret. Dummy. Grandma, look at how powerful Su Mian's abilities are. You won't have to worry about her facing danger outside anymore, Baishi said, holding Grandma Su's arm and smiling coquettishly. Grandma Su was pleased and laughed. All right, you're all amazing. Tonight, Grandma will cook something delicious for you. Grandma is so nice, Baishi exclaimed happily. Seeing the elderly woman smiling broadly at Baishi's coaxing, Su Mian immediately smiled as well. She was somewhat introverted by nature and couldn't do the kind of coquettish acts that little daughters do. With Baishi around, Grandma was noticeably much more cheerful. Grandma Su went to cook, and Su Mian told Baishi about the current apocalyptic situation outside, then showed her the crystal cores they had collected today. Baishi looked at the backpack full of green crystal cores, her eyes turning green with envy. Su Mian, you really are a little rich lady, Baishi said admiringly. Su Mian smiled and said, you can't use these wood element crystal cores. Tomorrow we'll go into the mountains to hunt some elemental beasts and see if we can trade for some non-elemental crystal cores. Actually, spatial abilities don't have to be cultivated, but if you don't cultivate them, the size of the space basically won't increase. If Baishi wants to cultivate, she can only absorb non-elemental white crystal cores. Su Mian said as she opened the bag that Luo Han had given her later. Inside were dozens of colorful crystal cores shining brightly, each one more beautiful in color than the level 1 or 2 crystal cores. Su Mian was stunned for a moment. These are level 3 crystal cores? Wow, such a beautiful elemental core. The elemental power inside is so strong. Baishi's eyes widened. Damn, Su Xiaomian, could the big shot next door be trying to win you over? This is way too extravagant. A level 3 elemental core, wow, a master capable of killing level 3 elemental beasts, and on top of that, willing to give a woman an elemental core. Su Mian bit her lip. Level 3 elemental beasts were already rare, and level 3 elemental cores even more so. What did Luo Han mean by this? She picked up the bag and said, I'll take it back to him. I'll go with you. Ah, such a pity to lose so many crystal cores. Baishi quickly raised her small hand. Su Mian took 2 steps, then turned back, climbed the ladder to the roof beam, took down a wild sheep leg, then carried down a string of sausages and 2 wild pheasants, placed them into a bamboo basket, then took a pumpkin and 3 or 4 potatoes from the kitchen, picked a watermelon, filled the bamboo basket to the brim, and carried it to the neighboring Mugue's house. She had seen how the Mu family lived, not to mention eating meat. They couldn't even afford vegetables. The whole family only knew how to raise flowers and plants, relying solely on Mugue to support them. Mugue had no business acumen even in peaceful times, let alone in the apocalypse. The crystal cores had to be returned and the meat had to be taken over as well. Just consider these as bought with Luo Hanqing's 500 crystal cores. Mugue, I brought some meat over. Are you home? Mian called out from outside the door. The atmosphere inside the Mu family house was very strange. Mugue had been taken by the villagers to work as a supervisor. Inside, Luo Hanqing sat on the couch, drinking tea with a noble and indifferent air. From the old master of the Mu family to the youngest, Mu Shui, everyone was on edge. They wanted to pour tea and water to be hospitable hosts, but this young man, already notorious for his ruthlessness, showed no interest in conversation. After just a few words, the atmosphere turned cold, and the group felt as uncomfortable as if they were being punished. Years ago, the Mu family's great-grandfather lived alone in the mountains and took Luo Hanqing in, keeping his origins a secret. Since the boy was cold and aloof from a young age, even his peer Mugue barely interacted with him. As a result, the Mu family was not familiar with Luo Hanqing. It wasn't until the great-grandfather passed away and Luo Hanqing stormed into the Luo family that they learned their ancestor had been raising a deadly prodigy all those years. As soon as Mian arrived, everyone felt a sense of relief. Sister Mian, come in quickly. My brother just went to see the villagers building the high wall. Mu Shui enthusiastically pulled Mian inside and smiled at Bai Shi. The moment Mian entered, the Mu family members happily stood up and cautiously glanced at Luo Hanqing. They nearly dropped their jaws. The noble young master who had just appeared cold and unapproachable suddenly seemed to have a completely different face, exuding a gentle and humble aura. His skin was naturally pale and weak-looking, and his appearance was rather handsome. At a glance, one might think he was a refined and gentle son of a prestigious family. Mian placed a full bamboo basket of ingredients inside the house and smiled. These are ingredients for Mugue. The Mu family was overjoyed. They had just been worried about not knowing what to serve Luo Hanqing for dinner, and now the ingredients had been delivered right to their door. Aren't these ingredients bought with crystal cores by me? Luo Hanqing said calmly, looking up at the young girl from the Su family, his gaze uncontrollably fixed on her slender waist that could be encircled with just a handful. Mian felt her heart race wildly under his burning gaze, especially when she saw him looking at her waist. Her breath caught in her chest. Luo Hanqing had a secret obsession with waists. When in the mood, he could play with her waist for hours without getting bored, meticulously and bit by bit. After each time, she would be bedridden for 2 days. When Bai Shi saw Luo Hanqing's handsome face, his eyes instantly lit up. This was just too handsome. How come every man Mian meets is more charming than the last? Such a flood of romantic luck, Su Xiaomian. This ingredient is a gift for Mugue. And I'll return your crystal core to you. Mian clenched the cloth bag. Send it over. Luo Hanqing said with a calm expression. Xiaomian, you two chat. I'll go cook with your grandma Mu. Seeing this, the Mu family members quickly scattered like the wind. Mian frowned slightly, walked to the couch in the tea room, and placed a bag of crystal cores on it. The man's gaze deepened slightly as he looked at her small face so close to him, close enough to smell the faint fragrance of her hair. Then, as if compelled by some unseen force, he reached out to take the bag, holding her small hand together with it. Her small hand was smooth and innocent, the touch exactly as he had imagined, so soft that it made his heart flutter. Mian was stunned and tried to pull her hand back, but the man's large palm gripped harder, holding her even tighter. Not even giving the crystal cores, huh? Luo Hanqing's lips curled slightly, his voice a bit hoarse. Mian's face turned pale, her breath caught in fear. The moment their skin touched, memories from her past life surged forth. The last time they met, she took advantage of Luo Hanqing's power backlash and stabbed a fruit knife into his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. He gripped her hand tightly, his heterochromatic eyes blood-red. Staring at her hoarsely, Mian, you'd better pray you never find me. Mian took a deep breath, her face cold. Just as she was about to lose control, Luo Hanqing released her hand, threw a bag of crystal cores on the ground, and sneered. Once Luo Hanqing, give something away, I never take it back. The multicolored crystal cores scattered all over the ground. Mugue, who had just entered, saw the eldest young master throwing a tantrum and scattering the level 3 elemental crystal cores all over the floor. He immediately jumped up in panic. Old Luo, how can you be so wasteful? Do you know how precious these crystal cores are? These are all level 3. When did you kill so many level 3 elemental beasts? You're really spoiling things. Mugue was heartbroken. Seeing this, Su Mian also silently went to pick up the crystal cores. I'll help you pick them up. But she saw the atmosphere was a bit off and smiled warmly to ease the tension. Xiao Mian thinks the level 3 crystal cores are too precious to accept, so she returned them. Besides, our Xiao Mian specially carried a bamboo basket full of mutton and wild chicken meat over here. It was so heavy, her waist almost gave out. Luo Hanqing's expression softened a bit, his dark pupils looking at the little girl crouching on the ground picking up the crystal cores. Suddenly, a trace of regret arose in his heart. These level 3 elemental crystal cores were what he had obtained today by killing in the deep mountains and forests. He hadn't even dared to use them himself and had given them to her without a second thought, never expecting her to reject them. Luo Hanqing then got angry and threw the crystal cores down, but seeing her like this, he felt uneasy inside. Ji given to Su Mian? Mu Giyu was so shocked to hear that these level 3 crystal cores were given by Luo Hanqing to Su Mian that his mouth could have fit an egg. That old Luo, that bastard, didn't give him a single level 3 crystal core, but ended up giving so many to a little girl he'd only known for a day. Forgetting loyalty for lust, utterly insane. Su Mian picked up all the crystal cores, put them into a bag, and said softly, the ingredients have been delivered, and the crystal cores returned. I'm going home to have dinner with Grandma. Bye-bye, tomorrow when you go into the mountain to team up, take me with you. She waved brightly at Mu Gui, but when she caught Luo Hanqing's gaze on Su Mian, her smile stiffened and she ran out like she was escaping. Where are my grandpa and grandma? Mu Gui tossed a bag of level 3 crystal cores to him and asked. I don't know. The man held the teacup weakly, instantly reverting to his previously aloof and cold demeanor. This world was truly boring, everyone hated him, feared him, yet couldn't defeat him. Mu Gui. Luo Hanqing looked up, his gaze slightly cold. Su Xiaomian is mine. Keep your distance from her from now on. The teacup in Mu Gui's hand shattered on the ground, his expression changing drastically. 10 minutes later. Mu Gui paced anxiously back and forth inside the room. The shattered teacup lay alone on the floor unnoticed. You've only known her for a day, don't tell me you fell in love at first sight? Mu Gui took a deep breath and asked each word deliberately. Great-grandfather had said that old Luo was naturally cold and ruthless, heartless and merciless. Using warmth to influence him could ensure he wouldn't harm the region. Great-grandfather had worked hard for 20 years but only managed to suppress his outward murderous aura. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, things would only get worse. Would such a Luo Hanqing fall in love at first sight? He was probably just thinking the young girl was pretty and cute, wanting to keep her around like a little pet to tease. Mu Gui was furious. What kind of madness was old Luo showing? Luo Hanqing lifted his eyes, his thick raven-like lashes casting a shadow over his hoarse gaze, and said coldly, just consider me crazy. From the moment he first saw Su Mian, he was crazily obsessed with possessing her, as if this woman was born to be his. Asterisk. On the nights of the apocalypse, the earth burned red-hot, high temperatures swept across the globe, painting the sky red. No lighting was needed to see. The only downside to the cave house is that it has no windows. You can't see the blood-red night sky outside. This is a unique scene of the apocalypse. She made the bed and covered it with a quilt. Seeing Su Mian sitting cross-legged in meditation, she turned over, tugged at her clothes and whispered, I feel like that Luo Hanqing looks at you as if he wants to eat you alive. Su Mian's eyelashes trembled slightly. Although his personality is a bit moody, he's domineering and very generous to women. He seems to really know how to pamper a woman. Don't you have even a little bit of feeling for him? She said somewhat regretfully, he's so handsome. Su Mian felt a bit restless and said softly, if you like him, then you can have him. That man looked well-dressed, but in reality he had a bloodthirsty nature and was extremely cruel, domineering and ruthless, and even more fierce in bed. She must be crazy to have such thoughts. In her past life, she suffered greatly. In this life, she wouldn't dare to get involved at all. She chuckled and said, they just don't fancy me at all, not a single glance my way from start to finish, their eyes were fixed on you the whole time. I still think brother Mu Gui is more appealing. What a pity, what a pity. After saying that, Shi happily went to sleep. Her supernatural ability didn't require hard training to get by. Su Mian sat in meditation for a long time but couldn't calm her mind. She sighed softly, tiptoed out of the room, and sat on the glass walkway over the cold pond, watching the pond that hadn't yet frozen over. The door next her creaked open, and Luo Hanqing stood under the blood-red night sky, his gaze dark and profound. Chapter 22. Su Mian was startled, quickly stood up, and turned to go home. The man's figure was like a ghost, blocking her way. He looked up coldly and said, Su Mian, are you playing hard to get? Su Mian almost couldn't catch her breath. Playing hard to get? Mr. Luo, you must have misunderstood. I don't have any feelings for you at all. She forced a smile. Also, please don't follow me if there's nothing going on, okay? She had just stepped out when Luo Han came out right behind her, clearly using his supernatural ability to sense her aura. Su Mian, what are you doing here too? Mu Gui pushed the door open and came out. Seeing the two standing by the cold pool talking, he immediately smiled. Are you coming with us into the mountain to hunt elemental beasts? Into the mountain? Su Mian was momentarily stunned. Now? So Luo Han wasn't following her, they just happened to be going out? Su Mian's ears instantly flushed red. Old Luo sensed 2 level 4 elemental beasts in the mountains. The power of fire elemental beasts is somewhat weakened at night, so we plan to hunt them through the night. We can't let them grow stronger. Luo Han chuckled softly, his laughter pleasant. Miss Su, you better go back and rest well. Don't overthink it. I'll go with you. Su Mian called out. No, we can't guarantee getting out unscathed after killing a level 4 elemental beast, and we can't protect you. Mu Gui shook his head repeatedly. Su Mian's supernatural ability was too low, and the deep mountains were dangerous. She had no means of self-protection. I have the ability to protect myself. I grew up in the mountains and am more familiar with the habits of wild beasts than you are, Su Mian said firmly. Besides, her supernatural ability should be more than just healing wounds. She urgently needed to improve her powers, and real combat was the best way to do so. Keep up. I've notified Luo Qi to come, Luo Han said calmly, leading the way outside. Su Mian felt a slight joy in her heart, thinking this person wasn't as detestable as in her past life. Later, when we set the trap to kill the elemental beast, you stay far away, understand? Mu Gui carefully reminded Su Mian. Su Mian nodded, and the 3 of them came down the road from the back mountain, only to see Luo Qi waiting at the village entrance driving a military armored vehicle. Goodness, why didn't you come in a tank? Mu Gui was slightly delighted to see him arrive in an armored vehicle. His off-road vehicle could now be honorably retired. The tank is too stuffy inside, the young master doesn't like it. The young boy with rosy lips and white teeth, seeing Su Mian behind Luo Han, widened his eyes in surprise. A WW woman? Could a woman appear within 3 meters of their young master? Damn, if 3rd brother and 5th brother found out, they'd probably be scared into a heart attack. I am Luo Qi. Luo Qi greeted warmly as he approached. Su Mian. Su Mian smiled slightly. In her past life, Luo Qi was Luo Hanqing's favorite subordinate, and one of the few people she could interact with. Unfortunately, this young man died in the 2nd year of the apocalypse while saving Luo Han, after which Luo Han became increasingly brutal. This time, she hoped he could be safe and happy. Su Mian gave Luo Qi a slight smile. Luo Han glanced at the overly enthusiastic Su Mian, narrowing his eyes slightly. Luo Qi was still a child, did he like little boys? A group of 4 entered the deep mountains. Because Luo Han had cleared out a batch of elemental beasts during the day, the outskirts of the deep mountains were unusually quiet, but this quietness carried a hint of oppression. The armored vehicle crushed its way forward, driving for more than half an hour before it could go no further. How are there still trees? Didn't the forest fire in the mountains burn everything to charcoal? Mu Gui was shocked to see the lush, dense forest ahead, blocking out the sky. Not a single low-level elemental beast was seen along the way. Su Mian felt a heavy oppressive aura weighing down on her heart, as if something terrifying was lurking in the darkness. The wood element is strong here, giving birth to a level 4 elemental beast. Ordinary fire wouldn't be able to burn down the forest. Luo Han was the first to get out of the car, speaking in a low voice. You all wait here. I'll lure the fire elemental beast over. The man's gaze turned toward the direction in the deep mountains where the red light was strongest. Are you hoping to see them fight like 2 tigers? What if these 2 elemental beasts team up against us? Mu Guixin said anxiously. Su Mian said softly, no, they each hold their own territory like marking their turf. They don't have human intelligence. To them, each other is both the greatest nourishment and the biggest threat. Luo Han looked at Su Mian in surprise, then turned and entered the deep forest. After Luo Han left, Mu Gui sat down to absorb the wood element's supernatural power and cultivate his abilities. Su Mian, there are plenty of weapons on the armored vehicle. Take whatever you want, Luo Qi said generously with a smile. Su Mian smiled and nodded. In the early days of the apocalypse, before the temperature reached the melting point, firearms could still be used, but they were only effective against low-level elemental beasts and required headshots. Instead of spending time practicing shooting skills, it was better to focus on controlling one's supernatural powers. When the temperature rises later, the weapons will basically be useless. Su Mian sat cross-legged, took out the wood element crystal core, and began to absorb the crystal core frantically to improve her supernatural ability level. Ah, why are they all cultivation fanatics? Luo Qi muttered boredly, acting as the protector for the 2. Perhaps because the wood element here was too rich. Su Mian vaguely felt that absorbing the crystal core was twice as effective, and the plants in Her gourd space also grew wildly and happily, with spring water trickling and countless dense green wood elements rushing crazily into her body. The more than 500 wood element crystal cores that Su Mian had left in the gourd space instantly shattered into dust. Luo Qi looked on in surprise as the dense wood element energy gathered into a small stream flowing into Su Mian's palm, his mouth opening wide enough to swallow a duck egg. Damn, has Su Mian been practicing some kind of star-absorbing technique? Mu Gui also seemed to sense something and opened his eyes. Seeing the dense wood element energy on Su Mian's body, his pupils suddenly contracted. How's this possible? This wood element energy didn't seem to be absorbed, it looked more like it was actively flowing into Su Mian's body. It should be known that the human body is like a container, and the process for an ability user to cultivate is to absorb elemental energy to refine the body. A newborn baby is like a new piece of porcelain, perfect and flawless. At this time, it is easiest to absorb the power of the elements from heaven and earth. As one ages, the dust, dirt, cracks, and other imperfections in the body cause the porcelain to lose its luster, hindering the absorption of elemental power. It can be said that in old age, the porcelain becomes old, broken, and cracked, unable to absorb elemental power. With Su Mian's absorption speed, she is comparable to a newborn baby, perfect and flawless, with no dust or dirt in her blood or bones. How's this possible? Could her supernatural talent be even higher than Lao Luo's? Mu Gui and Luo Qi exchanged a glance, both so shocked that they couldn't utter a single word. Su Mian knew nothing about this, only that her body felt very comfortable and refreshed. She vaguely touched a thin barrier, but before she could fully sense it, she broke through the barrier and directly upgraded. She happily opened her eyes and looked at her palm. On the scarlet jade gourd in her palm, there was no longer just one green leaf but two. The two tender leaves seemed to be soaked in spring water, lush and dripping with vitality, adorably so. Her special ability had upgraded to level 2. Your life plant can still change? Mu Gui exclaimed upon seeing the two green leaves in her palm. Su Mian quickly clenched her fist and put away her destined plant. The destined plant won't change? Su Mian was also new to having supernatural abilities and knew nothing about these things. It won't, Mu Gui said with a frown. There is only one possibility. The destined plant's level is too high, so it cannot fully manifest when the supernatural ability awakens. It must gradually grow and take shape as the ability improves. Then Su Mian's destined plant is pretty much invincible? Luo Qi exclaimed with shining eyes. It's not like that. This kind of growth type ability is quite useless in the early stages, and the elemental power consumed for growth is 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. In other words, her ability is harder to upgrade, and growth type abilities only become invincible in the mid to late stages. Mu Gui looked at Su Mian, his gaze sharp as a knife. Su Mian, if you trust me, then tell me, what functions do your green leaves have? Su Mian was silent for a moment. In her previous life, Mu Gui had a very good reputation in the late apocalypse period, with no black marks. Coupled with the contact over the past few months, this person was straightforward and honest, open and upright. Naturally, she trusted Mu Gui. Luo Qi was the same. A boy who died for others with his own faith in his heart. When she was reborn, she only hoped to survive with the whole village. But now that the Mu family and Luo family had both appeared in Handan village, the situation was completely beyond her imagination. Survival was no longer possible, she was forced to pick a side and had no choice but to go all the way. My ability can heal, Su Mian said softly, manifesting her ability. This time it was 2 leaves grown together. Healing? The two of them exclaimed in unison. Most awakened psychics possess elemental abilities found in nature, such as water, fire, wood, thunder, earth, and so on, as well as some functional abilities, but they had never heard of a healing ability. Imagine having a healer psychic in battle, that would be like everyone having countless lives. That's insanely powerful. Miss, I can do laundry, cook, and even warm the bed. I can do everything, please take care of me. Luo Qi showed 2 cute little tiger teeth, being the first to react and wildly acting adorable. Oh, he definitely wants to trick the young lady into joining the Luo family side for the young master. From then on, their Luo family would be invincible. I can only heal minor wounds. Su Mian was startled and weakly clarified. That's because your ability level is low. By the mid to late stages, healers are invincible beings, basically immortal. Mu Gui laughed, feeling extremely pleased inside. Thinking about his relationship with Su Mian, he felt as if he had gained multiple extra lives instantly. Maybe you guys got it wrong. What I absorbed is a wood-type crystal core, so it should still be a wood-type ability, Su Mian said. Never mind, you'll understand once your ability upgrades to the mid-stage. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Besides Lao Luo, don't tell anyone else, got it? Mu Gui reminded Lao Luo, don't worry. Other than wanting to destroy the world, he's not interested in anything else. Young Master Mu, the young master is not that kind of person. He just finds this world a bit boring. Luo Qi said indignantly, defending him. Su Mian. Mugue. This is probably what they call a diehard fan. As the three were talking, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded from afar, and a blazing flame rushed straight toward them. It's a tiger roar. The fierce tiger beast in the mountains has transformed, Su Mian said with a serious expression. Let's go support old Luo, Mugue said quickly. In the darkness of the night, a figure as fast as lightning came rushing over. Luo Hanqing's pale jade-like face showed no trace of blood color. The special glazed blue lenses had disappeared, revealing a natural red pupil, one ice blue and one blazing flame, just like his supernatural ability. Get in the armored vehicle. The man spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on the dense forest. A flash of blazing fire appeared in his eyes and the nearby trees immediately caught fire. Luo Hanqing got into the vehicle and Luo Qi quickly drove the armored vehicle backward. After a few seconds, a level 4 fire elemental beast roared as it charged, engulfed in towering flames, wildly destroying trees and searching for the humans who provoked it. At the same time, deep within the forest, an earthquake-like rumble was heard. An ancient tree nearly 1,000 years old uprooted itself, transforming into a small tree person. It emerged from the deep mountain forest and engaged in battle with the fire elemental beast. For a moment, the ground shook violently, fierce flames roared, and the tiger's howl blended with the groans of the tree men, the firelight turning the sky a deep red. Tree men? These trees are almost 1,000 years old. Mugue whispered, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. Luo Hanqing leaned back inside the carriage, his face pale, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The apocalypse is really interesting. Even the tree men have come out. Young master, are you injured? Luo Qi's face changed abruptly when he saw the bloodstains on his clothes. No problem. I got swiped by that elemental beast. I also plucked some of its fur. Luo Hanqing said with a calm expression, looking at Su Mian. Has your ability upgraded? Su Mian nodded, then saw Mugue and Luo Qi both staring at her in unison. I'll give it a try. You guys cut open the clothes around the wound, Su Mian said softly. Luo Hanqing's pupils dilated as he looked at Luo Qi. Young master, let Sister Su Mian help you treat your wound, Luo Qixing said excitedly. Luo Hanqing's lips curled up slightly. Luo Hanqing's injury was on his shoulder blade, the wound was a bloody mess, almost deep enough to see the bone, yet he seemed completely unconcerned. Luo Qi and Mugue watched the battle between the two level 4 elemental beasts outside, while Su Mian lowered her head to tend to Luo Hanqing's wound. Here, Luo Hanqing's combat power is the strongest, and the elemental beasts outside still need Luo Hanqing to clean up. Closer, can you see clearly from that far? The man's gaze was burning, his voice low and hoarse. The enclosed space inside the car, combined with the uniquely masculine aura, enveloped her like a dense net, making it hard for her to breathe. Thinking of the even more intimate entanglements from her past life, Su Mian broke out in a fine sweat on her forehead. She quickly conjured piece after piece of green leaves, layering them to cover all of Luo Hanqing's wounds. Soon, half of the elemental power within her was exhausted. The man said in a low voice, enough. If this keeps going, he's going to be drowned by these green leaves. A flicker of amusement crossed the man's eyes and he was about to tease her, but his expression changed slightly. The green leaves covering the wound gradually lightened and faded, turning into green glowing particles that merged into his body. Soon, the bloody and mangled wound was slowly repaired, more than half healed, and even the pain was gone. Luo Han suddenly grabbed Su Mian's wrist and said slowly and clearly, healing type. Su Mian winced in pain and looked up at him. The man's pale and handsome face leaned down, almost touching Su Mian's nose. Su Mian didn't dare move, her whole body tense. From now on, don't heal people casually, got it? Luo Hanqing said in a low hoarse voice, releasing his hand and closing his eyes in restraint, his blood boiling as if it would burn him. If it weren't for the 2 light bulbs and the 2 level 4 elemental beasts fighting outside, he would have recklessly pinned the girl beneath him just now, indulging in affection. Healing type abilities really cause him trouble. Once this news spreads, if the Qin family and the Feng family can't get to her, they will find ways to assassinate her. Seeing that Luo Hanqing didn't even say thank you and was threatening and intimidating her, Su Mian instantly felt a heavy weight in her heart, expressionless as she looked at the battle between the 2 elemental beasts outside. The flames brought by the fire elemental beasts burned a large clearing in the forest, and the little treemen were also badly scarred by the fire. The fire elemental beast roared continuously as it was whipped by the little treemen. The battle lasted the entire night, until the next morning, when the fire elemental beast and the little treemen were both badly injured and barely alive. Luo Hanqing, who had taken a nap and rested all night, opened his eyes and sneered at the 3 with bloodshot eyes from staying up late. Don't you know how to sleep? No, with all this noise, how can you possibly fall asleep? Mugue said speechlessly. Luo Hanqing's gaze deepened slightly. He didn't know why he had actually fallen asleep last night, and it was an unprecedentedly comfortable sleep, as if his exhausted soul had finally closed its eyes for a rest. Now he felt refreshed and full of energy. You'll understand once you train a bit more. The man patted Mugue on the shoulder and got out of the armored vehicle. Isn't your young master chronically insomniac? Luoqi shrugged. Maybe I didn't have insomnia last night. The group all jumped off the armored vehicle, only to see the fire elemental beast biting fiercely at the little Trant. The Trant was burned beyond recognition, with a huge hole bitten through its waist, barely holding together. Luo Hanqing stepped forward expressionlessly, raising his hand to send countless ice blades toward the fire elemental beast. The fire elemental beast let out a final roar, collapsed and died, its flames dissipating to reveal a massive body. It was a white forehead tiger with piercing eyes. The ice blades in Luo Hanqing's hand broke open the tiger's head, extracting a dazzling red crystal core the size of a fist. The crystal core was as red as a drop of blood, emitting the aura of fire. Once the tiger died, the little Trant beside it could no longer hold on. The bare tree trunk, with a large hole bitten out of its heartwood, lay on the ground, the Trant barely alive, silently watching Su Mian and the others. I've never seen a tree come to life before. Luoqi stepped forward, looking curiously. Where is the Trant's crystal core? Luo Hanqing stepped forward, raised his hand, and burned the little Trant with fierce flames. After it was completely burned, a jade-green crystal core shaped like a seedling fell to the ground. The man picked up the Trant's crystal core, glanced at the endless deep mountain forest in the distance, and said indifferently, even fierce fire cannot burn trees to ashes. Would elements survive in heaven and earth? So trees will never become extinct. Perhaps more Trants will be born there. Chapter 23. The crystal cores of the 4th level elemental beasts were clearly different from the lower levels. The wood-type crystal core resembled a tree, while the fire-type crystal core looked like a blazing flame. As everyone approached, they could feel the wood-type crystal core emitting a strong wood elemental power, as refreshing and natural as being in a forest. As for the fire-type crystal core, it was so hot that it made people restless as soon as they got close. Luo Hanqing tossed the wood-type crystal core to Su Mian and said with deep eyes, "Hurry up and raise your supernatural ability level. You're too weak." "Give it to me?" Su Mian was startled. She hadn't exerted any strength at all, and no matter how you looked at it, this wood-type crystal core was best suited for Mugue. "Your ability is more useful than Mugue's." The man glanced at Mugue with disdain. Mugue. Mugue inwardly cursed Luo Hanqing harshly but had to force a smile and said, "I'm currently at level 3, stuck at a threshold. Even if I use it, I can't advance to level 4. Su Mian, you should first raise your level to 3. Your ability will be very effective when we team up later." Before Mugue's wood-type ability upgrades to advanced, its combat power is the weakest among the same level. But Su Mian is different. She can assist the entire team alone. From a long-term benefit perspective, improving Su Mian's ability benefits everyone. However, Mugue knew Luo Hanqing very well. All the previous talk was nonsense. Luo Hanqing just wanted to win the little girl's favor. "Sister Su Mian, just accept it. From now on, team up with our young master more often. At worst, you can pay him back double later," Luoqi said cleverly with a smile. Su Mian accepted the wood element core and said softly, "Okay." On the way back, because the pressure from the level 4 elemental beasts was gone, the low-level elemental beasts in the area surged like a tide. The 4 of them drove the armored vehicle, crushing everything in their path. Since they killed so many elemental beasts except for Luo Hanqing, who had a cleanliness obsession and never let the beasts get close, the others were more or less stained with elemental beast blood. Luoqi specifically collected elemental crystal cores from behind, while Su Mian practiced controlling her supernatural abilities. After her abilities upgraded to level 2, her perception and control of elemental power became more precise, and her combat duration extended to 2 hours. After this round of actual combat, even though she was covered in dirt and smelled unpleasant, Su Mian felt incredibly joyful inside. Coming out of the deep mountains and forests, the group had gained a lot. "Young master, there are more than 5,000 low-level elemental crystal cores in total," Luoqi said excitedly, carrying a backpack. "They're really heavy. All the crystal cores have been divided." Luo Hanqing said calmly. "All right." Luoqi poured out the colorful crystal cores, controlled his water elemental power, and quickly sorted the crystal cores. "The ice and fire crystal cores are for the young master, the wood ones for Muxiao, the water ones for myself, Sister Su Mian, the rest are all yours." In this area, fire and wood crystal cores were the most abundant, almost 2/3 of the total. The rest were some other attributes. Luoqi was clever. He left the majority of the crystal cores to his own young master, gave all the wood crystal cores to Mugue as compensation, and as for Mian, she was naturally the biggest winner, receiving 4th level wood elemental crystal cores plus a bunch of crystal cores of various attributes. I only want some thunder crystal cores and non-attribute crystal cores. You can divide the rest among yourselves, Mian said. The non-attribute ones could be given to Bai Shi, and the cyan thunder crystal cores could be given as a favor to Feng Ji. Feng Ji has been asleep for almost 2 days and should be waking up soon. All right. Luo Qi waved his hand, handing over more than 100 white and cyan crystal cores to Mian, then happily hugged his own water element crystal cores and went off to cultivate. This trip out with the young master was awesome. When I go back and tell 3rd brother and 5th brother, they'll probably be so jealous they'll cry, hee. Returning to Handan village, it was already early morning and the villagers had gotten up to continue building the high walls. Mian was eager to go home, waved to the 3 of them, and said, I'm heading back first. Luo Han stood by the armored vehicle, his gaze heavy as he looked at the little girl. Even though her face was smudged with carbon ash and bloodstains, it still looked like pearls and jade, her dark, misty eyes clear as spring water, neither delicate nor pretentious, but fiercely wary of him. The man withdrew his gaze and said lightly, I'm returning to Omping Base. There are many matters to handle there. Do you want to make Omping Base the Luo family's second base? Mugue asked. No, the main base. Luo Hanqing's eyes were like the deep sea. From Omping Base to Handan village, he intended to expand this area into his main base. Luo Qi and Mugue were both shocked. The main base? What's going on? Young master, all our supplies and core resources are at the Dongyao base. 3rd brother, 5th brother, and 6th brother are also at Dongyao base actively helping the young master prepare the base. Luo Qi stammered unusually. Weren't they just here to see young master Mu play around a bit and then go back? Building something from nothing isn't interesting? Luo Hanqing looked up. Go back and inform 5th brother to come over early while the temperature hasn't gotten ridiculously high yet. Oh, okay. Luo Qi responded excitedly. Let the old stubborn ones in the Luo family keep the Dongyao base. They're moving house. Asterisk. Mian returned home covered in bloodstains. Not wanting to worry her grandmother, she went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Then she took out clean clothes from the gourd space and changed into them before entering the gourd space. The flow of time inside the space was originally the same as outside. The fruits and vegetables planted would take several months to mature. 3 months ago, Mian planted a batch of fruits and vegetables. Only the strawberries and watermelons had ripened, while the mango trees and grapes were still growing. However, after her wood-type ability awakened in recent days, the plants inside the space seemed to go wild. The previously planted sweet potatoes, and cabbages had all matured. The grapes and mangoes had also borne green fruit. Even the withered little ginseng by the spring had perked up. Mian wondered, could it be that her wood-type ability and the gourd space have a complementary effect? But no matter what, this is a good thing. Mian sat cross-legged in the small garden near the spring, took out a level 4 wood element crystal core, closed her eyes, and began absorbing wood element energy. The rich wood element energy and the water element energy from the spring flowed into her body like 2 green ribbons, gradually nourishing her blood and bones. The plants in the gourd space happily stretched their bodies, also absorbing the wood element and the water element from the spring, each growing lush and vibrant. After an unknown amount of time, Mian realized that the elemental power within her had reached a critical point. Her meridians instantly expanded, and her supernatural ability rose to level 3. She opened her eyes and saw a beautiful scene she had never seen before. The gourd space was lush and green, each plant emitting a faint green glow, while the spring looked like a lake of blue light clusters, with countless water elements dancing in the air. Elemental power, she could sense elemental power now. Mian was slightly surprised, got up, and reached out to touch the wood and water elements surrounding her. Her fingers passed through the invisible elemental power, feeling only a slight chill. After digging up the potatoes and sweet potatoes and picking all the cabbages on the ground, Mian finally came out of the gourd space, ran to the kitchen, and stuffed the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cabbages into the kitchen. Mian, where did you pick so many vegetables? Grandma Su asked quietly while cooking porridge. I grew them with my supernatural ability. Mian blinked. She didn't mention the gourd space, but Grandma saw her picking watermelons and strawberries and didn't ask anything. The grandmother and granddaughter had a great understanding. Grandma Su rubbed her head and smiled, keep it low-key, I'll just say these were all hidden in the cellar before. Okay. Mian thought to herself, she needed to plant a patch of land outside. Otherwise, constantly picking vegetables and fruits from the gourd space wasn't a proper solution. It seemed best to wait for a more advanced wood element beast to appear, then find a way to obtain a high-level crystal core and plant an orchard that wouldn't be affected by the high temperatures. Mian, Feng Ji is awake. Bai Shi called out joyfully from outside the house. Su Mian came out and saw that Feng Ji, who had been unconscious for 2 days and nights, had finally woken up. The young man in his early 20s had a trace of lightning energy in his eyes and gave Su Mian a grateful smile upon seeing her. Su Mian, thank you for helping me take care of Baishi. I heard from Baishi that there is a military base nearby. I want to go take a look and see if I can get in touch with my family, Feng Ji said clearly. Oh, Su Mian held back a laugh, her dark big eyes looking at Baishi. So the protector of the flower was here. She could be sure that Feng Ji was a strong figure from the Beichen base in his past life. It's a pity that in his past life, he was at the Beichen base while Baishi was at the Nanfeng base. If he had always been by Baishi's side, Baishi wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable situation. You two go ahead, I won't go, Su Mian said with a smile. She hadn't slept all night yesterday, and after killing so many elemental beasts early this morning, her body was a bit worn out. Baishi nodded excitedly. I heard there's a trading market over there, and psychics can even get benefits. It's very lively. Let's go check it out. By the way, Su Mian, Feng Ji's psychic ability is lightning attribute. Is this ability strong? Feng Ji glanced at Baishi but said nothing. This classmate of Xiaoxi should be trustworthy. Combat type abilities, very strong. Su Mian gave a thumbs up, smiling as she took out a bag full of crystal cores and said, these are for you. Elemental beasts will soon become rampant, as numerous as zombies. Keep upgrading. Baishi opened the bag and saw over 100 blue lightning crystal cores and white attributeless crystal cores. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She hugged Su Mian's arm and choked out a smile. Xiao Mian, you're so kind. We definitely won't hold you back. Feng Ji looked at the bag full of lightning crystal cores, all of which he desperately needed, and was instantly shocked. Just how strong was Su Mian to have killed so many elemental beasts? He bowed and said solemnly, a drop of water shall be returned with a gushing spring. Thank you, Su Mian. We're all friends, just supporting each other in the apocalypse, Su Mian said with a smile. Only if the people around her became stronger could they join forces to kill high-level elemental beasts and safely survive the apocalypse. After breakfast, Feng Ji and Baishi went to the Omping base, while Su Mian went to catch up on sleep. At this moment, the Omping base began to undergo earth-shaking changes because of a single sentence from Luo Han. Chapter 24. Omping base. Young master, 5th brother and 6th brother have already started transferring important supplies, and they will arrive at Omping base within a week at the latest. 3rd brother is staying behind at Dongyao base. After contacting Dongyao base for a report, Luo Qi said, currently, Omping base is still under military management. The military district's ability users have all been promoted to become squad leaders of the guard team, and civilian ability users have also been incorporated into the guard team. They are taking turns patrolling. Luo Wu is the most skilled in base management, and Luo Qi is just hoping that 5th brother and 6th brother will hurry over. Racing day and night, we must reach the base within 3 days. Luo Han looked up at the blazing sun outside, its surface burning with fierce flames. The temperature was rising every day. If we delayed any longer, everywhere would be molten lava. Even if we wanted to rush, we wouldn't make it in time. As for the Dongyao base, the man lowered his eyes, his thick, raven feather-like eyelashes covering his heterochromatic eyes, and said coldly, the 3rd brother will come over as well. We'll just leave the Dongyao base to those old immortals of the Luo family. Just leave it to the Luo family? Luo Qi's voice rose a notch. That's too generous to the Luo family. We spent a fortune building it. Luo Hanqing's gaze was deep. I will build a base better than Taihu. Here, nestled by the mountains and waters, with rolling mountain ranges and mighty rivers rushing endlessly, the elements of heaven and earth are most abundant. Rather than returning to the dull Dongyao base, it's better to stay, be with the young lady of the Su family, be with the Mu family, and build from nothing, slowly and steadily. The former commander of the 9th Regiment of the Southwest Military Region learned that Luo Han was going to stay and build a large base. Various supplies and core technical equipment were already on the way. He was so moved that tears streamed down his face. The soldiers under his command and the ordinary people in the surrounding counties were finally saved. The old commander immediately handed over all his authority and joined the ordinary people in dedicating themselves to the base construction. Asterisk. Su Mian slept for a whole day and woke up at night to learn that Baishi and Feng Ji had joined the base's guard team, received single-room suites, and moved to Omping base. I've informed Luo Qi to look after the two of them, so you don't need to worry. Once Luo Wu arrives at the base's systems and benefits will improve, Mu Gue said with a smile. Luo Wu. Su Mian asked in surprise. Is Luo Han not leaving? Old Luo said this place is good and wants to stay to build a large base. That way we can look out for each other in the future. Su Mian bit her lip silently. Everything was in chaos, completely messed up. Luo Han actually wanted to stay and not leave. Does that mean the Dongyao base is being abandoned? The plot of this life had taken a huge turn, and Mian herself couldn't say whether it was good or bad. She could only bury her head every day, fiercely killing elemental beasts to improve her combat experience and supernatural ability level. In the following half-month, Gue took people to Omping Base to help Luo Han build the base. On the 21st day of the apocalypse, the temperature reached its first small peak, 100 degrees. The villagers of Omping Base and Handan Village all began living a reverse day and night schedule, avoiding the heat and sleeping during the day and coming out to be active at night. Fortunately, a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-thick wall was finally built on the back mountain of Handan Village, enclosing most of the area and effectively blocking the elemental beasts from the mountain. The ice in the back mountains Handan finally melted under the 100-degree high temperature. The pond water became clear, the cold was piercing, and the area within several hundred meters was incredibly cool. The old master of the Mu family moved all the precious flowers and plants into the glass house by the cold pond. Outside the glass house on the remaining land, Grandma Sue and Aunt Lu, along with others, planted potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other crops. With the cold pond and the Mu family's wood element abilities, crops actually thrived under the high temperatures, growing in successive harvests. The villagers were extremely joyful, diligently watering and caring for the plants every day. The two children in the village, Huwu and Xiaobang, also responsibly took care of the mountain sheep and chickens and ducks in the sheepfold, raising the livestock to be plump and healthy. Their greatest daily joy was collecting chicken and duck eggs, then milking the sheep and shearing their wool. No matter how molten lava spread outside or how the mountains and rivers cracked, in Handan Village, the villagers still lived a peaceful, self-sufficient life, isolated from the world just as before. Although life was harder than before, everyone's faces were filled with smiles and hope. Every time Mian returned exhausted from killing elemental beasts in the mountains, seeing her grandmother's familiar figure and the villagers' simple smiles filled her heart with strength. After her supernatural ability reached level 3, the green leaves in her palm increased from 2 to 3, enhancing her perception of elemental power. She could kill level 1 and 2 elemental beasts almost instantly with elemental control, but level 3 elemental beasts required some struggle. Several times it was quite dangerous, but fortunately the healing power of the 3 green leaves was very strong. No matter how deep the wound, as long as it wasn't a severed limb, it could be healed. The healing process was very painful and consumed a lot of elemental power. She often absorbed wood-type crystal cores while healing her wounds. Repeating this process, Mian's physical strength repeatedly broke through limits, and her control over elemental power became increasingly precise. She vaguely felt she was approaching the threshold of level 4, but she needed more wood-type crystal cores to break through. Looking at the various crystal cores accumulated in the gourd space over the past half-month, Mian knocked on Gue's door, planning to make a trip to the Omping base. Mian, you've finally finished your training. Gue let out a sigh of relief when he saw she was heading to Omping base. Over the past half-month, the young girl seemed to have been triggered by something. She didn't team up, didn't communicate, avoided everyone every day, and went into the mountains alone to kill elemental beasts. At first, he was worried about Mian's safety and asked Lao Luo to send someone to follow her. But that guy ended up following her for 3 days himself and came back saying there was no need to worry, that she should train on her own. This training lasted for half a month. We have a high-risk mission and everyone's been waiting for you to join. They had actually been waiting for more than 10 days. All right. Mian nodded and asked, how are my classmates doing? They're doing well. Gue talked about the recent situation of Bai Shi and Feng Ji. Bai Shi is a spatial ability user and every time she goes on a mission, all the major teams compete to have her. Feng Ji has lightning powers and is extremely strong in combat. Within less than a month, the two had already gained some fame at the Omping base. The two took advantage of the cooler night temperature to leave Handan village and head to the Omping base. Along the way, Gue also told Mian about the situation outside. 1 month after the apocalypse, the situation in Huaxia had initially stabilized. The north is controlled by the Qin family's Beichen base, the south has the Nanfeng base, the east by Taihu has the Dongyao base, but the west is a bit more complicated. Jincheng has a large Xiling base, Omping County has an Omping base, and with the secretive rising organization Lungzhu taking over the government, there are actually 6 major forces. As for the smaller and medium bases, there are even more, too many to count. Fortunately, although it was difficult, 1/10 of the people in Huaxia managed to survive on the land covered with molten lava. Longzhu. Mian heard this name for the first time and was momentarily stunned. In her previous life, she had never heard of Longzhu's existence. Was it that Luo Han never mentioned it, or did this organization simply not exist? We only found out recently as well. Besides the Luo, Feng, Mu, and Qin families, Huaxia has a secret supernatural organization. When the apocalypse came, Longzhu took over the government and established the Huaxia base atop the 10,000-mile snowy mountains in the northeast. Old Luo said that Longzhu's foundation is unfathomable. Fortunately, they keep a low profile, and since we're separated by more than half of Huaxia, we can temporarily ignore them. Mian nodded. For now it was indeed more appropriate to focus on the southwest. Before the appearance of the Level 7 Ice Elemental Core, transportation in Huaxia was basically paralyzed. No matter how powerful the dragon group was, they couldn't reach the Anping base. Similarly, their influence didn't extend to the northeast either. The two of them used their abilities to travel swiftly and soon arrived at the Anping base. Mian hadn't been to the base for half a month and looked up in surprise at the psychics coming in and out. Countless psychic vehicles lined up to enter the base, with separate lanes for people and vehicles, and mini-psychics were also forming teams to leave the city. This has already become the largest base in the southwest, with countless psychics traveling thousands of miles attracted by our benefits, Mugue said with a smile. Compared to other bases, Anping base offers the best benefits, not to mention it is guarded by a level 4 psychic expert. The two queued to enter the base. The interior had also been renovated. Most of the ordinary people lived in the outer city while psychics resided in the inner city. Between the inner and outer cities was the Free Trade Plaza, bustling with activity and filled with noise. Various team-up messages, crystal core trades, food exchanges, and more were everywhere. The plaza also displayed the base's rules: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality. Mian chuckled aloud. Luo's management of the base was truly something else. Because of this alone, who wouldn't want to come in the apocalypse? I'm going to sell some crystal cores, Mian said with a smile. To sell things in the square, you need to buy a temporary stall. The Mu family has a shop. I'll take you there, Mugue said with a smile. A post-apocalyptic little shop? Mian's big black eyes sparkled. She hadn't expected that in just half a month, the Anping base would develop to this extent. She also wanted to buy a small shop and run a small business, usually selling crystal cores, leftover vegetables, and even some furniture made by villagers, helping everyone earn crystal cores to exchange for daily supplies. How many crystal cores does it take to buy a shop? Mian asked. This matter belongs to Luo Wuguan, but that kid is stingy. You should go directly to old Luo. The entire base belongs to him, Mugue said with a smile. Mian arrived at Mugue's shop and saw that the signboard was engraved with Mu Family Small Shop. Nothing new. Inside, however, the items were much more interesting: various plants and flowers, sold at reasonable prices, about 10 to 20 crystal cores per plant. Quite a few people came to buy plants. Can these plants survive after being bought? Mian asked curiously. Their Handan village could keep plants alive because they were grown in glass houses in Handan, but the base was indeed quite cool, something she noticed as soon as she entered. My place can keep them alive. What do you want to grow, him? The man who had just entered spoke in a deep, pleasant voice, his dark pupils looking at the young girl. Mian's whole body stiffened. Chapter 25. Luo Han brought Luo Wuan from the bustling square outside. Seeing Mian standing in front of the counter, it had been half a month since they last met. The wooden element aura on her was even stronger, making her look like a fresh and adorable little green plant. She looked so tempting that even if you didn't want to eat her, just having her in the room was very pleasing to the eye. Luo Hanqing's gaze was too bold. Mian felt a flush on her back from his staring and quickly asked Mugue, I have some crystal cores I don't need. I want to exchange them for wooden element crystal cores. How do I do that? There is a crystal core exchange in the square, an official store fair to all. Seeing her dodge, the man was not in a hurry. A trace of a smile flickered in his eyes as he spoke deliberately. Mugue smiled and said, Old Luo is right, I'll take you there. The crystal core exchange was in the most prominent spot in the square. The store was huge, with 2 teams of psychic guards at the entrance, and many psychics were lining up to exchange their crystal cores. As soon as the guards saw Luo Hanqing and the others arrive, their expressions changed instantly. They all straightened up, alert and upright, and some quickly went inside to notify the person in charge. Damn, young Master Luo and Luo Wu have come for an inspection, so there must be no mistakes. The person in charge of the exchange office was Mu Ling. Mu Ling hurried out in 3 quick steps and respectfully said, Young Master Luo, Brother Mu, why did you come in person? If you want to exchange crystal cores, just say the word, and I'll deliver them right to you. Mu Ling's wood-type ability had also awakened a few days ago, but since wood-type abilities are not very strong in team battles outside, Luo Hanqing entrusted him with the management of the most important crystal cores. Mu Ling knew that if he weren't a member of the Mu family, such a good job would never have fallen to him. Over the past month, he had watched with his own eyes as a temporary military base developed into the largest base in the southwest. He was deeply impressed by Luo Hanqing's methods and knowing Luo Hanqing's true identity dared not show the slightest negligence. It is Su Mian who wants to exchange crystal cores, the man said calmly. Su Mian handed him a backpack full of crystal cores and smiled. Please exchange them all for level 2 or level 3 wood-type crystal cores. All right, please wait a moment. Mu Ling quickly took them and personally exchanged the entire backpack of colorful crystal cores into level 3 wood-type crystal cores, then gave Su Mian a black crystal core card. This is our exchange center's black gold card. With this card you can exchange for advanced crystal cores in unlimited quantities. And it's tax-free. Mu Ling swallowed the last 4 words. The tax at the Crystal Core Exchange Center is as high as 15%, and the tax on advanced crystal cores is as high as 30%. It's not something you can just exchange for whenever you want. But since the people brought by young Master Luo were involved, he didn't dare to charge even a bit of tax. Su Mian was not familiar with the procedures here and thought that everyone could easily get them. After a word of thanks, she stuffed the more than 30 level 3 wood-type crystal cores she exchanged into her backpack. Leaving the Crystal Core Exchange Center, she looked at Mugue. I finished my business. What exactly is the task you mentioned? It's a search mission in Ning City, Luo Wu said in a low voice. According to the information we gathered, the damage in Ning City is relatively minor, but there is an ice element beast lurking inside, at least level 4. A level 4 ice elemental beast? Su Mian was slightly surprised. Ice elemental cores have a significant effect under high temperatures, and one of Luo Hanqing's special abilities is ice-based. No wonder the Omping base organized this search mission. A level 4 elemental beast. Isn't young Master Luo able to easily kill it? Su Mian asked with some doubt. Currently we can't confirm the elemental beast level and we need a large number of people to search for supplies in Ning City. As far as we know, the Shieling base also intends to enter Ning City, so this trip is somewhat dangerous, Luo Wu continued. Su Mian nodded. When are we leaving? Tomorrow night, Luo Hanqing said. Then I'll go back and get ready first, Su Mian said quickly, pulling Mugue as she was about to leave. Watching the young girl flee in panic, the man's gaze gradually deepened. Young master, let's also go back and prepare for tomorrow's trip to Ning City, Luo Wu reminded, watching Su Mian's departing figure with some worry. Having followed the young master for many years, this was the first time he had seen him so concerned about a girl, and the young master's recent behavior had been very unusual. Unusually normal in fact. Neither his bloodthirsty syndrome nor his ability backlash had flared up, which made Luo Wu even more worried. Extremes breed opposites, he hoped everything would develop in a positive direction. After returning home, Su Mian directly absorbed more than 33rd level wood element crystal cores but still failed to break through to the 4th level. Seeing no hope of leveling up, she had no choice but to take her hoe into the gourd space and tend to the space instead. The flowers in the small garden bloomed in a riot of colors, stretching from the little hammock all the way to the spring. The orchard was lush with all kinds of fruits growing together. Grapevines climbed up the mango trees, watermelons hid under the leaves. Every time Su Mian went in, she had to look around everywhere. One day she found a few lemons, the next day she stepped on a pineapple. In short, it was like an adventure in the orchard. She never expected all of these to grow when she planted them. They all grew together, and now she just let them be. The vegetables in the garden grew neatly. Su Mian picked a bamboo basket full of chili peppers, pumpkins, winter melons, greens, and also picked a few lemons, pineapples, and watermelons before leaving the gourd space to go to the kitchen to cook. She steamed 2 pineapple rice dishes for dinner, then mixed a large basin of flour to ferment, planning to make some buns to take with her on the road. Climbing the ladder up to the roof beam, she took down a wild rabbit and cut off a large piece of pork. Su Mian put on an apron and began making the filling. Mushroom and rabbit meat filling, pickled long bean and meat filling, vegetable and meat filling. She stir-fried 3 large bowls of filling alone. After the dough fermented, she kneaded the dough, rolled out the wrappers, and filled them. Su Mian's buns were large and packed tightly with filling. She made a full 40 to 50 buns before finishing. She placed the buns in the steamer and soon the aroma began to spread. After delivering buns to every household, Su Mian packed the remaining 20 or so buns and stored them in the gourd space. Before long, neighbors who had received the buns came over to visit. The village chief's family brought fresh goat milk, Aunt Lu's family brought eggs, Grandma Zhao's family brought half a duck from home, and the Mu family brought a basket of fresh vegetables. Seeing that everyone was now living a good life, at least not worrying about food and drink, Su Mian felt relieved. The next evening, Su Mian, carrying a bag, went straight to the square at Omping base to meet up and set off for Ningqing. Su Mian, Su Mian. But she saw her from afar and called out excitedly, over here. Where have you been these past half a month? We couldn't find you anywhere. Su Mian walked over with a smile, noticing that she had actually tanned a bit, her skin turning a honey color. making her look even more radiant and charming. She must have been doing well here. Seeing Feng Ji again, he had also shed his youthful awkwardness, becoming resolute and steady, his gaze constantly fixed on Bai Shi, filled with deep emotion. How wonderful in this life, Bai Xiaoxi finally doesn't have to tragically find her and ask her to kill someone. Su Mian held her hand and smiled, saying, I'm killing elemental beasts near my home. This time are we on the same team? Bai Shi nodded excitedly and said, this time there are 4 teams. Each team is equipped with various types of superpowers and one spatial superpower user. I'm the only one on the same team as Luo Xiao. The other 3 spatial superpower users are all jealous to the point their eyes are red. Su Mian glanced at the people gathered and saw a familiar figure. Her expression changed slightly and she whispered, Yuanjun is here too? Her, ha! Bai Shi curled her lips and said softly, she awakened wind-type abilities, hooked up with several powerful ability users, and formed a clique to suppress other teams in the base. She's really nasty. Yuanjun also awakened abilities? Su Mian remained silent. Wind-type abilities? That's an assassination ability. Su Mian, what are you doing here? Are you here to see Bai Shi? As they spoke, Bai Shi approached with a seductive and enchanting demeanor. Yuanjun saw that her skin was as white as snow, beautifully pure and delicate, and a trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. The few powerful psychics surrounding her all stared at Su Mian in disbelief. How was this woman still alive? Bai Shi was a useless psychic relying on Feng Ji's backing to make life difficult for her everywhere in the base. Now with Su Mian here, Yuanjun sneered. If she couldn't deal with Bai Shi, how could she not handle Su Mian? Su Mian had been completely fooled by her before. Seeing her scantily clad and full of flirtation on her face, Su Mian knew Bai Shi's words were true and replied coldly, Su Mian, I've been looking for you everywhere these days and couldn't find you. Now that I see you safe and sound, I can finally relax. I have my own place in the inner city. If you ever have any difficulties, you must remember to come to me. We're sisters from the same dorm, so we should support each other, Yuanjun said, holding Su Mian's hand and speaking with feigned emotion. Su Mian pulled her hand back and said coldly, Thanks, but the apocalypse is tough. Everyone should just mind their own business. Yuanjun, Su Mian is under my care. You, on the other hand, should spend more time practicing your abilities with your powerful supernaturals, Bai Shi said, linking arms with Su Mian and sneering. Yuanjun's smile stiffened, her expression darkened slightly. Catching sight of Luo Han and the others out of the corner of her eye, she immediately changed her face, forcing a pure smile and coquettishly calling out, Young Master Luo, when are we leaving? The man wore an indifferent expression, walking straight ahead with Luo Qi. Young Master Luo, can I join your team? I've asked around and your team doesn't have a wind-type ability user. Yuanjun persistently caught up, not forgetting to glance back contemptuously at Su Mian and Bai Shi. Su Mian and Bai Shi exchanged an incredulous look. She has a crush on Luo Han? Su Mian whispered. She's handsome, she wants to be with everyone. Bai Shi nodded, she even tried to seduce Feng Ji before, but Feng Ji threw her out. Impressive, impressive. Su Mian clicked her tongue, she even dared to flirt with Luo Han? Thinking of that man's power backlash and the terrifying look when his bloodthirsty syndrome flares up, Su Mian shivered. Young Master Luo, why aren't you leaving? The car is over there, Yuanjun said coquettishly. The man's handsome brows furrowed, and Luo Qi, seeing this, quickly cleared his throat, pushed Yuanjun aside, and smiled, Young Master, I just saw Sister Su Mian. The pale and handsome man's expression softened slightly. He glanced at the motionless little girl, then walked over and lowered his head to speak in a deep voice. The vehicle is over there. Should I carry you up? Su Mian stared in terror, eyes wide open. Bai Shi was so excited she almost whistled. Pushed aside by Luo Qi and nearly falling, Yuanjun's face turned ashen with anger. It turned out Su Mian had long been involved with Luo Han. Chapter 26. Su Mian just wanted to quietly follow the team, kill elemental beasts, gather some supplies and elemental crystal cores for cultivation. But because of a single sentence from Luo Han, she became the center of attention in the square, her face instantly paling slightly. She actually had a bit of social anxiety. Since childhood, she had only focused on studying hard. In college, she was only close with her roommates. After the apocalypse, due to Luo Han's possessiveness, she rarely interacted with others. After being reborn, her social anxiety only deepened. I'll go by myself. Su Mian avoided Luo Han's gaze and pulled Bai Shi forward. Young Master Luo, Su Mian and I were college roommates, Young Master Luo. Yuanjun's eyes lit up as she desperately tried to squeeze through, but Luo Qi mercilessly blocked her. Auntie, in this heat, I'm about to be suffocated by you. And you still want to suffocate our young master? Luo Qi said with a sharp tongue, holding a delicate and cute little face. Yuanjun was almost so angry she could spit blood. Seeing Su Mian and Luo Han walk away, she bitterly returned to her own group. Damn Su Mian, she even took Bai Shi but didn't bring her along. She would remember this. Su Mian, what exactly is going on between you and Luo Xiao? You're not actually together with him, are you? Bai Shi asked excitedly in a low voice when she saw Luo Han following behind them unhurriedly. Luo Xiao of all people actually following behind them. She had been at the base for more than half a month and had never heard of any rumors about Luo Han. As the base's strongest level 4 psychic, countless women at the base wanted to get close to Luo Han. But Luo Han hardly cared about anything at the base, leaving everything to Luo Wu, and he always traveled with Luo Qi. Meeting him was harder than climbing to the sky. Now she was being told that her friend might have won over this aloof beauty? Bai Shi was so excited she wanted to scream. Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with him, Su Mian said with a complicated expression, unsure how to explain. She had barely met Luo Han in this lifetime and had been careful to avoid him. She didn't understand what had gotten into this man, insisting on saying things that caused misunderstandings. Not related now, but maybe it will be in the future, Bai Shi said slyly, tugging at her clothes and whispering. Someone like Luo Han is obviously a typical noble son, handsome and refined, with strong abilities. I bet his physical fitness is top-notch. And you're still not satisfied? Su Xiaomian, your standards are way too high. You can't even find such a perfect guy in peaceful times, let alone in the apocalypse. Su Mian's face turned pale and then flushed. She didn't know how to explain. The more normal Luo Han seemed now, the crazier he appeared in the previous life. Bai Shi had never seen his abnormal side. If you don't like him, you wouldn't happen to like Mugue, would you? Bai Shi's voice rose an octave before she quickly covered her mouth. Looking around, Mugue was somewhat competitive, gentle and elegant, mild-mannered, virtuous, and very gentlemanly. The man walking behind paused, his handsome face darkening a few degrees. Su Mian bit her lip, saying nothing. Bai Shi widened her eyes and quietly glanced at Luo Han behind her. Seeing the man's whole body seemed frozen, radiating waves of coldness, she dared not make a sound anymore. This is bad, it looks like a brotherly feud is about to break out. But Mu Xiao can't beat Luo Xiao. In the Ning City group, except for Luo Hanqing's team and the original Southwest Military Region's team, the remaining two teams are mercenary forces that have risen from the base. After gathering for military trucks, loaded with weapons, set off in a grand procession towards Ning City. As soon as Mugi got on the truck, he felt the atmosphere was a bit off. Luo Hanqing's team had only 7 people. Luo San and Luo Lu stayed behind at the base, Luo Wu, Luo Qi, and Feng Ji huddled at the front of the truck. The inside of the truck had been converted into a motorhome, and Luo Han sat expressionless at the bar drinking red wine. 2 little girls hid at the back of the truck, silent. Old Luo, why are you drinking wine so late at night? These red wines are all treasures, drinking 1 bottle means 1 less. Mugue was a bit confused. The man swirled the liquid in his glass, the color like agate. The red wine went down his throat, tinting his pale and beautiful face with a faint sinister aura. Is he having a relapse? Mugue looked at him somewhat bewildered. After all, they grew up together. Whenever Luo Han was in a bad mood, he would ignore people, pull a long face, and act up intensely. Usually at times like this, no one dared to provoke him, whoever did would be the one to suffer. Su Mian, why are you sitting so far away? The wine is already opened, come on, everyone have a drink. Mugue called out to Su Mian and Bai Shi. I don't drink. Su Mian hadn't finished speaking when Bai Shi pinched her. Su Mian can. Bai Shi pulled her, step by step moving resolutely to the only small bar counter inside the car. Mommy Mia, it's terrifying, ever since Luo Xiao got in the car, it's been freezing like a freezer. For the sake of their lives, it's better to send Su Xiaomian to Luo Xiao. Jealous men are too scary. What's going on? Mugue asked with his eyes. Su Mian shook her head at a loss. Suddenly falling ill like this, who could have known? In her past life, Luo Han often behaved the same way, out of the blue, his mood would sour. Then with a stern face, he'd scare people into trembling. Only after giving her a hard time would his mood improve. In short, he was just sick. Seeing the subtle exchanges between the two, the man's headache worsened. His expression grew colder. He poured a full glass of red wine and said coldly, "So noisy." The man drank the red wine in 1 gulp and poured another glass. The entire car was silent. Su Mian saw him drinking glass after glass, his face dark and his attitude dismissive. Everyone in the car was suffering along with him, their anger building. She said coldly, "Young Master Luo, we came out to kill elemental beasts, not to drink. If this delays things, we could all lose our lives here." Bai Shi gasped and desperately tugged at her clothes. Too blunt, Su Xiaomian. Mugue also cleared his throat lightly, continuously signaling with his eyes. Luo Hanxing's hand paused in motion, seeing that she finally looked him in the eye. His gaze was intense as he looked at her, curling his lips into a cold smile. Scared? Don't worry, even if I die, I won't let you die. Mian felt a bit flustered under his stare, sensing something strange about his words, and blurted out, anyway, drinking causes trouble, you should stop. She gasped sharply, unable to bear looking directly, covering her face. Gui was also startled, his muscles tensing, ready to confront old Luo at any moment to save Su Xiaomian. The man's pale and handsome face showed no emotion. Looking at Mian, whose face was deathly pale, he said lightly, stomachache, I drank because I had nothing to eat. While driving, Luo Wu and Luo Qi exchanged a glance and gasped inwardly. The boss didn't just slap Su Xiaomian to death, he even explained. The boss actually explained to someone. You shouldn't drink when you have a stomachache. How do you have no common sense at all? Mian said angrily, taking out various large meat buns she had made during the day from her backpack. Eat. Okay. A sly glint flashed in Luo Hanxing's eyes. His long jade-like fingers took the bun handed over by the little girl, elegantly tore it open, and ate it slowly and deliberately. 5 minutes later, Mian sat in the corner hugging her backpack, withdrawn. Why did she have to meddle? Why did she give her own rations to Luo Hanxing? Mian pressed her throbbing head. She must be out of her mind. In her previous life, Luo Hanxing was a person with no common sense and never cared about his own life. Not only did he have stomach problems, but he was also plagued with various illnesses, always weak and sickly, on the verge of death but never actually dying, and his supernatural abilities were ridiculously strong. Back then, Luo Hanxing wouldn't listen to anyone. Luo Qi and Luo Wu had no choice but to beg her in the end. To spare herself some trouble, she gradually learned to take care of his daily life. They stumbled through those days together, and Mian didn't even know how she got through them. There are shadows and also some indescribable things, like a brand burned into her bones and blood, so deep that she can never forget. But if she had to choose again, she would still choose to leave Luo Hanxing. Asterisk. Gui saw that Luo Hanxing had already started on his third bun and finally couldn't hold back, saying, Can't you save one for me? Wait, this bun isn't warm, you have a stomachache, aren't you not supposed to eat cold food? I'm willing. The man glanced at him coldly and said slowly. Crazy, this is definitely a psychic backlash that has damaged the brain. Mugi was speechless for a moment, then sat down to sleep on the side. The car headed straight towards Ning City, and even if there were elemental beasts blocking the way, they were crushed to death by the vehicles in front. Everyone closed their eyes to rest, making the most of the time to recuperate. Luo Hanxing put away the unfinished bun, took out a thin little blanket, and walked over to Mian, intending to cover her with it. Mian sharply opened her eyes, and seeing it was him, she was momentarily stunned. Have we met before? Luo Hanxing looked down from above, leaning over, his face pressing down intensely, almost touching her soft, petal-like lips. The man's gaze was deep and unfathomable, his eyes revealing his desire without any concealment. Mian shook her head quickly, trying to shrink back, but her slender shoulders were pressed down by the man's strong palm. What are you doing? Mian's pupils contracted as she tried to call Bai Shi, but Bai Shi seemed to be asleep, completely unconscious. Even Gui, not far away, did not notice the movement here. The entire car was silent. Shouldn't you be asking what I want to do? Luo Hanxing smiled slightly. He was very handsome, his face carrying a sickly pallor, yet it was hard to find any charm in it. This smile was like a spring breeze brushing over a lake, or like a meteor falling into an abyss. They are all asleep. If I don't let them wake up, they won't wake up, Luo Hanxing said in a low hoarse voice. Mian, now that you know my secret, tell me, shouldn't we exchange something? Superpower? Luo Hanxing has a third kind of superpower. Mian almost cried out in surprise. How is this possible? In his previous life, he only had ice and fire powers. The man reached out and grabbed her sharp chin, asking in a low voice for the second time, have we met before? Or rather, what was our relationship in the past? Chapter 27. Inside the truck, Luo Hanxing grabbed the little girl's chin, his fingertips feeling soft and tender, stirring ripples in his heart. I didn't know Luo Xiao before. Mian held her breath, her lips turning pale from fright, swallowed hard, and firmly denied. The man's rough fingertips stroked her chin. Seeing her face turn deathly pale and the panic in her eyes, his expression gradually darkened. If she didn't know him, why was she so terrified upon seeing him? His dreams had become increasingly frequent lately. He dreamed that he was still at the Taihu base. In the dream, there was no such place as Handan village, nor the Yomping base. Every month, he endured the backlash of his powers in unbearable pain, either killing others or self-harming, until later he took in a woman. That woman didn't like to talk, nor did she like to see sunlight. Fragile like daughter, yet her body was inexplicably warm, making him gradually forget the pain of backlash. He instinctively felt that everything happening in the dream was real, because it was too real, real enough that he remembered every elemental beast he had killed, real enough that he knew everything that happened near Taihu Lake. Unfortunately, his dreams were fragmented and incoherent. Whenever he dreamed about that woman, his chest would ache dull and heavy, as if someone had forcibly ripped out his heart. Luo Han instinctively knew the ending of the dream wouldn't be good. People's memories may fade, but feelings do not. Su Mian was very much like the woman in his dream. The only difference was that Su Mian had supernatural abilities, but she did not. The man's expression was unpredictable, his thin lips tightly pressed, and his aura so heavy it was suffocating. Su Mian's face turned pale, her body stiffened severely, and she said in a hoarse voice, "Young Master Luo, are you sure you have the right person?" "No mistake, I remember it was you," the man said with a heavy gaze, his rough fingertip stroking her small face, satisfied as he looked at the panic in her eyes. Su Mian was so frightened her heart nearly stopped. Instinctively, it was impossible. If Luo Han had regained the memories of his past life, the first thing he would do was strangle her with his own hands, not question her now in such an ambiguous manner. He was just testing. "You can take your time to think, the road to Ning City is still long. Answer when you're ready, but there will be consequences if you answer wrong." Luo Han's gaze fell on her petal-like thin lips, his sexy Adam's apple rolling up and down once. He leaned closer, warm breath blowing on the back of her ear. "I'm still missing a woman. Think it through, okay?" Su Mian's pupils contracted, elemental power in her palm went berserk, and countless green leaves flew out like sharp swords, breaking through the illusion Luo Han had cast. Inside the car, it was as if the glass had shattered, then instantly returned to normal. Why do I feel like I just took a nap? Lo, young Master Luo, when did you come here?" She wanted to stretch lazily, but when she looked up, she saw Luo Han beside her and was terrified out of her wits. As for Su Xiaomian, she was already held in the man's arms, her face pale. "Old Luo, what's going on between you and Su Mian?" Mu Gui stammered. The man's expression was unclear as his large hand grasped the young girl's soft waist, and amid a series of gasps, he kissed the girl's lips, soft as petals. Just as imagined, the taste was sweet and unbelievably soft, making him want to slowly devour her bit by bit. "Next time, I'll definitely find a place where no one is around," the man whispered hoarsely and seductively in her ear, then stood up and calmly walked back, lazily sitting at the edge of the bar. The illusion ability awakened in Luo Han after the apocalypse, possibly related to dreams from his past life. He could easily bring people into his illusions, controlling their thoughts and actions. Even Luo Qi didn't know about this ability. "Old Luo, you all." Mu Gui was the first to react, jumping up and hitting his head directly on the top of the carriage, heartbroken and furious. This was utterly insane. Old Luo actually made a move on his adorable neighbor girl. She also came to her senses, her eyes shining brightly, her girlish heart overflowing like a river. Such a domineering CEO. Sai, the boyfriend of her dreams, is exactly like this, strong, overbearing, exclusively doting. Su Xiaomian is truly so lucky. "Su Mian, when did you and young Master Luo get together?" Su Mian's face turned pale and then flushed. She wiped the corner of her mouth heavily and ran ahead with a cold expression. "I'll drive." "Sister Su Mian, you can't drive this heavy truck without training," Luo Qi said with a smile. "Then you get up and sit in the back." Su Mian was in a terrible mood, so she chased Luo Qi and Feng Ji to the back and sat silently in the front passenger seat. Luo Qi and Feng Ji were confused. Inside the cabin, young Master Luo was in a great mood, elegantly eating a bun, while Mu Gui had a strange expression. They were completely baffled and had no idea what was going on. They didn't know and they didn't dare to ask. Amping Base is not far from Ningxing. Before the apocalypse, it took only 2 or 3 hours on the highway. After the apocalypse, the roads were destroyed, and with the rampant elemental beasts, the roads were filled with them, making the journey bumpy and difficult. "Fifth brother, the road ahead is blocked by elemental beasts. We can't get through," the convoy ahead sent a message. "Clear the road ahead. We need to reach Yansuan before dawn and station there," Luo Wu instructed. "Understood, fifth brother." The original plan was to reach Ningxing before dawn. If that was not possible, they would station near Yansuan, close to Ningxing. Luo Wu put away the walkie-talkie and saw Su Mian resting with her eyes closed, hugging her backpack. Her profile was picturesque, her skin as white as ivory, not at all like a young girl struggling in the apocalypse. He frowned unconsciously. "Miss Su, we have built an impregnable base at Taihu. The young master stayed here because of you. The young master is in poor health. If he has an attack because of you, the Luo family will not sit idly by." This was a warning. Su Mian's eyelashes trembled slightly. In her previous life, Luo Wu was very hostile toward her, believing her existence would ruin Luo Han. In fact, Luo Wu's intuition was very accurate. In her previous life, when she escaped the base, Luo Han was severely injured, barely able to crawl, and in the end, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Mian opened her eyes and said coldly, "Say that to Luo Han. If you think I will ruin your young master, then don't let him get close to me." Luo Wu's frown deepened, and he no longer spoke. The vehicles continued driving for another hour. The trucks ahead cleared a path, and the convoy finally arrived at Salt Village before dawn. For heavy trucks came to a stop. The eastern sky was already tinged with deep red. Dawn was approaching, and the temperature began to rise rapidly. Get off the vehicles and enter the village. The fully armed psychics disembarked one by one, heading into the village to find houses to rest in. How can there be so many elemental beasts? The smell of blood is everywhere. After Baishi got off the car, she ran over happily and seeing the psychics killing the elemental beasts in the village said somewhat adaptively. The power of the brutal elements has gone berserk. Anyone touched by it will turn into an elemental beast. Fortunately, humans have immunity, otherwise, there would be zombies everywhere, which is even more disgusting, Mian said calmly, glancing at the houses in Yin village, where only 2 buildings remained intact. Mian chose one of the 2-story houses that still looked relatively complete and went inside. The walls were covered in bloodstains, though it was unclear whether they were human or elemental beast blood. The smell was very unpleasant, and the floor was all blackened. "Xiao Wu, clean up the house," Luo Han said calmly as he walked in leisurely, glanced around, and spoke lightly. "Yes." Luo Wu and his team used their water abilities to wash the walls and floor thoroughly, then disinfected everything with high heat, laid down carpets, and took out the small tea table, cushions, tea leaves, and so on that were stored in the space. In less than 10 minutes, the village's self-built earthen house looked brand new. Mian watched in amazement. Luo Han's obsession with cleanliness was truly exhausting. The man sat on the cushion, brewing clear tea with his fire ability while using his ice ability to freeze 3 walls, making the entire room instantly refreshingly cool. "Young Master Luo, we have nowhere else to go. Can we stay upstairs?" Soon Yuanjun led the team in, casting flirtatious glances directly at Luo Han. The man didn't even lift his eyes, remaining silent. Luo Wu spoke coldly, "Go upstairs on your own. Do not step past this line or disturb the young master's rest." Luo Wu pointed to the blanket spread at the stairs. "All right, thank you, young Master Luo." Yuanjun looked somewhat envious at the 3 ice walls on the first floor, her heart burning. Luo Han's supernatural ability was truly incredibly powerful, freezing 3 walls simultaneously, and with dual abilities at that. Such an exceptionally strong man, she was determined to find a way to get him. Men, who doesn't like something new? When Luo Han gets tired of Mian, that will be her chance. Thinking this, Yuanjun gave Mian a hateful glance. Fortunately, she hadn't heard that Mian had any special abilities. They would see what happens in the future. Look at Yuanjun, it's obvious she has her eyes on young Master Luo and wants to be the third party to interfere, Baishi said angrily as she saw her going upstairs with people. "It makes me so mad, she acted so well back at school. Do you want a bun? There's rabbit meat filling." Mian took a bun out of her backpack and handed it to her. "Rabbit meat filling? Then I want to eat it. I've been hungry for a long time. When you gave buns to young Master Luo before, I didn't dare to ask for any, Baishi instantly forgot about Yuanjun's matter. Mian. I have water here. Eat slowly, don't choke." Fengji handed over 2 bottles of mineral water, his eyes smiling. "Fengji, luckily there are you and Su Xiaomian, otherwise I would definitely have had a miserable time." Mian brought more than 20 buns, and since they were warm and could spoil easily, she took them out for everyone to share. Of course, everyone received some, except for Luo Han and Luo Wu. Luo Han didn't mind and continued drinking his tea. Soon, dawn broke, and the temperature began to rise sharply. The entire land was scorched and charred. Luo Han used his ice powers to seal the door. Everyone began to close their eyes and rest, avoiding the intense daytime heat. Chapter 28. Mian was wide awake. Luo Wu was on duty, Mugue closed his eyes to rest, and Luo Han was drinking tea outside. The fragrance of the tea gradually drifted over and no one spoke. Mian meditated to regulate her breath, forcing herself to fall asleep, planning to reach Ning City after nightfall, where perhaps a bloody battle awaited. It was unclear how much time had passed when a stifling aura slowly spread through the surrounding ice walls. Mian suddenly opened her eyes, and outside, Mugue and the others also opened their eyes one after another. "Young master, it's an elemental beast tide." Luo Qi drew back the heavy curtains and looked outside at the countless elemental beasts densely packed together, her expression slightly changing. "Our aura is sealed by the ice walls, so how could so many elemental beasts come?" Luo Wu's face was grave. It was noon outside, with the scorching sun and temperatures over 100 degrees. After being baked for an hour under the blazing sun, even the strongest would melt and easily self-destruct, making it impossible to fight. Xiao Wu, go upstairs to check. Xiao Qi, notify the other 2 teams to seal the doors and windows and make sure no aura leaks out. No matter what, hold out until sunset. Luo Han gave orders in a deep voice. Luo Wu and Luo Qi quickly responded and took action separately. Mian woke Bai Shi, walked to the window, and saw through the ice-covered glass a dense crowd of elemental beasts outside, mostly fire types, along with some species she had never seen before. Waves of scorching heat surged relentlessly, and soon the ground began to tremble. Mian, are they trying to break through the wall? Bai Shi asked, her face pale with fear, tightly gripping Mian's hand. Mian listened carefully. Elemental beasts surrounded them from all directions. They were trapped. Young master, someone upstairs is injured, and a hole was broken in the window. They didn't notice it, and the blood scent spread out, attracting all the nearby elemental beasts. Luo Wu's face was ashen as he came downstairs, carrying a gaunt middle-aged man. The man's body trembled like a sieve, his face ashen as he shouted, Young Master Luo, I don't know the window had a hole in it. It was intact during the inspection. Before the man finished speaking, his eyes widened, and he died instantly. Yuanjuan's mercenary 2nd Regiment came downstairs. The man leading them was the mercenary group's captain, named Lu Yun. Before the apocalypse, he was a construction worker who enjoyed showing off his toughness since childhood. After the apocalypse, he awakened fire-based abilities, quickly adapted to the new world, organized a group of ability users, and gradually formed a team. Lu Yun was ruthless by nature. He eliminated 2 partners who helped him form the team. After becoming the leader of the mercenary group, he heard about the good benefits at Omping Base and brought his men there. He removed his rivals and firmly established his foothold in the base within just half a month. Lu Yun withdrew his powers and said fearfully, Sorry, young Master Luo, it was our negligence. The person is already dead. What should we do next? Luo Hanqing's face darkened to the extreme. Looking at the lifeless man, he frowned and coldly spat out one word, dirty. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly ordered someone to drag the corpse away. At this moment, the wall began to shake violently, as if a heavy bulldozer was pushing against it, each thud striking everyone's hearts like a drumbeat. Ice-type ability users, reinforce the wall. Water-type ability users, assist, Luo Wu quickly said. Captain Lu, we can only hold our ground to the death. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and said, Then we hold our ground to the death. Water-type ability users created water, ice-type ability users formed ice, and soon the ice wall was further thickened. The living room on the first floor instantly lost half of its space. The walls on all sides were covered with 4 to 5 meters of thick ice. Mian, you and Bai Shi come over, Mu Gui said as the green vines in his hand continuously grew, quickly rooting into the ground and forming a sturdy green vine space. Mian and Bai Shi quickly entered the narrow green vine space. Only then did Luo Han, who had been wearing a solemn expression, lazily raise his hand. Outside the green vine space, which could only hold 7 or 8 people sitting or standing, a thick layer of ice instantly formed, sealing the entire space and leaving only a small breathing hole. Yuanjun originally wanted to squeeze through, but seeing she was a step too late, she called out with a darkened face, Brother Lu, let's form a solid plant space like they did. Sister Yu, our team doesn't have any wood element users. You said wood is too weak. Then keep thickening the ice layer, Yuanjun said in frustration. Mian, can it hold? Bai Shi asked quietly, listening to the continuous crashing sounds. Mian didn't say anything. Luo Han, sitting beside her, glanced at the calm young girl and then looked up, speaking Dandana why. At most 2 hours. Bai Shi's face instantly turned pale. She looked at Feng Ji, then at Mu Gui. So what should we do? Everyone's expressions grew serious. There were too many elemental beasts, and with the intense heat and flames, if the ice wall house was breached, they would be gnawed to the bone by the elemental beasts. Old Luo, do you have a plan? With so many elemental beasts, even if we exhaust all our elemental power, we can't kill them all. Mu Gui, unusually serious, looked at Luo Han. Among them, only Luo Hanqing's ability was the strongest. Before the apocalypse, his ability had already broken through the low-level threshold to reach level 4, and now it would only get stronger. Luo Hanqing's long jade-like fingertip gently stroked the ring on his tail. If he were alone, he could come and go freely, but carrying so many burdens was somewhat troublesome. Luo Qi saw him stroking the tail ring that controlled his supernatural power and said with a slight change in expression, Young master, you can't use all your supernatural power, it will backfire. Not only will it backfire, but in severe cases it can cause madness. Over the past month, the reason the young master hasn't been harmed by the supernatural power backlash is that he has kept his power controlled at level 4 without breaking through. Once the tail ring is removed, he will break through to level 5. Luo Qi shivered. They might be saved, but if the young master's supernatural power backfires, he might kill everyone here. Backlash? What backlash? Baishi asked, puzzled. After the ability upgrades to intermediate level, a certain amount of violent elemental power accumulates inside the body. If not controlled properly, it will cause ability backlash, Luo Han said coldly. Gaining abilities always comes at a price. Everyone shuddered together. There was actually ability backlash. Will we all experience ability backlash? Feng Ji asked in disbelief. Will spatial ability users also have backlash? Few spatial ability users experience backlash when upgrading their cultivation, so how could there be any backlash? Luo Qi frowned and said, only combat-type ability users suffer backlash. Wood type and support type abilities rarely have backlash, and the stronger the ability, the more severe the backlash. You should wait a few more years before worrying about backlash. Then I'd better not upgrade, Baishi said, still feeling uneasy. Feng Ji beside her nodded heavily. For the rest of the time, no one spoke. The two-story building was soon pushed flat by the elemental beasts on the upper floor. Countless sharp teeth began gnawing at the ice wall on the first floor. The ability users repairing the wall couldn't keep up with the speed of the elemental beasts gnawing. Soon, the water and ice ability users in Lu Yun's team exhausted their elemental power, slumping to the ground and watching the ice wall thin little by little in despair. Young Master Luo, we can't hold on much longer, Lu Yun said outside, his face pale with fright. Mian, Baishi, we're classmates, hurry and let Luo Xiao take action, the ice wall can't hold much longer. Yuanjuan's voice was choked with tears. Mian quietly glanced at Luo Han. The man's gaze precisely caught hers, his dark eyes looking over with a hint of a smile. Want me to save her? Mian said nothing. Yuanjun was scheming and didn't know how many people she would harm if she lived. She didn't want to save her at all. Really not saving her? Mugue was stunned for a moment, then looked at Luo Qi and Luo Wu. Aren't you going to persuade them? If they die, we'll lose an ally when we go to Ning City. Luo Qi snorted coldly. Young Master Mu, you don't know. Lu Yun's mercenary group uses unscrupulous methods in the base, often killing and looting, ruining the base's reputation. We've long wanted to get rid of them. Not dying now, going to Ning City would just be cannon fodder, Luo Wu added coldly. Baishi and Feng Ji were speechless, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. Although they had adapted to the apocalypse, they had never actually killed anyone. Mian lowered her head, saying nothing. She had seen a more ruthless side of Luo Han. The ice wall outside soon could no longer hold, and inside Mugue Jiaxing tongue space where Mian and the others were, the thick ice covering outside made it impossible to see the situation outside clearly. They could only hear screams and the roars of elemental beasts. Young Master Luo, I know Mian's secret. Please save me. I know many secrets, Mian's and the Qin families. Yuanjuan's voice carried a hint of desperation. Mian was shocked, suddenly looking up and glancing at Luo Han. The man's deep gaze fell on the pale face of the young girl, a flicker of interest passing through his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Mugue, let her in. Mugue controlled the green vine and, taking advantage of Luo Han's moment of freezing with ice, dragged Yuanjun inside. The next second, the icy blue color in the man's eyes surged, freezing everything within a 5-meter radius, including the superpowered person who had just screamed. Yuanjun looked miserable, covered in bite wounds all over her body, with one leg completely bitten off, her hair disheveled, and her face twisted in a grimace. Yuanjun looked at Mian, who was unharmed and heavily protected by the man, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. Mian, always Mian, what was so great about Mian? Why did Luo Han repeatedly favor Mian? It was true in the past life, and it was true now. Recently, Yuanjun had been intermittently dreaming of strange fragments. In the dream, she had no superpowers. After the apocalypse arrived, she envied Mian and a few female classmates who had mocked her, tricked them into being sold to human traffickers, and then, by chance, overheard that a second-generation official from the north was sending troops to pick up Baishi. She lied that she was Baishi and made her way to the Bachin base through a series of twists and turns. Everything had been going smoothly until they reached the Bachin base. Feng Ji, who came to pick her up, was an unyielding person solely focused on finding out Baishi's whereabouts. He only took care of her for a few months before abandoning her. She was forced to rely on a powerful psychic to survive. At first, Yuanjun didn't take this dream seriously. After all, the situations in the dream were quite different from reality. For example, both Feng Ji and Baishi appeared at the Omping base. It wasn't until she saw Luo Han and Mian that she realized something was wrong. She didn't care that Feng Ji and Baishi could meet, but Luo Han was the strongest in the apocalypse and had always despised women, keeping himself pure. In the dream, Luo Han only favored one woman to the point that everyone knew she was his weakness. A trace of hatred flashed in Yuanjuan's eyes. She had lived so miserably while Mian could have the man she longed for but could never have. Whether the events in the dream were true or not, she was determined to kill Su Mian. What secret do you want to tell me? Luo Han lowered his eyes, looking at Su Mian with inscrutable depth, but his words were directed at Yuanjun. Chapter 29. In the narrow space formed by the green vines, everyone's gaze fell on Yuanjun. Yuanjun painfully forced a smile more pitiful than crying. Young Master Luo, if I tell you now, you will definitely abandon me. When we return to the base, I will tell you everything. A trace of mocking smile flashed in Luo Hanxing's eyes. His slender, jade-like fingers gently stroked the tail ring as he nodded coldly. Then I'll let you live a few more days. If you dare to lie to me, believe me, you will regret coming into this world. Yuanjun shivered, forcing herself to catch her breath, took out the crystal core and medicinal herbs and quickly treated her wounds. She quietly tugged Su Mian's wrist and asked softly, "What is Yuanjun saying?" "I don't understand." Shi's thought was simple. Even if Yuanjun had a good relationship with Su Mian before and knew everything about Su Mian's university life, she also knew it. But if she exposed Yuanjun's lie, she would be thrown out by Luo Hanxing to feed the elemental beasts. Shi wanted to speak but stopped, ultimately saying nothing. Su Mian lowered her eyes, her face expressionless, her hands and feet somewhat cold. Could it be that Yuanjun, like her, was reborn? Impossible. If Yuanjun were also reborn, she wouldn't have come to Umping County. She would have sought to connect with Luo Hanxing or Fengdu and others in advance. Her secret? Her biggest secret was rebirth, and secondly, that in her previous life she nearly killed Luo Hanxing. Su Mian shuddered all over, a bad premonition arising. Time passed little by little, and when the sun began to set in the west and the temperature started to drop bit by bit, the outside of the ice house where Su Mian was located was densely surrounded by elemental beasts, forming circle after circle. After the ice wall was devoured by the elemental beasts, they surged in like a tide. Before they could get close, they were all burned to ashes by Luo Hanxing's fire-based abilities. One by one, elemental crystal cores fell down, creating a spectacular scene. Shi and the others were teaming up with Luo Hanxing for the first time and witnessing his attack for the first time. They were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. So these low-level elemental beast waves posed no threat to Luo Hanxing at all? Was he just using others to eliminate Lu Yan's team? After the first wave of elemental beasts was neutralized, Luo Wu took the lead and shouted, "Fengji." Fengji's lightning ability struck, combined with Luo Wu's water element, and the moment lightning met water, the entire house collapsed, with a burnt smell filling the area within 10 meters. "Get in the truck," Luo Hanxing said calmly. Luo Wu and Fengji cleared the way, while Su Mian grabbed Shi and ran toward the truck. What about Yuanjun? Shi, seeing so many elemental beasts for the first time and having no combat power with her ability, called out with a pale face. Su Mian's peripheral vision caught Luoqi carrying Yuanjun, who was following behind. Luo Hanxing strolled leisurely at the back alone. All the elemental beasts approaching him turned to ashes, like a humanoid killing machine, attracting countless elemental beasts to come one after another. Luoqi brought her along. Su Mian said hoarsely, raising a series of sharp green leaves in his hand, killing the charging elemental beasts. More than a month had passed since the apocalypse. The animal corpses had long since rotted away, leaving only charred skeletons. Looking around, it was just a group of skeletons fighting fiercely. What exactly are these elemental beasts? They're just bones and still can kill people. Shi saw that although Su Mian's ability was wood-based, every green leaf could hit the target in one strike, and immediately began to resent her own useless ability. They are all tainted with the power of brutal elements, like zombie puppets, neither hurt nor in pain, only knowing how to devour everything. The green vine in Mugue's hand transformed into a thorny vine, strangling the approaching elemental beasts. Low-level elemental beasts have no intelligence, their movements are slow, relying on the instinct to devour. High-level elemental beasts are truly terrifying, Su Mian murmured. Get in the truck quickly. The green vine in Mugue's hand opened the truck door, casually killing the elemental beast on the roof, and shouted to Su Mian. Su Mian nodded and ran wildly onto the truck with Shi. The truck had been scorched all day. The ice layer used for protection on the roof and around had long since melted, and the inside of the truck was like a furnace. Su Mian instantly felt like her hair was about to be scorched. Is there any ice? Yes, I have a freezer in my space, there's plenty. Shi hurriedly took out the large ice blocks from her space and placed 7 or 8 of them inside the truck before stopping. Mugue and the others repelled the elemental beasts behind them and quickly got onto the truck. Luoqi threw Yuanjun into the car and muttered under his breath, "Fifth brother, next time I drive, you carry this woman." Luo Wu flipped over to the front driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and rushed forward, instantly smashing a pile of broken skeletons. "Luo, young Master Luo hasn't come up yet," Shi exclaimed in surprise. Su Mian looked towards the back of the car and saw Luo Hanxing surrounded by heavy elemental beasts. Her heart tightened, and the next second, these elemental beasts froze into ice, turning Yansuan into a frozen world. The man's handsome figure seemed to be shrouded in a layer of frost, stepping forward slowly through the frozen skeletons scattered all around. Old Luo, catch this. Mugue sent out a green vine from his hand, wrapping around Luo Han. Luo Han used the momentum to leap onto the truck, locking the next wave of swarming elemental beasts outside the truck door. Young master, would you like strong liquor or tea? Luo Qi quickly took out the strong liquor and tea, asking nervously. The elemental power within Luo Hanqing's body was mutually antagonistic. Ice and fire could not coexist. Whenever one elemental force suppressed the other, the clashing elemental powers would cause a painful backlash. Strong liquor can alleviate the chill of icy cold, and tea can dispel the dryness of fierce flames. Luo Qi always carries both with her. Luo Hanqing's face was pale without a trace of blood. His whole body exuding an icy aura, like an iceman. He said hoarsely, liquor. Luo Qi quickly handed him the homemade strong liquor. The man lowered his eyes and took the old-fashioned wine pouch expressionlessly, gulping down a mouthful of the strong liquor. Instantly, the truck was filled with the rich smell of alcohol with a concentration exceeding that of ordinary alcohol content. After drinking the strong liquor, Luo Hanqing's face remained pale, and his thick, raven-like eyelashes were covered with a layer of frost. Bai Shi removed the ice cubes, Mugue said urgently. Su Mian, can your wood element heal coldness? It can only heal wounds, Su Mian said softly, her expression also a bit grim. Luo Hanqing was their main force, and a whole team had already been lost. If something happened to Luo Hanqing, Ning City's ice element beasts would be very deadly. Then just heal the wounds, the man said hoarsely, his eyes closing weakly. Only then did everyone smell a faint metallic scent of blood. Move over, Sister Su Mian, please take care of young master. Luo Qifei quickly helped Luo Hanqing sit down in the back, took out a small blanket, and then looked at Su Mian with pleading eyes. Su Mian took a deep breath and nodded. Luo Hanqing's wound was on his back. Su Mian loosened his clothes and saw that the man's entire body was covered with a thin layer of frost, without a trace of vitality. The wound on his back, torn by the elemental beast, had been frozen again, and the bloodstains had already solidified. Su Mian gasped inwardly and reached out to touch his back, but her fingertips were instantly pierced by a sharp cold. The man opened his eyes, a faint glow flashing in them, and said hoarsely, "Don't touch, you'll get frostbite." The voice carried a subtle softness that was hard to detect. Su Mian was momentarily stunned, then quickly used the power of the wood element to conjure 3 green leaves to cover his wound. The frost melted and evaporated quickly upon contact with the leaves, but the wound healed rather slowly. Su Mian spent nearly half of her elemental power and took almost half an hour before she finally saw the wound on Luo Hanqing's back healed, letting out a relieved breath. All done. She spoke softly, lifting her eyes to meet the man's deep gaze. You saved me again, Luo Hanqing said in a low voice, his pale and handsome face showing a hint of illness as he stared unblinkingly at Su Mian. Su Mian was stunned for a moment. What? Saved him? Wasn't he the one who saved everyone? I will repay you. Luo Hanqing saw her freeze, the corner of his lips curling into a smile, then quickly pressing down again. Su Mian stared in horror. No, she didn't need any repayment at all. Young master, are you all right? Luo Qi called out joyfully. Luo Hanqing nodded, the icy cold and fiery heat within his body now balanced. Boss, the other 2 teams have caught up as well. Everyone has minor injuries, nothing serious, reported Luo Wu Hui. Up ahead is Ning City. Young master, the map. Luo Wu handed over the hand-drawn map. Our intel shows that the ice element beasts are north of Ning City. Ning City is a major city in the west, with large commercial districts in all 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. Except for the severely damaged buildings in the south, the commercial districts in the other 3 areas still have supplies to scavenge. According to the original plan, we'll head to the northern commercial district. Su Mian looked at the hand-drawn map and said, the area north of the city is a natural scenic spot. I've been to the commercial district you drew. There's a large shopping mall and quite a few convenience stores there. Everyone turned to look at Su Mian in unison. Luo Hanqing's gaze was intense. Do you know the exact location of the Ningqing business district? This is my hometown. I used to take provincial and national level competitions and exams in Ningqing. I've memorized the map of Ningqing and have walked through every street and alley. Everyone. Mugue rubbed his forehead and laughed. It's just an exam. Do you really need to memorize the map? Su Mian's dark, big eyes flashed with a hint of innocence. Maybe it's just a natural sense of worry. I can vouch for that. When others asked her to borrow notes for the final exam, she not only made copies for them but also highlighted the key points. She's very popular. All the boys in the class secretly have a crush on her, Bai Shi said with a smile. A secret crush? Luo Hanqing squinted. Su Xiaomian's college life sounded quite colorful. He had never been to college and relied solely on diligently studying one ancient book after another. Is college fun? Mu Gui and Luo Qi showed envious looks. Fun, huh? You guys haven't gone to college, have you? Bai Shi widened her eyes. The two of them shook their heads in unison. My family couldn't afford to send me down the mountain to study, and I had to forge all kinds of documents. Too much trouble, Mu Gui sighed, feeling like he had missed out on a fortune. He also wanted to have many classmates. I have to take care of the young master. The young master isn't in good health, he can't do without me, Luo Qi said with a smile. But if I were to study, being 17 wouldn't be considered too old, right? Luo Wulang snorted coldly. Wake up, it's the apocalypse. Su Mian was stunned for a moment. So all the descendants of these secluded families were self-taught? Notify Team 1 and Team 2 to proceed as planned and gather at the meeting point in the city before dawn. Luo Han brought the topic back. Okay. Luo Wu used the walkie-talkie to notify Team 1 and Team 2, then the truck headed towards the northernmost scenic area of the city. Chapter 30. After entering Ning City, the main road was filled with wandering low-level elemental beasts. The military heavy trucks ran straight over them, crushing a ground full of white bones, heading towards the northern scenic area of the city. As soon as they entered the northern part of the city, everyone clearly felt the temperature drop significantly, with a faint chill in the air. This Ning City is really strange. Can a single ice elemental beast isolate the entire city from the high temperatures? Bai Shi muttered. We have previously killed a level 4 elemental beast, and a millennium-old tree can grow into a tray ant. Entering the apocalypse, anything is possible. This has always been a bizarre and fantastical world, Mu Gui said warmly with a smile. Animal mutations, humans have actually mutated as well. Otherwise, with such high temperatures and the elemental forces of heaven and earth, humans before the apocalypse simply wouldn't have survived, Su Mian said with a faint sigh. In her previous life, a level 7 ice elemental beast could freeze an area dozens of miles wide. The one in Ning City only lowers the temperature, which isn't that extraordinary. Su Mian, now that you mention it, I think there's some truth to that. Look, we all actually have supernatural abilities, Bai Shi nodded vigorously. But your ability is really amazing, you can heal such deep wounds. No wonder young Master Luo wants to bring you into Ning City. Just now, Su Mian helped Luo Han heal his wounds, and everyone saw it. The team's morale instantly rose to a new level. With Su Mian around, they were no longer afraid of serious injuries. As expected, before the apocalypse, you were better at studying than me, and now in the apocalypse, your supernatural abilities are stronger than mine. After more than a month of surviving the apocalypse, Bai Shi's spoiled young lady demeanor had long been worn away, revealing her naive and sweet personality, instantly making her Su Mian's #1 little fan. Seeing this, Su Mian smiled slightly and said, You are also very important in the team. Everyone has their own role. Su Mian, your supernatural abilities are so powerful. Can you help me heal my wound? After all, we've been roommates for 2 years. Yu Wanjun suddenly pleaded. My wound really hurts. Only then did everyone remember the forgotten Yu Wanjun. Before Su Mian could speak, Luo Han coldly said, We're about to enter the combat zone. Su Mian, follow right behind me and do not waste your abilities recklessly. Luo Qi burst out laughing and cleverly said, Sister Su Mian, I still have some wood element crystal cores here. Take them. You must properly restore your elemental power. We're all counting on you to save us. Just make sure not to heal anyone unrelated, it might backfire on you. Feng Ji and Bai Shi kept nodding, and since Yu Wanjun wasn't fighting and still needed their protection, there was no need to waste Su Mian's healing abilities. Young Master Mu, you also have wood elemental powers. Please help me heal. I really can't hold on much longer. Yu Wanjun's expression twisted for a moment before she pleaded with Mu Gui. Mu Gui shook his head and sighed, Sorry, my wood type ability focuses on killing, not healing. I have some painkillers here, if the pain is severe, take one. Painkillers were also scarce medical supplies in the post-apocalyptic world. Su Mian saw Yu Wanjun swallow the painkiller and furrowed her brow, inexplicably feeling a sense of foreboding. Boss, the commercial plaza is just ahead, Luo Wu warned in a deep voice. The heavy truck entered the commercial district in the northern part of the city. Luo Han nodded. Later, Feng Ji and I will clear the streets and the elemental beasts in the mall. Mu Xiao, Xiaoqi, you protect Bai Shi as she enters the supermarket to search for supplies, food first, medicine second, clothes and daily necessities third. Su Mian, stay close to the boss and look for ice elemental beasts. Provide support whenever there is danger. Luo Han was solitary and cold by nature, preferring to act alone, so all base operations were planned and commanded by Luo Wu. Luo Wu's assignments were reasonable and also matched everyone's unique abilities, so everyone nodded in agreement and obeyed. Feng Ji parked the truck on the main road. Luo Wu opened the door and shot the elemental beast on the roof. The group then began entering the combat zone. Mian did not want to stay by Luo Hanqing's side. Both being third-level abilities, her healing combat power was clearly much weaker than Mugui's killing ability. Since everyone was already protecting Bai Shi, Luo Wu arranged for her to follow Luo Hanqing so she could both protect a strong main force and be protected by Luo Hanqing. It was considered the best arrangement. Seeing everyone get out of the car and act on their own, Luo Hanqing remained motionless. Mian couldn't help but feel a bit anxious and asked, "Aren't we going down to support them?" Luo Hanqing glanced at her and said leisurely, "No rush, the ice elemental beasts aren't here." The man's gaze fell on Yuanjun, and she inexplicably shivered, wishing she could crawl into a crack in the ground. "You say you know Mian's secret, hmm?" The man spoke in a low voice, his heterochromatic eyes filled with terrifying pressure. Mian was startled, and Yuanjun's lips turned pale as she trembled, saying, "Young Master Luo, didn't you say we'd talk about this back at the base?" "Did I agree?" Luo Hanqing's eyes curved upward, a faint smile appearing, chilling to the bone. "Speak." Yuanjun's face turned ashen. It turned out he just didn't want more people to know Mian's secret, which was why he didn't press further. Now that everyone had gone down to search for supplies, she couldn't avoid it anymore. The atmosphere inside the truck was very tense. Mian looked pale and said softly, "She's lying. She doesn't know my secret at all. Luo Hanqing, we should get off the truck." "I know." Yuanjun looked at Mian, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, and tore off a huge lie. "Actually, my awakened ability in the apocalypse isn't wind control at all, but prophetic dreams. I can dream of the future, everyone's future, including yours and Mian's. I've seen the future of you and Mian." Mian's body stiffened, a flash of shock passing through her eyes as she looked at Yuanjun in disbelief. Luo Hanqing's expression grew more serious, his heterochromatic eyes coldly fixed on Yuanjun as he spoke each word deliberately. "Speak." Yuanjun widened her eyes and said in a sinister and eerie tone, "Young Master Luo, you are indeed the strongest psychic in the apocalypse, but you have trusted the wrong person. The cold blade will pierce your heart, and even if you are a level 7 powerhouse, you will not survive. When you die, the Qin and Feng families will join forces to swallow the apocalypse empire you built. It was her, she killed you with her own hands." Yuanjun pointed sharply at Mian. Her eyes filled with fear yet tinged with a hint of excitement. In her dream, Mian had killed Luo Hanqing. Whether Luo Hanqing believed it or not, the two of them would never have a sweet and happy relationship. Mian's face suddenly turned pale. How could Yuanjun know? Would this life end the same way? Or was she seeing the previous life? Had Luo Hanqing really died in the past life? The man's deep gaze fell on Mian's face, not missing any subtle expression. Seeing that Mian was more frightened than surprised almost confirmed Yuanjun's words. Luo Hanqing's pale and handsome face showed a trace of deep thought. So the woman who appeared in the dream was really Mian, and the ending of the dream was indeed not very good. Mian is truly the woman he has his eyes on. She's ruthless enough to even lay hands on her own man. "So, do you have some dissatisfaction with me?" Luo Hanqing looked at Mian with an inscrutable gaze. "Am I not good enough? Not strong enough? Not handsome enough? Is that why Mian wants to abandon me, hmm? He changed, isn't that enough?" Mian was so frightened her heart almost stopped. She stammered rarely, Yuanjun, it's just nonsense. If young Master Luo doesn't believe me, I can. She couldn't swear, nor could she make any promises. Everything Yuanjun said was true. "Young Master Luo, she will ruin you, Yuanjun laughed maniacally. Kill her, kill her." A cold flash passed through the man's eyes as he looked coldly at the crazed Yuanjun and shouted, "Be quiet." Yuanjun seemed as if her heart had been squeezed, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Mian was covered in cold sweat, staring blankly at Luo Hanqing. Had Luo Hanqing developed murderous intent? Should she take her grandmother and leave? But the world was so vast, where could she go? Her grandmother was old and simply couldn't endure a long journey in the heat. Seeing that her eyes were somewhat dazed with fear, the man's lips twitched upward impatiently. He reached out, grabbed her small hand, and said in a deep voice, "Get out of the car. We'll settle this account when we get back." As for how to settle it, he was the one to decide. Mian's expression changed drastically. Unable to guess Luo Hanqing's thoughts, she followed him anxiously. Seeing him holding her hand, she endured again and again but still didn't dare provoke him, fearing he would freeze her first and then burn her alive. In his previous life, Luo Hanqing was already very deep-minded. In this life, he has become even more unfathomable and dangerous. Mian felt a chill in her heart and made the worst preparations. The commercial plaza in the northern city is relatively concentrated. After Luo Wu and Feng Ji cleared the nearby elemental beasts, they entered the pharmacy to start searching for supplies. Because the disaster came too suddenly, there were still many supplies in the mall that hadn't been taken away in time. Bai Shi, Mugue, and the others went to the supermarket on the basement level. Mian followed behind Luo Han and entered the mall. Seeing the man walking at an unhurried, leisurely pace, she noticed that almost all the counters they passed had been completely cleared out, and she immediately widened her eyes. Does he have a space or some kind of storage like a gourd space? Mian remembers that the scarlet jade gourd was his thing. Soon Bai Shi, Mugue, and Luo Qi happily came out of the supermarket. Mian, there are so many supplies in the supermarket, we emptied the whole place, Bai Shi said excitedly. There are also plenty of frozen goods in the warehouse. When we get back, we'll have chicken, duck, goose, and all kinds of seafood products to eat. Hey, why do you look so upset? Bai Shi's gaze fell on the hand Mian was holding with Luo Han. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Damn, Su Xiaomian, you've managed to win over the strongest and most twisted big shot in the base? Old Luo, what are you doing? Mugue and Luo Qi came out, their faces changing simultaneously. Luo Han, young master, actually took the initiative to hold a girl's hand? Are people with the fate of a 1,000-year iron tree and a 10,000-year lone star finally going to find someone? And they are still single. Mian pulled her hand back in despair. When they return to the base, Luo Han will probably kill her outright. What should she do? Is it still possible to run away now? Chapter 31. Luo Han and Bai Shi swept the supplies around the commercial district, and after searching for nearly 2 hours, the group finally returned to the heavy truck on the main street. Ning City truly lives up to its reputation as a major city in the West. The supplies here exceeded their expectations. With the haul from this trip, they could easily stay home and rest for at least half a year. As Mian and the others had just returned, they saw Luo Wu and Feng Ji stepping off the truck with faces ashen with anger. Boss, after we finished searching for medicine and came back, we found that Yuanjun was missing. The truck was damaged by them, and the supplies inside are gone too. Luo Qi immediately shouted angrily. Our vehicle is marked with the base insignia. Who dares to have the audacity to stop us? Luo Wu's face was stern. It should be people from the Xiling base. They are not far from Ning City, and such a big prize is impossible to ignore. Ordinary small teams simply do not dare to enter Ning City. Luo Han squinted, looking at the damaged heavy truck, and said coldly, first, go kill the elemental beasts, wait to meet up with the other 2 teams before dawn, and then return together. Young master, Yuanjun knows a lot about the base. If she defects to the Xiling base, Feng Dizzy will definitely come after us. Luo Qi wailed. Luo Han said nothing, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Looking toward the northern city scenic area, he said in a low voice, let's go. Mian, is Feng Dizzy the Feng Xiao we knew before? Bai Shi said somewhat belatedly, since when did Yuanjun have any connection with Feng Xiao? Mian nodded, her expression also serious. Even if there was no connection before, they would soon have one. Everyone became cautious. Luo 5 and Luo 7 found 2 abandoned off-road vehicles and drove one after the other toward the northern city scenic area. It was only a 10-minute drive from the commercial district to the northern city scenic area. After entering the park, the temperature dropped steadily, approaching freezing, making everyone shiver. There wasn't a single wandering elemental beast in the park. It was quiet, beautiful, and serene, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everything looked just like it did before the apocalypse. The group vaguely felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. They abandoned the off-road vehicles and got out, staying on guard. Old Luo, are you sure this is the place? Mugue asked Luo Han in a low voice. Luo Han nodded, his pale and handsome face showing a hint of seriousness in the night. Mian, do you notice anything wrong? My whole body is covered in goosebumps, Bai Shi said softly, rubbing her slightly numb arms. Mian frowned, carefully observing the area. Not to mention elemental beasts, she didn't even see a single bone. The plants were dense and looked perfectly normal. If it weren't for the terrifyingly low temperature, she would have suspected she had traveled back to before the apocalypse. Be cautious and vigilant. High-level elemental beasts are full of intelligence and skilled at disguise. The temperature here is so low, this ice elemental beast should be above level 4. Mian said in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone to hear. Although she had never participated in killing elemental beasts in her previous life, Luo Qi had a lively personality, and when Luo Han was in a bad mood, he liked to scare her, often educating her about the dangers of high-level elemental beasts. Mian knew many details that ordinary people did not. At such a low temperature, this ice elemental beast is at least level 5. Above level 4? Bai Shi gasped, nervously covering her mouth. Shu Fengji grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him. Quiet to an extreme, Mian, do you know what fierce animals are in the scenic park? Mugue asked in a low voice. There's a locked-up Siberian tiger and supposedly a python too. I haven't gone to see them, I went to the aquarium once to watch a dolphin show, Mian said, her face also turning a bit pale. The tiger was fine, but what she feared most were snake-like creatures. If that python really evolved into an ice element beast, she could only be a decoration. Can you raise Siberian tigers here? As long as the tiger has a big grassland, isn't that enough? The key is there's no sea here, so how can you raise dolphins? Luo Qi said puzzledly. Dolphins? The man spoke in a low hoarse voice, his gaze slightly deep as he looked toward the frozen inland lake. Boss, is there something wrong with dolphins? Aren't dolphins the gentlest and most healing animals in the world? Luo Qi said softly. Luo Han looked at the thick ice layer covering the lake, a fierce cold light blazing in his eyes, and raised his hand to summon 2 huge fireballs. The fireballs smashed onto the frozen lake surface, cracking the ice layer. All the calm was instantly shattered, and the lake emitted a rumbling sound. Massive ice sculptures rose from the lakebed, and the deep blue elemental beasts let out low roars. From a distance, they were clearly giant ice sculptures of dolphins, 3 in total, 1 large and 2 small. The entire scenic park was swept by chilling winds. Level 5 ice elemental beasts, they are beastified dolphins, Luo Wu shouted in disbelief. How can they be dolphins? And ice sculpture dolphins at that. Bai Shi's face turned pale. Mian recalled the news she watched before the apocalypse. Humans captured dolphins, confined them in pools, made them perform on land, trying to use the dolphins' calls to heal humans. Little did they know that these dolphins, unable to return to the sea, slowly fell gravely ill, forever losing their joy. How could they possibly heal humans? Perhaps it was precisely because of humanity's destruction of nature, their wanton domination and cruel slaughter of animals, that the apocalypse finally arrived. The apocalypse seemed more like the earth falling ill, trying to kill the virus with high temperatures and usher in a rebirth. It's a level 5 elemental beast and 2 level 4 elemental beasts. Can one of you hold off a level 4 elemental beast? Mian's palm revealed her destined plant, her expression grave as she asked. No need, leave the 5th level to me. Luo Wu and Feng Ji hold 1 back each, Mugue, you and Xiaoqi take 1. Luo Han said coldly, already walking toward the largest ice-sculpted dolphin in the center of the lake. With every step the man took, the flames on the lake's surface ignited an inch. Then what am I supposed to do? Bai Shi asked anxiously. Xiaoxi, you're on lookout. Be careful of anyone sneaking up from behind. Feng Ji said to Bai Shi, then Luo Wu and Feng Ji charged left and right toward a 4th level elemental beast. Mugue also led Luo Qi toward another 4th level elemental beast. The sharp thorny green vine in his hand instantly wrapped around the ice-sculpted dolphin, while Luo Qi's water control technique was fully unleashed, gradually extracting the water element inside the ice-sculpted dolphin. The entire lake surface shook violently, the level 5 elemental beasts emitted sharp cries, and everyone instantly felt a headache, their supernatural powers nearly frozen. Cover your ears. Luo Han said coldly, removing the ring from his pinky finger. His supernatural power surged dramatically, and the flames on the lake surface flared up, instantly surrounding all the ice-sculpted dolphin beasts. Damn, why are these ice-made dolphins so strong? Luo Qi was hit by the tail of an ice-sculpted elemental beast, his entire body instantly frozen into a block of ice, his supernatural power solidified. He immediately turned pale and shouted, I'm frozen and I can't use my powers. The clover in Mian's palm flew urgently toward Luo Qi. The fresh healing supernatural power instantly transformed into a clear stream. Luo Qi felt the coldness inside him swept away, and his powers operated smoothly again. He joyfully exclaimed, Sister Mian, your healing ability is truly the nemesis of ice elemental beasts. Mian's expression was calm and silent, managing 3 fronts alone. Whenever one side was hit by the ice elemental beasts, she would immediately send out the 3-leaf clover to break the control. Be careful, they've gone berserk, Luo Han warned coldly. On the lake surface, 3 ice elemental beasts howled to the sky, and countless ice shards rose from the water. Each ice shard was as thick as an arm, carrying a powerful, brutal elemental force, flying toward everyone. Mian's pupils contracted slightly as she looked at the sky full of ice shards, her breath catching. Before she could react, Luo Han, who was fighting a level 5 elemental beast, had already raised an ice wall and turned to hold her in his arms. Support the water wall. Enter the Qing tongue space. Luo Wu and Mugue each supported a water wall in Qing tongue space respectively, as countless ice shards fell like sharp spikes from the sky. Mian felt herself being embraced in a dry hug, not as cold as she had imagined, but unusually broad and warm. She looked up in shock and saw Luo Hanqing's face close at hand. The man's high, prominent nose almost poked her face, his heterochromatic eyes burning with fire. He lowered his gaze to her and hoarsely said, Close your eyes. Mian instinctively closed her eyes, then felt a warm kiss land on them. That way, I won't lose out, the man said, then let out a muffled grunt. The ice spikes behind him pierced through the ice wall and the brutal elemental power poured straight onto Luo Hanqing's back. Mian suddenly opened her eyes. Luo Han looked at her with an unclear expression, then released her. Taking advantage of the elemental beast's weakness after its rampage, he raised his hand and unleashed the strongest fire control technique. The extinguished fire on the lake surface reignited, and the strange flames surrounded the 5th-level elemental beast, burning and refining it. The 5th-level elemental beast let out a piercing cry, gradually melting under the red and purplish flames until only a skeleton and a dolphin-shaped ice elemental core emitting a cold aura remained. The strange flames devoured the 5th-level elemental beast, and quickly rushed toward the remaining 2 4th-level elemental beasts. Everyone worked together to kill the remaining 4th-level elemental beasts. Before they could cheer, the flames went out of control, and the entire lake surface was engulfed in a sea of fire. Troubled, the young master's supernatural power has backfired, Luo Qi said with a pale face. Hurry up and retreat, don't get close to the boss, Luo Wu said sternly, his face grave. Mian's face turned pale. In her previous life, when Luo Han's supernatural power backfired, he was completely uncontrollable and would turn into a killing machine. Chapter 32. Flames erupted across the surface of the lake, and the thick ice beneath Mian and the others' feet began to show signs of melting. Mugue, can your Qing Ting technique control Luo Han? Mian broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, staring intently at the figure motionless in the flames. The man's tall and upright figure was indistinct amidst the flames and evaporating mist, but everyone felt a pressure no less than that of a level 5 ice elemental beast, weighing heavily on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. It's useless, I can't control him, Mugue said through gritted teeth as he picked up the crystal core of the ice elemental. While he still has some consciousness left, let's retreat quickly and plan carefully. No one understood Luo Han's combat power better than him. Having grown up in the mountains befriending wild beasts, once his supernatural suppression is lifted and he loses reason, Luo Han becomes terrifyingly formidable, almost like killing gods if gods stand in his way, killing Buddhas if Buddhas stand in his way. Leave? None of you are leaving today, ha ha ha. I never expected Luo Han to suffer a backlash from his powers. This is truly a godsend opportunity. An arrogant and overbearing voice rang out, followed by the hidden power users in the shadows suddenly rising up, launching their strongest power attacks at Mian and the others. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously, and Mian recognized one of the power users she had seen before. It was Feng Qi, the manager of the South Wind Club. A member of the Feng family. You Fengs actually launched a sneak attack? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Luo family? Luo Qi's face turned pale with anger. Killing you all, who would know? Feng Qi smiled. Someone like young Master Luo, a heaven abandoned. If he dies, the old immortals of the Luo family would probably set off firecrackers to celebrate. Why not help the Feng family along? Feng Qi changed from his previous timid demeanor and said ruthlessly, kill them. The psychics from Shieling Base all showed greedy looks in their eyes, unleashing their strongest abilities like wolves and tigers as they charged at Mian and the others. Feng Qi led his men to pounce on Luo Han in the center of the flames. Retreat. Luo Wu's face was ashen. The group had just finished fighting the level 4 elemental beasts, their psychic powers almost completely drained, and were instantly defeated one by the psychics from Shieling Base. Baishi was the first to be captured, and Feng Ji was seriously injured by the metal ability user while trying to protect her. Go! Mugue rolled up Mian with the green vine in his hand and threw her far out of the encirclement. Go after that woman. Without a word, Mian turned and sprinted deep into the scenic area, pushing her elemental power to the limit. Faint screams echoed in her ears, indistinguishable as to whose they were. This was her first time facing off against ability users, and their fights bloody and ruthless. She suddenly somewhat understood why Luo Han in his past life had no popularity for years, being cold to the point of cruelty. Constantly licking the tip of the blade, being kind to others was cruelty to oneself. Sometimes indifference is also a form of protection, especially in the apocalypse. Bitch, run again and I'll kill you. Let her run. Run to a place with no one around. We'll have some fun first. Otherwise, if we take her back, where would we get a chance? Behind her came the lecherous laughter of two men. Mian furrowed her brows tightly and sprinted deep into the scenic area. Besides the aquarium, the northern part of the city's scenic area also had a polar bear exhibition zone, a section built to mimic the Arctic, where the temperature was very low. Dawn was approaching, and once she found a place to settle, she would use the terrain to her advantage and kill these two. A trace of killing intent flashed in Mian's eyes, her fingertips trembling faintly. Outside the polar bear exhibition zone were many elemental beasts, each showing bare white bones, moving slowly and aimlessly wandering. Upon sensing the presence of a human, they immediately gathered in Mian's direction. The clover in Mian's palm flew out, rushing toward the elemental beasts. Instantly, all the elemental beasts' movements became even slower and stiffer. Taking advantage of this moment, she slipped into the polar bear exhibition hall. Damn, that woman went in. Quick, kill the elemental beast, we'll go in too, she can't escape. Mian entered the exhibition area and headed towards the second basement level along the narrow winding passage. The exhibition area is divided into 5 levels above and below ground. The snow and ice inside the exhibition area had long since melted, but it was still much cooler than outside. The animals that were previously locked in cages for display had long since broken free, transformed into elemental beasts, and disappeared without a trace. Mian hid in the ice house and directly entered the gourd space. The gourd space has a time limit. You can only stay for a maximum of 2 hours each day, after which you will be automatically ejected. Every time Mian entered, she would choose the appropriate time and place to avoid being discovered when she came out. Once inside the gourd space, Mian quickly took a cup of spring water, drank it, then entered a meditative state to regulate her breath, and took out the wood element crystal core to restore her supernatural abilities. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was dawn. The temperature began to rise rapidly again, scorching the earth. Mian opened her eyes, took a backpack full of supplies, filled a large cup with spring water, and was quickly ejected from the gourd space. There was no ice left in the ice house, simply because it was on the second underground level, making it cooler and more insulated than ordinary rooms. Mian keenly smelled the scent of blood in the air, her expression slightly changing. The terrain here was shaped like a square with a hollow center. Once the elemental beasts were attracted by the blood scent and surrounded the exit passage, she would be like a turtle trapped in a jar. To get out, she would have to kill all the elemental beasts. Mian bit her lip and followed the blood scent out of the ice house, cautiously searching the exhibition hall. She saw that the 2 lecherous men who had been chasing her were already dead on the ground, bloodstains spreading everywhere. Countless elemental beasts that had followed the scent were killed, their charred skeletons scattered all around. Mian's pupils contracted, the hairs on the back of her neck suddenly standing on end as she sensed an unprecedented killing intent. A pale, slender hand stained with blood grabbed her neck and threw her to the ground. Mian fell with her vision going black and her breathing labored. The clover in the palm had transformed into the sharpest gear leaf, rushing toward the attacker, blood splattering onto her face. The man's hand gripping her neck suddenly paused, not squeezing any further. Instead, he reached out to stroke her pale little face, wiping away the bloodstains bit by bit. Mian hesitated for 3 seconds before regaining consciousness. Her vision refocused, and upon seeing the person who had grabbed her neck, her expression changed drastically. Luo Han? And it's Luo Han with a backlash of supernatural powers losing his sanity? How did he follow here? Mian's pores all stood on end. The man's face was as pale as snow, beneath his sharp brows were a pair of violent eyes, one frozen blue, the other burning flame-colored. Not only that, Mian then realized that half of his body was frozen into ice, while the other half was burning hot, the whole person on the verge of madness. Luo Han, wake up, it's Mian. Mian called hoarsely, her throat hurting badly, her voice also very dry and hoarse. The man looked at her expressionlessly, his left hand still gripping her neck, while his right hand sent out ice shards, smashing the elemental beasts crowding into the passage into piles of bones. Killing all the annoying elemental beasts, the savage aura in the man's eyes grew stronger. Mian watched in terror, being choked by him, pinned to the ground, unable to move, only able to grasp his large hand and hoarsely say, Luo Han, wake up, it's Mian. The man's fingers tightened, his handsome, ice-sculpted face lowering, staring unblinkingly at Mian's struggling expression. When she was about to suffocate, he loosened his grip, then tightened it again, playing with her like teasing a dying little animal, thoroughly enjoying himself. In his spare moments, he could also raise his hand to kill the elemental beasts that squeezed in again. Mian exhausted the last trace of her supernatural power within her body, only managing to leave a few bloody cuts on his body and face, but she couldn't seriously injure him. Right now, Luo Han was like a walking level 5 elemental beast. Mian exhaled more than she inhaled, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Looking at the man covered in violence, she twisted the corners of her lips into a mocking, self-deprecating smile. Was this karma? In her past life she killed him. In this life he strangled her to death. Mian closed her eyes, barely clinging to life, and said hoarsely and weakly, I'm sorry, but I will never forgive you. As for those past events, perhaps they were ultimately just a dream she had alone. After escaping 2 lifetimes, she still ended up dying at his hands. Chapter 33. When Mian came to again, her throat was swollen and sore, her head pounding unbearably, and she was suffocating under a heavy weight. It was still the same polar bear exhibition hall as before, the floor littered with the skeletons of elemental beasts, and there were still fresh bloodstains on the ground, each drop unusually clear. Luo, where is Luo Han? Mian's expression changed slightly, and she moved her body only to be met with the man tightening his grip even more. Don't move. The low, hoarse voice was almost indistinct, as if smoked and roasted, dry to the extreme. Only then did Mian realize she was trapped in the corner by him. The man's body almost completely covered her. She wanted to speak, but her throat was swollen and numb, unable to utter a single word. Mian pushed him again. Realizing she was conscious, the man slightly shifted his body, closed his eyes, and leaned against the corner. His right hand hung limply, and blood soon stained the ground. Mian saw his face pale without a trace of blood, and the ground where they both sat was darkened. It was unclear how much blood Luo Han had lost, and her expression changed abruptly. The fear of near death still lingered in her heart for a long time. Her hands were still trembling from the cold, and naturally, she didn't dare to touch Luo Han. After waiting for a long time, Mian regained some strength and felt her supernatural power recover a bit. Luo Han, however, was like a lifeless statue, not even changing his posture. Only then did she muster the courage to poke his chest. His body temperature was normal, neither icy cold nor burning hot. The man's thick, raven-like eyelashes trembled slightly, his eyes half-closed, lacking even the strength to open fully. He was severely injured. Mian's expression changed several times. She drew the dagger she used for self-defense, looking at the man's pale and handsome face. Luo Han had already learned from Yuan that she intended to kill him. Coupled with the fact that he had nearly died at his hands before, this man's supernatural ability had reached level 5. Once he recovered, no one would be his match. She should take the opportunity to kill him and eliminate future troubles. Mian's hand trembled slightly, hesitating. Suddenly, the man raised his right hand, and an ice blade struck down the elemental beast at the door, leaving charred white bones scattered on the ground. Mian was startled, and the dagger nearly slipped from her hand. The man half opened his eyes, his gaze deep and dark, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Want to kill me?" Mian shook her head, her body tense, and deceitfully hid the dagger behind her back. Luo Han let out a low laugh, reached out to touch her little face, but seeing her pale complexion, he took a step back, his expression darkening. "Kill me now and no one will know." The man's eyes were dim, his face showing a sickly weariness. "It's almost dark. If you leave me, I won't survive either. You go ahead." Mian opened her mouth. As long as she stayed rational, she should turn around and leave, before the new wave of elemental beasts surrounded her, before night fell. If she returned to the rendezvous point, she could follow the team back to the base, back to Handan village, and finally be completely free of Luo Han, no longer plagued by nightmares day and night, no longer fearful and anxious. And Luo Han, having suffered such severe injuries, would surely be devoured by the elemental beasts. Mian stood still, struggling to utter a few words. Why don't kill me?" Before she lost consciousness, she was already inhaling less and exhaling more. If Luo Han used even a little force, she wouldn't survive. The man closed his eyes, offering no response. His sharply defined handsome face bore an innate fierceness and coldness, quietly waiting for death to come. Mian bit her lip, crouched down, and loosened his blood-soaked clothes to check his wounds. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. His pale but strong hand grabbed her, his gaze heavy like dusk, radiating killing intent. He growled hoarsely, word by word, "Go." Luo Han's chest heaved violently. His power backlash had not ended at all and could erupt into madness again at any moment, causing him to lose control. If they didn't leave now, she might really die by his own hand. Mian took a deep breath, her hands trembling and her heart shaking. In their past lives, they all had faults, but in this life, they were still teammates. She couldn't do such a thing. "Shut up if you don't want to die," Mian said hoarsely. After that shout, her throat hurt so much she was about to cry. Damn bastard, how could he choke her like that? Luo Han saw the mist gathering in her big black eyes as if she was about to cry at any moment. His tall body stiffened and he could no longer act fierce. Mian unbuttoned his collar, then gasped. The man's strong and powerful chest was covered with scars crisscrossing in all directions, the blood stains already dried. These wounds didn't look like they were caused by elemental beasts biting him, but more like injuries inflicted by the violent elemental power inside his body. And such wounds were almost all over his body. Mian looked at him in amazement, injured like this and he still wasn't dead? This body was almost like a sieve. Mian used her healing ability, conjuring clovers to help heal his wounds. The clovers transformed into green elemental energy and entered Luo Han's wounds. However, there were simply too many wounds, too deep, and even with Mian's ability, they couldn't be fully healed, especially since her energy was now almost depleted. Luo Han lowered his eyes, quietly looking at her face that shone faintly like pearls and hoarsely said, "Thirsty." His body itself knew that it had long reached the brink of collapse. Years ago, in order to forcibly break through and upgrade his supernatural abilities, His meridians were severely damaged. Once there was a backlash, the pain was unbearable. Perhaps Mian's supernatural ability had reached the top level and could heal his supernatural backlash, but he wouldn't live to see that time. Thirsty? Mian felt a bit frustrated and quickly took out a water cup from her backpack. Before leaving the gourd space, she had filled it with a large cup of spring water. Without a second thought, she offered it to Luo Han. Mian still hadn't fully figured out the effects of the spring water, but after drinking it with her grandmother, they both felt it had a warming and nourishing effect. Her grandmother's health had improved quite a bit. She didn't know if drinking it would help Luo Hanxing's wounds. Anyway, it was a desperate measure. Luo Hanxing saw that she rarely got this close to him and was so obedient. The corners of his lips slightly lifted. He glanced at the pink cup and silently drank all the water inside. The taste was icy, refreshing, and sweet. After drinking it, a warm current seemed to flow through his internal organs, causing a mix of pain and numbness. At first he could endure it, but soon Luo Hanxing's complexion slightly changed, and he cast a dark glance at Mian. "Why are you sweating?" Mian opened her mouth but due to a sore throat couldn't make a sound and gestured instead. The man's eyes half closed in pain, his muscles tensed all over, and he smiled bitterly to himself. So this was meant to kill him with pain. Having lived a lonely and desolate life, ending up dying from a backlash of supernatural power was, in a way, deserved. Mian saw his face turn extremely pale, large beads of sweat dripping down, his whole body twitching in pain. She was startled and touched his forehead, anxiously asking, "Luo Hanxing, what's wrong?" The girl's soft hand covered his forehead, bringing a slight chill that seemed to ease the pain a little. Luo Hanxing's thin lips were bitten, leaving a blood mark. Seeing her worried expression, he smiled weakly with a pale face and said, "Kiss me once and the pain will go away." Mian's little face flushed instantly. Seeing him close his eyes in pain, his expression showing signs of exhaustion, she held back her anger and checked the exit passage. The entrance was filled with skeletons of elemental beasts, with a thick layer of ashes piled up. She had no idea how many elemental beasts he had killed before. "Can you walk? I'll take you out," Mian wrote in his palm. The smell of blood here was too strong. Even though Luo Hanxing had killed the nearby elemental beasts over time, the scent would still attract more elemental beasts continuously gathering. They must leave immediately while it is still dark. Luo Hanxing nodded, his heterochromatic eyes having returned to a glazed color, his gaze deep and dark like ink as he looked at her. Then he reached out shamelessly and pressed his full weight onto the young girl's slender shoulders. This was probably the first time Su Xiaomian had actively approached him. The man lowered his eyes, concealing the unusual color in them, half leaning on and half holding the young girl, a curve rising at the corner of his lips. Mian felt that Luo Hanxing was pressing on her so hard she could barely breathe. Several times she wanted to throw him to the ground and leave him there, but thinking that he was still a human life, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Supporting the wall, they left the polar bear exhibition hall, and sure enough, the sky outside had already turned a dark red, and the temperature had dropped. Around the exhibition hall were scattered skeletons and low-level crystal cores. Mian helped him sit down, then picked up all the crystal cores. Seeing her pick up even the first-level crystal cores with the look of a little miser, the man smiled faintly. Looking at the dark sky, he realized that Su Xiaomian liked colorful crystal cores and he had plenty of them to spare. After leaving the polar bear exhibition hall, it was night again. The scenic area was beautiful with lush trees. As soon as Mian stepped out, she felt her breathing ease. Although her supernatural powers hadn't fully recovered, her physical strength was almost back to normal. "I'm going to check nearby to see if there are any sightseeing buses. Without a vehicle, we can't go far," Mian said, gesturing. She could walk to the meeting point alone, but with a seriously injured Luo Hanxing, no vehicle was absolutely necessary. Luo Hanxing's deep gaze fell toward the direction of the dolphin pavilion. His face was pale and he said weakly, "Someone's coming. You go on by yourself." Mian's expression changed. She didn't even bother to pick up the low-grade crystal core, grabbed Luo Hanxing and hoarsely said, "Let's go." The smell of blood was too strong here, there was no hiding. If she remembered correctly, there was a small ticket office outside the exhibition hall, and there was also a retail store. They would hide there first and then figure things out. Luo Hanxing raised his eyes, his gaze faintly strange, and spoke word by word with pauses. "Have you thought it through? If you don't shake me off now, there won't be another chance later." Mian felt a chill in her heart under his gaze, bit her lip, and forced herself to say, "Enough talk, let's go." She hoped that Luo Hanxing would spare her in the future, considering she saved his life today. At least they could coexist peacefully. Luo Hanxing lowered his eyes, his pale and handsome face inscrutable, and responded softly. 3 times he gave her 3 chances to kill him, to shake him off, but she never did. From now on he would never let go. Even if he died, he would die with her. Chapter 34. Mian led Luo Han out of the iron gate of the Polar Bear exhibition hall and had just hidden in the room behind the ticket office when several psychics came rushing toward the exhibition hall. The one at the front was none other than Luo Wu. Mian stared in disbelief, looking at Luo Han, who was pale and seemed ready to collapse at any moment. What about those psychics from the Shilling base? They should have all been killed by me, the man said casually, his gaze deep. Are you afraid of me? Mian shuddered all over. Seeing the other party's expression darken a few shades, she forced a smile with a strong will to survive, then shouted towards Luo Wu and the others, Luo Wu, we're here. Luo Wu led his people, following the bloody smell all the way. Hearing Mian's voice, he hurried over. Seeing her and Luo Han, he breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed with surprise, Boss, your power backlash period is over? In the past, whenever the boss suffered from power backlash, he would lock himself up for a whole week, forcing himself through it. This time it was only one day before the backlash period ended. Luo Hanqing's face was extremely pale. He shook his head and said hoarsely, no. Luo Wu stared wide-eyed in terror. The leader of the psychic backlash period could still maintain his composure? He's badly injured and needs to leave quickly. Do you have a vehicle? Mian hoarsely asked. Yes, outside the scenic area. Seeing the bruises covering the exposed part of her neck, Luo Wu was horrified. When he saw Luo Han covered in blood, his expression changed slightly. He quickly took a jacket from his bag and helped him put it on, quietly instructing Mian, don't let anyone know about the young master's injury. Mian nodded and the group quickly headed toward the outside of the scenic area. How are Baishi and the others? Why did only you come to find Luo Han? After a journey full of dangers but no accidents, Mian breathed a sigh of relief as she got into the car. Seeing that Luo Wu was accompanied by unfamiliar faces, seemingly from the first and second teams, she asked hoarsely. Luo Han leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed to rest as soon as he got in the car. His black trench coat concealed the bloodstains all over his body, and aside from his pale complexion, there was no other visible abnormality. Luo Wu hesitated before speaking vaguely. They were all injured and returned to the base in groups. You'll know once you get to the base. Mian nodded without pressing further, closing her eyes to restore her strength and abilities. Return directly to the base. Luo Han opened his eyes and said calmly. Okay. Luo Wu responded. The vehicle drove straight south from the northern scenic area of the city, heading directly to Omping Base. On the way there, the group had cleared the elemental beasts on the road, and since a new batch of elemental beasts had not yet appeared, the return journey was much smoother than the trip out. After a night of high-speed driving, the vehicle finally arrived in Omping County before the heat wave hit, with Omping Base faintly visible. Mian opened her eyes. After resting for a night, the supernatural power within her had recovered. Apart from her throat being swollen and sore, and some pain in her chest as if someone had pressed on it all night, everything else was fine. Young master, how do you feel? Luo Wu hadn't slept all night. He was either watching the road conditions to prevent an ambush or keeping an eye on Luo Han to stop him from losing control again and wiping out everyone in the vehicle. Luo Han opened his eyes, his gaze dimly fixed on the base outside the window. Then he glanced at Mian and saw the shocking bruises on her neck. His eyes flickered slightly as he hoarsely said, what did you put in the water? Luo Wu's gaze cut toward Mian like a knife. You want to poison the young master? Mian was momentarily stunned, a bit anxious, gesturing while hoarsely saying, it's just spring water from the mountain. Young master, is there something wrong with that water? Luo Han nodded expressionlessly. That spring water was definitely problematic. After drinking it, his internal organs, bones, and meridians ached as if pricked by needles. After enduring the pain all night, he found that his damaged meridians seemed to be subtly repairing, and the violent elemental power inside him was suppressed. Now his supernatural ability had recovered, and his strength surpassed before. Mian was sweating profusely from anxiety, wanting to explain, but her throat hurt badly again. A faint glint flashed in the man's eyes as he said coldly, 7 days. If nothing happens within 7 days, consider this matter closed. During these 7 days, you must stay by my side and take care of me. Luo Wu's expression instantly became somewhat subtle. Seeing Luo Han full of hostility and his gaze intense, Mian gritted her teeth and nodded. At worst, she would stay at the Omping base for a week, which was also close to the village. Young Master Luo, fifth brother, we've arrived at the base. The vehicle drove into the Omping base. Mian got out of the car following Luo Han and Luo Wu. Seeing the increased number of patrol guards and the entire base under martial law, a tense atmosphere emerged, instantly giving her a bad feeling. I want to go check on Bai Shi and the others first, Mian said. Luo Han glanced back at her, reached out to grab her wrist, and said in a low voice, don't wander around inside the base. I'll personally take you there later. Mu Xiao and the others are all injured and should have arrived before us. I'll go ask about their situation, Luo Wu said, then quickly summoned the guards to inquire about Mu Gue and the others. Su Mian was pulled by Luo Han all the way into the inner city of the base. Young master, you're finally back. Luo Qi hurried over after receiving the news, his face still bearing wounds, shouting loudly. Sister Su Mian, why are there 5 finger marks on your neck? Which bastard strangled you? Su Mian expressionlessly pointed at Luo Han, whose face was covered with a layer of frost. Luo Qi immediately shut up. Where's Mu Gue? Luo Han asked coldly. Young Master Mu is injured and has returned to Handan village. Young Master, the Feng family went too far. They actually ambushed us and even kidnapped Bai Shi and Feng Ji. We must make them pay for this. What did you say? Su Mian's expression changed slightly and she asked anxiously, Bai Shi and Feng Ji were kidnapped? Didn't fifth brother tell you? We were all seriously injured at the time. The people from Shilling Base tried to kill the boss, but the boss killed them instead. A few of them escaped and took Bai Shi and Feng Ji with them. Luo Qi looked at Luo Han's face, his voice growing softer, and he lowered his head. Su Mian clenched her fingers tightly and turned to leave. The man grabbed her wrist and said in a deep voice, Only I can save them. Su Mian's body stiffened and she took a deep breath. What are the conditions? Luo Han frowned, a trace of gloom flashing across his pale and handsome face. A classmate, or not even a classmate, treating 2 outsiders better than him? If the person taken away by the Shilling Base today was her, she might turn a blind eye. Sister Su Mian, this matter can't be rushed. We need to plan carefully. Let's first help young master back to rest, Luo Qi said nervously. Su Mian nodded. Luo Han lived in an independent small Western-style house in the inner city. The temperature control in the inner city was around 20 degrees, comparable to having air conditioning, with each area having its own unique cooling and ventilation system. Sister Su Mian, you'll stay here with the young master these days. The young master doesn't like having many people around. He's the only one living in this house and there are plenty of empty rooms. He doesn't even let anyone come to clean. Usually it's me and fifth brother taking turns to do it. Luo Qi earnestly led Su Mian upstairs to the guest room. I'm going back to the village to live, Su Mian gestured. There's hot and cold water in the bathroom. Sister Su Mian, you should freshen up first. Later, I'll need to trouble you to help the young master treat his wounds, Luo Qi said with a smile, then dashed off quickly. Su Mian was at a loss for words. Seeing no one around and not daring to look for Luo Han, she had no choice but to go inside and close the door. She took a simple shower, changed into clean clothes and then dug out some ointment from the gourd space to apply to the wound on her neck. Because a day and a night had passed, the bruise on her neck had worsened, with 5 clear finger marks visible. Su Mian shuddered at the thought. She had no idea how Luo Han had come to his senses. He had almost strangled her to death. Asterisk. Boss, there's no unusual activity at the base right now. The person who leaked our operation has been identified. Luo San and Luo Lu, who were guarding the base, reported in low voices. Luo Han sat in the bathtub, letting the cold water spread up to his chest. The scabbed over wound softened by the water, and soon the water in the tub turned red. Kill them. Luo Han opened his eyes and said coldly. Yes. We contacted Fendu, but they denied any connection with the Shilling Base and refused to admit to attacking us. Currently, Bai Shi and Feng Ji are missing, Luo Wu said. Luo Han's long, strong fingers gripped the edge of the bathtub as he sneered. If they don't admit it, then we'll uproot them completely. Broadcast an all-channel alert. These 2 are members of the Luo family. Let anyone who dares touch them try. Su Xiaomian's stubborn personality meant that if something really happened to those 2 classmates, this debt might end up being counted on his head. An announcement to all channels? Wouldn't that mean the Qin family and the Dragon Group would also find out? Luo Lu was startled. Young master, are these 2 really that important? A mediocre spatial ability and a lightning-type expert, they don't even count for much at the base. Why make a big fuss and tear things apart with the Feng family? Brother Lu, those 2 are Sister Su Mian's classmates, Luo Qi quietly reminded him, a smile he couldn't suppress in his eyes. The young master actually let outsiders stay in his residence. This was unprecedented. Plus, all along the way, the young master showed that love-struck look towards Sister Su Mian. This is the sour taste of love. And according to fifth brother, when he found the young master was with Sister Su Mian. My goodness, when the young master's ability backfired, he was ruthless and lost all reason, yet he still knew to save Sister Su Mian. Jealous, really jealous. Luo Han stood up, gave Luo Qi a cold glare, changed into a clean, soft bathrobe, and said hoarsely, have Su Mian come over. Okay. Luo Qi ran off at a trot. Su Mian was halfway through applying the ointment when she heard a knocking on the door, each knock more urgent than the last. Xiao Qi. She had just poked her head out when Luo Qi grabbed her abruptly. Sister Su Mian, quick, our young master is not doing well. Su Mian was shocked. How could he suddenly be unwell for no reason? If Luo Han really had an accident, Luo Wu would definitely skin her alive and flay her. Slow down. Sister Su Mian, the young master is counting on you. Luo Qi pushed Su Mian into the room, then closed the door, clapped his hands and smiled proudly, the task perfectly accomplished. Inside the room, the man wore a black bathrobe, sitting on the sofa, his face appearing even paler and more handsome, with faint bloodstains visible on his chest, giving off a disordered and eerie beauty. Luo Han looked over with deep eyes. Come help me apply the medicine. Chapter 35. Su Mian paused for a moment, pointed at herself, then looked at the door behind her that was locked up. Help him dress the wound? Yeah, the wound hurts a bit. It's probably from drinking your mountain spring water. Luo Han half leaned on the sofa, messy strands of hair hanging over his forehead. His jet-black hair made his skin look as fair and smooth as jade, and his appearance was even more handsome than a woman's by 3 degrees. I'm seriously injured now, I don't even have the strength to kill a chicken, what's there to be afraid of? Seeing her hesitate for a long time and still not step forward, the man squinted his eyes and said indifferently. Outside the door, Luo Qi and Luo Lu, who were eavesdropping, looked at each other and grinned from ear to ear. The young master now was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Sigh, it was just too captivating to listen to. Luo Qi covered his ears, squinting and mouthing, Sixka, I'm still underage, I can't listen. Hurry and stop me. Luo Lu looked speechless, made a shushing gesture, and before he could speak, he saw his pants catch fire. My butt is on fire. My pants are burning. The two hurriedly covered their buttocks and left, while inside the room, Luo Han calmly withdrew his hand. Su Mian furrowed her brows, took a deep breath. Luo Han was the most meticulous person in his thoughts. If he found out she was afraid of him, he would definitely make her suffer later. Wasn't it just applying medicine? She took a few steps forward, stood in front of the sofa, pointed to her neck indicating she couldn't speak, then conjured a clover to heal his wound. How can you treat it from so far away? The man said leisurely. Su Mian took a step forward. Luo Han. Seeing that the little girl was determined not to talk to him and was focused on treating his wound, the man's long, strong fingers with distinct knuckles gently tapped the edge of the sofa, his eyes darkening slightly. My chest hurts a little. Su Mian was stunned for a moment. Why did he come to her with chest pain? She wasn't a doctor who could cure chest pain. My head also hurts a bit, Luo Han continued, his gaze falling on her fair little face. Su Mian kept her head down, continuing the treatment. Seeing this, Luo Han reached out, grasped her slender wrist, and pulled her onto the sofa. What are you doing? Su Mian's face turned pale with fright, her big black eyes staring at him. Don't move. The man reined in all his casualness, his handsome brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the finger marks on her neck, took out ointment and carefully applied it to her neck. Su Mian tensed all over. Luo Han lowered his eyes, his gaze serious, slowly applying the ointment to her slender neck. When the psychic backlash occurred, he hadn't completely lost his mind, it was just that all his emotions were controlled by the violent element. Like a cold-blooded, ruthless killing machine, after slaughtering those psychics, he instinctively followed the scent Su Mian left behind. He tracked all the way to the exhibition hall and killed the two with ill intentions. Her presence lingered in the ice house for a long time without dissipating, yet no one could find her. During those 2 hours he rampaged to the extreme, burning batch after batch of elemental beasts to ashes, his eyes bloodshot with rage, until she appeared. He looked at himself choking her neck, as if toying with a small beast. When he was young, he liked this the most, catching wild beasts in the mountains but not rushing to kill them, always toying with them first, feeling bored, then either killing or releasing them, all depending on his mood. But after choking her twice, her presence weakened to the point of being almost undetectable. At that moment, he began to panic, his body felt like it was about to explode, yet he had no method to relieve it. Only after injuring his own meridians and using them to expel all the violent energy inside did he regain his sanity. A trace of coldness flashed in Luo Hanqing's eyes. The hidden dangers left from his youthful impatience and cultivation needed to be dealt with now. Otherwise, if he continued to have these episodes in the future and lost his wife, what would he do? The man's movements were gentle and slow. Su Mian dared not move at all, especially seeing a layer of frost covering his face, his high nose bridge and sexy thin lips so close that if he lowered a little more he would kiss her. Su Mian's thoughts were slightly chaotic, her eyes wandering around. In 2 lifetimes in terms of appearance, Luo Han was very good-looking. Even if this person was sick and had huge personality flaws, in the previous life when he confined her like that, at most she felt disheartened but never truly hated him. More often, she feared him and wanted to stay far away from him. Like a deadly poppy, not knowing which day she might lose her life. While Su Mian was dazed, the man's fingertip had already moved from her neck and pressed against her soft, bloodless lips. This fingerprint is my mark. Now that you are my woman, stay away from men who are about to leave, understand? Luo Hanqing's dark gaze fell on her lips, his voice hoarse and low. Su Mian widened her eyes. Luo Hanqing touched her jet black hair, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Disagree? Then let's discuss the matter of you killing me. Yuan Jun was just talking nonsense. Luo Hanqing stared at her steadily for a moment, then asked gloomily, do you have someone you like? Su Mian saw his terrifyingly dark expression and quickly shook her head. Remember, besides me, if you like someone, I'll kill them one by one, Luo Hanqing said slowly, his smile sinister. Su Mian's face suddenly turned pale. Asterisk. For an entire day, Su Mian didn't dare to sleep, staring eye to eye with Luo Hanqing. To be precise, Luo Hanqing forbade her from going back to rest, using his weak health as an excuse to have her constantly take care of him, then ordering her to sleep. Whenever Su Mian opened her eyes, she would see the man sitting at her bedside, staring at her without blinking, his right hand resting by her pillow. After being tormented like this for a whole day, Su Mian broke down. Sister Su Mian, haven't you rested well? Tonight brother Lu is cooking, come quickly to eat something delicious and replenish yourself. At dinner time, Luo Qi excitedly came to knock on the door. Su Mian responded weakly, thinking that during the evening activity time, she needed to find an opportunity to go home. Only Luo Hanqing, Su Mian, Luo Lu, and Luo Qi ate dinner together. Luo San and Luo Wu went to handle matters at the base. Su Mian had basically recognized all the people around Luo Hanqing. Luo Qi was the most clever and mischievous, Luo Wu the most mature and steady, Luo San the most rigid, and Luo Lu the most honest and sincere. Su Mian looked at the dinner and found there were vegetables, cured meat, chili sauce, frozen seafood, and canned fruit. So many dishes? Luo Qi nodded and said, these are all the supplies we gathered on this trip, but the boss is picky and only eats vegetarian. Sister Su Mian, please persuade the young master to eat some meat. A man who doesn't eat meat can't stay healthy. Luo Hanqing eats vegetarian? Su Mian was momentarily stunned, then thought carefully. In her previous life, he indeed rarely ate meat and even forced her to eat some. Luo Hanqing went back to change into a set of black loungewear, sat expressionlessly beside Su Mian, glanced at the dishes on the table, frowned slightly, then picked up a piece of cured meat and placed it into Su Mian's bowl. Su Mian was startled. Luo Hanqing, was he offering her food? Luo Lu and Luo Qi dropped their chopsticks to the floor, dumbfounded. Their eldest brother actually offered food to someone? Don't like it. The man saw the little girl's dazed expression and reached out to touch her cheek, but when his gaze landed on the two light bulbs on one side, his expression instantly darkened. My chopsticks fell. I'll go get some rice. The two bent down to pick up the chopsticks, unwilling to leave. Ah, spring has come. The boss's spring quietly arrives, meow. Sister Su Mian, let the boss have some meat. Luo Qi poked Su Mian and said softly. Su Mian said nothing, burying her head in eating hard. Just after finishing one piece of cured meat, 3 more pieces of cured meat and 2 pieces of luncheon meat appeared in her bowl. Repeatedly, the meat in her bowl was about to overflow. Su Mian could no longer bear it and slapped down her chopsticks. Luo Lu and Luo Qi were startled, clutching their bowls tightly. Su Xiaomian actually dared to get angry at the boss? Luo Hanqing was momentarily stunned, his handsome brows furrowing, and he said lightly, eating meat helps you grow. Then why don't you eat? I kill, but I eat vegetarian. You're different. The man said coldly. He had been in hell since birth, covered in blood, so he had been vegetarian for many years, avoiding meat. But Su Mian was different. She was the cleanest person he had ever seen, so clean that even in the apocalypse she inspired longing. Chapter 36. There was a moment of silence at the dining table. Luo Lu and Luo Qi quietly exchanged a glance and lowered their heads. Su Mian was dumbfounded. It turned out he had been a vegetarian all along, which explained it. But she really couldn't eat that much meat. Although meat products were scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, these were all frozen goods from the supermarket freezer, nowhere near as good as the wild game her family cured themselves. Grandma was thrifty and meticulous, managing to make some meat dishes for her every day, so Su Mian really wasn't as meat-obsessed as most people. Su Mian picked up several large pieces of cured meat, glanced at Luo Lu and Luo Qi, and finally stuffed the meat into Luo Hanqing's bowl before burying her head in her own meal. Luo Lu and Luo Qi were dumbfounded. Su Xiaomian actually dared to put meat into the eldest brother's bowl? The man lowered his eyes to look at the few pieces of meat in the bowl. Were they deliberately picked out for him to eat? So this is what it feels like to be cared for. It actually doesn't feel bad. Luo Hanqing couldn't help but slightly lift the corner of his mouth, then forcefully pressed it back down. lowering his eyes as he chewed the rice along with the vegetables and cured meat in the bowl. It turned out that all these years what he had been eating was loneliness. 8. Luo Qi and Luo Lu's eyes nearly popped out. Hasn't the eldest brother avoided meat for over 10 years? Su Mian gave him a few pieces of meat, and he broke his vow? During the meal, Su Mian ate with great difficulty. Luo Han desperately tried to serve her dishes, but she couldn't eat them and could only silently pass the food back to him to avoid waste. Going back and forth like this, she felt like a fool, especially with two people beside her desperately covering their mouths to laugh. After the trip to Ningqing, everything was in chaos, especially Luo Hanqing's attitude, which made her both fearful and confused. Now that Bai Shi and Feng Ji's fates were uncertain, she couldn't directly reject Luo Hanqing and risk souring their relationship. Young Master Luo, can you find out about my classmate's situation? After finishing the meal, Su Mian finally couldn't help but ask. Luo Hanqing sat in front of the small couch and leisurely began brewing tea, responding absent-mindedly to the words. Luo Lu and Luo Qi had long slipped away while washing the dishes. What do you mean by Luo Hanqing looked up, waved to her, and pointed to the small couch opposite. Su Mian sat down, straightened her back, and listened attentively. People of value don't die young, the man said calmly. Wait for the news. Su Mian had no choice but to patiently sit with him. Luo Hanqing brewed tea over a low flame, then took out a book and leisurely flipped through it, completely different from his usual self. Su Mian couldn't tell if the man before her was really the Luo Hanqing she remembered. In her past life, Luo Hanqing was mostly covered in blood, full of hostility, either furious or wearing a sullen face, rarely showing such a relaxed side. At that time, she had already developed a rebellious streak, neither understanding tenderness nor willing to endure quietly, so their time together mostly ended in discord. The tea slowly seeped, spreading its fragrance everywhere. Since her rebirth, Su Mian's restless heart gradually calmed down. Over the past few months, she hadn't had time to calmly think about what had happened. She always felt that she wouldn't be reborn without reason, but the changes in this life's trajectory were many and she couldn't make sense of it all. She could only take it one step at a time, growing stronger step by step. Boss, there's news. Luo Wu hurried back from outside, speaking anxiously. Our people have contacted Feng Ji. The people at the Shieling base did not torture them. Instead, they tried to recruit them for their use. Feng Ji chose to stay, saying he wants to control the Shieling base for us with his own strength. Stay? What about Bai Shi? Su Mian asked anxiously. They stayed together. Got it. Luo Hanqing nodded. He is somewhat tough. There's one more thing. Someone in the dragon team has broken through to level 5 in their abilities. This person is called Long Yi, 27 years old, and is the current leader of the dragon team. Luo Wu frowned and said, this should be the only other level 5 ability user besides the boss. The Qin family and Feng family must have received the news by now. A second level 5 ability user? Su Mian was shocked. You have your own spies in all the major bases? Luo Wu glanced at her and said, our base also has their spies, otherwise, during the Ningqing trip, we wouldn't have been ambushed. If it weren't for the boss's psychic backlash, who knows who would have suffered losses. Once this news spreads, the dragon group will definitely recruit many psychics. Boss, should we release the information that you are a level 5 psychic? Luo Hanqing shook his head and said coldly, no need. Let the dragon group attract the attention of the Qin and Feng families. We'll recuperate and then make a trip to the deep mountains behind. Deep mountain forest? Su Mian and Luo Wu exclaimed together. Luo Hanqing nodded. After nearly half a year of searching for supplies in Ning City, they obtained a level 5 crystal core. After refining it, it would just help his supernatural ability reach the late stage of level 5. There must be higher-level elemental beasts in the deep mountain forest. Resting and recuperating, then secretly improving the supernatural ability level was the right way. I'll arrange it immediately. Luo Wu left hurriedly. Su Mian saw that he was so seriously injured yesterday that he could barely stand, and today he was proposing to enter such a dangerous deep mountain forest again. She frowned immediately, hesitating to speak. Worried about me? Luo Hanqing poured her a cup of tea, leaning slightly forward, his voice slightly hoarse. Su Mian felt her scalp tingle under his burning gaze, lowered her head to take a sip of tea, and said, I'm worried about Bai Shi. I don't know if she'll be safe with Feng Ji at the Shieling base. In the apocalypse, there is no absolutely safe place. Life and death are determined by fate, not by people at all. The man's expression darkened a bit. When will she start worrying about him? Luo Hanqing stood up expressionlessly, threw a pile of wood-type crystal cores from the storage space to her, and said coldly, this is your share of the Ning City mission bonus. For the next 7 days, you are not allowed to leave the inner city and must be available whenever called. Su Mian saw him leave with a flick of his sleeve, leaving behind a pile of green crystal cores. She was stunned at how could he turn hostile just like that. Turning hostile was one thing, but he even gave her so many wood element crystal cores? Mian roughly counted them. They were all level 3 wood element crystal cores, each green and crystal clear. She had no idea how long it took to gather them. After putting all the wood element crystal cores into the gourd space, Mian returned to her room, sat cross-legged, and began absorbing the crystal cores. Last time, they only obtained a level 4 wood element crystal core on the outskirts of the deep mountains and forests. This time, she had to venture deeper into the forest's heart and quickly raise her supernatural ability level. After absorbing the last 4th level crystal core, Mian vaguely felt a thin barrier between low-level and mid-level abilities. She didn't know how long she had been meditating or how many crystal cores she had absorbed. Suddenly, with a crack sound, the power of the wood element surged dramatically and the entire room was filled with a fresh green light. Mian felt as if a baby was opening its eyes for the first time. She opened her eyes and clearly saw the world for the first time. A world composed of countless elemental energies of heaven and earth, with vitality floating everywhere, some fierce, some gentle, forming clusters that constantly flowed. She sensed the elemental power of heaven and earth. This was the power of a mid-level ability user. Curiously, Mian looked around the base and then discovered 7 or 8 light spheres whose elemental power was on par with hers. She was secretly surprised. Did Omping Base really have so many 4th-level ability users? However, most of them are at the early level 4. Mian looked again at the room downstairs, her eyes instantly stinging. Luo Han's room emitted a radiant elemental power like a small sun, with ice and fire colors intertwined, half blue, half red. The strength was so powerful it made one's heart race. This is a level 5 ability user. If you want to see, come to my room and look openly. The man's voice was deep and sexy, penetrating through the floor. Mian was so frightened that she quickly withdrew her perception, then excitedly moved her arms and legs. She had finally reached level 4, which meant she was now an intermediate psychic. A single word made all the difference night and day. She felt her body filled with power, and her sensitivity to elemental forces had become sharper. Mian eagerly looked at her palm, then froze for a moment. The 3-leaf clover had grown into a vine. Her vine was different from Mugue's. Mugue's green vine was covered with thorns and barbs, while her vine was slender and delicate, with a blue flower bud on it. How was she supposed to kill elemental beasts from now on? Mian conjured a vine. The vine was as tough as silk, able to cut through iron like mud. The flower bud was wrapped in thick leaves and refused to bloom no matter what. Her destined plant is strange. Chapter 37. After Mian's supernatural ability advanced to level 4, she re-entered the gourd space, where green elemental energy clusters were everywhere, full of vitality. Especially the withered wild ginseng by the spring, which contained the most wood element energy and looked like a jade ginseng. Even the small flower garden she cultivated had a faint green hue on the flowers, grass, and trees. The entire space strangely lacked any trace of violent or brutal energy. Otherwise, Mian would have suspected that the flowers and plants she grew would eventually become sentient. She had no idea what kind of magical artifact this space was, but aside from not being able to stay too long, there were no other issues. Carrying a small hoe, turning the soil, picking ripe fruits, Mian leisurely tended to her little space. When hungry, she ate some fresh fruits. When thirsty, she drank some spring water, completely unaware that the moment she entered the space, downstairs, Luo Han suddenly opened his eyes. Mian's aura had vanished. The man sensed the entire house, then furrowed his sharp brows. This was the second time he couldn't detect her presence. Previously at the polar bear exhibition hall, her presence had also disappeared for a long time, but there was no sign of her leaving. Does she have a special dwelling space? The man pondered deeply. This dwelling space should have a time limit, otherwise it would be too powerful. Luo Han closed his eyes again, took out a level 5 ice element core, and absorbed the pure ice element within it. The entire room gradually transformed into an ice house. Ning City's group, along with the other 2 teams searching the material bases, had not taken a single thing. As for the element beast cores they killed, Luo Han naturally pocketed them. 3 element cores. 1 was given to Mugue, 1 to Luo Wu. Level 4 element cores were still rare. They needed to enter the deep mountains and forests as soon as possible. He sensed that the element beasts in the deep mountains and forests were far stronger than the ice element beasts in Ning City. 2 hours later, Mian emerged from the gourd space. Luo Han's thick, raven-like eyelashes fluttered lightly. He exhaled deeply, ending his meditation, and opened his eyes. The blue light in his left eye surged brightly. He had already reached the late stage of level 5. Once he found a level 5 fire element alien ability core, he could break directly into level 6. Mian came out of the gourd space and tidied up some things in her backpack when she heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Her hand froze for a moment as she opened the door. she saw a man leaning against the wall. His black clothes made his face appear even paler and more striking, cold and emotionless, like a sculpture without feelings. Mian's heart skipped a beat as she felt a terrifying elemental suppression. Upon closer sensing, the aura on the man was like a deep abyssal dry well, completely still without any fluctuation. Something on your mind? Let me take you out for a walk. A walk? With Luo Han? Mian looked at his cold, unapproachable face and couldn't help but want to laugh. Walking around the trading market with Luo Han, probably no one would dare to come within 3 feet of them. But she could just exchange some wood element crystal cores. During her training in the mountains, she had killed quite a few elemental beasts and only exchanged a third of the crystal cores. Now that her supernatural ability had upgraded to level 4, she was barely considered an expert and no longer worried about money leaking out. Wait for me a moment. Mian ran back to her room, took the crystal cores out of her space, filled a whole backpack, and then came out carrying it. The man stretched out his arm, grabbed her backpack, glanced at her lightly, and said, "In the future, don't easily enter a space in front of supernaturals who are at a higher level than you. It will expose you." Mian's pupils contracted and she stood there dumbfounded. Luo Han reached out to rub her head, leaned close to her, and said in a low voice, "Having dual-type supernatural abilities is no big deal. Don't hide it. If you ask me, I will always teach you." His tone was very intimate and tender. Mian was enveloped by his powerful masculine aura. Her breath caught, cheeks flushed, and her heart tightened. Then she saw Luo Han carrying her black travel bag, walking ahead coldly. Dual-type abilities? Luo Han thought she was a dual-type ability user? Mian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, she wasn't even sure if she counted as a dual-type ability user. Her primary ability was with type healing and the gourd space was at most a trump card for survival. Keep up. If I walk too fast, just tell me. Mian hurried to catch up. During this time period, most of the psychics went out to hunt elemental beasts, so there were not many people in the inner city. Once outside the inner city and at the trading plaza, it instantly became lively. With Luo Han, the cold-faced bodyguard, around, Mian successfully exchanged all the various crystal cores in her backpack for wood-type crystal cores, mostly level 2, with few level 3 cores. The trading plaza was bustling, not only with various trading stalls and shops but also featuring an apocalypse faction ranking. At the top was the Huaxia base, occupying the northern snowy mountain area on the map. Second was the Namphone base, third the Beichen base, and without Luo Han, the Dongyao base ranked 4th. Mian counted and found the Omping base ranked 5th. In the end-of-the-world power rankings, the number 1 on the list of psychic experts was none other than Long Yi, a level 5 psychic from the Huaxia base. Mian found Luo Han's name in 2nd place, marked as a late level 4 psychic. Besides Luo Han, Feng Dizzy, Qin Shizui, Mugue, Luo Wu, and others were also on the list, all shown as level 4 psychics. After searching around, Mian couldn't find her own name. She guessed it was because she had just broken through to level 4 and hadn't revealed it in front of others, so it wasn't recorded. This ranking data is somewhat unreliable. Luo Han's psychic power is at least 1 level higher than hers, definitely at the mid to late level 5 stage. How was this ranking list compiled? Mian quietly asked Luo Han. After a breakthrough to the intermediate level of supernatural abilities, each ability user deepens their perception of the elemental forces of heaven and earth, allowing them to sense other ability users of the same level. Last night you broke through to level 4. Did you sense the presence of the other 8 level 4 ability users? Mian nodded. They also sensed your presence, so you have already been recorded. It's just that you have never fought in front of outsiders, so your name is not yet well known in other bases. Luo Han's gaze fell deeply on her delicate face. With such looks combined with healing abilities, once other bases find out, it could cause quite a bit of trouble. But he has the ability to protect her. Mian nodded, so this ranking list can only be trusted 70%. Look at the newly updated top experts ranking, there's even a level 5 ability user, it's terrifying. I heard that the Huaxia base used to be a secret government office. Now survivors from all over the country are rushing to Huaxia base. If we weren't so far away, I'd want to go too. I also heard that Huaxia base has the nation's top scientists and offers ridiculously good benefits for special ability users. Now they've produced the strongest ability user, things are going to be serious. I think the benefits at our base are pretty good too, ranked 5th in overall strength, and we have the number 2 big shot stationed here. It's just a bit small in size, but it's well equipped despite being small. I heard other bases are fighting fiercely for power and profit, but our base feels like everyone is farming together. Selling crystal cores? Whenever there's any conflict, the base guards show up. Sigh. This is just ridiculous in the apocalypse. No bloodshed, no apocalypse, we might have gone through a fake apocalypse. By the way, I still don't know what the big shot at the base looks like. Has anyone seen them? Never seen them. Heard they're sickly and won't live long. Sigh, probably just resting up. The vendors gathered around the newly released post-apocalyptic power rankings, gossiping. Mian held back a laugh, glanced at the sickly, barely surviving Luo Han and nodded. Honestly, this was absolutely the truth. How come Omping base is only ranked 5th? I think in terms of overall combat power, even if it can't be first, it should at least be second, Mian said in a low voice. 8 or 9 level 4 psychics plus 1 level 5 psychic. This strength would be formidable in any base. The base's overall strength evaluation depends not only on combat power but also on factors like location, research level, population, and so on. Our base is weak in everything except combat power, Luo Han said calmly. Moreover, the Mu family was not counted within Omping base. Although the Mu family members are all wood-type psychics, they actually have 2 solid level 4 psychics. Besides Mu Gui, the Mu family patriarch has also broken through, and his breakthrough is at the late stage, not to be underestimated. Let's go shopping. After the man spoke, he stretched out his long arm and firmly wrapped it around the girl's shoulders, leading her to buy things. What are we buying? Mian widened her eyes. She didn't lack anything. Half an hour later, Mian dared not glance around. Luo Qi, who had been temporarily grabbed, was holding a pile of things and following behind. Whatever she looked at, food, drinks, toys, Luo Han bought it all. He even bought a bunch of fluffy toys. Boss, there are still jewelry sellers ahead. Nowadays, gold and jewelry are sold by weight, and antiques are even worthless. I heard that people down the mountain prepare betrothal gifts for weddings. Buy some for Sister Mian, buy a lot, Luo Qi said excitedly. Wedding? Betrothal gifts? What nonsense is he talking about? Mian smiled through gritted teeth. Xiaoqi, they're worthless. Why buy them? Even if there's a bride price, it should be high-level elemental cores, like level 8 or 9 elemental cores. When she died in her previous life, the highest elemental beast was only level 8. That giant was so formidable that no base dared to provoke it. There were no level 9 elemental beasts at all, so where would the cores come from? Dig a hole for Luo Han to jump into and never come out for the rest of his life. Alright, I'll find you a level 9 core as a betrothal gift in the future, Luo Han nodded. Indeed, elemental cores were the most valuable. He would give the top-tier core as a gift. Boss, no, what if there are no level 9 elemental beasts? Luo Qi anxiously stomped his feet. Level 7 is already considered a high-level elemental core. Let's just say level 7, it can't be any higher, otherwise there won't be any wives left. Mian widened her eyes and glared at him fiercely. Luo Xiaoqi, if you ever get into trouble in the future, your sister definitely won't save you. Level 9 it is. The woman of Luo Han is naturally worthy of the best. The man spoke, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. As long as Mian is happy, even if it means plucking the sun, he would find a way to get it for her. Let's go, keep buying. Buy. Luo Qi charged ahead. One night, Luo Han nearly bought out all the jewelry and antiques in the base, bringing them back and piling them all up in her room. The apocalypse will end sooner or later. Jewelry is for wearing, antiques are for collecting, the man said, then had Luo Qi pile all the purchased dolls onto the bed. Looking at the room filled to the brim, he nodded with satisfaction. Get some rest early. In 7 days we head into the mountains. Mian stared blankly at the room full of stuff. Was this considered receiving gifts? And such a crazy amount at that? Looking at the bed piled high with teddy bears and the antique jewelry scattered all over the floor, Mian pressed her forehead, feeling a strange little flutter of joy and excitement. In all her life, it seemed this was the first time she had received so many gifts. The next day, Luo Han unusually didn't order Mian around and chose to enter seclusion. Mian spent the day cultivating on her own. Seeing that Luo Han didn't leave the house, she quietly slipped out of the base and went straight back to Handan village. On her way back, she happened to run into the early rising old master of the Mu family. The old master was tending to the flowers, plants, and vegetables in the glass house. Seeing Mian return, both were greatly surprised, sensing the vibrant elemental power emanating from each other. Girl, not bad, not bad. The old master of the Mu family stroked his graying beard and nodded with satisfaction. At such a young age, she had already become a level 4 psychic, truly gifted. Grandpa Mu, you're up so early? Is Mu Gui at home? Mian was also a bit surprised. The old master was actually a level 4 psychic. From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about her family even when she was out on missions. Getting older, less sleep. Xiao Gui is in seclusion. This time he should be able to break through to late level 4. The old master said with a chuckle, not hiding anything. Xiao Mian, your grandmother misses you very much at home. Come back soon. All right. Mian happily went home. Grandma Su had already gotten up early and was cooking porridge in the kitchen, washing the rice with water, then taking out some pickles from the fridge. Seeing that she had brought so many supplies and yet her grandmother was still so frugal, Mian felt a pang in her heart. She forced a smile, ran over and hugged her grandmother tightly, laughing. "I'm back, Grandma. I want to eat something delicious." "Xiao Mian." Grandma Su turned around in surprise, grabbed Mian's hand, looked her over carefully, and only then breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. "What do you want to eat? Grandma will make it for you." "I love everything Grandma makes," Mian said, taking out the fruits and vegetables she had picked earlier from her space and filling the bamboo basket. She blinked her big black eyes and said, "We need to eat these quickly or they'll spoil." All right, Grandma Su said happily and went off to cook. The grandfather and grandson were talking about their separation while eating breakfast. "Your Uncle Hongqi has recently been making tables and chairs with the village chief and Grandpa Lu, taking them to the basin front to exchange for grain. The business is going quite well. Neighbor Grandma Mu is teaching little fat in Huzi to read. Do you have a crush on that grandson from the Mu family next door?" The topic quickly shifted to Mugue, and Mian almost choked, shaking her head desperately as she said, "No, we're just friends." Speaking of which, that kid Mugue is really good, polite, good-looking, and his family is decent. If you really like him, Grandma is very open-minded. In today's world, every day alive is a gain, so don't waste it, Grandma Su said with some worry. Although Xiao Mian is young since the apocalypse happened, getting married early is a good thing. "Grandma, let me tell you about what we gained from our trip to Ning City this time." Mian quickly changed the subject, briefly mentioning the gains from Ning City and glossing over the bloody details. "Even though the gains are great, you still need to be extra careful," Grandma Su reminded her. "I know, Grandma, I really cherish my life." Mian cuddled her arm and acted coquettishly. "You child, you actually learned to act coquettishly after going out once." Grandma Su laughed heartily, poking her forehead. Mian was also a bit stunned, smiling brightly without saying a word. Now it seemed that the apocalypse wasn't so scary after all. Since Luo Han didn't send anyone over, Mian simply stayed at home, acting as Grandma's little follower. They planted vegetables, tidied the house, and cooked together every day, spending a few carefree days as grandmother and granddaughter. On the 6th night, after Mugue's supernatural ability broke through to the late stage of level 4, the entire cold pond was filled with the green power of the wood element, and flowers, grass, and trees grew wildly. Breakthrough? Mian's eyes lit up. When she stepped out of the room, she saw Mugue also coming out from next door. "You broke through," the two said in unison, then exchanged a smile. "I heard you and Lao Luo are fine, so I went into seclusion directly. It was only after the trip to Ning City that I realized I was still too weak," Mugue said with a gentle smile. "You're already very strong. Now there are only 2 level 5 psychics in all of Huaxia, right? You could at least rank in the top 10. Mian gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You're a wood-type psychic with such strong combat power. How are others supposed to survive? There is no strength hierarchy among psychic attributes. I used to be too complacent, but now in this apocalypse if we don't train, I'm afraid one day we'll be devoured by the elemental beasts of heaven and earth. By the way, Mugue, can you recognize my destined plant?" Mian said as she stretched out her palm to show him the destined plant. "Vines? And it's flowering? Your psychic ability has already reached the intermediate level. This should be the prototype of your destined plant." Mugue was slightly surprised. "Wait a moment, I'll go ask Grandpa." The old master of the Mu family sat inside the glass room, fiddling with an antique radio, receiving information from various channels. "Flowering vines?" The old master squinted and stroked his beard, sinking into a long-ago reverie. "I think I heard great-grandfather mention something like that. Among our destined plants, there are some rare species born extraordinary. There is a plant similar to what you mentioned. It starts as a tender sprout, gradually grows into a clover, then evolves into a vine at the intermediate stage, and finally blooms into the most beautiful rootless flower in the world. It is said that once this flower blooms, no other flowers will exist. That flower is called Luo Han year after year, day by day growing frostier. It is a rare healing flower in the world with miraculous effects on flesh and bones." Luo Han. Mian and Mugue exchanged a glance at such a cold and desolate name. But Luo Han is a rare flower recorded only in ancient texts. Flesh and bones, I don't know, but probably similar. Back in the time of my great-great-great-great-grandfather, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not depleted, this flower did exist. It mostly grew alongside spiritual springs, blooming only at the spring's source. Nowadays, the elemental power in the world is muddled. Without hundreds or thousands of years of spiritual energy accumulation, no spiritual spring can form, and neither can Luo Han. Don't imagine it lightly, it takes generations of accumulated merit to awaken such a destined plant. After finishing, the old master waved his hand telling the two to go play. Su Mian and Mugi exited the glass room one after the other. Su Mian remained silent. Her space naturally contained a clear spring which had existed for at least a few hundred years. In her previous life, she had no supernatural abilities. In this life, after unintentionally opening the gourd space, she awakened wood-type powers and then discovered that her ability was primarily healing. Could it be that her destined plant was truly the flower of healing? Chapter 38. Su Mian, how about waiting until your destined plant takes shape before looking? The world is vast with countless plant species, surely some are not recorded in books, Mugue said with a smile, comforting her as he reached out to pat her shoulder. Yeah, that's the only option. Su Mian looked up and gave him a slight smile. Cough, cough, cough. Outside the glass room, Luo Qi was coughing violently, nearly coughing his lungs out. The boss had been in seclusion for 6 days and as soon as he came out, he headed straight to Handan village only to see these two staring at each other under the moonlight. Ah, a red apricot branch is breaking through the wall. No, it should be the wife running away with the brother. Luo Qi coughed desperately, scenes of those melodramatic plots flashing through his mind, instantly feeling immense sympathy for the boss. Old Luo, why are you here? Mugue saw Luo Han standing coldly inside the glass room, not knowing how long he had been watching. His face was very gloomy and he immediately gave an awkward smile. Why didn't you make a sound when you came? It's kind of scary. Mu Xiao, my heart and lungs are about to cough out. How else can I make a sound? Luo Qi rolled his eyes and said, Get ready, we're heading into the deep mountain forest immediately. Luo Han said coldly and sternly, his deep gaze falling on Su Mian. So soon? Mugue was slightly surprised. Although he knew that Luo Han staying at the Omping base would definitely enter the uninhabited area behind, they had just stepped into the intermediate level. Why the rush? Don't even mention the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, those vast, endless deep mountain forests were not places you could just casually venture into. The new leader of the Dragon Squad, Long Yi, has become a level 5 superpower. The Huaxia base is established inside a snow mountain underground palace. It's said they have already been researching the secrets of the crystal core and found a way to end the apocalypse. Countless superpowered individuals and ordinary people have been flocking to the Huaxia base, which has greatly impacted other bases, Luo Qi said. Mugue frowned. The people of the Dragon Squad really are political players. The apocalypse isn't even over yet, and they're already setting up a regime. No wonder Great-Grandpa warned us to stay out of the world. We may have powers, but when it comes to playing political games, we really can't compete with them. The Mu family lived a carefree, reclusive life, with their biggest ambition being to cultivate rare species of flowers and plants. Luo Hanxing was even more impatient with these trivial matters. The base's affairs were all handed over to Luo Wu and the others to handle. Otherwise, with Luo Hanxing's talent for superpowers, what business would he have with the Dragon Squad? That's because you're too weak. The strong fear no regime, they just kill everyone directly, Luo Han sneered coldly. Mugue rubbed his forehead. Fortunately, you disdain worldly affairs, otherwise you would definitely be a tyrant. He was a tyrant in his previous life. Su Mian nodded instinctively. Why are you nodding? Luo Han squinted as he saw Su Mian pecking like a little chick, then pulled the girl over and asked dangerously, Am I really that terrifying? Mu Xiao, I'm so hungry. Do you have any food at your place? Let's go eat. Luo Qi cleverly tugged Mugue and headed towards the Mu family. Don't pull. If you pull it off, you can't buy a new one. Are you following Luo Hanxing to my house to mooch food again? Mugue looked speechless, glanced back at Luo Hanxing, and saw him almost holding the little girl in his arms. He immediately widened his eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. If he said he had no feelings for Su Mian, that would definitely be a lie. The girl next door was beautiful, kind-hearted, and capable. Any man would be attracted. But Su Mian had built a hard shell around herself that no one could get close to. If it were peaceful times, feelings might develop over time. But during the Ningxing trip, Luo Hanxing, with his obsessive and dark energy, forcibly claimed territory. Mugue was so angry he could gnash his teeth, all because of himself. If he hadn't told Luo Hanxing that old Luo was at the Dongyao base, there would have been no way to know Su Mian. One wrong step leads to another. Mugue felt both resentment and joy. If old Luo's fate as a forsaken by heaven was broken because of Su Mian, it would be a great blessing. The thing great-grandfather worried about most before his death was him. Seeing Luo Qi drag Mugue away, Su Mian nervously looked at Luo Hanxing and said, Young Master Luo, aren't we going into the deep mountains and forests? Should I go back and pack my bag? Young Master Luo? Luo Hanxing narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Just call me Little Wolf, that's my childhood name. I was abandoned by my parents at birth and was taken back to a wolf den by a wolf. Later, great-grandfather found me and raised me, so he called me Little Wolf. Mian was stunned for a moment, then looked up at his deeply ink-black brows and eyes. She had never known he had such an experience. In her previous life, he never mentioned it. Scared? So when I'm angry I bite. Don't make me angry in the future, got it? Luo Han found her stunned expression incredibly cute, which lifted his mood a bit. He pinched her little face, struggling to control himself, then lowered his head to kiss her hair. Mian's cheeks burned hot, especially the strands of hair he had kissed, which tingled all over. Her nose caught the familiar scent of the man. Suddenly she pushed him away and turned to run back to her house, slamming the door shut with a bang. The man chuckled deeply. The girl was perfect in every way except for her overly introverted and reserved personality, and she was easily embarrassed. Luo Han glanced at the stunned old master of the Mu family in the glass room, then smiled cheerfully and said, "Grandpa Mu, I'm coming over to your place for a meal." The old master of the Mu family was about to pop his eyes out. Luo, that wolf cub from the Luo family, actually called him Grandpa Mu? This must be the first time he's been so polite. No, when did he manage to trick the girl next door? Such a good girl, he was even planning to keep her as a granddaughter-in-law. The old master of the Mu family slapped his thigh, his guts turning green with regret. Bringing a wolf into the house indeed. Although he was just freeloading a meal, Luo Han was naturally generous. Seeing that the Mu family had little supplies besides the vegetables grown in the greenhouse, he directly pulled out a bunch of supplies from the storage space. These are the supplies from the Ningxing trip. These are for you. You have already given a level 4 crystal core. Mu Gui did not refuse and accepted it all. Luo Han pointed to the cold pool outside, signaling him to come out for a walk. Sensed something. Luo Han looked toward the dark shadows of the distant mountains. A very strong aura, it should be level 5 elemental beasts and several of them. Mu Gui sat cross-legged on the plank road. There is still a chilling aura deep within the mountains. The man squinted, his voice deepening. Once I kill, I can reach level 6, and you can step into level 5. You've cultivated so fast? Mu Gui was slightly surprised. Last time your power backfired, almost killing even us. Ningxing's group was in great danger. Mu Gui and the others were seriously injured, not because of the psychics from Shieling Base, but because they were wounded by Luo Han. Fortunately, Luo Han later chased after Mian. Luo Han frowned. He hadn't yet asked Mian about the mountain spring water. After this 6-day seclusion, he clearly realized that some of his meridians had been repaired, his physical condition was excellent, and the violent elemental power within him seemed much more subdued. Because it has been suppressed for too long, it probably won't backfire anytime soon. If something unexpected happens, stick to the old rule, you take Mian and leave, Luo Han said heavily, looking at the distant night sky. Are you serious about Mian? Mu Gui held back again and again, unable to help but sigh. Don't scare her. Luo Han's usually cold and indifferent eyes softened a little, his voice drifting away with the night breeze. This is the first time in my life I've wanted something. The trip to the deep mountains was scheduled to depart in the evening of the next day. This journey is dangerous and the return date is uncertain. Mian picked all the ripe melons and fruits from the gourd space, left enough supplies for her grandmother for nearly half a year, and then knocked on Mu's home door. Is it just the 4 of us going? Luo Han and Luo Qi did not return at night. They stayed at the Mu family. Yes, Shaoqi found a team going into the mountains. Luo Han wore all black, exuding an indescribable coldness. I found a team of 7 people and arranged to meet outside the base. The leader, Brother Jean, has a good reputation and is ranked 39th on the Apocalypse leaderboard. Another level 4 psychic is ranked 91st. There are also 4 late-stage level 3 psychics, Luo Qi said with a smile. He said, 5th brother is staying at the base, and with no one to lead, we'll just follow along. Let Luo Han follow others? Mian smiled. Won't they recognize your identities? They won't, they only know 5th brother and 6th brother. Let's go, don't keep them waiting. Mu Gui said, carrying a large travel bag. The 4 drove to the gathering point outside the base city walls and sure enough, they saw a group of 7 people. As soon as they approached the vehicle, Mian sensed the presence of 2 level 4 psychics, 1 gold and 1 earth, whose abilities complemented theirs well. 2 tall and sturdy men were leaning against the car door smoking. Originally impatiently waiting, their eyes instantly lit up when they saw Mian. Then looking at Mu Gui and Luo Han, even the underage Luo Qi had rosy lips and white teeth, ridiculously good-looking. They immediately smiled and said, Kids, are you the ones coming into the mountain with us? Guangxiang, don't joke around. They are all level 4 ability users. The car door opened, and a well-mannered young man in his early 30s smiled. I'm Jean C, but they all call me Brother Jean. Metal ability, mid-level 4. Just call me Shaoqi, early level 4 water ability. This is Mu Gui, Mian, level 4 wood ability. My big brother has space ability. Luo Qi said cleverly, directly hiding Luo Hanxing's dual abilities. Su Mian glanced at Luo Hanxing. The man's face was pale and handsome, his aura completely restrained, without a trace of ability fluctuation. He looked sickly and unapproachable, in no way like a powerful ability user. Three level 4 ability users? The two standing at the car door dropped the cigarettes from their mouths. Wood-type ability? Even if they're level 4, they're pretty weak, and they brought along a burdensome space ability user. A nimble girl got off the car, watching Su Mian warily, and coquettishly said to Brother Jean, except for the water-type ability user who's somewhat useful, the others are useless. Don't talk nonsense. In today's world, without strength you can't reach level 4 in cultivation. Jinxi smiled at Su Mian and the others. This is Lin Jiao, an early level 3 fire-type ability user. Her brother Lin Wei is an early level 4 earth-type ability user. Su Mian looked at Lin Wei inside the car. He had a square face, was stern in his early 30s, and looked much more mature than Jinxi. Jinxi then introduced the other members. Standing outside the car were two brothers, Guangqiang and Guangda, both ice element ability users. The remaining two were one wind element and one fire element user. After a brief introduction, the temporarily formed 11-person team set off towards the deep mountains. Chapter 39. As soon as they got in the car, Luo Qi and Mu Gue used their affinity to integrate themselves into the team. Su Mian roughly observed the group, which was led by Kings. Kings and the Guang family brothers were together, Lin Wei and Lin Jiao were together, and the rest were a couple using aliases, Brother Feng and Sister Hua. Counting it up, it turned out that their side actually had more people. In the apocalypse, everything was determined by strength. Whoever was stronger was obeyed. Originally, Kings was already mid-level 4th stage and the leader of the group, but as soon as Su Mian and the others arrived, the situation became somewhat complicated. While Su Mian was observing everyone, Kings was also watching this newly joined group of 4, one late 4th stage strong, 2 early 4th stage strong, and 1 functional ability user. Logically, the command of the group should belong to Mu Gue, but this wood element ability user was very gentlemanly and gentle. Luo Qi was the youngest, Su Mian was a girl, and the remaining space ability user somehow gave off a strong sense of threat. That doesn't make sense. Jinxi pondered silently. Unless the other party was a level 5 ability user, it was impossible to hide from his perception. But there was only one level 5 ability user in the apocalypse, and he was at the Huaxia base. It must be his illusion. Brother Jean, metal abilities are rare in the apocalypse and you've cultivated so quickly? Impressive, impressive. As soon as Luo Qi got in the car, he started getting familiar with Jinxi. Precisely because metal abilities are rare, crystal cores are relatively cheap, so I've cultivated a bit faster than ordinary people, Jinxi said with a smile. Brother Jean used to be the young master of the Western group, with family assets worth tens of billions, so naturally he cultivates faster than ordinary people, Lin Jiao said proudly on the side. Seeing Su Mian and Luo Hanxing sitting quietly nearby without saying a word, she finally relaxed a little. That fire-breathing girl kept eyeing Brother Jean, but she was too ugly to be a threat. Su Mian was different. In the apocalypse, her skin was glowing white, and her small face was very alluring, a serious threat. However, the man beside her was really handsome, his looks outclassing a whole group of people. Even though he was a useless psychic, she still chose Jinxi. So it turned out he was a rich young master. Luo Qi said with a smile, then Brother Jean, please take good care of us on this journey. Jinxi looked at Mu Gue in surprise. He was still taking orders from him? Jinxi was also someone used to giving orders, but he nodded without hesitation. The situation in the deep mountains and forests is complicated. I sent several level 4 elemental beasts there. If we're lucky this time we can all level up, Jinxi said with a smile. Everyone's eyes were a bit fiery. Brother Jean, what elemental beasts are there? Everyone gathered around Jinxi, chattering excitedly. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was very harmonious. Su Mian saw that most of the team members were easy to get along with, and none looked like ruthless villains at first glance, so she relaxed a little. Hungry. Luo Hanxing saw her tense mood ease, took out water and snacks from his backpack, and the small table was instantly piled with a bunch of food, including plenty of dried fruits and jerky, as well as authentic instant noodles. At this, everyone's gaze quickly focused on the two of them. Wow, so many dried fruits, beef jerky, meat slices, and even instant noodles of this brand. Guangqiang was almost drooling, patting Luo Qi's shoulder and chuckling, you guys are pretty well off. Are those two a couple? Of course, that's my sister-in-law who hasn't officially married in yet. Luo Qi nodded vigorously, giggling, my big brother spoils my sister-in-law the most. Your big brother really has some incredible luck. A spatial ability user marrying such a beautiful wife, and she's even a level 4 powerhouse. Guangda nodded enviously. In this apocalypse, forget about having a wife. Whenever a girl appears nearby, it's always Jingu she likes. Humph, what kind of taste is that? Spatial abilities are just useless powers, Lin Jiao snorted dismissively. You just got lucky to meet us. If it were someone else, your sister-in-law would have been snatched away long ago with that look of hers. Everyone's voices were loud enough to reach Luo Hanqing's ears without missing a word. The man pretended not to hear and continued peeling dried fruit for Su Mian, but a terrifying scarlet gleam flashed in his eyes. Enough, I can't eat anymore. Su Mian leaned closer to him, clearly sensing Luo Hanqing's displeasure. Afraid that the girl's words might provoke him, she quickly said, I already ate before going out. Then you sleep for a while. The man said as he took a thin little blanket from the storage space and covered her with it. Useless men just revolve around women all day. Strong men go out to hunt elemental beasts. Lin Jiao, seeing the two openly showing affection, couldn't help but sneer coldly. A real man should be like Brother Jin. Luo Qi and Mu Gui suddenly widened their eyes, nervously looking at Luo Hanqing. Su Mian also directly grabbed his clothes, afraid he would lose control and chop Lin Jiao down. The man impatiently raised his hand, then noticed his sleeve being grabbed by the little girl. Her jade-like, tender little hand clutched his black clothes like a cat's paw, instantly scratching at Luo Hanqing's little heart. The coldness in Luo Hanqing's eyes completely faded, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips as he lazily sat back down. Lin Jiao, you're just jealous. If you look like Chang Su Mian, you could find a man like this too, Hua Mei sneered while watching the scene. I actually think he's handsome and considerate. I'm already thinking about getting a new boyfriend. Hua, he's just a pretty boy, what's so great about him? I have wind-type abilities, Fengge said bitterly. Get lost, I've wanted to break up with you for a long time. I'm just a face lover, I've had enough of your looks, break up immediately. You wouldn't have taken a fancy to Jinge, right? Intentionally using this pretty boy as an excuse to break up. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, what kind of act is this? Su Mian was also stunned, glancing at Luo Hanqing. He didn't say a word, breaking up a couple? The man's gaze fell on her, smoothing the messy strands of hair by her ear, and said in a low voice, if you're not sleeping, want some more snacks? Su Mian's cheek against his was burning hot, and she quickly closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Everyone take a rest. Once we enter the deep mountains, it won't be this easy, Jinxi said calmly. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to take turns driving with Brother Lin. Everyone found something to do to ease the awkward atmosphere. Throughout the night, the vehicle kept stopping and starting. The group rested while getting out to kill elemental beasts, harvesting a large number of crystal cores, gradually entering the central part of the deep mountains. Su Mian got out once along the way. Since the last time they entered the mountains, the forest area had shrunk again and the terrain had become more level. This was the main hunting ground of the Anping base. Powerful psychic teams all came here to kill elemental beasts. The further in they went, the fewer teams they encountered, and the more elemental beasts appeared, mostly fire-type. There were dense skeletons, some as tall as a person, others only the size of a thumb, making them hard to defend against. Fire element beasts are everywhere, the vehicles can't move, everyone get off and clear the way, we need to clear a place to stay before dawn. Kings looked at the increasing number of fire element beasts, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. These are walking crystal cores. Big brother, you rest with Sister Su Mian, I'll get off with Mu Xiao. Luo Qi said attentively. Men who live off women are the most shameful, humph. Lin Jiao snorted coldly, then chased after Kings to get off. Handsome, would element users can't protect you? How about considering a girlfriend with combat power? Fire Girl threw a flirtatious glance at Luo Hanqing. The man didn't even lift his eyes, looking at Su Mian and said hoarsely, Su Xiaomian, protect me well, understand? Su Mian. I'd better get out and kill some elemental beasts. Su Mian slipped off the car, took a deep breath. The struggle between women was really terrifying. In the central deep mountains, the lowest elemental beasts were level 2, and everywhere were level 3 elemental beasts. The two brothers with ice abilities followed Jinxi, while Wind Brother and Fire Sister clung to Luo Qi and Mu Gui, traveling together, gathering information about Luo Hanqing. Su Mian deliberately wanted to test her vines. The vines were soft and tender, yet incredibly sharp and tough. Killing low-level elemental beasts was like cutting melons and slicing vegetables. Before long, Su Mian mastered the use of the vines, controlling them with her abilities, harvesting a bunch of fire-type crystal cores. Mu Gui was being relentlessly harassed by Fire Girl, but he also focused on killing elemental beasts. The level 4 Qing Tung had already transformed into a red thorny vine, and wherever it went, level 3 elemental beasts were killed with a single strike. Fire Girl and Wind Brother were both late-stage level 3 psychics. Seeing this, their expressions changed slightly as they realized these two wood-type psychics were actually so strong. Even with a useless space psychic in the group, the combined strength of these few was probably the strongest in the team, and their attitudes subtly shifted. After a round of clearing, dawn gradually broke. All elemental beasts within several thousand meters were killed, and Jinxi signaled everyone to gather. Dawn is about to break. Let's camp nearby and rest, then push deeper into the mountains after dark. Guangde, Guangair. Jinxi called the two ice brothers, setting up a metal protective shield outside the military heavy armored vehicle, then used ice powers to freeze the entire vehicle. Mian looked at the 2 layers of protective shields and nodded silently. Metal ability users were indeed formidable. Although the 2 brothers from the Guang family weren't as powerful as Luo Han, building an ice wall was still quite easy for them. After Mian and the others got into the car, they saw the 2 ice brothers seal the car doors, and then everyone ate and rested separately. The interior of the heavy armored vehicle had been modified and was fully equipped. The front part was the dining area, the middle was the washing area, and the back was the resting area, all with single bunk beds separated by curtains, making it safe and private. As soon as Lin Jiao got on the car, she grumbled about the dirt and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The 2 ice brothers were chatting with Luo Qi. Mugui went to cook while brother Feng and sister Hua went to cozy up to Jinxi. Lin Wei sat to the side eating hardtack. I laid out clean bedding and blankets for you, all brand new. Luo Han, who had been dozing in the car, pointed to his handiwork from the whole night when Mian came up. It was his first time making a bed for a little girl, and to make the pink pillow, he tore apart the lining of a down jacket. Mian looked at the lower bunk bed. The other beds were all iron frames with hard wooden boards, but only one bed was covered with soft bedding, a fluffy little blanket, and a pink pillow. Mian was both surprised and delighted, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say. I like this bed, it's mine now. Lin Jiao came out of the bathroom and happened to see Mian's bed. Her eyes immediately lit up and she said arrogantly. Chapter 40. Before Lin Jiao finished speaking, Mian was startled and instinctively looked at Luo Han. Luo Han's lips curled into a mocking smile and his expression grew colder. Lin Jiao, this is my bed. If you like it, make it yourself, Mian said reluctantly. I don't have spatial abilities, so I can't carry so many supplies. How many crystal cores do you need for these? I'll buy them, Lin Jiao said, raising her chin, deeply regretting this trip. She had focused on bringing weapons and food but forgot to bring bedding and pillows. Not for sale, Luo Han said coldly. Pretty boy, can you make decisions? Lin Jiao said disdainfully. I'll give you 5 level 3 crystal cores, how about that? 5 level 4 crystal cores, Mian said with a smile. Level 4 crystal cores? Are you crazy? Lin Jiao raised her voice and shouted. Their trip into the deep mountains was to kill level 4 elemental beasts and obtain level 4 crystal cores, and Mian wanted 5 level 4 crystal cores for a single bed? So it's not for sale, got it? Girl, not everything in this world can be solved with crystal cores, Mian said calmly. If your strength isn't enough, forcing a sale is just asking for death. The vines in her hand wrapped around her arm, pure wood elemental energy appeared, and the entire rest area transformed into a green space. Kings and the others in the dining area ahead were slightly shocked by the strong woody element aura. Mian, everyone, let's talk this through properly. Lin Jiao, hurry up and come out. Kings and Lin Wei spoke one after another. Everyone here is a psychic. Just by perking up their ears, they could tell what was happening. Since they were all on the same team, they didn't want to make a big deal out of it, until Mian revealed her powers, then they hurried over to intervene. After being scolded by Lin Wei, Lin Jiao's face turned pale and then flushed red. She stomped her foot in frustration and said, I just wanted to buy her bed. I gave her the crystal core. Why are you being so harsh, threatening people? I'm sorry, both of you. Lin Jiao has been spoiled by me since she was little. I will discipline her properly. I hope you won't take it to heart. After scolding Lin Jiao, Lin Wei turned to apologize to Mian and Luo Han. Mian, Lin Jiao's personality is a bit spoiled, but she's not a bad person. If she ever does something that upsets you, just tell Lin Wei directly. He will scold her. Jinxi also smiled as he tried to smooth things over, his eyes shining as he looked at Mian. A 4th level wood type ability user, still so beautiful with an excellent personality. Even the arrogant Jinxi couldn't help but take notice. Unfortunately, she already has a boyfriend, but the two will break up sooner or later. As her abilities grow stronger, it will become clear that the spatial ability user can't keep up with her pace. Mian said calmly, retracting the vines from her arms. It was a trivial matter to begin with. Mian, come out to eat. The food is almost ready, Jinxi said with a smile. Let's go eat. Lin Wei pulled Lin Jiao out, scolding her all the way. Lin Jiao's eyes turned red with grievance as she shouted, You're just siding with her because she's pretty. If you had the ability, you'd be as beautiful as Mian. I guarantee the men would be on your side too, Huamei, who was watching the drama unfold, said with schadenfreude. She was really foolish, acting up just because her brother was a level 4 ability user. Without realizing how strong Mian's team was, 3 level 4 ability users. If someone wanted to kill her, she wouldn't even know how many times she'd have died. At first, she was indeed interested in that handsome man, but for some reason, every time her eyes landed on him, she felt a kind of heart palpitations. Over time, she didn't dare to act recklessly. Everyone in this team was extraordinary, no one to mess with, no one to mess with. Jin Si and the protective Lin Wei must have realized this too, which is why they scolded Lin Jiao. Sometimes ignorance really is a kind of happiness. Huamei sighed emotionally. Seeing Lin Jiao being scolded and sent away by Lin Wei, Luo Qi and Mu Gui finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Mian also relaxed. The three of them all looked at Luo Han in unison. The man lowered his eyes and said slowly, "What are you looking at me for?" "Old Luo, so you like pink tones?" Mu Gui patted his shoulder and smiled. "I really like pink pillows. When will you make one for me too?" The man sneered coldly. "Do it when I collect your body." Mu Gui. "Boss, I didn't see anything. Please don't kill me to keep it quiet." Luo Qi chuckled, slipping out like a little loach, just bumping into Lin Jiao, who had red eyes and was heading to the bathroom to shower. Luo Qi sneered coldly and looked at her with sympathy. Their boss never showed any mercy. Just wait. Because the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Everyone ate dinner separately. Jin Si, Lin Wei, and others gathered together. Brother Feng and sister Hua ate dry food. Su Mian and the others formed another group. Jin Si and the others were cooking noodles, adding beef, ham sausage, and vegetable packs. In the apocalypse, this counted as a luxurious meal, assuming Mu Gui wasn't making hot pot. The avocado hot pot base filled the entire carriage with an enticing aroma. Fatty lamb slices, beef slices, fish fillets, shrimp paste were all taken out from Luo Hanxing's space, along with fresh vegetables and more. The four of them gathered around a small table to eat hot pot. Brother Feng and sister Hua swallowed their saliva, their eyes fixed intently. They had originally thought Jin Si was a big shot. After all, before the apocalypse, he was the son of the Western group, worth billions, but now he mostly ate beef noodles. These few were not simple. No wonder they brought along space ability users. It was to maintain their quality of life. Hot pot. Eating hot pot in the apocalypse is such a luxury. They must have raided a supermarket, otherwise how could there be so many ingredients? The smell of the avocado broth wafted out, and Lin Jiao couldn't eat anymore. She used to be the one others envied, but now even the originally fragrant beef noodles tasted bad. She wanted to eat hot pot, but she had just had a fight with Su Mian, and there was no way Su Mian would let her have any. Seeing Lin Jiao unable to eat, Huamei instantly felt relieved. If it weren't for considering Jin Si and Lin Wei, she would have laughed out loud. Hee, this is what a true big shot looks like. Lin Jiao even wanted to steal someone's bed, but just by watching what they were eating, it was clear how well they were living in the apocalypse. True big shots are mostly low-key, unlike Lin Jiao, who shows off everywhere and doesn't know her place. "Huawa, are you hungry? Should I go get you something to eat?" Since his girlfriend threatened to break up with him, Brother Feng has turned into a little servant, constantly trying to please her. "Then you go." Huamei gave her a look, intending to build a rapport with Su Mian and the others. Brother Feng happily went off to beg for food. "Big brother, what are you eating? It smells so good." Feng Ge, a skinny young man with no other skills but sharp eyesight, sneaked up to the most talkative Mu Gui and kept staring at the ingredients boiling in the pot, almost drooling. "Hot pot," Mu Gui said with a faint smile. He didn't mind. Usually he would just call everyone to eat together. But Luo Hanxing was picky, didn't like eating with strangers, and was petty. If anyone touched his stuff, he would definitely demand compensation tenfold or more. Seeing the young man's intentions, Mu Gui didn't invite him to join the meal. "Were you guys part of the previous Ningxing operation? Otherwise, where did all these ingredients come from?" Feng Ge lingered, refusing to leave, asking persistently. During the last base mission, one team was led by the base leader, one team was from the former military district, and the remaining two teams were mercenaries. These freelancers didn't like restrictions and hadn't joined any mercenary group, so naturally, they didn't participate in the Ningxing mission. But that was good. Rumor had it that one mercenary group was completely wiped out, with no survivors. Brother Feng mentioned it casually, and Kings and Lin Wei exchanged a glance. Suddenly, they thought of this angle. Could these people be part of the base management? Isn't Luo Qi's surname Luo? Aren't Luo Wu and Luo Lu the ones in charge of the base? Thinking this way, cold sweat broke out on King's back. However, they had never heard of anyone named Luo Qi at the base. In the post-apocalyptic world, many people used aliases. If these few were management personnel, they wouldn't be traveling in a small group and tagging along with their team. Yeah, the mission in Ning City was very dangerous. "We almost didn't make it back," Luo Qi, a chatterbox, said. Usually, when he couldn't find someone to talk to, once he found one, he would start talking rapidly. "We encountered an elemental beast tide, and a small squad was completely wiped out. After entering Ning City, We also ran into 2 level 4 ice elemental beasts. Ice elemental beasts, are they easy to kill? Kings took over the topic and asked. Ice element beasts are quite troublesome. If they hit you, your powers get frozen, and then you just take the beating until you're worn down to death, Luo Han said. Everyone was shocked. None of them had ever killed a level 4 ice element beast before. It turned out that ice element beasts could freeze powers. This was terrifying. Then how did you kill them? By tanking it head-on. One person acts as the target, while the rest launch a fierce attack, Luo Han bragged and joked, speaking with great enthusiasm. Mian couldn't help but cover her face. Luo Han really didn't have a single truthful word in his mouth. Bro, can I recognize you guys as big brothers? I can do any dirty or hard work, just don't throw me out as a target whenever we encounter ice elemental beasts, Brother Feng said, patting his chest. Why did this sound so familiar? Luo Han raised an eyebrow, glanced up and down at the skinny young man, and said, You're even older than me, and you want to recognize me as your brother? You can call me brother too, Brother Feng joked with a cheeky smile. No, I already have a big brother. Luo Han waved his hand, proudly lifting his chin. His brother was really impressive. Eat. Luo Han coldly uttered 2 words, elegantly placing a freshly cooked lamb roll into Mian's bowl. Mian was overwhelmed with favor and buried her head in eating. Luo Han also quickly picked up food, enjoying the meal heartily without speaking. The entire carriage was filled with the enticing aroma of hot pot, stirring up deep cravings. Brother Feng saw that these people were impervious to reason, and even flattery couldn't find a horse's behind to flatter. He frowned and watched for a while, then went back dejectedly, only to be scolded disdainfully by Sister Huaxia again. After dinner, everyone washed up and rested separately. Mian drew the curtain around her bed, laid down on the soft little bed, hugged a pink little pillow, chuckled softly, excitedly rubbed the little pillow, and then closed her eyes to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Mian was awakened by Lin Jiao's piercing scream. Chapter 41. What happened? Jiao Jiao. Everyone was woken up by the noise and pulled back the curtains to ask. The 3 girls all slept on the lower bunks and Lin Jiao was sleeping right opposite Mian. When Mian drew back the curtain, she saw Lin Jiao clutching her head and screaming in terror. Covered in cold sweat, her face pale and her eyes staring blankly, she must have had a nightmare. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lin Jiao was still trapped in the nightmare, screaming in panic. Mian, Huaxia, go wake her up. She can't keep screaming, it will attract elemental beasts, Jin Si immediately said. Mian got out of bed to call Lin Jiao, but as soon as she touched her arm, she found her body as cold as ice, and there seemed to be a flicker of fire in her eyes. She was already unconscious. Mian called her twice, but Lin Jiao did not regain consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Wei said nothing and knocked his sister unconscious. Sorry, I will watch over her. Jiao Jiao probably had a nightmare. You all continue to rest, I will stand guard. After saying this, Lin Wei took Lin Jiao out of the rest area and walked toward the dining area ahead. With all this noise, no one could possibly fall asleep. Since sleep is already light in the apocalypse, they might as well all get up. After everyone went ahead, Mian tidied up the bed, folded the small blanket and pillow, and patted the bedboard of the upper bunk. Was it you? Mian asked quietly with a frown. Yes, Luo Han replied. What will happen to her? She won't die. The man sneered, I hate it the most when others touch my things. Mian furrowed her brows and after a long time, stuffed the small blanket and pillow onto the upper bunk. Mian. Luo Han's voice deepened a few tones. Mian did not respond and went straight to the lounge ahead. After Lin Jiao was knocked unconscious, she woke up almost every 2 hours, either screaming or crying. No matter how much they called her, she wouldn't wake up. Lin Wei covered her mouth with a stern face and knocked her out again. This repeated torment made everyone look grim, worried both about her condition and that the noise might attract higher-level elemental beasts. Lin Wei, does your sister have some illness? At this rate, none of us will get a good rest, Fengge muttered. No, Lin Wei said with a dark expression. This time, I'm giving up Jiao Jiao's share of the reward. I will take good care of her. Seeing Lin Wei say this, no one had anything to say. After the long daylight passed, Jean opened the car door, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, getting out to get some fresh air. Mian got out of the car, breathing in the fresh air, looking at the shadow of the mountains ahead. Luo Han and Mu Gui also got out. Young Master Mu, what's wrong with the boss? I called him to get out, but he ignored me, Luo Han said with a worried frown. Why don't you go call him? Mu Gui was so frightened that he kept waving his hands. I'm not going. This person is born with a rebellious nature, harsh to others, and even harsher to himself. As Mu Gui spoke, he gave a signal to Luo Han and pointed at Mian. Nowadays, the only person who can make Luo Han's mood swing unpredictably is Mian. Mian, did the boss make you angry? Luo Han understood immediately and quietly peeked over. Su Mian remained silent. Lin Jiao's matter? Luo Qi was stunned. Mugue nodded. Lin Jiao's matter was somewhat suspicious. 9 times out of 10, it was old Luo who did it, as he was the only one so vindictive. Not angry, just different principles, no cooperation, Su Mian said calmly. Walking to the car door about to get off, Luo Hanqing's face suddenly darkened upon hearing this. His fingertips clenched the car handle tightly, and cracks instantly appeared on the handle. The man's expression was stern, and he left without a word. Sister Su Mian, the boss isn't what you think. He's actually a good person and he treats us well, he just doesn't show it, Luo Qi said anxiously, stomping his foot. Everything was fine, so why did things suddenly fall apart because of Lin Jiao? The boss didn't do much to that woman, just gave her a lesson. Su Mian remained silent. She did not sympathize with Lin Jiao, she was just reminded of her past self. Luo Han was naturally irritable, possessive, and more ruthless than anyone when he was angry. Looking back now, it was better to keep a distance. I'll go ahead to take a look, you guys try to persuade him, Su Mian said, then walked forward on her own, unwilling to continue the conversation. Luo Qi and Mugue exchanged a glance, both realizing the seriousness of the problem. It was a big trouble. After a brief rest to catch their breath, everyone returned to the car. Lin Jiao had already regained consciousness but looked exhausted, as if deeply shocked. She curled up in the corner without speaking, trembling from time to time. How is Lin Jiao? Jin Si asked with concern. She was frightened and won't say anything no matter what you ask, Lin Wei said stiffly, his gaze falling on Huamei and the others like a venomous snake. What are you looking at me for? I don't have that ability, Huamei said indifferently. It's lucky no one got hurt. Her mouth is so sharp, I don't even know how many people she's offended. Hey, you'd better say less, Brother Feng hurriedly pulled her away. If I find out who secretly sabotaged us, I will never let him go, Lin Wei said coldly. I have studied some traditional Chinese medicine. How about I take a look at Lin Jiao? Mugue smiled. No need, Lin Wei refused decisively, supporting Lin Jiao to rest in the back. Su Mian saw that she was in a daze. Even though there was no immediate threat to her life, she probably wouldn't be able to witness any more battles in the future and would suffer lasting aftereffects. Since Lin Jiao is unwell after we enter the mountain later, Lin Jiao will rest in the car. Su Mian, your team's spatial ability user doesn't have combat abilities and won't get out to fight the elemental beasts anyway. Could you ask him to take care of Lin Jiao? Jin Si gave Su Mian a gentlemanly smile. Su Mian and the others were all startled. Letting Luo Hanqing take care of Lin Jiao? Isn't that like a lamb entering the tiger's den? It's as if Luo Hanqing wants to kill her. That's not very good. My eldest brother has never been good at taking care of people. If something happens, wouldn't it be my eldest brother's fault? Luo Qi refused outright. Jin Si hesitated and said, that makes things a bit difficult. We've already lost one combatant. If we leave someone behind to watch the vehicles and protect Lin Jiao, we'll lose even more fighting strength. I'll get out of the car, Luo Hanqing said coldly. Since that's the case, Guangqiang, you stay and watch the vehicle, take care of Lin Jiao, Jin Si said with a smile, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Men, after all, care about face, they fall for any provocation. Getting out of the car to kill elemental beasts is very dangerous. If anything happens, he won't hesitate to take over his little girlfriend. Okay, Brother Jin, Guangqiang nodded excitedly. No need to get out and kill elemental beasts. Hiding in the car to rest is much better. This pretty boy must have been kicked by a donkey in the head. The vehicle suddenly stopped. Guangde said, Brother Jin, we can't go any further ahead. There's no road. Everyone looked out the window and saw a dense, dark forest. The vehicle had reached the limit of the deep mountains. This place was rarely inhabited, filled with all kinds of bizarrely shaped trees. In the distance, half of the sky was dark red and the other half was pitch black. The deep mountains were utterly silent, eerily quiet. Get out of the car. Jin Si made a gesture and said, Feng Ge and Huamei lead the way, Su Mian, you follow behind. Lin Wei covers the rear, and enter the mountain. Feng Ge, with wind-type abilities and the fastest agility, walked at the front. The group set off toward the deep mountains. The further they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees grew stranger, some were lying down, some were half-burned and charred from lightning strikes, and some had grown together, resembling a mountain of trees. Do you sense the presence of elemental beasts? Brother Feng timidly broke the silence and asked, why do I feel more and more uneasy as we go? High-level elemental beasts will devour lower-level ones. Usually, there are no elemental beasts near a high-level elemental beast. Mugue said calmly. Then aren't we getting close to a high-level elemental beast? Fire Sister asked nervously. It's a level 4 elemental beast, metal type. Strange, there isn't much metal material here, so how could a metal elemental beast have appeared? Jinxi sensed the strong metallic elemental power in the air, his voice betraying his excitement. The first level 4 elemental beast is of the metal type, and only he can use the metal core. Whoever kills it will definitely get it. It's a mine. Mian touched the oddly shaped trees, feeling their hard trunks and said, if you touch these trees, they are all ores just grown in the shape of trees. Everyone went to touch them upon hearing this, and sure enough, no wonder they looked so bizarre. Some even grew into tree mountains. In this dark place with low visibility, it almost fooled them. Everyone be careful. Looking at this vast sea of trees, Mugue said, Jinxi, you have metal abilities. Do you have any tips for killing metal elemental beasts? The metal element beasts are invincible. Their bodies are their weapons. Fire overcomes metal, so only fire element users can kill metal element beasts. Fire sister, you make the final move. Once we control the metal element beast, it's up to you. Jinxi's eyes revealed a hint of ambition. This metal element beast had to be his. Okay. Fire sister nodded. Why have we been searching for so long without seeing a single ghostly shadow? Before Feng could finish speaking, the entire ground began to tremble. The group's expressions changed slightly as they felt the earth beneath them writhing. The trees of the entire forest sea shot up from the ground, and a sleeping colossal metal element beast awoke from beneath the earth. Mian and the others' faces changed drastically. At this moment, they were standing on the massive body of the metal element beast. Chapter 42. The metal elemental beast, as big as a small mountain, shook the gravel off its body, and only then did everyone realize that the trees around them were actually the thorns on the metal beast's body. What is this thing? It's so ugly and still dares to come out and scare people. Luochi was startled, then mischievously laughed, let me give you a bath. The 17 or 18-year-old boy unleashed a powerful water elemental ability, and a torrential downpour immediately poured down, drenching the metal elemental beast to the bone. Everyone wiped the water off their faces, each looking like a drenched chicken, gritting their teeth and shouting, Luochi, are you sick? Luochi shrugged and smiled innocently, sorry, I lost control of my powers for a moment. Roar! The enraged metal beast roared, its huge metallic mechanical arm attacking like steel. Everyone quickly grabbed the spikes on the metal beast's back to steady themselves. Be careful, it's starting to attack, Mugue warned as the red vine covered in barbs in his hand wrapped around the metal beast's mechanical arm like a flexible ribbon. Watch me, Jinxi said with a flash of confidence in his eyes. He activated his metal ability, his entire body hardening like iron, and instantly charged at the metal beast's mechanical arm. Everyone heard a crisp, crack sound as the huge metal mechanical arm was broken off. Damn, Brother Jean is mighty, Brother Jean is fierce, Brother Jean is #1 in the world, totally crushing the dragon wild underlings of the Huaxia base, Brother Feng flattered extravagantly. Before he finished speaking, the barbs on the metal beast transformed into a second mechanical arm, slapping him flying. Damn, what kind of biochemical creature is this? Brother Feng fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dust, groaning, unable to get up for a long time. This metal beast is so strange, Fire Girl shouted, quick, restrain it, I'll burn it with fire. Before Fire Girl could finish speaking, she was grabbed by a huge mechanical arm, instantly letting out a scream. Guangda, King shouted urgently. Guangda quickly activated his ice powers, instantly freezing the mechanical arm. Jing cut off the mechanical arm, rescuing Fire Girl. This metal beast is strange. Each barb can transform into a mechanical arm. Everyone, be careful of the barbs around you, Mian warned. Then her pupils contracted as she saw the huge barb instantly turn into a mechanical arm, attacking her. She instinctively leapt backward, but her body was grabbed by a suction force and pulled directly backward, narrowly avoiding the mechanical arm. Someone caught her body. Thank you, Mian said softly. When she looked up, she saw a man standing just behind her side, his face stern as he withdrew his hand. Mian was stunned for a moment, with no time to think further. She saw jeans repeatedly breaking off several barbs on the metal beast's body. Lin Wei and the others also attacked the barbs on the metal beast's back. Instantly, the metal beast became furious, wildly running and jumping up and down, trying to shake off the hateful humans clinging to its back like fleas, knocking down countless trees in the process. Everyone crouched low, holding tightly onto the metal beast's back, unleashing their powers to fiercely attack it. Even Brother Feng leapt up from the ground, sending out countless wind blades to strike the metal beast. Although the metal beast's body was indestructible, it could not withstand the attacks from level 4 power users. Soon, pits and holes appeared all over its body. The group crawled inside, only to find that inside the metal beast was a golden hedgehog. This hedgehog's crystal core had been restored to its original form, the golden crystal core shining like a small sun, darting around inside its body. Damn it, I was almost killed by a hedgehog, and if I told anyone they'd probably laugh their teeth out. Brother Feng spat out a mouthful of dust and blood, cursing with a laugh. Catching hedgehogs. Luo Qi, still childlike, excitedly chased the hedgehog crystal core inside the massive metal beast's body. Poor level 4 metal beast, already incredibly heavy and clumsy, after having its spikes pulled out, it could only be beaten up by a group of level 4 psychics. Alright, this elemental beast has been running with us for who knows how far. Let's kill it and get out of here, Jinxi said, then transformed into iron. Man again, charging straight ahead, grabbing the golden crystal core, crushing the remaining brutal elemental power on it, and taking it for himself. The huge metal elemental beast instantly fell heavily to the ground, and everyone was thrown flat on their backs. Jinge, you didn't even say a word when you stopped the car. You almost made me fall to my death, Huamei mumbled, dizzy and disoriented from the fall. Oh Jin, why did you snatch my crystal core? That little hedgehog is the one I had my eye on. Luo Qi shouted loudly when she saw the elemental crystal core in her hand disappear. This Jin-type elemental crystal core happens to be exactly what I need, so I kindly ask everyone to let me have it. I won't take any other elemental crystal cores of different types afterward, Jinxi said with a smile, his gaze falling on Mugue. Here, only Mugue's strength surpasses his. If it came to a real fight, Jin-type is much stronger than Wood-type, so he's not afraid. Besides, he also has Lin Wei as an ally. What if we don't get any other level 4 crystal cores? Fire Girl muttered. Then we'll use level 3 crystal cores to supply everyone. Jinxi spoke with a hint of dominance, not yielding at all. With this gold element crystal core, he could easily upgrade to late level 4. Alright. The remaining crystal cores above level 4 belong to us, Luo Han said. Jinxi looked at him in surprise, almost forgetting he existed. How had he not been crushed to death by the metal element beast yet? You talk so big, aren't you afraid the wind will make your tongue slip? Lin Wei sneered. Ever since Lin Jiao had been in a daze, acting crazy and erratic, he hadn't shown a good face to anyone, especially when looking at Su Mian and Huamei's group. The big shots eat the meat, we just want to follow along and drink some soup. Huaxia and I definitely won't compete, Brother Feng said with a grin. Lin Wei has Earth-type abilities. If a level 4 Earth element beast appears, we hope to give the crystal core to him. The rest can go to you guys. Jinxi was in a great mood after getting a gold element crystal core. There were only 5 level 4 ability users here, so the level 4 elemental crystal cores naturally went to the strong. The deep mountains were full of soil, so there might be earth element beasts. As for high-level elemental beasts like wood, ice, or water types, don't even think about it, it's highly unlikely. Alright, it's a deal, Luo Qi said cleverly. Let's go get out. The group emerged from the massive metallic beast's body. The metallic beast carried them as it sprinted wildly, long having left the previous sea of trees behind. As far as the eye could see, towering trees soared into the clouds, deep and tranquil. The trees knocked down by the metallic beast had crushed the wild grass all over the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. There's a clearing ahead. Let's go take a look. Kings pointed to the place ahead, emitting a white light. The group cautiously moved forward. The compass is affected by the magnetic field and has failed. Su Mian took out the compass from her backpack and frowned, saying, We've lost our direction. It should be the previous mining area, Mugue said. All our supplies are left in the car. We'll return the same way later, following the trees knocked down by the metal beast to find our way back, Jinxi said dismissively. Hey, do you guys feel like these trees are moving? Brother Feng rubbed his eyes and asked. The wind must have blown it. Fire Girl looked left and right, seeing that the surroundings were very safe. Did the metal beast knock you out? Are your eyes malfunctioning? Wind Brother was scolded and weakly said, Then I'd better go back and have my eyes checked and take medicine. Su Mian and the others exchanged glances, a trace of seriousness flashing in their eyes. Could it be a wood element beast? Ouch, who hit me? Old Jean, was it you who hit me? Luo Qi suddenly jumped up and shouted. I didn't hit you. Jinxi's smile was somewhat stiff. Huawa, did you touch my butt? Brother Feng said shyly. Pa, I wouldn't stoop to touching you. Then who touched me? Su Mian felt a chill down her back. The vine in her hand was grabbed by Luo Han from behind. The man's face turned pale and his heterochromatic eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he looked behind Su Mian. Su Mian turned around and instantly her scalp tingled. She saw towering, thick trees all around uprooting themselves, waving their branches, revealing their original forms. Tree people were everywhere from all directions. They had broken into the tree people's old lair. Brother Jean, what are these things? Brother Feng's legs went weak, and his voice trembled. The trees are alive? It's a wood element beast. Jinxi felt the strong presence of wood elements from all directions, his face turning ashen. How could there be so many wood element beasts? How did all these trees come to life? Dealing with 1 or 2, 3 or 4 was no problem, but facing so many tree ants? A trace of seriousness flashed across Jinxi's face. They're tree ants. The metal beasts rushing in just now awakened these tree ants. Luo Han said with a faint smile, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. What should we do then? Guangda's voice trembled as well. Run, King said with a pale face, enunciating heavily, then took the lead in sprinting back the way they came. The originally tranquil tree-ant forest exploded as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The trent's strong, powerful branches lashed fiercely at King's, 7 or 8 thick vines flying toward him. Branches waved from all directions. Kings dodged those in front but couldn't avoid those behind, being struck heavily and falling to the ground, coughing up blood. The vines in Mugue's hand shot out, splitting into countless smaller tendrils that entangled the trent's vines. Brother Wind and Sister Fire fought desperately against the trance, one wielding wind blades, the other flames. Help! Brother Wind howled like a ghost. I haven't lived enough yet. Shut up. Sister Fire frantically burned the tree vines, her face shocked as she looked at Su Mian and Luo Han in the center of the clearing. Not only Sister Fire but Lin Wei, Jin Si, and others also noticed that the trance avoided the spot where Su Mian stood. Not a single trance made a move against Su Mian and Luo Han. And the weakest pretty boy, standing under the blood-red moonlight, with a handsome face, curled the corner of his mouth into a cold, bloody smile. Chapter 43. Su Mian, why aren't the trance attacking you? Fire Girl asked with difficulty, resisting the trance attacks. Not only did they not attack Su Mian, but they also didn't attack the handsome guy behind her. If only she had stood behind Su Mian too. Su Mian's palms were covered in cold sweat. It wasn't that the trance didn't attack her, but that the trance simply couldn't detect her in Luo Hanqing's presence. As soon as Luo Hanqing's illusion ability was activated, it directly deceived all the trance. Seeing everyone flustered under the trance attacks, Su Mian anxiously said, Jin Kimu, metal weapons can cut wood. Jin Si was the first to react. He immediately transformed all the severed tree vines on the ground into a pile of sharp metal weapons, then picked up one and chopped at the trance roots. Lin Wei, Brother Feng, and the others also caught on, picking up the weapons on the ground and using their abilities to launch a fierce counterattack. I'm the best at chopping trees, watch me. Luo Qi nimbly weaved through the trance, raising a water curtain whenever their attacks came, then striking another blow, thoroughly enjoying himself. It's not the time to play around, Lin Wei called out with a stern face. Everyone gathered together and take them down one by one. Everyone moved closer to the clearing where Su Mian and Luo Han stood. Seeing everyone approach, Luo Han calmly withdrew his supernatural power. The trance formed a circle surrounding the 9 people tightly. Luo Qi raised the water curtain to block the trance attacks. Guangda, use your ice powers to freeze the trance. Everyone focus fire on the trance frozen by Guangda and kill them one by one, Jin Si said sternly. Luo Qi glanced at Luo Han, and seeing that the leader did not stop him, he raised the huge water curtain and shouted, You all be quick, I can't hold this for long. Guangda's ice powers quickly froze the 2 nearest trance. Everyone focus fire on the 2 level 4 trance, cutting them in half at the waist, severing all the vines and destroying their cores. Jin Si, Lin Wei, and the others were overjoyed to see it was effective, and immediately imitated the tactic to kill 2 more trance. The uprooted trance were found to have a way to be defeated, and instantly they became like heavy tree stumps, standing there taking hits. Jin's was the main force in the battle, killing trance while deliberately holding back, drawing the trance attacks toward Lu Hanqing's position. The only frustrating thing was that the pretty boy was always surrounded by people, either Luo Qi was there, or Mugue was there, so for a while, no one could injure him. Jin's face turned ashen. He was seriously injured, yet Lu Hanqing, a spatial ability user, remained completely unharmed. Meanwhile, everyone else was exhausting their powers too quickly and suffering greatly while he leisurely stood behind them. Why do I feel like there are more and more trance? No matter how many we kill, they just won't stop. Brother Feng was knocked to the ground by the trance vines, gasping for breath, and said, No, you guys hold them off first. I'm going to lie down and die. Get up, roll to the back. Fire Girl kicked him over to Luo Hanqing's side, keeping a wary eye, and her ability release slowed down a bit. While setting fires, she was also pacing herself. With so many level 4 ability users here, she had to save some power to protect herself. Brother Feng pretended to lie on the ground playing dead, mumbling, Brother Jin, the trant on your left slipped past, almost injuring Brother Xiaoqi. Brother Lin, don't use Huaxia as a shield, she's the only fire-type ability user. Guangda, did you and your brother's names come from Xiongda and Xiong'er? Brother Jin, you missed the trant again. Ah, luckily Big Brother Xiaoqi dodged quickly. After Brother Feng's words, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Even a fool could tell that Jin Si was deliberately holding back. A powerful mid-level 4th grade ability user repeatedly missing the trant and specifically targeting a space ability user with no combat power, anyone could see something was fishy. Luo Qi angrily withdrew his ability, only maintaining half of the water curtain, stomping his foot and saying, No, my ability is running out, I can't hold on. As Luo Qi's water curtain withdrew, kings found themselves stretched thin. Immediately, several people were injured, each gritting their teeth and forced to desperately resist the Trent's attacks. Lin Wei Earth Escape. King's face turned ashen, looking at Su Mian with some regret. Such a beautiful girl, but survival comes first. Let Mu Gui and the others deal with the Trey ants. They can reap the benefits. Lin Wei grabbed him and directly escaped underground. The two disappeared instantly, their presence completely gone. Su Mian and the others were greatly shocked. So Earth-type ability users actually have such an escape method. Interesting, very interesting. Luo Han sneered. These two had extremely high talent and cunning, but unfortunately, they were a bit cowardly and couldn't achieve greatness. Jinxi and Lin Wei disappeared using Earth Escape, leaving Wind Brother and Fire Sister as the focus of the Trent's concentrated attack. Instantly, the two were battered, their health plummeting, half their lives slipping away. Fire Sister was targeted, her arms injured, losing her combat ability. She staggered and knelt on the ground, cursing in despair. Damn it, nowadays, no man is reliable. Fire, I'll die with you. Wind Brother smiled bitterly, shielding her under his body and closing his eyes. 10 tree men crazily attacked the three of them, and a light blue water curtain timely blocked all the attacks. Luo Qi kicked Guangda and giggled. Bearda, your big brother left you behind and ran away. Guangda's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and said, My name is not Bearda. Bearda sounds cuter. Luo Qi stopped hiding his true combat power, expanded the water curtain, and said, Mu Xiao, if you keep playing around, I'll really collapse. Mu Gui. I'm really not playing, the one playing is your young master. Mu Gui smiled helplessly. So many level 4 tree men, does he really think he's Superman? He had already used up more than half of his supernatural power. Su Mian's supernatural power was also greatly depleted. Her combat ability was weaker than Mu Gui's. Even though Luo Han always stood in front of her, preventing the tree men from attacking her, she still had to consume a large amount of supernatural power to kill the tree men. Old Luo, if you don't make a move soon, Su Mian will be exhausted. Mu Gui had to take out his trump card. Luo Han glanced at the young girl, seeing that her breath was unstable and that she had indeed consumed a lot of supernatural power, then coldly responded with a word. The man raised his hand, and the tree men who had just been wildly trampling on everyone's faces with their feet were all pinned in place. Within a radius of 5 meters, all the treemen were frozen into icy frost trees as if a sudden winter had arrived overnight. Brother Feng and Sister Hua widened their eyes, staring at everything in disbelief. How's this possible? Wasn't that pretty boy a spatial ability user? How could he be this powerful? Guangda also stared blankly at the ice on the ground, his heart pounding wildly. He was also an ice ability user, but he had never seen such a powerful ice ability in his life. It was so strong it sent chills down his spine. A flicker of horror flashed in the eyes of the three, yet they stared unblinkingly as all the icy snow and frost trees shattered into ice shards, with green level 4 crystal cores rolling onto the frosted ground. The white reflected the green, cold yet brimming with vibrant green life, both adorable and terrifying. All the wood-type crystal cores go to Su Mian. Luo Han lowered his eyes, his voice calm and steady, like a gentle breeze. The three of them trembled together, their hearts pounding so hard they felt like they would jump out of their chests. Even if given to them, they wouldn't have the courage to take it. 20 or 30 treemen were all wiped out by this man in the blink of an eye. Wiped out? What kind of terrifying existence is this? He must be even stronger than Long Yi from the Huaxia base. This is a true master who doesn't show off or reveal his power. Thinking of Jinxi and Lin Wei escaping with earth concealment, the three didn't know what to say. Luo Qiwan happily went to pick up the crystal cores and said, Boss, you're too biased. At least give some crystal cores to Mu Xiao. I only take what I deserve, nothing else. Su Mian said calmly. Luo Hanqing's face darkened slightly, his thin lips pressed together, and the atmosphere grew a bit tense. Boss, the crystal cores are all yours, divide them when we get back. Luo Qi said awkwardly, shoving all the crystal cores to Luo Hanqing. Seeing Fengge, Huamei, and the others stunned like statues, he kicked Fengge and said, If you're not dead, get up quickly. We have to hurry back before dawn, or with the rising heat, we won't be able to protect you. Got it. Fengge said mechanically, quickly scrambling up, only to have his legs give out and fall to the ground. Boo, traveling with the terrifying Big Shot all this way, he not only mocked the Big Shot but also tried to link arms with him. Boo, he missed the best chance to become the Big Shot's accessory. Huamei quickly got up, shyly glancing at Luo Hanqing. Such an extraordinary Big Shot, forget about terrifyingly strong abilities. Even if he were just a pretty boy, it would be worth it to sleep with him. Guangda stood up silently, saying nothing as he stood to the side. We need to hurry back. Jinxi and Lin Wei might return first, and if they drive off with the car, we'll be in trouble, Mu Gui said. Boss, then let's hurry and go, Brother Feng said with a sycophantic smile. Su Mian picked up the backpack she had dropped on the ground and was about to retrace her steps when a man pressed his hand on her shoulder. Shut! Luo Hanxing's face was serious as he listened intently to the sounds in the dark night, his brows furrowing little by little, and he said in a low, hoarse voice, Level 5 elemental beasts. Level 5 elemental beasts? Feng Ge, Huamei, and the others turned pale, nearly sitting down on the ground in fright. How many? Mu Gui's expression was grave. 3. Luo Hanxing said in a low voice, their aura is a bit strange. I'll go take a look. You all wait here. B-boss, aren't we running? Still going to take a look? Brother Feng asked dumbfoundedly, struggling to speak, his legs trembling. A level 5 elemental beast could probably kill them with a single strike, right? Luo Hanxing glanced at him coldly, then walked forward on his own, heading deeper into the dense forest. Boss, I'll go too. Luo Qi hurriedly followed. I'll go with you, Mu Gui also said. Wait. Luo Hanxing's voice was cold, his temper showing a hint of irritability. Since earlier that day, when he used illusions to punish that noisy woman, Su Xiaomian had been angry and ignored him. Now that a level 5 elemental beast had appeared, he brought her the crystal core. Luo Hanxing's thinking was simple and blunt. Give all the good things in the world to Su Xiaomian. If she still refused to pay attention to him, he would drag her down with him. Luo Qi and Mu Gui exchanged a glance, looking to Su Mian for help. Su Mian's healing ability significantly enhanced Luo Hanxing's strength. If she went along, even if they encountered a level 6 elemental beast, Luo Hanxing would have the power to fight it. Su Mian was silent for a few seconds, then bit her lip and said, I'll go with you. Luo Hanxing's deep gaze fell on her, and he said in a low voice, all right. Chapter 44. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. The big shot is going to such a dangerous place without bringing the two strong fighters, Luo Qi and Mu Gui, but bringing Su Mian? Su Mian's combat ability should be the weakest among the four, right? The three were dumbfounded. The figures of Luo Hanxing and Su Mian quickly disappeared into the dark dense forest. Luo Qi and Mu Gui suppressed the worries in their hearts. If even the combination of Luo Hanxing and Su Mian couldn't get out unscathed, then going themselves would be a death sentence. Brother Qi, the big shot really just went like that? That's a level 5 elemental beast, and there are 3 of them. Just hearing about it is enough to scare anyone, Brother Feng said, poking his head out with a frightened expression. Luo Qi sneered and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't call me brother so casually. Also, my big brother never does anything without confidence. Brother Feng gave a thumbs up, fully convinced. This was a true boss, taking on 3 opponents while protecting the girl. What's your big brother's name? Why did he only bring Su Mian and not you all? Your abilities are stronger than Su Mian's, right? Huamei asked gossipingly from the side. Luo Qi and Mu Gui exchanged a glance. Luo Hanxing's name ranked second on the Apocalypse leaderboard, well known to everyone, so revealing it was a bit troublesome. You're Luo Qi, and your big brother is the base's top expert, Luo Hanxing? Guangda suddenly spoke up. Brother Feng and Sister Hua were dumbfounded. Luo Hanxing? The boss of Omping Base? That rumored sickly Luo Hanxing who could die at any moment? They were actually traveling with the base boss? Oh my god, thinking of Jeans and Lin Wei who use Earth Escape, the two silently lit candles for them. It seems there will be no place for them to stay in Omping Base in the future. He is a level 5 psychic, Guangda blurted out the second sentence. Brother Feng and Sister Hua were stunned once again. Suddenly they slapped their thighs. That's right. Mu Gui was already a late level 4 psychic, and Luo Hanxing was so strong he must be a level 5 psychic. No wonder he dared to enter the dense forest. Brother Qi, Grandpa Qi, Uncle Qi, you can even let me call you Dad. Do you still need a pendant? Brother Feng said with a sycophantic smile. Luo Qi, a teenager in his 70s, still had some childlike innocence. Hearing this, he beamed with joy and said proudly, then from now on just call me Uncle Qi, it sounds impressive. Ahem. Mu Gui looked speechless and said, hurry up and clear the battlefield. Judging by the time, we probably can't make it back. We must find shelter before dawn and build an ice house. Then are we not waiting for the big boss and Su Mian? Fire Sister asked. We have the ability to protect ourselves, just don't hold them back. Mu Gui said calmly, looking at the ground covered with tree eye shards, squinting his eyes as he said, everyone spread out and look for large tree hollows. We'll be hiding in the hollows for a day. Asterisk. Su Mian followed behind Luo Hanxing into the dense forest. Even though the temperature had dropped at night, the dense forest still felt stiflingly hot. After walking for a short while, Su Mian began to sweat. The dense forest was full of withered leaves, protruding roots, and vines. If she wasn't careful, she would trip and almost fall. The man reached out just in time, holding her arm. His fingertips emitted a chill like ice, gradually helping to dispel the stifling heat of the dense forest. Thank you, Su Mian said softly. Why do you want to come with me? It's not that you're ignoring me, right? Luo Han didn't let go of her hand, holding her wrist as he pulled her forward, cooling her down at the same time. As a dual ice and fire element user, Luo Han could control his own temperature and the surrounding temperature at will, cooling down when he wanted, warming up when he wanted, like a walking air conditioner. I want a level 5 elemental beast core, Su Mian said softly. Seeing his expression was hard to read, she didn't pull her hand back. Is getting stronger that important? Luo Han squinted. Before the apocalypse, he had already broken the rules and become an intermediate element user, but being powerful only made him lonelier. He still lived a dull life until he met Su Mian. Like a spark found in a pile of silent ashes reigniting the flame, Luo Han for the first time longed for a life with someone else. For the first time felt a desire for closeness with the opposite sex, and for the first time was filled with dreams of the future. Important. Su Mian nodded heavily. Only strength can control one's own destiny. Luo Han didn't value power because he was already strong enough. Follow me and you won't have to struggle so hard. Luo Han turned and trapped her against the tree trunk, pressing his face close, and said in a low voice, whatever you want, I can give it to you. As long as she stayed close to him, warmed him, he would give her his life. A strong masculine hormonal scent enveloped the air. In the deep, stifling forest, like layers of overlapping illusions, Su Mian tensed her body, pressed against the tree trunk, shaking her head in refusal. I don't like relying on men. Have you been hurt by a man? Or you just don't trust them? Luo Han squinted, a cold light blazing in his eyes. If he found out the young lady had liked someone else, he would definitely reduce that person to dust. I only trust myself. Su Mian straightened her back, calming herself down. Young Master Luo, if we don't leave soon, dawn will break. Seeing her eyelashes trembling nervously, Luo Han brushed her long lashes with his fingertips and said in a low voice, Shh, ahead is the territory of a level 5 elemental beast. Don't speak. As soon as Su Mian heard about the elemental beast slayer, she became so nervous that her breathing stopped, her large black eyes staring at him. The two locked eyes at close range, both trembling simultaneously. Luo Hanqing's gaze deepened and he lowered his head to kiss her lips, cracked from dryness, moistening the corners of her mouth. Before Su Mian could react, Luo Hanqing forcefully pushed her away, and the huge tree she had been leaning against uprooted, its flying roots weaving into a vast net, tightly surrounding Luo Hanqing. Luo Hanqing. Su Mian's expression changed slightly and she called out in a low voice. Vines flew from her palms, restraining the bare tree trunks on the left and right. The old tree was so ancient that all its branches and leaves had fallen off, its bark cracked and dull, with only the roots emanating a powerful force. A few seconds later, Su Mian was repeatedly pushed back by the old trees with elemental power, her vitality surging and her face turning pale as she called out, Luo Hanqing? This old tree was surprisingly strong, at least a level 5 elemental beast. After repelling Su Mian, the old tree did not continue to attack her, but instead fiercely assaulted Luo Hanqing. Its roots over 10 meters long, entwined to form a huge space, trapping Luo Hanqing inside. The power of the green element illuminated the dense forest, while the brutal elemental force forced Su Mian to keep retreating. Luo Hanqing, you speak up. Su Mian's face turned pale, her voice hoarse. Don't panic, it's just an old guy who just reached level 6. The man's deep and powerful voice came from deep within the tree roots. Then the sphere wrapped in green elemental power burst with red and blue light. Half of the tree roots were frozen into ice, while the other half was engulfed in roaring flames. Luo Hanqing broke out from inside, his face pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His pale hand pressed on Su Mian's shoulder. Level 6? Su Mian's pupils contracted, and the vines in her palm flew out, binding the man's wrist. A continuous stream of wood element energy flowed into his body, healing the damaged meridians within him. This is the transformation of the healing technique after the supernatural ability upgraded to level 4. Previously, Su Mian could only conjure clovers to heal minor injuries, but after her supernatural ability reached the intermediate level, her healing technique underwent a qualitative change. Luo Hanqing's expression softened slightly, while on the other side, the old treant made a heroic sacrifice, directly severing its burning roots, losing half of its combat power, and once again smashing toward the two of them. Each root carried a terrifying, violent aura, striking fiercely. Luo Hanqing wrapped his arms around Su Mian's waist, guiding her away from the thunder strike, gently throwing her to the side, and looked at her deeply. Let's go back to find Mu Gue. If you die, I can't escape either. Luo Hanqing, no more nonsense, tell me what to do, Su Mian said through gritted teeth, the vines tightly coiling around Luo Hanqing's wrist. They hadn't expected that deep in the dense forest there would be a terrifying level 6 treant. This time they had truly stirred up a hornet's nest, attacking the enemy's lair. I will unleash all my supernatural powers to kill this tree ant, Luo Han said solemnly, his face cold as he looked at the ancient, ageless old tree ant before him. A level 6 elemental beast must have its own special attack methods. Mian, remember, I will never harm you. After speaking, the man emitted a terrifying aura, engulfed in blazing flames, rushing straight toward the old trent's vital spot, the heartwood, and began to grapple with the trant. Flames blazed across the sky, setting the nearby trees on fire. The ancient trant emitted a deep, incomprehensible growl. Luo Han was pulled back by the trant, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face grim and fierce. Mian had no time to think further. The vines in her palm frantically invaded his skin, continuously injecting supernatural energy to heal his wounds. After a few seconds, the man charged at the ancient trant again. This repeated over and over, and no one knew how much time had passed. Luo Han was severely injured, the ancient trant even more so, and Mian's supernatural energy was also heavily depleted. The temperature gradually rose. She glanced at the eastern sky, feeling a slight despair. Daylight was approaching. Luo Han, will we die here? Mian sat on the scorched ground, her face pale, and spoke hoarsely. Even if they killed this level 6 trant, they had no strength left to withstand the impending intense heat. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face grim as he looked toward the eastern sky and said, "As long as I live, you won't die." A fierce cold light surged in the man's eyes as he gathered the strongest ice-type ability and launched a fatal strike at the old trant. Mian exhausted the last trace of her ability, glanced at the broken vine in her palm, gave a faint bitter smile, and fell into endless darkness. Chapter 45. Mian felt like she was constantly falling, as if being roasted by fire, then frozen by ice, alternating between hot and cold. Someone was vaguely feeding her water and speaking by her ear, their voice hoarse and unclear. She understood every word, but together they made no sense. The overexertion of her physical abilities, combined with long-term emotional suppression, caused her symptoms to burst out all at once like a flood breaking through a dam. In such a daze, not knowing how much time had passed, Mian woke up from unconsciousness to complete darkness and felt pain all over her body. The fingers touched a cold, stiff body. Her fingertips trembled, and she suddenly realized something. She closed her eyes and opened them again, only to see that in the dim, cramped little space, Luo Han was holding her in his arms. The man's face was pale and cold, his whole body like ice, as closed in deep sleep. Luo Han? Mian hoarsely and anxiously spoke, gripping his hand. Then her pupils contracted. He was wearing black clothes, and upon closer inspection, she noticed his fingers, arms, and entire body were covered with cracked wounds. Bloodstains soaked the black clothes and had dried, his meridians completely severed, his supernatural powers exhausted, almost no different from a dead man. As Mian moved, the man's body tilted to one side, revealing a pitch-black, shrunken tree hollow. The man's back, blocking the hollow, was a bloody mess. High-temperature burns combined with frostbite from ice-type supernatural powers left no intact skin on his entire back. Mian's breath caught, her fingertips trembling as she reached toward his chest, feeling the slight rise and fall. Only then did she frantically search for the life-saving medicine. Western medicine scattered all over the ground, Mian's mind went blank. After a few seconds, she realized that none of these Western medicines could treat the exhaustion of supernatural power, nor could they heal Luo Han's wounds. Supernatural power, yes, supernatural power. She tried to mobilize the supernatural power within her body, then groaned in pain. The vine of her life-born plant in her palm had already broken, and the blue flower bud had curled up into a tight bud, with no supernatural power left to mobilize. Killing the level 6 trant had cost them both a heavy price. Mian's face turned pale. She bit her lip and entered the gourd space, took out a large pot of spring water, then dug up a wild ginseng by the spring and came out holding the first aid kit. Now severely injured and unable to use her supernatural powers, the only things that could save him were the ginseng and the spring water. Whether he would survive depended entirely on Luo Han's fate. She washed the wild ginseng, sliced it, and fed Luo Han a piece to hold in his mouth. Mian gritted her teeth and gave him a few sips of the spring water. This spring water had a warming and nourishing effect on her. If she was not mistaken, it was most likely the spiritual spring water from the gourd space, which should also be effective for Luo Han's injuries. After repeatedly feeding him the spring water, Mian sliced the wild ginseng 3 more times and had him hold the slices in his mouth. Luo Han's heartbeat finally grew a bit stronger. Mian let out a sigh of relief and slumped inside the cramped tree hollow, staring blankly at his deep-set eyes and pale features, her mind in turmoil. Why did Luo Han save her? And even block the entrance of the tree hollow, shielding her from the outside heat? Those wounds were caused by excessive use of his powers, resulting in broken meridians, not from being attacked by the level 6 trant. To save her, he kept channeling his ice abilities, leading to power exhaustion and a life-threatening condition. Mian figured it all out, her face suddenly turning pale. Why did he save her? The heat faded, night fell, and the light outside the tree hollow gradually dimmed. I don't know how many days they stayed in the tree hollow, or how Mugue and the others are doing. Mian got up and climbed out of the tree hollow, her hand touching the tree wall inside the hollow, only to be cut by a sharp object. She furrowed her brows and then realized that the uneven interior of the tree hollow was quite strange. The hollow seemed almost alive, capable of contracting. She drew her dagger and cut open the tree wall, revealing a fiery red crystal core that had been mostly absorbed, falling down. A strong fire elemental force rushed toward her. A level 5 crystal core? Mian widened her eyes and continued to feel around the inner wall of the hollow, cutting out 2 more crystal cores, all half-absorbed level 5 cores, 1 water element, 1 lightning element. Finally, Mian found the trance crystal core at the top of the tree wall. The level 6 Trant crystal core was entirely emerald green without a trace of impurity, about the size of a fist. The internal patterns were clearly visible and it had already grown into a small Trant, radiating vigorous wood elemental power throughout its body. The trance crystal core was taken by Mian, and the entire tree hollow instantly lost its vitality. Mian stored the crystal core and then climbed out of the tree hollow. Outside was no longer the dense forest she had been unconscious in, the ground was scorched black and flat as a plain. Mian looked around and saw nothing but plains within her sight. On the pitch-black plain stood a dead old tree, bare with only its trunk and charred roots remaining. The trunk had a dark hollow which was the previous level 6 Trant. It must have been after daylight arrived that Luo Han broke open the tree heart of the Trant with her and hid inside. The Trant, severely wounded and maddened, ran out of the deep mountains. No wonder Mugue and the others never came looking. It turned out she and Luo Han had long since left the southwestern mountain area. Perhaps the pressure from the level 6 Trant still lingered, as there were no elemental beasts around. This place was very desolate and no psychics or convoys were seen. Mian was seriously injured and dared not take risks. She continued to hide back in the tree hollow, blocking the entrance with cast iron from the spatial pocket, took out a lamp, and continued to recover. During the day, Mian used ice blocks stored in the gourd space to cool down, drank spring water when thirsty, and ate vegetables when hungry. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. The gourd space was bountiful with fruits and vegetables ripening again, so there was no worry about food or drink. Mian fed Luo Han spring water every day, cleaned his wounds and applied medicine, and after slicing a whole ginseng root to feed him, Luo Han's breath had stabilized and his body temperature returned to normal, but he remained unconscious. After 7 or 8 days, Mian's injuries gradually improved under the warming nourishment of the spring water, and she was slowly able to absorb the wood-type crystal core to restore her internal supernatural power. However, the broken vine on her palm never grew back, leaving only a solitary flower bud. During those 7 or 8 days, Mian gradually got a sense of the nearby situation. This was a plain area with no villages in front or shops behind. The soil, terrain, and landscape were different from the southwest, a place she had never been before. There was only one main road nearby. She placed obvious markers on the main road and some side paths, leaving distress signals. On the 15th night, Mian was half asleep when she heard the sound of a vehicle engine and a cheerful female voice saying, "Brother, there's a strange tree here. Be careful, this is a plain area." A peculiar tree appearing out of nowhere must be suspicious, the man said calmly. Search around, if no survivors are found, head back immediately. Mian suddenly woke up, overjoyed. After waiting for half a month, a convoy finally passed by. Chapter 46. Mian removed the cover at the entrance of the tree hole, climbed out, and shouted towards the convoy, "There are survivors, there are survivors." You climbed out of the tree hole? Chong Sisi, who was studying the strange tree, was startled by her big round eyes wide open. Then she jumped up and shouted, "Brother, come quickly, there's a living person crawling out of the tree." There's another one inside." Mian shook 2 fingers at her, a trace of joy flashing in her eyes. A sharp-eyed, angular-faced young man carrying a gun walked over cautiously. Seeing Mian's face, he paused and asked, "Did you leave the distress signal on the road?" "It's me." Mian nodded. Seeing that they were all dressed like post-apocalyptic mercenaries and driving modified military vehicles with strict discipline, she relaxed a bit and said, "My brother and I were robbed on the way and left here. We hope to catch a ride with you to a nearby base. We will pay you." Chang Yin stepped forward to inspect the strange big tree. Seeing that the tree was huge and the hollow inside could indeed hold people, it was actually a good shelter. However, the tree roots were very strange, looking like walking feet. Chang Yin immediately shook off this eerie thought. Even though strange things often happened in the apocalypse, he had never seen a running tree. "All right, since it's on the way, we'll give you a ride. Food and drink are on you." If we encounter elemental beasts on the road, you must join the fight. Any loot from the battle is yours. The fuel cost is 50 units of level 3 crystal cores. 50? Level 3 crystal core. Su Mian was stunned for a moment. That expensive? Chang Nian saw that Su Mian was a delicate young lady with very weak abilities, hesitated for a moment, and said, 40, no lower. You can pay with food and other items. Right now the fuel cost is even higher than the crystal cores. We're heading north and we'll need to find fuel along the way. It'll take about half a month to reach the base. Which base to the north? Su Mian nodded. She could still afford 40 crystal cores and there were plenty of supplies in the gourd space. She just didn't know if anything major had happened during the time she and Luo Han were unconscious. The Huaxia base. Weren't you heading there because of its reputation? Changxi blinked her big round eyes and said with a smile, we're getting close to the northern region now. Or are you going to the Beichen base? The young girl said distressfully, we definitely won't go to the Beichen base. One group is heading north, the other west. 2 different directions. Su Mian was startled. Huaxia base? This team was actually going to Huaxia base? How long had she been unconscious? A level 6 Trant had actually traveled thousands of miles from the southwest all the way to the north. May I ask what is the date today? Su Mian asked politely. Today is December 1st, so we're rushing back to celebrate the New Year's Day, Changxi smiled. Su Mian frowned slightly. She had actually been unconscious for more than a month? No wonder Luo Han's supernatural power had been depleted to such an extent. But why had she been unconscious for so long without any apparent reason? Su Mian thought of the cracked life plant in her palm. All of this could only be understood once her internal injuries improved and her supernatural power recovered. Brother Nian, we've checked the nearby area. There are no supplies or other survivors. Several young people who had been searching nearby gathered around. Seeing Su Mian, they all became somewhat excited. These days it was rare to see girls traveling outside, especially such a beautiful one. If feelings developed along the way, maybe someone could even find a wife. Alright, team dismissed. Let's head east to the port and meet up with the boss, Chang Nian nodded and said. Can you help me carry my brother to the car? Su Mian asked. Sure, no problem. I'm strong, I'll do it. Girl, where's your brother? The young man from the convoy volunteered. Su Miantian smiled sweetly, pointed to the tree hollow, and carefully pulled Luo Han out from it. 2 strong young men quickly stepped forward to help. Chang Nian was surprised when he saw Luo Han's face. This brother and sister really had good looks. With this face, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink in the apocalypse. My brother is seriously injured and still unconscious. Please be gentle, Su Miantian said softly. The unconscious man furrowed his brows tightly without any awareness, emitting a faint pressure. Su Miantian quickly held his hand and tried to soothe him a little. These days, Su Mian also realized that Luo Han was not completely unaware. Every time she came back from going out, the man would emit a terrifying pressure, which would only gradually subside when she returned. On the heavy truck, besides Chang Nian, there were also some survivors rescued along the way and those who hitched a ride. Su Mian, there's no space left in the truck behind. Why don't you ride with us? Changxi said with a bright smile. Everyone has a love for beauty and Changxi couldn't help but invite Su Mian into her vehicle when she saw such handsome and beautiful people. Thank you. Su Mian nodded. The vehicle Changxi often used was the most luxurious and spacious in the convoy. Su Mian took out a cushion and a thin blanket from her backpack, found a corner, helped Luo Han lie down, and carefully took care of him. Where are you guys from? Is it just you and your brother? Changxi asked curiously, resting her chin on her hand. Su Mian nodded and said, my hometown is in southwest Ning City. I attend university at Huadu. Then you must have come from the Dongyao base. Nowadays everyone wants to go to the Huaxia base, Changxi proudly said. Half an hour later, Su Mian learned a great deal of information from Changxi. Changxi's team was a mercenary search squad, led by Chang Nian, a late 4th level psychic, while Changxi was an early 4th level psychic. Over the past month, after Long Yi broke through to 5th level psychic, other gifted individuals from various bases also broke through to 5th level. On the post-apocalyptic leaderboard, Mugui and Luo Wuha had also remarkably broken through to 5th level and were listed. The remaining ones were Feng Duji and Qin Shi Chui. The news of Luo Han's disappearance had been well concealed. Fortunately, his personality was reclusive and eccentric. Otherwise, after being missing for so long, he would surely have been discovered by the Feng family and the Qin family. It is said that Longye is already a late-stage level 5 superpower. The Huaxia base has developed an apocalyptic crystal core weapon and invited strong fighters from major bases to the Huaxia base to share the crystal core weapon and form an apocalypse alliance. This is considered the largest alliance event in the apocalypse in the past 6 months. Strong teams from various major bases set out one after another, heading to the Huaxia base. Mian and Luo Han appeared strangely, arousing no suspicion. Mian glanced at the unconscious Luo Han. His identity must not be exposed, nor could they contact the Onping base. For now they could only follow this team to the Huaxia base and take things step by step. Cici, weren't we supposed to head north? Why are we driving east all the time? Mian looked at the direction the convoy was moving and asked. We need to first go to Lianqing to meet up with the boss. The boss discovered a level 6 water element beast in Lianqing, and we have to rush over to support him, Chang Si said casually. The Qin family and the Feng family have already gone there, but no one dares to make the first move, afraid of being ambushed. The Luo family is a bit strange though. They have a bunch of water element users but aren't interested in the level 6 core at all. It's really odd that's a level 6 elemental core after all. Mian smiled bitterly to herself, guessing that Luo Wu and the others were probably frantically searching for her and Luo Han deep in the mountains right now. Is there something special about the level 6 core? Mian asked thoughtfully. Chang Si widened his eyes, looked around, and seeing that Chang Yin wasn't nearby, whispered, I only heard about it too, but I'll tell you secretly. There's a barrier between intermediate and advanced abilities. The secret to breaking into level 7 powers might lie in the level 6 elemental core. Otherwise, why would the Qin and Feng families travel all the way to Lianqing? Mian was momentarily stunned. In her previous life, she had never heard Luo Han mention this matter, but since his cultivation and advancement were always unusual, it was possible. The level 7 elemental crystal core also held great secrets. Cici, your brother wants you to come over for a meeting. Oh, I'm coming. Chang Si smiled at Mian, then went to the front for the meeting. Seeing the little girl leave, Mian unzipped her backpack, took out the mountain spring water stored in a mineral water bottle, and prepared to give Luo Han some water. Tilting her head, she saw the man quietly lying on a small mat, his beautiful, glass-like eyes quietly open, watching her. You're awake. Mian was overjoyed, her voice slightly hoarse. In Luo Han's eyes was a tranquil deep sea, neither the color of raging flames nor the chill of piercing ice, his ability extremely stable. Just conscious, the injuries haven't healed, and the ability hasn't recovered either. The man spoke in a low voice, reaching out to hold Mian's hand, frowning as he said, What's going on with your ability? During these days, Luo Han had maintained a thread of consciousness all along, from the moment he broke into the level 6 trance. Tree hole to the Trey ant running wildly north with them, and to Mian carefully taking care of him for half a month, he had been aware. It was just that the overexertion of his powers was too severe. To wait for Mian to wake up, he had to use his ice abilities every day to maintain the temperature inside the tree hollow and resist the heat. His body had long reached an unbearable limit. After his meridians ruptured, they continued to tear. Just as he was on the brink of death, exhausted and gasping for breath, Mian finally woke up. She fed him spring water, gave him ginseng to sustain his life, helped him apply medicine and clean his body. He was aware of all this, but his consciousness was wrapped in a thick cocoon, unable to fully awaken. For half a month, the spring water he drank daily gradually warmed and repaired the countless ruptured meridians and old injuries inside his body, as if reconstructing his meridians. The accumulated violent elemental power was continuously expelled from his wounds all over his body. The wounds would heal and then break open again, only to be repaired by the spring water once more, repeating this cycle. Whenever the pain made it hard for him to catch his breath, the ginseng slice in his mouth would sustain his life. Each time a wound tore open, Luo Han could feel the violent elemental power inside him lessen a bit, and his meridians gradually rebuilt new pathways. He had a feeling that once his injuries healed, the long troubling backlash from his powers would be completely cured, and he would directly break into level 6. If it weren't for Chang Si's team suddenly appearing and sensing the presence of strangers, Luo Han wouldn't have forced himself to wake up. He was worried about Mian. The man's dry, warm large hand grasped her small hand, hot and tingling. Mian's heart beat a little faster as she said softly, I'm not sure either. When I woke up, the vine of my natal plant had already broken, leaving only a flower bud, and my powers have been recovering very slowly. The man lowered his eyes, his thick, raven-like eyelashes drooping. He reached out to look at her palm and saw a pale blue flower bud imprinted on the gourd in her palm. He said thoughtfully, That's a bit strange. Is your recovery slow even when absorbing wood element crystal cores? Mian nodded. Then try absorbing crystal cores of other elements. Don't limit yourself to just one elemental power. Luo Han looked up at her and hoarsely shared his insight. Mian looked at him in surprise. Absorbing the elemental power of other elements? What kind of upgrade method was this? Mian was silent for a few seconds, then took out a relatively mild level 3 water element crystal core, aside from the wood element crystal core, and sat cross-legged, trying to absorb the elemental power from the water element crystal core. For some reason, she quickly felt the gentle water element inside the crystal core. The water element flowed from her palm bit by bit into her life-bound plant. Mian felt like a traveler who had been thirsty for days suddenly drinking sweet dew. She quickly absorbed the entire level 3 crystal core. Mian opened her eyes and looked at the flower bud in her palm, as if it had been watered by rain, then stared blankly at Luo Han. The man's pale lips curled into a faint smile. He leaned over with some difficulty to stroke her head and hoarsely said, Su Xiaomian, you really are getting more and more silly. Silly in a somewhat adorable way. It turned out that Su Xiaomian, who had let down all her defenses, was a little fool. Mian bit her lip, her big black eyes glaring at him. If it weren't for the fact that he risked his life to save her, she would definitely have lost her temper. Definitely. She wasn't silly at all. She had an IQ of 140 and was the provincial top scorer in the college entrance exam. Why can I absorb the power of the water element? Mian asked, looking puzzled. Help me up, Luo Han said with a low laugh. Seeing the little girl obediently help him up, he immediately leaned his body weight slantwise against her chest. Feeling the warmth so close at hand, his mood lifted. He whispered, actually, the vast majority of supernaturals have fallen into a misconception, thinking they can only absorb the elemental power of their own native plant. I was born with dual element abilities and later awakened a third ability, allowing me to absorb multiple elemental powers such as ice, fire, and water. This is also why my abilities are stronger than others and why I reached the intermediate level before the apocalypse. This shows that people have shackled themselves with their own thoughts. If we are containers, why can't we hold multiple elemental powers? Nature is all-encompassing. The existence of the apocalypse itself is inexplicable, everything leaves no trace. Why not look further to the sky and earth and follow your own path? Mian was stunned for a moment, as if enlightened, finding it both incredible and extremely reasonable. But to contain multiple elemental powers, how powerful must that person be? What if absorbing elemental power that doesn't match one's own attribute causes the body to explode and die? Mian asked. Seeing her obedient and studious little appearance, Luo Han couldn't help but hold her small hand tightly, curling his lips and saying in a low hoarse voice, Fool, not everyone can sense the power of other elements, and even fewer can absorb them. Luo Han paused for a moment and said lightly, the spring water you gave me to drink is very good, remember to drink it every day from now on. If it weren't for the existence of this spring water, which healed his old wounds and the violent elemental power within him, Luo Han would never have told Mian about this matter. In his earlier years, he recklessly absorbed various elemental powers, causing his body to be full of wounds and severe backlash from his abilities. You knew. Mian instantly tensed all over in fright. Don't worry, we've been together in the same room for a month and a half. I will take responsibility for you, Luo Han said in a low voice, the corners of his eyes lifting, his gaze deep as the sea with a faint smile. She didn't leave him, how wonderful. Mian's cheeks inexplicably flushed. She changed the subject and stammered. You're too heavy. I'm about to get internal injuries from your weight. Lie down quickly. Okay. Luo Han lay down weakly, his voice carrying a barely noticeable gentleness. Ha, Mian, your brother is awake? Chang Si, who had just returned from a meeting, saw the handsome man awake. That lazy side-lying posture, the handsome face, the masculine charm hit her like a wave, almost suffocating her. Wow, Mian's brother is really handsome, a different kind of handsome compared to Long Ye's brother. I'm dying, going to be killed by his handsomeness, wow. Brother. Luo Han narrowed his eyes displeased, looking at Mian. She said they were siblings? Yes. Mian smiled awkwardly, this is my brother Su Han. Mian, do you have a boyfriend? The bachelors in our team all asked me to find out. If you like someone, don't be shy, I'll help you, Chang Si said, patting her chest. My brother doesn't have a girlfriend either. I think he has a good impression of you. He's usually very stingy. It was the first time I saw him give someone a discount on their fare. Mian's smile was a bit stiff. Can you tell me about your brother? I raised Mian all by myself, both as a father and a mother. If she's going to get married, she has to get past me first, Luo Han said with a refined and elegant smile, friendly and gentle. At least she has to be able to beat me. My brother is a late-stage level 4 Esper. Han, you can't even get up now, so you better not fight my brother, Chang Si giggled. Mian covered her face, unable to bear looking. In less than half an hour, the young girl Chang Si had completely sold out her brother and revealed quite a bit about the Huaxia base. Meanwhile, Luo Han neither did nor said anything, and the girl had become a little fangirl. In the end, Luo Han grew somewhat impatient, sent the girl away, and closed his eyes to sleep. Seeing the long night ahead, Mian sat down to absorb the crystal core and restore her supernatural abilities. Strangely enough, she tried to absorb various crystal cores such as fire, ice, and lightning types, but to no avail. Only the wood and water types could be absorbed. After a night passed, Mian absorbed all the water-type crystal cores previously accumulated in the space, leaving only the 5th-level water-type crystal core obtained from the inner wall of the trench tree hollow untouched. Then she felt a thin barrier, pushed it aside, and suddenly opened her eyes wide. The sleeping Luo Han also opened his eyes. Late 4th level? Mian was a bit stunned. She had actually skipped the intermediate level and become a late 4th level psychic. Your native plant is very likely a dual waterwood type. A trace of surprise flashed in Luo Han's eyes. Closing his eyes, he seemed to have touched the barrier between intermediate and advanced psychics. Chapter 47. Resting during the day and traveling at night, 2 days later the mercenary team led by Chang Nian arrived near Lianqing. Lianqing is by the sea. When Mian and the others arrived, it happened to be raining. Everyone in the convoy excitedly jumped out of the vehicles to get soaked, cheering joyfully. Some young people even took off their shirts and waved them around. Mian had just peeked out when Luo Han covered her eyes, not letting her look. What are you covering my eyes for? Mian listened intently to the sounds outside, feeling the slight chill brought by the rain, and fiddled with his knobby fingers. The man, still not fully recovered from his injuries, leaned idly inside the car. While covering her eyes, he propped himself up with one arm, pulling her into his territory. Lifting the eyelids slightly, he said calmly, "Don't look. Wait until I'm healed. Then I'll show you." Mian's face flushed instantly. Since Luo Han woke up, he seemed like a completely different person, clingy and domineering, and his words often teased her. "I am going out to get wet in the rain," Mian protested righteously. "It's all saliva sprayed out by water element beasts. What's there to be bothered about getting wet?" The man frowned with disdain. "Saliva? Brother Han, are you saying this is saliva?" Chang Si, who had been playing happily in the rain outside, came back just in time to hear this. She blinked her big round eyes and asked, "This is obviously rainwater. How can it be saliva?" Luo Han saw Chang Si had returned and changed the previous topic, asking calmly, "Have you arrived at Lianqing?" "Yes, we sent a signal and are waiting for Brother Yi to send someone to pick us up." Chang Si nodded, looking at Luo Han's handsome face. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and shyly tugged at Mian's clothes. Something wrong?" Mian had just broken free from Luo Han's large hand. Seeing the little girl hesitating to speak, she felt a bit flustered. Had Chang Si figured out that they weren't siblings? "Mian, come with me." "Does your brother have someone he likes?" Chang Si asked while sneaking a glance at Luo Han. The man was lazily leaning inside the car, his handsome face like a traditional ink landscape painting. Even without any supernatural aura, he looked weak and sickly, yet her little heart still pounded wildly like a startled deer. Mian was momentarily stunned. Seeing Chang Si's shy expression and then glancing at Luo Han's indifferent face, she swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "You wouldn't happen to have a crush on my brother, would you?" Chang Si nodded and said shyly, "I've liked the refined and handsome type since I was a child. I don't like those extremely powerful ability users. I'm afraid of domestic violence in the future. Brother Han is just right. He looks like someone who would cherish his wife. Mian, please help me." The young girl coquettishly shook her arm. Mian was stunned for a moment, glanced at Luo Han, and seeing the man's half-smiling, teasing expression, shivered and wanted to wake Chang Si up. "If that guy really did domestic violence, you probably wouldn't have a single bone left, and no matter how quietly you spoke, he would still hear you. This guy is just a demon." "Ahem, I don't really know either, but my brother and I probably won't stay long at the Huaxia base. After all, we will eventually return to our hometown," Mian said with a smile. "My family is all at the Huaxia base, so it would be a bit difficult to leave with you," Chang Si said with a sullen little face, looking gloomy. The little girl said this, then rested her chin on her hand and stared off into space with a worried expression. Seeing this, Mian felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, she wasn't too deeply troubled, there was still hope. "Mian Sisi, why aren't you getting out of the car? It's raining outside, very cool." A young man with a bare chest leaned forward, smiling as he called out. "Mian is weak and can't get caught in the rain." Luo Han replied calmly. "Han, do you want us to help you get out of the car? Lying in the car all day will make you feel stifled." 2 or 3 young men enthusiastically approached, treating Luo Han like a future brother-in-law. "I'm not in good health. Getting caught in the rain can easily make me sick. If I get sick, it won't be good for Mian." Luo Han smiled faintly. "That's such a pity." Mian looked somewhat surprised. She rarely saw Luo Han speak so kindly and pleasantly. Soon, the people from Lianqing came to pick them up, and everyone stopped getting wet in the rain, boarding the vehicles to head to their lodging within the city. Mian looked out the window at Lianqing outside. Seeing that the heavy rain hadn't stopped, most of the buildings in the city were well preserved, but signs of supernatural beings' activities were everywhere, clearly indicating that there were hardly any supplies left. I don't do domestic violence, you don't have to worry, Luo Han suddenly said. Mian was stunned for a moment, looking at Luo Han, unable to say a word. She didn't know how long had passed, but her heart felt a bit sweet. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped and Changxi, Changnian, and others got off with the team. Mian also helped Luo Han get off the car. On the street, several auras were hidden, all from level 4 or above psychics. The Changnian siblings eagerly stepped forward. The man who came out first to greet them was about 27 or 28, with a crew cut, extremely handsome features, distinct facial contours, and a pair of sharp eyes looking in Mian's direction. Mian had a feeling that she was being seen through by the other party. Late stage of level 5. Luo Han lightly cleared his throat and whispered in her ear, he should be Longye, the team leader of the dragon squad. Longye? The strongest ranked number 1 on the apocalypse leaderboard? Mian was taken aback. She had never connected the team she often thought about with the people from the dragon squad before. Brother Yi, what are you looking at? Chang Nian excitedly patted his shoulder. We didn't come too late, did we? Yeah, within the planned time. Let's go in and talk. Long Yi withdrew his gaze. That fair-skinned, beautiful young girl was actually a late 4th level powerhouse, but her ability was too gentle without any threat at all. As for that sickly man, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he vaguely felt uneasy in his heart. Only those below 6th level abilities could not escape his eyes. This man could not possibly be a 6th level expert. Even the most brilliant heir of the Luo family before the apocalypse was said to have only reached 5th level. Xiao Nian, who are those two people? Long Yi asked Chang Nian as he walked inside. They're a brother and sister we met on the road. They said they were robbed and wanted a ride to the base. I didn't think they were bad people, so I brought them along. Is there something wrong with that? Chang Nian asked anxiously. This brother and sister pair are incredibly good-looking. After spending a few days together, Su Mian's personality is gentle and quiet, while Su Han, although cold, does not cause trouble. Most people in Chang Nian's team quite like this brother and sister. Long Yi nodded, his mind focused on the level 6 water elemental beast, temporarily putting Su Mian and Luo Han out of his mind. The Qin family and the Feng family have both sent supernaturals. They are discussing joining forces with us to kill the elemental beast. Let's go in and talk, Long Yi said hurriedly as he led the group inside. Su Mian observed the surrounding terrain. The spot chosen by Long Yi and the others was a large shopping mall with a vantage point. Not only were there supernaturals in the mall's tall buildings, but there were also supernaturals lurking on the main street, making the defense airtight. Su Mian supported Luo Han and followed behind the survivors from the car into the mall. On the basement level 1, they found a light meal shop to use as a temporary base, preparing to make dinner for the day. Along the way, she didn't avoid the fact that Changxi and Changnian had space and supplies. In the apocalypse, those traveling outside usually have their own trump cards. However, her supernatural ability wasn't strong and was easily detected, so Luo Han still disguised himself as the space ability user. What do you want to eat tonight? Su Mian asked Luo Han with a bright smile as she looked for usable pots, bowls, and pans in the shop. Make whatever you like, I'm not picky. Luo Han's lips curved slightly upward as he moved the tables and chairs in the light meal shop aside, laying soft quilts and mats on the floor to make a little nest for the night. Then I'll just make it casually. Su Mian went off excitedly to make ramen. She had stocked up on a lot of hot pot base, brought the hot pot base to a boil, added the ramen, then cooked sealed beef chunks, luncheon meat, and so on, finally adding fresh vegetables from the gourd space. She cooked a big pot like this, and soon the enticing aroma spread, whetting the appetite. The beef stew ramen was ready. Su Mian served the beef noodles into 2 extra-large soup bowls and placed them on the table. My injuries should heal in the next few days. After that, I'll cook. The man looked at the steaming big bowl of ramen, then glanced at the little girl's face flushed from the steam, and said in a low voice, How can a grown man let a young girl cook? Su Mian almost suspected she was hallucinating. Luo Han can cook? Thinking of the scene where Luo Han cooked for her, Su Mian burst out laughing. If Luo Wu knew, he'd probably want to kill her.